They would need patience to keep watching, for the story grew ever more exhilarating as it advanced, built upon light-hearted humor and a sense of cathartic satisfaction, allowing one to cast off the weariness of the day. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the third conference room of the Kyoto municipal government, Lin Chuan was presiding over a city-wide meeting on advancing economic work. On the large screen, various figures from the first half of the year rolled by. GDP had increased year-on-year by 8.7%, of fixed asset investment had grown by 11.2%, and general public budget revenue had risen by 9.3%. Below the stage, the top leaders of each district sat upright and solemn, waiting for Vice Mayor Lin Chuan to deliver his concluding remarks. Suddenly his secretary entered holding a mobile phone. Lin Chuan glanced at it. It was a call from the general office of the Municipal Party Committee. "Please continue your discussion for a moment. I need to take a phone call," he said, rising and walking out of the conference room. "Mayor Lin's secretary Wang would like you to come over right away." On the other end of the line, the voice of the director of the general office carried a distinct gravity. Lin Chuan felt a jolt in his heart. Secretary Wang rarely asked to see him at such an unscheduled time. He glanced at his watch. "All right, I will be there in 20 minutes, he replied. When he returned to the conference room, he gave a brief explanation, then hurriedly took his leave. The driver was already waiting downstairs. The black Audi drove out of the municipal government compound and 10 minutes later entered the premises of the Municipal Party Committee. Secretary Wang's office was on the 7th floor. When Lin Chuan knocked and entered, the veteran leader was standing by the window, his back turned to him. "You're here? Sit," Secretary Wang said, turning around and gesturing toward the sofa. Secretary Wang also walked over and sat down. Lin Chuan noticed 2 cups of tea placed on the coffee table. They were clearly freshly brewed. "How much do you know about the situation in Handong?" Secretary Wang went straight to the point. Lin Chuan's heart gave a sudden leap. Handong province, where the original drama, In the Name of the People, took place, was of course familiar to him. The impending anti-corruption storm, the downfall of Shanshui Group, and the fates of Gao Yuliang, Li Dakong, Chi Tongwei, and others. He understood them more clearly than anyone. Yet at this moment, he could only feign the level of understanding of an ordinary cadre. "I've heard a little. Handong's economy has developed fairly well in recent years, but it seems there are some problems within the ranks," Lin Chuan replied, carefully weighing his words. Secretary Wang slowly nodded, then drew a document from a folder and handed it over. "Take a look at this." Lin Chuan took it and skimmed through swiftly. It was an internal circular from the central authorities. The GDP growth rate of Handong province in the first half of the year had declined. The growth of fixed asset investment had slowed for 3 consecutive quarters. More critically, several major engineering projects had come to a standstill because of problems involving cadres. The circular used stern language in its conclusion. Some cadres are not focusing their minds on their work, and Handong's economic development faces a grave challenge. The central government intends to appoint Comrade Sha Ruijin as the party secretary of Handong. "You may already have heard this," Secretary Wang said, lifting his teacup and speaking slowly. "But anti-corruption alone is not enough. The economy must not collapse. Handong needs someone who understands the economy to stabilize the situation." He spoke with deliberate calm, making it clear that economic stewardship would be as vital as the Lin Chuan's expression remained composed, though he had already begun to faintly discern what was coming. "The organization is considering sending you to Handong as executive vice governor," Secretary Wang said, fixing his gaze upon him and letting out a gentle sigh. "It would be a lateral transfer, but the responsibility would be immense. Your capabilities in economic affairs are acknowledged by the central leadership. Over in Handong, anti-corruption alone will not suffice. They need someone who can build and develop." Lin Chuan fell silent for a few seconds. Handong, the place he had watched countless times in the television series before his transmigration, populated by familiar characters and storylines, was about to become his actual battlefield. More importantly, there his enemy from 20 years ago, Chen Yanshi, still waited, as did his former mentor Gao Yuliang. Back then, with a single transfer order, Chen Yanshi had consigned him to the remote frontier. Had he not been fortunate enough to encounter Secretary Wang afterward, the business world today might have been telling legends about him instead. "Secretary Wang, may I take some time to think it over?" Lin Chuan asked. After all, although Handong was not a bad posting, remaining in Kyoto felt like having a vast sea and open skies before him. "Of course. The organization does respect the wishes of its cadres," Secretary Wang replied, glancing at his watch with a smile. "It's almost the end of the workday. Join me for dinner. We can talk more over the meal." At 6:30 in the evening, in a private room of the small cafeteria of the Municipal Party Committee, only Secretary Wang and Lin Chuan were present. "Lin Chuan, you followed me for so many years. Let me say a few heartfelt words to you," Secretary Wang said personally, pouring him a glass of liquor, which Lin Chuan quickly reached out to steady. "The waters in Handong are deeper than you imagine," Secretary Wang continued. The new party secretary Xia Ruijin is going there to fight corruption. You are going there to manage the economy. Your objectives differ, but your work will overlap. Remember, do not allow yourself to be drawn into their power struggles. Focus on raising the economy. That is the foundation of your standing. Of course, political struggle is one thing, but the right to speak at the provincial standing committee table is also crucial. If you want to develop the economy well, this is very important, he added. You are still very young. This assignment is also a test for you. The message from above is very simple in Handong. Everything else may be in turmoil, but economic development cannot be allowed to come to a halt. Lifting his glass, Lin Chuan nodded solemnly. I will remember, he said. You've spent time in Handong before. You have some old connections there, and also some old grievances, Secretary Wang remarked, looking at him with deep meaning. Chen Yanshi is still in Handong. I hear he's quite active. Although Liang Chuanfeng has retired, he has many protégés and old subordinates. You must keep all of this in mind. Warmth surged in Lin Chuan's chest. The veteran leader remembered even these dusty old events, clearly thinking sincerely on his behalf. I understand, sir, Lin Chuan said. He drained his glass. I will not carry the matters of the past into my work. That's good. But within the bounds of the rules, you need not be afraid, Secretary Wang replied with a smile. Looking at the young man before him, he felt a surge of emotion. Come, let's have another drink. To your success in opening up a new situation in Handong. The toast carried both expectation and trust, as if he were sending a general off to a distant front. I've already spoken with Governor Liu of Handong, but you'll still need to reach out to him yourself, and see to what extent he can assist you, Secretary Wang added. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Chuan returned home. His wife Xia Xian had not yet gone to bed, and was reading in the living room. You're back? Why so late? She asked, looking up. Seeing the solemn look on his face, she set the book aside. What's wrong? Lin Chuan sat down on the sofa, lay his head on his wife's lap, and after a brief silence said, I'm going to Handong. Xia Xian was taken aback. She massaged his temples gently. Is it a lateral move, or a promotion? A lateral move, to executive vice governor, he replied. Xia Xian was a division-level cadre in a provincial-level organ, so she was no stranger to the workings of the system. She frowned. Handong right now? I've heard it's very chaotic. Why did you agree to go there? When the central authorities name you, you have to go even if you'd rather not, Lin Chuan said, taking his wife's hand. You stay here in Kyoto for now. Once I've stabilized things, I'll bring you over. When the central authorities single you out, you can refuse, and the organization will respect that. But you will be branded as someone who shies away from tough battles. If you are seen as unwilling to fight hard fights, how can you hope to rise further? Xia Xian sighed. Take care of yourself. Over in Handong, you were there 20 years ago. There must be some people who still don't think highly of you, right? It's been 20 years, Lin Chuan said with a faint smile. But in his heart he knew that people like Chen Yanshi never ceased to exist in this world. Late into the night, after Xia Xian had gone to bed, Lin Chuan sat alone in the study. He turned on his computer and began searching for news about Handong province. On the webpage, reports about the Guangming Peak project, disputes surrounding the Dafeng factory, and the expansion of Shanshui Group appeared one after another, each a familiar name leaping into view. Ding Yizhen, Qi Tongwei, Gao Xiaoqin, Ho Yangping. These people he had once seen only as characters in a television drama were now about to become his colleagues, rivals, and subordinates. More crucial still was Gao Yuliang, his university mentor, and the core of the Han University faction, who now enjoyed flourishing influence in Handong. And then there was Chen Yanshi, the veteran revolutionary who with a single sentence 20 years ago had consigned him to a township, and who now remained active, having established Handong's second procuratorate. Closing the computer, Lin Chuan leaned back in his chair and shut his eyes. Scenes from the original plot flashed through his mind one after another. Ding Yizhen's flight abroad, the inferno of the 116 incident, Chun Hai's car crash, Qi Tongwei's suicide, Gao Yuliang's downfall. He knew everything, and thus he had the chance to change everything. For if the economy was to be improved, stability was essential, and tragedies like the 116 fire must never be allowed to occur. Yet the precondition for change was that he must first gain a firm foothold, and Xia Ruijin was certainly not a particularly democratic provincial party secretary. Similarly, Gao Yuliang would have to retire peacefully. He must not be brought down while still in his position. The Public Security Procuratorate and courts needed this highly respected old comrade to maintain balance and stability. If a province's public security organs, procuratorate, and courts fell into chaos, then speaking of raising GDP would be nothing more than a fool's dream. His mobile phone lay quietly on the desk. No text messages appeared. Gao Yuliang did not yet know that he was coming. Personnel appointments were confidential, known only to a very small number of people. Rising to his feet, Lin Chuan walked to the window. Outside, the nightscape of Kyoto glittered with prosperity, yet within days he would fly to that storm-tossed land of Handong. 20 years ago, he had left in disgrace. 20 years later, he was returning. Handong, I am coming. On the morning of the fourth day, Lin Chuan went to the municipal government to carry out the final handover of his duties. Strictly speaking, the transition work for the areas under his responsibility had long been clarified, with deputy directors already keeping a close eye on every line of work. Over the course of the entire morning, he carefully explained every key project, pending document, and unresolved matter on his desk. At noon, the mayor deliberately took time out of his schedule to invite him to lunch. Lin Chuan, we have worked side by side for years. To tell the truth, I really hate to see you go, the mayor said, raising his glass, his expression sincere. But your departure will be timely help in dire need for Handong. When Handong prospers in the future, part of the credit will be yours as well. Lin Chuan lifted his glass to clink with him. Mayor, you have taken great care of me these past 3 years, and I am well aware of it. If there is anything you ever need me to do, just say the word. It is enough that you have this intention. The mayor smiled, lowering his voice. In Handong, I know Governor Liu. He is a straightforward man. Once you get there, stay in close contact with him. As for the others, you know what to do. Lin Chuan nodded. He understood the mayor was referring to Gao Yuliang, as well as Sha Ruijin, who was about to take up his post. But regarding Sha Ruijin, he could neither speak nor inquire. At 3 in the afternoon, Lin Chuan went to the provincial party committee to pay a final visit to Secretary Wang before his departure. All the handovers completed, Secretary Wang was in the midst of reviewing documents. Upon seeing him enter, he set down his pen. All done. My flight is early tomorrow morning, Lin Chuan replied. Secretary Wang rose to his feet, walked up to him, and solemnly patted his shoulder. If you encounter any difficulties in Handong, call me at any time. Remember, you are going there to develop the economy. Once the economy is thriving, everything else can be discussed. Lin Chuan nodded with equal solemnity. Secretary Wang, I will keep that firmly in mind. Go on then. Secretary Wang waved his hand with a smile. I won't see you off lest anyone start idle gossip. Lin Chuan bowed deeply, then turned and left. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Lin Chuan boarded the flight to Handong. Traveling with him was Deputy Minister Zhang from the Organization Department of the Central Committee. By convention, the Executive Vice Governor is a centrally managed cadre escorted to assume office by a representative from the Organization Department. On the plane, Deputy Minister Zhang chatted with him throughout the journey, touching on the central leadership's expectations for Handong, the current economic situation, and the building of the cadre ranks, covering every facet. As Lin Chuan responded, he simultaneously sorted through the plot of the original drama in his mind. No one understood the political landscape of Handong province better than he did. There were 13 members of the Provincial Standing Committee. The post of secretary was vacant, with only a small handful aware of Sha Ruijin, Governor Liu Jiangwo Deputy Secretary, and concurrently Political and Legal Affairs Commission Secretary, Gao Yuliang, Discipline Inspection Secretary Tian Guofu, Organization Minister Wu Chunlin, and Li Dakong, Municipal Party Secretary of the provincial capital Jingzhou. The heads of propaganda and United Front, the commander of the provincial military district, and 2 vice-governors serving on the standing committee all had unclear alignments. Among them, Gao Yuliang was the core of the Handong University faction. Governor Liu was a seasoned nation-minded pragmatist. Li Dakong was a reform-driven powerhouse, yet also forceful. Tian Guofu kept a low profile. The others each had their own bases of power, their relationships intricate and entangled. Staring at the clouds outside the window, names flashed through Lin Chuan's mind one after another. He knew that among these people, some would become his allies, some his adversaries, some would lose everything in disgrace, and some would end up behind bars. As for himself, he would use everything he knew to carve out a different path through this coming storm, a road that led straight to the summit. Sha Ruijin, you had better not repeat what happened in the original story, turning Handong into a murky mess, paralyzing public security and justice, sending developers fleeing. Lin Chuan thought. Previously under Secretary Wang's protection, Lin Chuan had lived somewhat comfortably. This time, in transferring him, Secretary Wang also intended to temper his abilities. When the plane landed at Handong Airport, it was 10 in the morning. The sun was bright, and at the foot of the boarding stairs several cars had already been waiting for quite some time. At the forefront stood Wu Chunlin, head of the Provincial Organization Department, with Provincial Secretary General Zhou Jiangwo beside him, and Chen Yanshi, Director of the Provincial General Office, at his side as well. Deputy Minister Zhang walked at the front, exchanging handshakes with everyone one by one, and only then came Lin Chuan. Comrade Lin Chuan, welcome, welcome. Wu Chunlin stepped forward with enthusiasm and shook his hand firmly. You must be tired from the journey. Lin Chuan smiled as he exchanged pleasantries. Minister Wu, you are too kind. Secretary General Zhou, I have heard much about you. After a round of courteous greetings, they got into the cars, and the motorcade drove out of the airport, heading toward the city along the expressway. Lin Chuan shared a car with Zhou Jiangwo, the chief steward, of the Provincial Party Committee, a man in his early 50s with a gentle countenance. Governor Lin, the entire provincial leadership is very much looking forward to your arrival, Zhou said. Zhou Jiangwo went on with a smile. Governor Liu specifically instructed us to arrange your accommodation and workload properly. If you need anything, just say so. I'm troubling you, Secretary General Zhou, Lin Chuan replied courteously. I am a simple person. An office and a place to live are enough. There is no need for special treatment. How could that be? You are a key general sent by the central authorities, Zhou Jiangwo said with a hearty laugh. The motorcade drove straight into the compound of the Provincial Party Committee. Through the car window, Lin Chuan saw the 12-story main building solemn and imposing. At 3 in the afternoon, the Provincial Standing Committee convened. With the exception of the Provincial Party Secretary, all Standing Committee members were present. The meeting was chaired by Governor Liu. Deputy Minister Zhang first read out the organizational decision. Comrade Lin Chuan was appointed member and Standing Committee member of the Handong Provincial Party Committee and nominated as candidate for Vice Governor. Afterwards, Lin Chuan delivered his statement. He briefly reviewed his experience in the economic field and declared that he would spare no effort under the leadership of the Provincial Party Committee to contribute to Handong's economic development. His remarks were measured and proper, neither ostentatious nor timid. Next, each Standing Committee member spoke in turn. Governor Liu was the first to express his welcome, hoping that Comrade Lin Chuan would quickly familiarize himself with the situation and take firm hold of the economic work. Gao Yuliang spoke second. He adjusted his glasses and said with a smile, Comrade Lin Chuan is an excellent comrade. Back in school, he was a top student. To be working together again 20 years later, I am very much looking forward to it. As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere in the conference room turned subtle. Gao Yuliang was openly signaling his relationship with Lin Chuan, and after all, such ties could not truly be concealed, and everyone present understood perfectly. Lin Chuan felt a ripple in his heart, but kept his expression composed. He noticed Li Dakong's gaze lingering on him for a few seconds, carrying a hint of appraisal, while Tian Guofu's face remained inscrutable. The other Standing Committee members spoke in turn, offering the usual words of welcome and support. After 40 minutes, the meeting adjourned. At 6 in the evening, the Provincial General Office hosted a welcome banquet at the guest house. Governor Liu, Gao Yuliang, Wu Chunlin, Zhou Jiangwo, and several other Standing Committee members attended, with other vice governors and the government Secretary General accompanying. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere gradually warmed. Governor Liu took Lin Chuan's hand and said in a low voice, Comrade Lin Chuan, when it comes to economic work, let us consult closely with each other in the future. Handong's situation is special right now. We must both develop and maintain stability. Neither burden is light. Seeing Governor Liu adopt a somewhat modest posture, and being no fool, Lin Chuan replied, Governor Liu, I will follow your lead. With a wine glass in hand, Gao Yuliang walked over, greeted Governor Liu, then turned to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, are you free tomorrow evening? Come by the house. We teacher and student should have a good long talk. Lin Chuan felt a stir in his heart. This was precisely what he had been considering. Since the teacher invites, the student will certainly come, he said. Gao Yuliang smiled with satisfaction, patted his shoulder, and turned away. Watching his teacher's departing figure, then glancing at Li Dakong conversing with others nearby, Lin Chuan silently pondered what kind of situation would tomorrow's meeting with Gao Yuliang bring. He raised his glass and took a light sip. The welcome banquet continued as the night outside grew deeper. Seeing Governor Liu and Gao Yuliang depart, Li Dakong also came over. After all, this executive vice governor held the purse strings. Most projects had to pass through his desk for signature before reaching Governor Liu, and Li Dakong's Guangming Peak project needed precisely the province's tilt and funding. Governor Lin, welcome to Handong, Li Dakong said, raising his glass. Seeing him drink and salute, Lin Chuan also lifted his own glass with a smile. Secretary Dakong, you are too courteous. My being able to come to Handong is a sign of the organization's trust. Back when I was in Jingdu, I already heard of your reputation, Lin Chuan said. His words instantly roused Li Dakong's spirits. Oh, what have you heard, Governor Lin? I heard that Secretary Dakong is a formidable general in economic development, decisive in style, swift and resolute with thunderous means, Lin Chuan replied with an easy tone. Lin Chuan's airy remark rolled through Li Dakong's ears like waves crashing on the shore. After all, Lin Chuan had come from Jingdu, the core of the organization. If even he knew of Li's strong-handed style, might the leaders above not also be aware? If the higher-ups also judged him as merely autocratic and unable to unite comrades, would he still have any chance to advance further? Hearing this, Tian Guofu, standing nearby, suddenly chuckled and joined the conversation. Governor Lin, I too have heard rumors about you, Tian Guofu said. A stalwart of reform, a fierce general of the economy. Handong is truly fortunate to have you here this time. Tian Guofu's words carried clear goodwill. Others might not know, but he was well aware of Governor Lin's background in Jingdu. Secretary Wang was seen as someone with a real chance to move up a notch, absolutely not someone to offend. Moreover, during the time he had spent in Handong, the political legal apparatus had become a solid iron plate. It could not afford further enmity. Lin Chuan responded with a smile. He knew this Secretary Guofu all too well, an old silver coin, the true ultimate victor of Handong in the original story. He had also heard that supposedly probably Tian Guofu was the rumored secretary, though that might have been exaggeration in the television drama. After all, one does not become a provincial standing committee member by being careless. Still, Lin Chuan kept his doubts, questioned first, suspect next, and only then believe. After the banquet ended, Lin Chuan returned to the provincial compound. Gazing at the spotless surroundings, he nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, far away in Jingdu, in a heavily guarded villa, an elderly man and a middle-aged man were engaged in conversation. Sha Ruijin respectfully poured a cup of tea for the man opposite him. One of his adoptive fathers, a veteran of the old guard. Ruijin, remember this: when you go to work in Handong, you must pay close attention to your methods. In the midst of anti-corruption, you must maintain stability, the elder advised. This time, all eyes above are on you. If you hand in a good answer sheet, you can naturally move up another step. Struggle is permissible, but you must be mindful of your methods. The Zhao family's base is solid. He still wants to go further and compete with your elder brother for position, the old man continued. It will not be so easy. This time when you go down there, you should completely take over and dismantle his base in Handong. Sha Ruijin nodded earnestly. Yes, father, I understand, he said. At that moment, his eyes brimmed with ambition. As party secretary of Hanjiang province, forcefulness was his trademark. There was nothing he wished to do that he could not accomplish. His journey to Handong would be no different, his style unchanged. Yet Sha Ruijin harbored discontent. They were both sons, so why should the political resources tilt toward his elder brother? Was it merely because his surname was Sha? Rest assured, I will prove it to you, he vowed silently. Early the next morning, Lin Chuan arrived at the provincial government on time. His office was on a high floor, providing a broad view of half of Handong City. Not long after he sat down, Zhou Jiangwo came in holding a document and smiling, saying, Governor Lin, here are the details of your driver and secretary. These tasks were supposed to be handled by the Secretary General of the provincial government, but coincidentally the Secretary General was on sick leave during this time. Lin Chuan took the document and flipped through it. There were 3 candidates for the driver, all experienced veterans from the government vehicle team, with clean records. He crossed out 2 options, leaving one, namely Guoqiang, a retired soldier with 20 years of accident-free driving experience, and 2 children, who were already working with no complicated relationships. This Li Guoqiang, then Lin Chuan said slowly. Zhou Jiangwo nodded and pointed to the secretary candidates. These are all young officials recommended by the general office. Take a look. Lin Chuan flipped through the pages, and the 5 candidates were all graduates of prestigious universities, around 30 years old, with practical experience at the grassroots level and solid writing skills. He noticed one named Chen Rui, who graduated from Handong University's Chinese department. His father was an ordinary worker, his mother retired, and he had worked at the provincial government for 3 years, remaining low-key. An ordinary worker, low-key. This also indicated a lack of factional ties. Although he was from Handong University, not all graduates formed a clique. Let's try this, Chen Rui, Lin Chuan said slowly, as he had a preference for young people. Zhou Jiangwo glanced at him, somewhat surprised. His rank is a bit low. It's fine, young people can be cultivated. Lin Chuan closed the folder and said, Thank you, Secretary Zhou. Shortly after Zhou Jiangwo left, Chen Rui arrived. The young man, around 26 or 7, wore glasses and appeared a bit reserved. Lin Chuan asked a few simple questions and found that he had a clear thought process and was familiar with the economic situation in Handong. He nodded, saying, You're the one. Start following me tomorrow. Chen Rui was taken aback, then excitedly nodded. Thank you, Governor Lin. He knew that his life was about, by the way, arrange for all the reporting officials to come to me tomorrow. Lin Chuan took a sip of tea and slowly organized his thoughts. On the first day, he needed to review the general data, and it was his habit to listen to work reports the next day. In the afternoon, driver Li Guoqiang reported to him. Lin Chuan chatted with him briefly and found him to be honest and reliable, so he allowed him to start work the next day. After handling these trivial matters, it was already 4 o'clock. Lin Chuan flipped through the documents on his desk, most of which were routine matters. He specifically sought out the materials for the Guangmingfeng project and began to study them carefully. Ding Yizhen was the commander of the Guangmingfeng project. This project was a key engineering project in Jingzhou City involving land transfer, investment attraction, demolition, and resettlement, among several other aspects. In the original plot, Ding Yizhen became corrupt. Due to this project, and ultimately fled to the United States. As Lin Chuan examined the data in the materials, he quickly identified several discrepancies. The transfer prices of several plots of land were noticeably low, and the company undertaking the project had a complex background. He picked up a pen and marked the materials, knowing that these discrepancies represented losses for the government. At 5:45, Lin Chuan packed up his things, preparing to leave work. Chen Rui knocked and entered. "Governor Lin, the car is ready." Lin Chuan nodded and got up to go downstairs. Li Guoqiang drove smoothly out of the provincial government compound. "To the No. 3 building of the provincial committee," Lin Chuan said. After a 20-minute drive, they arrived at the provincial committee's residential area. Lin Chuan got out of the car, asked Li Guoqiang to return, and carried 2 bottles of wine to ring the doorbell of Gao Yuliang's home. The door opened, and Gao Yuliang personally came to open it, wearing home clothes and smiling kindly. "You're here. Come in quickly." In the living room, tea was already prepared, and sitting on the sofa was another person, a handsome man in his 40s with a hint of gloom between his brows. Lin Chuan recognized him at a glance. Chi Tongwei, the director of the Provincial Public Security Department. "Governor Lin." Chi Tongwei stood up and greeted him politely, as he was very eager to advance, and the person before him held the key vote. "Director Chi is also here," Lin Chuan said with a smile, sitting down on the sofa. Gao Yuliang returned to the main seat and personally poured tea for Lin Chuan, saying, "You two should know each other, right?" "Lin Chuan, this is Chi Tongwei from the Public Security Department. Tongwei is also a graduate of Handong University." Lin Chuan smiled slightly. "I have heard of Director Chi's name in Kyoto. He is a model in the public security system." Chi Tongwei hurriedly waved his hand. "Governor Lin, you're flattering me. I'm just a worker." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the conversation gradually shifted to the main topic. Gao Yuliang raised his teacup and slowly said, "Lin Chuan, what does the organization mean by sending you to Handong?" Lin Chuan had anticipated this question and did not hide. "The organization is worried about the economic decline in Handong, and they sent me to address it." Gao Yuliang fell silent for a moment and sighed. "Handong's situation is more complex than you imagine. The morale among the cadre team is unstable and the economy is declining. These 2 burdens are not light for you." Chi Tongwei listened from the side, his eyes flickering, revealing a look of concern. There had been no news about his mentor, the provincial secretary, so could he still advance? Lin Chuan smiled and said, "Teacher, I'm here to handle the economy in Handong. As for other matters, they will be dealt with according to the rules." Gao Yuliang was still Gao Yuliang. His political acumen remained high. Gao Yuliang glanced at him, seemingly weighing the significance of his words. After a while, he said, "You just arrived. Take your time to familiarize yourself with the situation. If you need anything, just speak up." Chi Tongwei interjected at this moment. "Governor Lin, if there's anything from the Public Security Department, feel free to instruct me." He quickly expressed his willingness to help, not only because he wanted to advance, but also because Lin Chuan held the purse strings, and more importantly, it was about his career progression. Lin Chuan looked at him and recalled Chi Tongwei's fate in the original plot. At this moment, Chi Tongwei was still in a stage of confidence, unaware of what awaited him ahead. "You are too polite, Director Chi." Lin Chuan nodded, temporarily accepting this goodwill. After all, social stability was also related to economic development. Disregarding other factors, he was indeed a formidable ally. After chatting for another half-hour, the topic had not yet deepened. Gao Yuliang was testing the waters, Lin Chuan was responding, and Chi Tongwei was observing quietly. All 3 knew that tonight was merely the opening act. The real game still had to be played slowly. At 8:30, Lin Chuan stood up to bid farewell. Gao Yuliang escorted him to the door and quietly said, "Lin Chuan, Handong is not like Kyoto. Always keep your guard up and everything." Lin Chuan nodded seriously, heeding his teacher's advice. "I understand, teacher." Stepping out of the No. 3 building, the night was deep, and Lin Chuan stood in the courtyard looking up at the starry sky. Gao Yuliang's probing, Chi Tongwei's enthusiasm, and the imminent arrival of Sha Ruijin. The chess game of Handong was slowly unfolding before him. Is there a winner when 2 forces clash? I think not. After Lin Chuan left, Gao Yuliang increasingly felt something was amiss. His intuition told him that a drastic change was about to happen in Handong. Moreover, he already had a premonition that the provincial secretary's prospects might be dim. If the higher-ups were genuinely interested in making him the provincial secretary, they would have sent someone from the organization department to talk to him long ago. Even old Secretary Zhao's promotion would just be a nominal position with limited influence. Alas! Chi Tongwei watched his dejected teacher from the side, and quickly offered a cigarette, both of them smoking one after another. Lin Chuan leaned back on his sofa at home, closing his eyes as Gao Yuliang's gentle face and Chi Tongwei's ambitious eyes flashed through his mind. He knew that from today onward, he had truly stepped into Handong. Tonight's conversation was merely the opening. Gao Yuliang was still observing and Chi Tongwei was still probing. These two teacher and student would not reveal their cards just because of a tea session. Suddenly his phone vibrated. Lin Chuan took it out and saw it was Gao Yuliang's number. Lin Chuan come back for a moment. Gao Yuliang's voice on the other end was a bit more somber than when they first met. After hanging up, Lin Chuan stared blankly, realizing that this teacher's decisiveness was beyond his expectations. And it wasn't just decisiveness, his political intuition was keen, unlike ordinary people. Lin Chuan lit a cigarette, his eyes slightly squinted, and waited until the cigarette burned down before standing up to leave Villa No. 6. Lin Chuan pressed the doorbell, and the one who opened the door was still Gao Yuliang, but this time his expression was clearly different. Less of the politeness from their previous meeting and more seriousness. "Come in," Gao Yuliang said, stepping aside to let him in. In the living room, Chi Tongwei was still seated in the same position, the teacup in front of him having been replaced, and there were two more cigarette butts in the ashtray. Upon seeing Lin Chuan return, Chi Tongwei stood up and nodded, a hint of complexity in his gaze. Lin Chuan sat down on the sofa, this time closer than before, while Gao Yuliang returned to his main seat, personally refilling his tea, then fell silent for a moment. "Lin Chuan," Gao Yuliang began, his voice not loud. "You just said that the organization sent you to handle the economy. So I ask you, why has the new secretary come to Handong? What is his purpose?" This question was as straightforward as it could get. It was no longer an ordinary exchange between politicians, but rather a conversation between teacher and student. If Lin Chuan wanted to gain Gao Yuliang's support in the days to come, he had to be equally forthright at this. Lin Chuan looked at his teacher Gao Yuliang, who was 59 years old, his hair already graying, but his gaze. He had been deeply rooted in Handong for many years. The Handong gang spread throughout the province, and had held the position of deputy secretary of the provincial committee for several years. It would be hard to believe that he had no thoughts about the position of provincial secretary. "Teacher," Lin Chuan said as he picked up the teacup, not drinking, but merely holding it in his hand, "Secretary Sha's arrival in Handong is accompanied by an imperial sword." Gao Yuliang's pupils contracted slightly. He understood the significance of the term imperial sword all too well, as in the past, it was always his imperial sword that dealt with matters in the city. Lin Chuan uttered these two words. "The issues in Handong are very clear to the central government. Secretary Sha's task is to clear the gate. As for whose gate it is, you should be clearer than I am, teacher. Handong cannot become anyone's personal territory." Chi Tongwei's expression changed slightly beside them, but he remained silent, his demeanor somewhat worried. Gao Yuliang remained silent for a long time, with only the clock on the wall ticking in the living room. Given his political acumen, he quickly deduced the truth of the matter. "The Zhao family. So what you mean is..." Gao Yuliang's voice was somewhat hoarse. "Teacher, you should let go of your aspirations for the position of provincial secretary." Lin Chuan gazed directly into his eyes. "With Sha Ruijin's arrival, that position will be his. The more you cling to your ambitions, the more dangerous it becomes. Your only objective now is to stabilize your foundation and refrain from getting involved in the Zhao family's affairs." Chi Tongwei finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. "Governor Lin, your teacher has been in Handong for so many years. He has contributed and suffered. The organization can't just..." "Tongwei." Gao Yuliang raised his hand to interrupt him. Lin Chuan looked at Chi Tongwei, sighing internally. This public security director, who had been walking towards the abyss in the original plot, was still trying to advocate for his teacher, unaware that the two of them had already stood at the edge of a cliff, especially Chi Tongwei. To be honest, Chi Tongwei's abilities were undeniable. If he could handle those matters, he wouldn't advise Chi Tongwei to retire peacefully. But the premise was to make contributions and handle the aftermath properly. "Teacher," Lin Chuan set down the teacup, leaning forward. "I didn't come today to negotiate conditions on behalf of anyone. I am your student. 20 years ago you taught me, and 20 years later, I don't want to see you in trouble." Gao Yuliang stared at him, his expression complex, slowly letting out a sigh. His inherent scholarly pride made him want to stand firm against the impending Secretary Sha, yet he could not betray the Zhao family. "Your problem lies not within yourself," Lin Chuan stated clearly, "but with the Zhao family." The moment those two words escaped, Gao Yuliang's expression finally changed, and Chi Tongwei trembled, almost dropping the teacup in his hand. "Governor Lin, what you just said." Chi Tongwei's voice tightened. "Director Chi, I know about your dealings with the Shanshui group." Lin Chuan looked at him, his gaze calm. "You know who Gao Shaoqin is better than I do. Zhao Ruilong and Zhao Lichuan, you are also aware of how deep this water runs." Chi Tongwei opened his mouth, but could not say anything. Gao Yuliang remained silent for a full minute before speaking. "Lin Chuan, how much do you really know?" "Teacher, I know more than you can imagine," Lin Chuan replied slowly, his voice cold. "But I didn't come today to expose secrets. Some matters need to be addressed." He paused and stated the most crucial sentence. "It's about Gao Xiaofeng." Lin Chuan only needed to say these two sentences, and no further words were necessary. Gao Yuliang's face instantly turned pale. Gao Xiaofeng, Gao Ziakin's sister, the pawn used by Zhao Ruilong to control Gao Yuliang. In the original plot, Gao Yuliang's downfall stemmed from this relationship, and Lin Chuan knew that this was Gao Yuliang's greatest Achilles heel. You? Gao Yuliang's voice trembled slightly. How do you know about Xiaofeng? Teacher, how I know is not important. Lin Chuan smiled and said, what matters is that you still have time, as Sha Ruijin will not arrive for another month. During this month, you can clear out what needs to be cleared and cut off what needs to be severed. You can no longer get involved with the Zhao family. I don't want you to end up in disgrace before your retirement. Gao Yuliang leaned back against the sofa, closing his eyes. His chest heaved, clearly struggling internally. Shi Tongwei stood by at a loss, wanting to say something, but not daring to. Lin Chuan did not say anything further. He understood that this decision had to come from Gao Yuliang himself. The bond of 20 years between teacher and student, combined with fear of the future and a longing for power. These complex emotions were colliding violently within Gao Yuliang. After a full 5 minutes, Gao Yuliang finally opened his eyes, his gaze dimmer than before, but with a hint of determination. Lin Chuan, his voice hoarse, if I sever ties now, is it still not too late? Lin Chuan sighed with relief in his heart, knowing that Gao Yuliang had finally made his choice. The reason Sha Ruijin had not managed to subdue Gao Yuliang was partly due to his high-handedness, partly due to Sha Ruijin's arrogance, and partly because Gao Yuliang had too little time to learn the truth. It's not too late, he said affirmatively. Sha Ruijin's target is the Zhao family, not you. As long as you completely sever ties with the Zhao family and handle the issues that need to be dealt with, you will still be yourself. The Handong gang can disperse, but you can land safely. Gao Yuliang pondered these 4 words, giving a bitter smile. Having been in the political arena for decades, ending up safely is not too bad. He looked at Lin Chuan, his eyes filled with a mix of gratitude and scrutiny. Lin Chuan, what do you gain from saying all this to me today? Lin Chuan met his gaze calmly, not pulling any emotional strings. Teacher, I need your support in the standing committee. Gao Yuliang was taken aback, then smiled. Now that's the truth. Tell me, what kind of support do you need? Economic work, Lin Chuan said slowly. I need to carry out several major projects in Handong, and I require the provincial committee's support. I will negotiate with Governor Liu, but having him alone is not enough. You are the deputy secretary of the provincial committee, and your stance is very important. Gao Yuliang nodded. Is that all? That's all, Lin Chuan replied slowly. If you land safely, I can establish my footing in Handong, and both student and teacher can get what they need. Gao Yuliang stared at him for a long time before extending his hand. Don't worry. Their hands clasped together. Shi Tongwei watched this scene from the side, his eyes flickering. He opened his mouth to say something, but was stopped by a glance from Gao Yuliang. Teacher, time is running out. We need to get things done quickly, Lin Chuan said, standing up and preparing to take his leave. After Gao Yuliang saw him to the door, he watched his departing figure, feeling a mix of emotions inside. In the living room of Building 3, after Lin Chuan's departure, a deep silence enveloped the space. Gao Yuliang sat motionless on the sofa, while Shi Tongwei stood beside him, afraid to breathe. Finally, Gao Yuliang spoke, his voice weary. Tongwei, sit. Shi Tongwei cautiously took a seat, observing his teacher's pale face, feeling a tightening in his chest. He had followed Gao Yuliang for over a decade, and had never seen him like this. Teacher, is it true what Governor Lin said? Shi Tongwei still held on to a glimmer of hope. Gao Yuliang forced a bitter smile. Do you think he would joke about such matters? Shi Tongwei fell silent, knowing that Lin Chuan's words were indeed true. Shanshui Group, Gao Xiaoqin, Zhao Ruilong, and Gao Xiaofeng. Over the years, the two of them had been under the shadow of the Zhao family, gaining benefits while also accruing debts. Tongwei, Gao Yuliang suddenly looked at him. What's the status of your relationship with Gao Xiaoqin? Shi Tongwei's heart skipped a beat, and he lowered his head. Teacher, I speak. Gao Yuliang's voice turned suddenly stern. Shi Tongwei gritted his teeth and said, I helped them with some accounts for Shanshui Group, and I arranged for a few of my relatives to work in the engineering teams under Shanshui Group. I also hold a significant amount of shares in Shanshui Group. Gao Yuliang closed his eyes and took a deep breath, knowing that if these matters were uncovered, Shi Tongwei would be finished. Is there anything else? He asked. There's more. Shi Tongwei's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Zhao has some things of mine. Initially, Gao Yuliang suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring at him. Are you saying he might have leverage against you? Shi Tongwei nodded with difficulty. Gao Yuliang stood up, pacing back and forth in the living room. Shi Tongwei lowered his head, too afraid to look at him. Foolish. Gao Yuliang abruptly halted, slamming his palm on the coffee table, causing the teacup to rattle. How many times have I told you, do not get involved with Shanshui Group? Do not. And yet you not only got involved, but let them hold something against you. Shi Tongwei fell to his knees, exclaiming, Teacher, I was wrong. I had no choice. Zhao Ruilong was pressuring me. Get up. Gao Yuliang said sternly, "Why are you kneeling? Do you think this is the old society?" Shi Tongwei scrambled to his feet, standing with his head bowed beside him. Gao Yuliang returned to the sofa and sat down slowly. He remained silent for a long time, finally saying, "Tongwei, you heard what Lin Chuan said tonight. Sha Ruijin will arrive in a month, and this month is our last chance. Listen carefully," Gao Yuliang stated, enunciating each word. "From now on you will clean up all matters concerning Shanshui Group. Go talk to Zhao, retrieve what you can and destroy what you cannot. Remove all your relatives from the engineering teams, not a single one should remain." Shi Tongwei's face turned pale. "Teacher, those relatives. I don't care who they are to you," Gao Yuliang interrupted. "If you want to save yourself, you must harden your heart. They can hate you and curse you, but as long as you remain in your position, they will have opportunities in the future. If you go down, no one will be able to save you." Shi Tongwei gritted his teeth and nodded. "I understand, teacher. And one more thing," Gao Yuliang fixed his gaze on him. "From today onwards, sever all ties with Shanshui Group." "Understood." Gao Yuliang looked at him for a long time and sighed. "Tongwei, you have followed me for over a decade, and I know you have ambition. But ambition must have boundaries and restraint. Lin Chuan's visit was a wake-up call for us. If you don't change sooner or later, you will ruin yourself." Shi Tongwei lowered his head, his eyes reddening. "Go now," Gao Yuliang waved his hand. "Start handling this tonight. I await your news." Shi Tongwei deeply bowed before turning to leave. In the living room, only Gao Yuliang was left alone. He walked to the window, gazing out at the night, lighting a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, his thoughts drifted far away. He recalled the vigor and ambition he had when he first entered politics decades ago, and the satisfaction he felt when he became the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee years ago. Then he thought of Gao Xiaofeng, the young woman he knew he shouldn't have entangled himself with, but now that he was involved, it wasn't easy to extricate himself. Yet Lin Chuan was right. If he didn't cut ties, it would lead to a dead end. Gao Yuliang took a deep drag of his cigarette and stubbed the butt in the ashtray. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Lin Chuan returned home at around 9:30 at night. He took a bag. Inside the bag were 2 packs of cigarettes, special supply cigarettes given by Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang himself did not smoke, but these special cigarettes were distributed yearly to others. Before Lin Chuan left, he had specifically borrowed 2 packs from Secretary Wang. He knew these cigarettes would come in handy tonight. Lin Chuan carried the cigarettes and turned to Building 2, which was not far from his location. Secretary Wang had previously informed him that Governor Liu was his classmate at the party school, and they had a good relationship. Secretary Wang had already made the introductions, but the customary formalities still needed to be observed. 5 minutes later, Lin Chuan rang the doorbell at Governor Liu's home. The door was opened by Governor Liu's spouse, a kindly old lady. She paused upon seeing Lin Chuan. "You are?" "Hello, Auntie. I am Lin Chuan, the newly appointed executive vice governor, here to visit Governor Liu." Lin Chuan smiled as he spoke. Oh, Governor Lin, please come in." The old lady hurriedly stepped aside and called into the house. "Lao Lu, Governor Lin is here." Governor Liu emerged from the study, and upon seeing Lin Chuan, a smile spread across his face. "Comrade Lin Chuan, what brings you here so late? Come sit down." Lin Chuan entered and handed the tote bag to Governor Liu. "Governor Liu, I brought some local specialties from Kyoto. Please have a taste." Governor Liu's eyes lit up when he saw what was inside. "Oh, special supply. This is hard to come by. Was it given to you by old Wang?" Lin Chuan chuckled. "Secretary Wang knows I have a taste for this, so he prepared it for me. I'm just offering it as a gesture." Good, good. Governor Liu smiled as he accepted the cigarettes and gestured for Lin Chuan to sit on the sofa. "Shaolin, your timing is perfect. I was just thinking of chatting with you." He asked his spouse to brew tea and sat down across from Lin Chuan. "Old Wang called me and mentioned your situation." Governor Liu got straight to the point. "He said you are good at economic matters and told me to support you more." Lin Chuan felt warmth in his heart. Although Secretary Wang said he wouldn't send him off, he had done everything that needed to be done. "Governor Liu, I came to Handong this time to boost the economy." Lin Chuan continued. "Handong has a solid foundation, but the issue lies in the instability of people's sentiments and the fragmentation of the cadre team. I plan to focus on a few major projects to redirect everyone's attention back on track." Governor Liu nodded. "Your idea sounds good. What specific major projects do you have in mind?" Lin Chuan was well prepared. "The subway. As the capital city, Handong still lacks a subway, which is unacceptable. I conducted research, and the passenger flow density and fiscal revenue in Jingzhou meet the standards for building a subway. As long as the upper echelons approve, this would be a trillion-level project capable of driving numerous industries, and you understand this better than I do." Governor Liu's eyes brightened. "I have been thinking about the subway project for many years, but it has never come to fruition. The main obstacles stem from several aspects. First, the difficulty of central approval, and second, some local cadres believe the investment is too large and the risks too high. Lin Chuan replied, I will handle the central approval. I have spent many years in Kyoto, and I still have some connections in the ministries. As for the local support, I need you to back me up. Governor Liu looked at him and paused in silence for a moment. Shaolin, tell me honestly, aside from boosting the economy, what other intentions do you have for coming to Handong? After all, he had already sensed the unusual atmosphere surrounding Handong. Being appointed as executive vice governor and parachuted into the secretary position was anything but ordinary. Lin Chuan understood what he was asking. His thoughts on power, on taking sides, and on the impending arrival of Sha Ruijin. Governor Lin Chuan said calmly, I am here to get things done. If the economy improves, I can present a good report when I return to the capital. As for other matters, who becomes the secretary and who becomes the governor is something for the organization to consider. I will focus on my work. Governor Liu stared at him for a few seconds and smiled. All right, I like that. I will also be frank with you. At my age, once this term is over, I plan to go to the National People's Congress and do not wish to get too involved. But since you were recommended by Old Wang, I won't make things difficult for you. You can handle the economic work. I will support you in the standing committee meetings. Lin Chuan felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, Governor Liu. Don't be too quick to thank me. Governor Liu waved his hand. I have conditions. Lin Chuan sat up straight. Please go ahead. Governor Liu was silent for a moment before speaking. I have a nephew. He has good capabilities, but lacks support. I hope, after I step back, you can help him out. Lin Chuan understood this was the most common form of interest exchange within the system. He'll help your person, and you'll support my matters. This nephew of his would also become Governor Liu's political continuation. The two continued to chat for over an hour, discussing the economic situation of Handong, the conditions of various cities, the cadre teams, and key projects, delving deeper into topics. Lin Chuan found that although Governor Liu was nearing retirement, he was well informed about the situation in Handong, keeping a mental ledger of which cadres were capable and which were not. At 11 o'clock, Lin Chuan stood up to take his leave. Governor Liu accompanied him to the door and patted him on the shoulder. Shaolin, work hard. This place in Handong is deep water, but as long as you boost the economy, no one can touch you. The way Governor Liu addressed him shifted from Governor Lin to Shaolin, indicating the cordiality between them. Lin Chuan nodded with a smile. Governor Liu, please rest early. Stepping out of Governor Liu's house, the night breeze was slightly cool. Lin Chuan stood downstairs looking up at the starry sky, letting out a long breath. On Gao Yuliang's side, things were basically settled. With the understanding reached on Governor Liu's end, and with his own vote, plus the potentially supportive Li Dakong, he already had 4 to 5 votes before Sha Ruijin took office. This basic foundation was sufficient for him to establish his footing in Handong, and to manage his economy well in the face of the impending storm. Moreover, he was not a saint. Chen Yanshi, the old man who clung to his past glory, did not deserve a glorious retirement. The situation at the doffing factory had 80% of the responsibility resting on his shoulders. And since Chen Yanshi was Sha Ruijin's adoptive father, targeting him would inevitably lead to conflict. But if Sha Ruijin was smart, he would not stubbornly oppose him for Chen Yanshi's sake. Lin Chuan returned to his own building, went upstairs, opened the door, and found the room still empty. He sat down on the sofa, opened his phone, and reviewed the meeting notes and materials from today. Ding Yizhen, Guangming Peak Project, Doffing Factory, Shanshui Group. These names jumped out at him one by one. He knew that the real battle had just begun, but at least the start was promising. A month later, Sha Ruijin would take office. A month later, the storm would begin, and he was already prepared. In the following days, Lin Chuan's office was bustling with visitors. The heads of various departments in Handong Province came one after another to report on their work. The Audit Bureau, Finance Department, Development and Reform Commission, State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, Housing and Urban Rural Development Department. This was a customary practice in politics. When a new leader took office, the people below needed to come to pay their respects, meet the new boss, and gauge the direction. Lin Chuan did not refuse anyone, giving each person 20 minutes. He conducted business formally, politely, but maintained a distance. He noted the situation of each unit, the speaking style of each department head, and the discrepancies in each report in his notebook. When the head of the Audit Bureau reported, he talked extensively about the illegal funds identified last year. Lin Chuan nodded and asked how many of the identified issues have been rectified. The head was taken aback and stammered, well, some are still in the process. Lin Chuan did not ask further, merely drawing a line on his notebook. The head of the finance department reported on the budget execution, and Lin Chuan flipped through the report before suddenly asking how much matching funding was allocated for the Guangming Peak project in Jingzhou. The head broke into a cold sweat. This project was led by Jingzhou. The province only provided matching funds. I asked how much was allocated. Lin Chuan looked at him. 370 million. Lin Chuan nodded, signaling him to continue. After a week, Lin Chuan had a clearer understanding. In Handong there were quite a few capable cadres, but many were just going through the motions, and some even had shifty eyes and spoke half-truths. On Friday afternoon, the head of the provincial procuratorate, Ji Changming, came. Ji Changming, 59 years old, would reach retirement age next year. He had a nickname in Handong's political circle, non-stick pan, never taking sides, never expressing opinions, and never offending anyone. In any setting, he always had a smile and spoke without revealing anything. His non-stick nature was different from Li Dakang's. The latter was about shifting blame, while Ji Changming's was about not accepting blame. Governor Lin, I am here to report on the procurator's budget for next year. Ji Changming entered with a smile, placing his briefcase on the coffee table, adopting a very humble posture. Lin Chuan invited him to sit down and signaled Chen Rui to pour tea. Ji Changming opened his folder and began the report. Numbers, projects, basis. He clearly stated everything. Lin Chuan listened, nodding occasionally without interrupting. Halfway through the report, Ji Changming mentioned the Anti-Corruption Bureau. We are requesting a 15% increase in the budget for case handling next year. We've had many tips in recent years and the case workload is heavy. Chen Yanshi and their team often work overtime. Wait a moment. Lin Chuan suddenly interjected, his eyes holding a meaningful smile. Ji Changming was taken aback and stopped. Lin Chuan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and slowly put it down. He looked at Ji Changming, his tone calm. Director Ji, how much more is the Anti-Corruption Bureau's budget next year compared to this year? Overall, it has increased by 15%, with case handling expenses increasing by 20%. 20%. Lin Chuan repeated. Director Ji, do you know how much the police system's case handling expenses will increase next year? Ji Changming shook his head. He truly did not know this data, since the police system was managed by Chi Tongwei and Gao Yuliang. 5%. Lin Chuan continued. The police system is responsible for maintaining public order, criminal investigation, and stability across the province, responding to hundreds of thousands of calls a year, yet their case handling expenses only increase by 5%. How many cases does the Anti-Corruption Bureau handle in a year? An increase of 20%. Ji Changming was sweating profusely but still had a smile on his face. Governor Lin, the situation of the Anti-Corruption Bureau is special. There have indeed been many tips in recent years. At this moment, he could already sense that Governor Lin intended to target the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Tips? Lin Chuan interrupted him, leaning slightly forward. Director Ji, when I was in the capital, I heard a saying. Handong's Anti-Corruption Bureau is about to become the second procuratorate of the province. Ji Changming's smile froze. Lin Chuan continued, I also heard that more than half of the tips received by the Anti-Corruption Bureau were provided by Chen Yanshi. I heard Chen Yanshi is highly respected. Caring about anti-corruption is commendable. But does the Anti-Corruption Bureau handle cases according to the law, or does it operate under Chen Yanshi's directives? Ji Changming opened his mouth to explain, but Lin Chuan raised his hand to stop him. Ji Jin, you've been in Handong for decades, but what do you not know? Lin Chuan's tone softened slightly. Some things I can understand, you turning a blind eye. But you're nearing retirement. There are some influences you must pay attention to. His words were subtle, but the meaning was clear. After a lifetime of not getting involved, is it worth it for Ji Changming to offend people over Chen Yanshi matters? Ji Changming fell silent. He certainly knew the situation of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Chen Yanshi was the son of Chen Yanshi, who had been reporting everywhere in recent years, with most of the reports ending up at the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Some clues were indeed valuable, while others were purely speculative. But what could Chen Yanshi do? The clues sent by his own father, could they not be investigated? The problem is, matters like this are not measured lightly. Once weighed, even 1,000 pounds cannot be stopped. Lin Chuan pointed this out today, signaling to him, I am keeping an eye on this matter. Governor Lin, Ji Changming cautiously began. There are indeed areas in the work of the Anti-Corruption Bureau that need improvement. Comrade Chen Yanshi is young and sometimes overly enthusiastic. He'll talk to him later. We need to standardize what's to be standardized and adjust what's to be adjusted. Lin Chuan nodded, not continuing on this topic. He picked up the budget report and flipped through it, saying the funding for other aspects of the procuratorate must be ensured. As for the Anti-Corruption Bureau, first clarify the situation for me, and then we can talk about the budget later. Ji Changming's heart tightened, knowing this matter was unavoidable. He closed the folder and stood up to take his leave. Governor Lin, I have noted your words. I will have the office redo the budget. Lin Chuan stood up to see him off at the door, patting his arm. Ji Jin, you've worked hard. Ji Changming smiled and nodded as he left. In the corridor, the smile on his face slowly disappeared, replaced by a hint of solemnity. Lin Chuan was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined, but he could not figure out when Chen Yanshi and Chen Yanshi had offended this Governor Lin. After Ji Changming left, Lin Chuan glanced at the clock. The next one was Chi Tongwei. Chi Tongwei arrived 10 minutes early. He sat on the sofa outside, the tea in front of him untouched, holding a document tightly. After Chen Rutong's announcement, Lin Chuan let him in. Governor Lin. Chi Tongwei entered and stood straight. Lin Chuan pointed to the chair across from him. Sit. Chi Tongwei sat down and handed over the document. This is the work plan and budget for next year from the Public Security Department. Please review it, Governor Lin. Lin Chuan took it without looking and placed it on the table. He gazed at Chi Tongwei, his expression calm, but Chi Tongwei felt there was something in that gaze. Director Chi. Lin Chuan spoke. How is the situation with the Han Chao group being handled? Chi Tongwei's heart skipped a beat. He knew Lin Chuan would ask, but he didn't expect it to be so direct. It's being handled, Chi Tongwei said. I've already sent someone to verify the accounts over there. As for the relatives. And what? Lin Chuan asked. Chi Tongwei gritted his teeth. All of them have been dismissed. 3 cousins and a younger brother have all been removed from the Han Chao group's engineering team. The relatives in the public security system have also been dealt with, and the only police dog was also admitted based on its own merit. Lin Chuan nodded, not commenting. He asked, have the items been retrieved? Chi Tongwei's face paled. Not yet. It is being processed. Lin Chuan continued, what are the next arrangements for the work? Director Chi, are you implying? Chi Tongwei was taken aback. Lin Chuan did not answer, but picked up the budget report from the Public Security Department and flipped through it. Halfway through he looked up. Director Chi, what are the key focuses for the Public Security Department's work next year? Chi Tongwei was stunned and quickly said, maintaining social stability, combating crime, strengthening team building. Cliché. Lin Chuan interrupted him, say something substantial. Chi Tongwei began to sweat. After thinking for a moment he said, the security pressure in Jingzhou City is high, with many floating populations. We plan to strengthen patrol and prevention in key areas. Additionally, we need to increase efforts to combat organized crime and evil. Organized crime and evil, Lin Chuan repeated, looking at him. Director Chi, do you know how many organized crime groups there are in the province? Chi Tongwei shook his head. Do you know how many thugs are maintained under the Han Chao group? Chi Tongwei's expression changed. Lin Chuan put down the budget report and leaned forward. Chi Tongwei, you have ability and a sharp mind, but politically you still lack experience. Do you think resolving the Han Chao group's matter is the end? You know what Gao Shaoqin does, and you know what Zhao Ruilong does better than I do. What you need to do now is not to hide, but to charge forward. Chi Tongwei's heart raced. Charge forward. Sweep out organized crime across the province, Lin Chuan said, each word deliberate. You must take the lead, solve several major cases, and catch a few typical examples. As for the Han Chao group's matters, do not touch them directly, but those thugs, those lackeys should be caught and dealt with as needed. Chi Tongwei's eyes lit up. He understood. Lin Chuan was not asking him to hide, but to achieve merit. As long as he made achievements in combating organized crime, he could bypass the Han Chao group's case, or rather conclude it in a more dignified manner. Governor Lin, I understand. Chi Tongwei stood up. I will arrange it as soon as I return. Don't rush. Lin Chuan raised his hand to signal him to sit down. Combating organized crime is not something that can be done in a day or two. It requires thought. First, ascertain the bottom line, select the right breakthrough point, and strike decisively. Do not engage in actions that will startle the snake. Chi Tongwei nodded. I understand. Lin Chuan looked at him and fell silent for a few seconds, his tone softening slightly. Chi Tongwei, I know about your relationship with Teacher Gao. You are ambitious and capable, but you must follow the right path. I won't interfere with past matters, but from now on remember this. In Handong you are the director of the Public Security Department, not anyone's subordinate. Do your job well, and no one can touch you. Chi Tongwei felt a surge of warmth in his heart, and bowed deeply. Governor Lin, I will remember this. Go now. Lin Chuan waved his hand. Chi Tongwei turned to leave, his steps much lighter than when he arrived. Lin Chuan watched his departing figure and shook his head. Chi Tongwei was capable, but his political level was low, only seeing immediate interests, and the vice-governor in his heart, unable to see the cliffs in the distance. Waking him up today was not only to guide him, but also to leave a chess piece for himself. Whether he can navigate this path depends on him. Outside the window, as the sky darkened, Lin Chuan glanced at the clock. It was already 6:30. He stood up to stretch his limbs and said to Chen Rui, that's it for today, let's call it a day. Chen Rui nodded, tidied up his things and left. Lin Chuan walked to the window and watched the vehicles leaving one after another below, organizing the gains of the past few days in his mind. On Gao Yuliang's side, he had already expressed his support, and there was an understanding reached with Governor Liu. Ji Changming was given a warning today. He likely wouldn't stick his neck out regarding future anti-corruption matters, while Chen Hai and Chen Yanshi remained. Haha, was it a small whim of power back then? A transfer order sent him to the border, taking away his fruits of labor. A report that shook Handong, and a righteous report that offended Liang Lu. On Chi Tongwei's side, tasks were also arranged. As long as he could achieve results in the campaign against organized crime, it would be a significant political achievement. By then, when his name appeared at the Ministry of Public Security, Yizhen would have to think twice before acting. The heads of key departments, such as the Audit Office, Finance Department, and Development and Reform Commission, reported today, and their attitudes were relatively respectful. While it can't be said that they were lined up, at least they wouldn't openly oppose him. With Governor Liu Gao Yuliang and a vote from the provincial government, the secretary of the Luzhu City Committee was lifted up by Gao Yuliang, which counted as another vote. Governor Liu had a hidden vote, and Gao Yuliang had another. On the surface, with 5 votes in hand, full firepower would mean 7 votes, and with the cooperation of these department heads, the situation before Yizhen's arrival was stabilized. It shouldn't be said that the situation was stabilized, it should be described as completely suppressed. I hope you won't be ungrateful and hinder my economic development. Otherwise, I can develop the economy just as well as I can tackle corruption. His phone vibrated. Lin Chuan looked at the message, fell silent for a moment, and replied with a single word, "Okay." He put his phone back in his pocket and turned to leave the office. The corridor was empty, with only the sound of his footsteps echoing. As the elevator descended, the security guard in the lobby saw him and quickly saluted. Lin Chuan nodded and walked out the door. In the night, Li Guoqiang's car was waiting at the entrance. "Governor Lin, are we going back to the provincial party compound?" Li Guoqiang asked. Lin Chuan thought for a moment. "Let's take a tour around Jingzhou City." Li Guoqiang didn't ask further and started the car. As the car drove out of the provincial party compound and merged into the night of Handong, Lin Chuan gazed at the flowing lights outside, contemplating the next moves to make. A month is neither too long nor too short. The necessary tasks must be addressed. The layout must be arranged. As the night deepened, the lights of Jingzhou City receded behind. He changed his destination, planning to check on the Dafeng factory. After all, there might already be several tons of gasoline inside, which could explode at any moment. If an accident occurred, then the business environment of Handong might suffer a severe setback, just like a once enthusiastic city that lost all vitality. Lin Chuan sat in the back seat, watching the view outside as the car passed through Guangming district, where low factories and old residential buildings began to appear. This was Jingzhou's old industrial area, once glorious, but now only a desolate site. Up ahead is the Dafeng factory. Li Guoqiang slowed the car and pointed ahead. Lin Chuan looked in that direction. In the darkness, the factory area appeared dim, with only a few lights on at the entrance, and he could vaguely see shadows moving. A faded sign hung at the factory gate, Handong Province Dafeng Garment Factory. "Pull over and turn off the lights," Lin Chuan said. Li Guoqiang parked the car under an old locust tree, turned off the engine, and switched off the headlights. The black Audi blended into the night, almost invisible from the outside. Lin Chuan rolled down the window, lit a cigarette, and quietly observed. At the factory gate, 7 or 8 people were gathered. Some squatting, some standing, all wearing old cotton coats. They surrounded a metal barrel which was burning firewood. The flames flickered on their faces, sometimes bright, sometimes dim. Some were smoking, some were chatting, and laughter occasionally rang out, especially clear in the silent night. Wang Wenj sat by the metal barrel, gripping a steel rod. He was in his 40s, with a scar on his face from when he was injured by machinery at the factory. As the factory's protection team leader, he had been guarding with the workers for 2 months. Ever since hearing that the factory was to be demolished, they had not slept soundly. "Wang Gu, are we still guarding tonight?" a young man beside him asked. "Yes," Wang Wenj replied without turning his head. "The demolition team might come tomorrow. But it's been 2 months already, and they haven't come yet. Even if they don't come, we have to guard. If the factory is gone, we will be truly finished." Wang Wenj added more firewood to the flames. "Is there any news from factory director Zheng?" "Director Zheng is still out and about. I heard he went to find old Chen." Wang Wenj nodded and fell silent. Old Chen was their only hope. Suddenly, a young man pointed at the roadside. "Wanga, look at that car." Wang Wenj turned to look. Under the old locust tree parked a black sedan. He couldn't see the license plate clearly, but it was evident it was a luxury car. The headlights were off, and the engine was still running, with faint white smoke rising from the exhaust pipe. "What kind of car is that?" Wang Wenj asked. The young man squinted to look, suddenly gasping. "Wang Gu, that's the provincial party's license plate. I've seen it before. The front has Han O, and the back is from the provincial party." Several people nearby stood up. Wang Wenj tightened his grip on the steel rod, staring at the car with a complex expression. "What are they here for?" "Sent by the demolition team." "Doesn't seem like it. It's just one car with no one else around." "Wanga, should we go take a look?" Wang Wenj hesitated for a few seconds, then stood up. "Let's go take a look." 7 or 8 people walked towards the old locust tree. In the car, Chen Rue was the first to notice something unusual. "Governor Lin, someone is coming over," he said nervously. Lin Chuan looked outside for a moment. 7 or 8 workers had already approached the car, forming a semicircle. The leader among them gripped tightly, his gaze vigilant. "Get out of the car." Lin Chuan pushed open the car door. "Governor Lin." Chen Rue became anxious. Don't get out, let me first. Lin Chuan waved his hand, got out of the car, and Li Guoqiang and Chen Rue quickly followed, standing in front of him. The workers saw 3 people getting out, 2 young men protecting a middle-aged man who wore a dark jacket and had an extraordinary demeanor. They froze for a moment, halting their steps. Wang Wenj stared at Lin Chuan and asked, "Who are you?" "From the provincial party." Lin Chuan looked at the vigilant factory protection team leader before him, and a name floated up in his mind. Wang Wenj, a key figure in the original script's 116 incident. A stubborn worker who went to extremes for the factory. "I am Lin Chuan, just arrived to work in Handong," Lin Chuan said. "I passed by here and came down to take a look." Wang Wenj tightened his brows even more. "Are you a leader?" "I guess so." The young man beside him leaned into Wang Wang's ear and whispered, "Wang Gu, I remember now, that's the new executive vice governor. I saw it on TV." Wang Wang's expression changed. "The vice governor, that's a significant official. What is he doing at the Dafeng factory?" But he quickly regained his composure. No matter how high-ranking, this was an opportunity. The factory's issues must be known to those at the top. Handong is not just Li Dafeng's alone. The executive vice governor, that title is clearly higher than that of the municipal party secretary. "Leader." Wang Wenj suddenly stepped forward, but Li Guoqiang and Chen Rue immediately blocked his path. Lin Chuan raised his hand, once more gesturing for them to step aside. He fixed his gaze on Wang Wenj. "Speak plainly." Wang Wenj took a deep breath and began recounting the factory's plight. He spoke of Dafeng Factory's 40-year history, of the livelihoods of over 3,000 workers, of Director Zhang's desperate efforts outside the gates, of demolition teams threatening forced eviction, of embezzled compensation funds, and of how the workers had no choice but to guard their factory, waiting for someone with authority to intervene. His words tumbled forth disjointedly, yet his emotion rang utterly true. At moments of intensity, his clenched fists trembled visibly. Lin Chuan listened in silence, offering no interruption. Other workers gathered close, adding their voices. Some recalled being apprentices during the factory's founding, others said their sons now worked there, still others warned that if the factory collapsed, their entire families would face destitution. When Lin Chuan finished listening, he asked quietly, "Have you lodged formal complaints?" "We have," Wang Wenj replied. "We visited the letters and calls bureau over a dozen times. No one responded." Later, Director Zhang suggested we contact Elder Chen. He wrote letters on our behalf and forwarded them to the Anti-Corruption Bureau, but to this day no reply has come. Elder Chen. A flicker stirred in Lin Chuan's mind. Elder Chen Yanshi, the veteran revolutionary. Wang Wenj's eyes lit up. "He speaks for us. If he arrives, leader, you'll see. We're not causing trouble without cause." Before Lin Chuan could respond, headlights pierced the darkness from afar. An aging Santana pulled up at the factory gate, its door swung open, and out stepped a white-haired elder, frail in gait yet unbending in posture. Wang Wenj's eyes brightened instantly. "Elder Chen." He turned away from Lin Chuan and hurried forward. Lin Chuan remained rooted in place, watching the approaching figure, his pupils contracting ever so slightly. Chen Yanshi. 20 years ago, it was this very man who with a single word exiled Lin Chuan from the provincial capital to a remote township. Back then, fresh out of university, Lin Chuan had been assigned to a provincial-level government agency, until a critical investigative report he authored exposed misconduct among local cadres, offending one of Chen Yanshi's protégés. With one phone call, Chen Yanshi dispatched him to a poverty-stricken township 300 kilometers away. 20 years had passed. Lin Chuan remembered every detail. Yet Chen Yanshi surely had long forgotten. To such a veteran revolutionary, that act had been little more than an arbitrary exercise of power. Insignificant, even forgettable. Little did he expect. "I've returned." As Chen Yanshi drew nearer, Wang Wenj supported him, while speaking animatedly, occasionally gesturing toward Lin Chuan. Chen Yanshi squinted in Lin Chuan's direction, studying him for several seconds, then failed to recognize him. He approached, appraising Lin Chuan closely, and asked, "You're the newly appointed vice provincial governor?" Lin Chuan nodded. "Lin Chuan." Chen Yanshi grunted, "Ah," and asked no further questions, immediately shifting tone, "You've arrived just in time. How much do you know about Dafeng Factory?" Lin Chuan met his gaze, voice calm. "I've just heard some accounts from the workers." "And how do you intend to handle it?" Chen Yanshi asked, his tone laced with unspoken expectation. Lin Chuan offered no answer, instead countering, "Elder Chen, did you come here tonight specifically for Dafeng Factory?" "I came for the workers," Chen Yanshi replied firmly. "Their cause is mine to uphold. You oversee economic affairs. You must understand, shattering the livelihoods of thousands overnight will trigger grave consequences." Lin Chuan nodded, then asked abruptly, "Elder Chen, how many years have you been retired?" Chen Yanshi paused, surprised. "Over a decade." "Why?" "Over a decade," Lin Chuan repeated softly. "Retired for over 10 years, yet still rushing to the aid of workers. Truly, Elder Chen, you bear a heavy burden." Chen Yanshi sensed something odd in the remark, but dismissed it. Serving the workers is never a burden. Then does Elder Chen frequently visit the Anti-Corruption Bureau as well? Chen Yanshi's brow furrowed. What do you mean by that? Lin Chuan held his gaze, each word deliberate. In Beijing, I'd already heard that half the whistleblower letters received by the Handong Anti-Corruption Bureau originate from Elder Chen. The Anti-Corruption Bureau is nearly becoming Handong's second procuratorate, Elder Chen's personal procuratorate. Chen Yanshi's face darkened, pale with shock and indignation. Wang Wenj and the workers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain why the vice-governor had suddenly pivoted to this line of inquiry. What exactly are you implying? Chen Yanshi's voice dropped low and stern. Is it wrong for me to expose corrupt officials and bureaucrats? Exposing them is absolutely right, Lin Chuan replied. But Elder Chen, have you ever considered why you wield that authority? What is your intent? Is it akin to your past denunciation of Secretary Zhao for using air conditioning? Because I am a party member. Because I am a retired cadre. Chen Yanshi's voice rose sharply. Lin Chuan smiled, a smile layered with quiet irony. A party member. A retired cadre. Do you recall precisely how many years you've been retired? More than 10 years removed from office. On what grounds do you presume to speak for the party? Chen Yanshi was momentarily speechless. In your youth you accomplished much. Lin Chuan continued. Yet after over a decade of retirement, you continue issuing directives, even leveraging the Anti-Corruption Bureau's resources to file grievances on behalf of others. You may call it contributing remaining energy, but might it not in truth be refusing to relinquish influence? Or worse, trading on seniority? You. Chen Yanshi trembled violently, breathing heavily. Wang Wenj grew anxious and stepped forward. Leader, how can you speak so harshly of Elder Chen? He's helped countless people like us. Lin Chuan turned to him, gaze steady. Comrade Wang, let me ask you one question. Wang Wenj blinked, startled. Does Elder Chen hold any equity stake in Defeng Factory? Wang Wenj opened his mouth, but uttered nothing. Chen Yanshi's expression shifted subtly. What did that question imply? So Elder Chen holds no financial interest whatsoever in Defeng Factory, correct? Lin Chuan pressed. Then why such fervent involvement? Elder Chen. Wang Wenj tried to reply, but faltered. Lin Chuan turned back to Chen Yanshi, voice unchanged in its quiet composure. Chen Yanshi. You help the workers, and they revere you. But have you ever considered among those you assist how many truly suffer injustice? And how many merely exploit your name to incite unrest? You are not an investigator. You possess no legal authority to conduct inquiries. So on what basis do you determine which cases are wrongful convictions or which accusations are truthful? I served 50 years in the revolution. I know people better than anyone. Chen Yanshi stammered, his face ashen. 50 years in the revolution. That belongs to the past. The party organization has never recognized the term meritorious veteran. Lin Chuan scoffed coldly, continuing. Today's Handong has its Discipline Inspection Commission, its procuratorate, its letters, and calls bureau. If you truly uncover wrongdoing, you may, and should, report it through proper channels. Not wield your status as a veteran revolutionary to intervene arbitrarily and disrupt institutional order. Disrupt order? Chen Yanshi's voice quavered. You accuse me of disrupting order. Isn't that precisely what you've done? Lin Chuan's gaze remained unblinking. You write letters, incessantly file reports everywhere. Of the over 1,000 whistleblower letters received by the Anti-Corruption Bureau, more than 400 were forwarded by you. You believe you're fighting corruption, but objectively you're obstructing due process. Or perhaps, do you simply refuse to release your grip on power? Chen Yanshi swayed unsteadily. Wang Wenj rushed to support him. Lin Chuan watched, calm, composed, inwardly satisfied. This hypocrite, being granted even this moment of discomfort, was far too lenient. Lin Chuan had no intention of letting Chen Yanshi off the hook. Think carefully. A true old revolutionary knows when to step back. Retreating without rest, relying on old age, that's not making good use of one's remaining strengths. He did not finish his sentence when Chen Yanshi suddenly rolled his eyes and collapsed. Old Chen, Wang Wenj exclaimed, quickly catching him. The workers panicked and surrounded them, chattering in confusion. Chen Yanshi's face was pale, eyes closed, breathing weak. Wang Wenj looked up at Lin Chuan, fire in his eyes. You made old Chen faint. He stood up, gripping the rebar, tightly, stepping closer to Lin Chuan. Other workers also gathered around with unfriendly expressions. Someone shouted, "He is the vice-governor. You can't touch him." At this moment some still had not lost their reason. So what if he's the vice-governor? Can the vice-governor bully people? Wang Wenj's eyes turned red, glaring fiercely at Lin Chuan. If anything happens to old Chen, he'll fight you all. Chen Rui quickly stepped in front of Lin Chuan, and Li Guoxiang also moved forward a step. But the workers were numerous, forming a circle that trapped them in the middle. Lin Chuan remained still looking at Wang Wenj with a calm tone. Captain Wang, old Chun has fainted. Are you going to waste time here instead of taking him to the hospital? He felt a bit anxious inside as well. How could this old fellow have such a small temper and faint after just 2 sentences? He wouldn't be faking it, would he? However, he was still afraid that something might happen to this old man here, otherwise it would be hard to explain, even if he was right. Wang Wenj paused, glancing at Chen Yanshi in his arms, then at Lin Chuan, unsure of what to do. Call 120. Why are you looking at me? Wang Wenj finally reacted swiftly, taking out his phone. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Rui pulled out his phone, hiding to one side to dial. He called Cheng Du, the director of the Guangming District Public Security Bureau, a number he had just saved that morning, noted down by Lin Chuan for future reference. The phone rang twice before connecting. Director Cheng. This is Chen Rui from the Provincial Government Office, Secretary Lin's secretary. We are at the entrance of the Dafan factory in Guangming District. The workers have surrounded Secretary Lin. The situation is urgent. Send someone over quickly. Cheng Du was at home watching TV with his wife when he received the call and nearly jumped off the sofa. What? Dafan factory. Secretary Lin is surrounded. His voice changed. I will rush over immediately. Tell Secretary Lin not to act rashly. Absolutely, do not act rashly. After hanging up, Cheng Du hurriedly donned his police uniform while rushing outside. His wife shouted something behind him, but he couldn't hear a word. Starting the car, he stepped on the gas while dialing the city bureau's number. I am Cheng Du from the Guangming branch. There's trouble at Dafan factory. The newly appointed Vice Governor Lin has been surrounded by workers. Quickly report to Secretary Li. The voice on the other end paused for a moment. What? Vice Governor Lin. Stop wasting time. Hurry and report. Cheng Du hung up the phone and dialed the duty room of the branch. Gather everyone, head to Dafan factory. Quickly. The Black Santana sped through the night, and Cheng Du's mind was blank. The newly appointed executive vice governor, and before the first fire was even lit, something happened in his jurisdiction. If this isn't handled well, my position as branch chief would be over. Almost simultaneously, Li Dakan, he was in his study reviewing documents when he saw the incoming call and felt a tightening in his chest. Secretary Li, the Guangming branch reports that Vice Governor Lin is surrounded by workers at Dafan factory. The call was from the city bureau's duty room. Li Dakong stood up abruptly. What? Are you sure? Cheng Du from the Guangming branch has already taken people over. The situation is still unclear. I will arrive immediately. Li Dakong hung up the phone, grabbed his coat, and rushed outside. Once in the car, he directed the driver towards Dafan factory while dialing the provincial secretary, Zhou Jiangwo's number. Secretary Zhou, there's trouble at the Dafan factory. Comrade Lin Chuan is surrounded by workers. Zhou Jiangwo gasped on the other end. What happened? Still unclear. I'm on my way. You quickly report to Secretary Gao. This is serious. Zhou Jiangwo hung up the phone and directly called Gao Yuliang. Gao Yuliang was about to go to sleep when he saw Zhou Jiangwo's call and frowned. Secretary Yuliang, Comrade Lin Chuan is surrounded by workers at Dafan factory. Zhou Jiangwo's voice was urgent. Gao Yuliang felt a sinking sensation. Surrounded. What do you mean? Still unclear. Li Dakong has already gone there. You see, I will call Chi Tongwei immediately. Gao Yuliang hung up the phone and immediately dialed. Chi Tongwei was working overtime in his office recently, working on a plan to combat organized crime, when he heard Gao Yuliang's voice and felt a jolt. Tongwei, take people to Dafan factory immediately. Lin Chuan is surrounded by workers. Chi Tongwei nearly dropped the pen in his hand. What? Vice Governor Lin. I will go right away. He rushed out of his office, calling for others as he ran. Minutes later, several police cars sped out of the Public Security Bureau compound. At the entrance of Dafan factory, the situation was still deadlocked. Chen Yanshi was being supported by several workers against the wall, his face still pale, but his breathing had stabilized somewhat. Wang Wenj stood in front of Lin Chuan, gripping the rebar tightly, yet did not dare to actually strike. Other workers formed a half circle blocking Lin Chuan and his companions. Beside the car, someone shouted, "We can't let them go. They frightened old Chun." Lin Chuan looked at Wang Wenj's tone still calm. Captain Wang, think carefully. I am the vice governor. You surrounding me here does not resolve any issues. Old Chun needs to go to the hospital. If you take him, we can still discuss things. If you really make a move, it will change the nature of the situation. Wang Wenj panted heavily, his eyes filled with struggle. He knew Lin Chuan was right, but he couldn't swallow. Suddenly, the distant sound of police sirens grew closer. Several police cars raced to the scene, stopping by the roadside, and a group of officers jumped out, led by Cheng Du. Governor Lin. Cheng Du ran over, seeing the 3 people surrounded in the middle. He sighed in relief. Thankfully, it hadn't escalated to violence. He dashed to the workers, sternly declaring, "What are you doing? Surrounding a leader? Do you want a rebel? Everyone disperse." The police surged forward, pushing the workers aside. Wang Wenj was restrained by 2 officers, and the rebar was snatched from his hands. Lin Chuan waved his hand at Chengdu. Don't be rough. Chengdu was taken aback, quickly instructing the officers to release their grip. He looked at Lin Chuan cautiously and asked, Governor Lin, are you all right? Lin Chuan did not answer, instead looking at Wang Wench. Captain Wang Old Chun needs to go to the hospital. You take him, and we will discuss the factory matters later. At present, Chen Yanshi was still an old revolutionary. Surface work still needed to be done. Wang Wench was stunned. He did not expect that even while being surrounded, this vice-governor still remembered to send Old Chun to the hospital. If Lin Chuan knew this thought, he would probably laugh out loud. He was not thinking well of this old man, but rather feared he would die here. At this moment, several vehicles drove in from the distance, with Li Dakang's official car being the first to stop as he walked over quickly. Governor Lin. Li Dakang saw Lin Chuan safe and sound and breathed a sigh of relief. What happened? Lin Chuan briefly explained the situation. Li Dakang's face turned grim after listening. Guangming district was his territory, and such an incident had occurred, leaving him with no face. He looked at Chengdu. What happened? Is this how security is in Guangming district? Chengdu was sweating. Secretary Li. Before he could finish, several more vehicles arrived with police cars leading the way. Chi Tongwei jumped out of his car and strode over. Governor Lin. He saw Lin Chuan unharmed, also relieved, and then turned to the workers with a fierce gaze. Lin Chuan said to Chi Tongwei, Director Chi Old Chun is unwell. You arrange for someone to take him to the hospital. As for the others, let them disperse. We will discuss tonight's matter later. Chi Tongwei was taken aback, but then nodded, all right. He arranged for several police officers to assist Chen Yanshi into a car, and also had the other workers dispersed. Wang Wench was taken away by Chengdu for questioning. Before leaving, he glanced back at Lin Chuan, his expression complicated. Li Dakang approached Lin Chuan and whispered, Comrade Lin Chuan, I will give you an explanation about tonight's incident later. Lin Chuan shook his head. The workers are emotional, which is normal. The key issue is the factory matters that need to be resolved. Li Dakang remained silent for a few seconds and nodded. Chi Tongwei also approached, wanting to say something, but hesitated. Lin Chuan said to him, Director Chi, expedite the work on combating organized crime and evil. In situations like this where workers are armed as a guard team, such circumstances cannot be allowed to continue. Chi Tongwei felt a jolt in his heart, understanding the weight of those words. Lin Chuan turned and got into the car as Li Guoqiang started the vehicle, leaving Dafan factory. In the rearview mirror, the factory lights grew dimmer. Chen Rui sat in the passenger seat, still shaken. Governor Lin, that was too dangerous just now. Lin Chuan remained silent, closing his eyes against the seat back. He recalled Chen Yanshi's pale face, Wang's anger, and the helpless gazes of the workers. The matter at Dafan factory was just the beginning. It was already deep into the night when Li Dakang returned home. His wife, Ouyang Jing, was still awake. Noticing his unusual expression, she asked what's wrong. Li Dakang waved his hand and walked straight into the study, closing the door. He sat down in a chair, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. Tonight's events were too precarious. If Lin Chuan really encountered trouble at the Dafan factory as the secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee, he would be the first to be implicated. Workers surrounded the executive vice-governor. This situation could escalate. On a larger scale, it reflected the chaos in Jingzhou's security, indicating a failure in management by the municipal party committee and the government. On a smaller scale, it could be seen as an impulsive act by the workers. But Li Dakang dared not gamble. He understood the members of the standing committee. Governor Liu was on the verge of retirement and typically avoided meddling in affairs. However, tonight's incident involved Jingzhou, and he would surely voice his opinion. Gao Yuliang appeared refined on the surface, but was calculating underneath. Who knew what he might exploit from this situation? Tian Guofu, the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, had been in Handong for quite some time, without any action. It was uncertain whether he would speak up about this incident. And then there was Lin Chuan himself. The newly appointed executive vice-governor was surrounded by workers tonight. It was unknown if he would harbor any resentment towards Li Dakang. Li Dakang took another puff of his cigarette, his mind racing. Tomorrow, the standing committee would undoubtedly discuss this matter with Governor Liu presiding over the meeting and more than a dozen pairs of eyes focused intently. He had to take the initiative, proactively reflect on his actions, lower his stance, and shoulder some responsibility, but not too much. He needed to deftly shift the blame. How to shift the blame? First, he would say that the safety work in Jingzhou was inadequate and self-criticize. Then he would present the situation at the Dafan factory. While the court's ruling deemed the demolition legal, the workers were dissatisfied, claiming that the Shanshui group had colluded with the court and had formed a guard team. This matter was already tricky. He had been coordinating for some time, but the workers were incited by certain individuals and their emotions were running high. As for who those individuals were, Li Dakang squinted slightly. He could mention Chen Yanshi's name, but could not directly accuse him, stating instead that the comrade is concerned about the workers, but may not be fully aware of the entire situation. Yes, that's how he would phrase it. This old fellow, relying on his age and seniority, had no qualms about pointing fingers at him. If the demolition of the Dafeng factory did not proceed by 50%, his influence would surely be a factor. Li Dakong crushed out his cigarette, glanced at the clock, and saw it was already midnight. He stood up, exited the study, and found Ouyang Jing still waiting in the living room. "Go to sleep," he said slowly. Ouyang Jing looked at him, hesitant to speak. At the same time, Chi Tongwei was on his way to the Dafeng factory. Before leaving, Lin Chuan called him and simply said, "Director Chi, take someone to the Dafeng factory and check carefully to see if there are any flammable materials like gasoline or diesel. Be careful not to alarm the workers. Investigate quietly." Chi Tongwei's heart sank. Gasoline. Flammable materials. What was Governor Lin worried about? He did not ask further, immediately assembled a few people, changed into plain clothes, and drove 2 civilian vehicles straight to the Dafeng factory. The car stopped not far from the factory entrance. Through the car window, Chi Tongwei observed that there were still a few individuals guarding the factory entrance, but significantly fewer than in the evening. After Chen Lao was sent to the hospital, most workers had dispersed, leaving only a few on night duty. "Director, how do we get in?" his subordinate inquired. Chi Tongwei pondered for a moment and replied, "Let's go around back and climb over the wall." The group circled to the rear of the factory area, scaled the low wall, and fell into darkness. Chi Tongwei turned on a flashlight and illuminated the path ahead. The factory was dilapidated, machines rusting, and the ground littered with waste and trash. They split up to meticulously search each workshop and every corner. Half an hour later, the group reconvened. "Director, we found no gasoline." "I didn't find any either, just some oil, but not much." "The warehouse is empty, there's nothing." Chi Tongwei frowned. He took out his phone and called Lin Chuan. "Governor Lin, I sent people to search. We found no gasoline." There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the line before Lin Chuan's voice came through. "That's good. But we can't relax. Arrange for someone to keep an eye on the Dafeng factory. Pay attention to whether anyone is bringing items in during this time, especially flammable materials like gasoline and fireworks." Chi Tongwei's heart jolted. "Are you suspecting someone might start a fire?" "It's not suspicion, it's precaution." Lin Chuan continued, "You've seen the workers' emotions. If someone goes to extremes, the consequences would be unimaginable. You are the public security director. This matter is your responsibility." Chi Tongwei nodded solemnly. "I understand, Governor Lin. I will arrange for round-the-clock surveillance." After hanging up, Chi Tongwei stood still, gazing at the Dafeng factory. In the night, a complex surge of emotions welling up inside him. How could Governor Lin suspect that someone might set a fire? What made him conclude there would be danger? After all, these were the workers' collective. This was what they aimed to protect. But regardless, since the leader had given the directive, he had to act. "Let's go." Chi Tongwei led the team over the wall. At 9 o'clock the next morning, the Provincial Standing Committee convened as scheduled. The members of the Standing Committee entered the meeting room one after another, taking their seats according to the seating cards. Governor Liu sat in the central position, Gao Yuliang to his left, Tian Guofu to his right, and Lin Chuan beside, Gao Yuliang facing Li Dakong. Everyone was surprised to see Governor Liu personally presiding over the meeting. It was known that for the past few years, Governor Liu had largely been a hands-off manager, with most standing committee meetings chaired by Gao Yuliang. He only took care of economic and governmental affairs. His sudden appearance at the main seat indicated the topic of discussion was not trivial. Indeed, Governor Liu wasted no time in getting to the point. "Comrades, the first agenda today is the issue of security and stability in Jingzhou City." He scanned the room, his gaze landing on Li Dakong. "Last night, a serious incident occurred at the entrance of the Dafeng factory in Guangming district. Workers surrounded the newly appointed comrade Lin Chuan." "Dakong, you speak first." Li Dakong immediately stood up, his attitude sincere. "Governor Liu, fellow committee members, I must first reflect on last night's incident." He paused briefly and began self-criticism. "I have not enforced the social security work in Jingzhou strictly enough, and the implementation has been insufficient. The fact that an incident where workers surrounded provincial leaders occurred in Guangming district as a core area of Jingzhou indicates that there are gaps in our grassroots work and that I have not adequately managed the daily affairs of the cadres. As the secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee, I bear leadership responsibility." His expression was pained while his tone was sincere, leaving no room for criticism. Gao Yuliang calmly sipped his tea, his gaze steady, revealing nothing of his thoughts. This old actor had begun again. Tian Guofu wrote something expressionlessly in his notebook, while Lin Chuan leaned back in his chair, listening quietly. Li Dakong continued, "However, last night's incident also had its particularities. The issues at the Dafeng factory have not arisen overnight. This factory has a history of over 40 years with 1,000 workers. Due to poor management, the factory was awarded to the Shanshui Group by the court. However, the workers are dissatisfied, claiming that the Shanxue group colluded with the court, that land prices have risen, and that the compensation is too low, which has led to the ongoing unrest. At this point, Secretary Da Kong's side, I have repeatedly instructed Guangming District to do a good job in appeasing the workers, but their emotions are intense, and they have even formed a guard team, standing vigil at the factory entrance day and night. Last night, when Governor Lin passed by there and got out of the car to understand the situation, the workers surrounded him. Among them, Li Dakong paused for a moment before continuing. There was also an old comrade present. Which old comrade? Governor Liu inquired. Li Dakong hesitated for a moment and replied, old Chen Yanshi. As soon as Chen Yanshi's name was mentioned, Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. Secretary Dakong truly did not misjudge you. The conference room fell silent for a few seconds. Chen Yanshi's name was known to everyone present. A veteran revolutionary, a retired official. His son is the director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau, Chen Hai. Over the years, he has reported issues everywhere and written numerous letters, gaining considerable influence in Handong. Governor Liu furrowed his brows slightly, looking at Lin Chuan. Comrade Lin Chuan, you were present last night as well. Please share your thoughts. Lin Chuan nodded, straightened his posture, glanced at Li Dakong, then at Governor Liu, and slowly spoke. I was indeed present last night. The workers were agitated, but there were reasons for it. The restructuring issue at the wind factory has indeed sparked controversy. But what I want to address is not this. He paused, his gaze sharpening. What I want to discuss is why Comrade Chen Yanshi was present there. Li Dakong's heart skipped a beat, sensing that Lin Chuan was about to launch an attack. Indeed, I didn't misjudge you, Lin Chuan. As expected, Lin Chuan continued, Comrade Chen has been retired for many years. He is no longer in a position to manage political affairs. That is the rule. But what has he done over these years? He has written letters and filed reports everywhere, treating the Anti-Corruption Bureau as his subordinate institution. To my knowledge, more than half of the reports received by the Anti-Corruption Bureau were forwarded by Comrade Chen. He looked at Ji Changming. Isn't that so, Ji Jian? Ji Changming was taken aback, not expecting Lin Chuan to suddenly ask him. He chuckled awkwardly. Well, indeed, some of the reports were forwarded by Comrade Chen, but they came through normal channels. Normal channels? Lin Chuan interrupted him coldly, stating, Comrade Chen is not a whistleblower. He is merely a forwarder. He passes the letters to the Anti-Corruption Bureau, and they are obliged to investigate. If they investigate and find no issues, he claims credit for the whistleblowing. Ji Jian, tell me what kind of channel it is. Ji Changming was sweating, wanting to argue, but Lin Chuan had already turned to Gao Yuliang. Secretary Yuliang, you are the deputy secretary of the provincial committee and oversee political and legal affairs. He quickly shifted the blame onto Secretary Gao. Do you think it is appropriate for a retired official to excessively forward reports as a private citizen, interfering with the normal operations of the Anti-Corruption Bureau? Gao Yuliang's expression slightly changed. He hadn't expected to be directly questioned. He remained silent for a few seconds and slowly said, Comrade Lin Chuan, there are indeed some inappropriate aspects to Comrade Chen's actions. But his intentions were good, aimed at promoting anti-corruption and integrity. Just because the intentions are good, does that mean rules can be disregarded? Lin Chuan's tone grew stern. If every retired official could arbitrarily manipulate law enforcement resources based on personal biases, then what is the purpose of the disciplinary committee? What is the purpose of the procuratorate? What is the purpose of procedures? The conference room was eerily silent. Minister of Organization Wu Chunlin fiddled with his pen, remaining aloof. Governor Liu held his teacup, deep in thought, while Tian Guofu paused his writing, looking at Lin Chuan with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The other standing committee members exchanged glances, not expecting the newly appointed executive vice governor to target Chen Yanshi and the Anti-Corruption Bureau right away. Li Dakong lowered his head, but inwardly, he felt a sense of relief. Lin Chuan's attack, directed at Chen Yanshi and the Anti-Corruption Bureau, made the situation in Jingzhou seem less important. I am also aware of this situation. The Anti-Corruption Bureau has indeed suffered greatly, and Director Chen Hai has repeatedly conducted unauthorized investigations, resulting in several investors withdrawing. Ji Changming couldn't sit still anymore. He had to protect the subordinate department at this point, or else it would hinder their work. He cleared his throat and said, Governor Lin, there are indeed some aspects of Comrade Chen's actions that are worth discussing. But on the Anti-Corruption Bureau's side, Comrade Chen Hai has been acting in accordance with the law and has not treated the letters differently, just because they were forwarded by his father. Acting according to the law. Lin Chuan looked at him, and then pressed, Ji Jian, let me ask you, why has the case handling budget of the Anti-Corruption Bureau increased by 20% this year? Because there are more reports. Why are there more reports? Because Chen Yanshi forwards them in large quantities. This is not preferential treatment, it is being led by one person. Ji Changming opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Lin Chuan continued, I propose a special inspection of the Anti-Corruption Bureau's work, to see how many of the reports they handled were forwarded by Chen Yanshi, how many were filed according to the law, and how many were left unresolved. What should be standardized, and what needs to be rectified should be rectified. Secretary Gao, what do you think should be done about Comrade Chen Hai? Gao Yuliang paused, his tone softening. As for Comrade Chen Hai, he is young and lacks experience. A warning reprimand would be appropriate to help him learn a lesson. As for Comrade Chen Yanshi, given that he is a veteran revolutionary and has significant influence, no action will be taken against him. However, the provincial committee should have a conversation with him to clearly communicate that once retired he should enjoy his later years without interfering with normal work. After speaking, Gao Yuliang looked at Governor Liu and Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan nodded. After all, it was impossible to rely on this point to dismiss both of them. Governor Liu nodded and looked at the others. Does anyone have any objections? Gao Yuliang remained silent. Of course, he wanted to protect Chen Hai as he had watched him grow up. But Lin Chuan's arguments were sound, and he had recently reached a tacit understanding with Lin Chuan. It would not be appropriate to oppose at this moment. Tian Guofu spoke up. I support Comrade Lin Chuan's opinion. The work of the Anti-Corruption Bureau does indeed need standardization. Regarding Comrade Chen, I will represent the disciplinary committee in talking to him. At this moment, I feel that Governor Lin might be an ally. Both of us are from Kyoto, and our goals are likely aligned. Governor Liu nodded, then it settled. The work of the Anti-Corruption Bureau will be jointly inspected by the disciplinary committee and the procuratorate. Comrade Chen Hai will receive a warning reprimand. As for Comrade Chen Yanshi, Guofu will take charge of the conversation. Execute this after the meeting. Ji Changming felt a sense of relief in his heart. Although Chen Hai received a reprimand, at least the situation did not escalate. He glanced at Lin Chuan and found that the other party was also looking at him, quickly averting his gaze. Li Dakong was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when Lin Chuan spoke again. Governor Liu, I have another topic I would like to raise. Governor Liu raised his hand. Speak. Lin Chuan pulled out a document from his bag. This is regarding the Jingzhou subway project. After conducting research for a while, I believe Jingzhou is capable of constructing a subway. This is a preliminary proposal. I ask all standing committee members to review it. He had Chen Rue distribute the materials to everyone. The sound of paper flipping filled the conference room. Li Dakang's eyes lit up as he quickly browsed through the proposal's content. Route planning, investment estimation, economic benefits. His heart raced. If Jingzhou had a subway, what an achievement that would be. Of course, this report is just a draft and adjustments will be made according to the circumstances. Lin Chuan's idea was simple: to pass the subway project in the standing committee before Xia Ruijin took office, so that this achievement would fall on the shoulders of Governor Liu and Gao Yuliang, allowing them to gain merit. However, most of the credit would ultimately go to him as the initiator. When Xia Ruijin arrived, although he would also have leadership achievements, they would not be as dazzling. After finishing the materials, Governor Liu looked at Lin Chuan. Comrade Lin Chuan, how confident are you about this project? Lin Chuan replied, I have already coordinated with the central ministries, and they are supportive in principle. As long as the provincial government approves, I will personally handle the approval process. Governor Liu nodded and looked at the others. Let's discuss this. Gao Yuliang closed the materials and was the first to express his position. Comrade Lin Chuan has just arrived in Handong and has presented such a mature proposal, which indicates he is earnest. As the capital city, it is indeed unacceptable for Jingzhou to lack a subway. On behalf of the provincial committee, I support this project. As he said this, he glanced at Lin Chuan, his expression carrying a hint of complexity, both support and reciprocation. Li Dakong immediately followed up. Secretary Yuliang's words are profound. Jingzhou desperately needs a subway. The city has developed rapidly in recent years and transportation pressure is immense. The common people have been yearning for it every day. This project by Governor Lin is truly a substantial benefit to the people. I wholeheartedly support it. He spoke with a beaming smile, completely unrecognizable from the one who had just been reflecting on his actions. Governor Liu smiled and nodded. I support it. The government will fully cooperate. Tian Guofu also expressed his opinion for economic projects. I have no objections. The other standing committee members nodded in agreement. In less than 10 minutes, the proposal was passed unanimously. Governor Liu announced the end of the meeting, and everyone stood up to leave. Li Dakong quickly caught up with Lin Chuan, a broad smile on his face. Governor Lin, your subway project is incredibly timely. On behalf of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee and government, I want to express our full support. Whatever personnel and funding you need, we will provide. Lin Chuan glanced at him and smiled. Secretary Dakong, don't rush. The project has only just begun. We'll discuss it in detail later. Sure. Li Dakong nodded repeatedly. Whenever you're free, I'm always at your service. The two of them walked out of the conference room together. In the corridor, Li Dakong followed Lin Chuan closely and said softly, Governor Lin, your remarks at the standing committee meeting were truly on point. Someone needs to take charge over at Chen Lao's side. Lin Chuan didn't respond directly, only saying, Secretary Dakong, we still need to do something about the public security in Jingzhou. Li Dakang's smile froze momentarily, then he nodded. Your words are profound. I will arrange it when I get back. I'll give that guy in Guangming district a stern reprimand. Subordinates are there to take the blame. If you can't handle the blame I give you, how can you make progress? Lin Chuan nodded and said nothing more as he walked towards the elevator. Li Dakong followed for a few steps, noticing that Lin Chuan had no intention of inviting him to join, so he stopped courteously. The elevator door opened, Lin Chuan stepped in, and Chen Rui followed. At the moment the door closed, Li Dakong was still outside, smiling and waving. Seeing the elevator doors close, Li Dakong hurried to the fire exit and dashed downstairs. As the elevator descended, Chen Rui couldn't help but say, Governor Lin, it seems Secretary Li is very eager to discuss the subway project with you. Lin Chuan remained silent, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Li Dakong was a man who only saw achievements. Just now at the standing committee meeting, he had skillfully reflected on his actions and effectively shifted blame. Now he was eager to attach himself to Lin Chuan. Such people can be used, but are not trustworthy. After all, Li Dakong still needed to be kept in check, otherwise he would be too reckless. When the elevator reached the first floor, Lin Chuan stepped out, and surprisingly Li Dakong had already gotten off ahead of him, standing at the door waiting. Governor Lin, just in time, I have business at the provincial government too. Shall we go together? Li Dakong smiled brightly. Lin Chuan nodded, not exposing him. Secretary Dakong was still quite healthy. The two of them got into their respective cars and drove out of the provincial party compound, arriving at the provincial government 10 minutes later. Lin Chuan's office was on the 8th floor, and Li Dakong followed him upstairs. Chen Rui brewed tea and stepped out, closing the door behind him. Li Dakong couldn't wait to speak. Governor Lin, I've looked at the plan for the subway project. It's really impressive. What does Jingzhou need to do? Lin Chuan picked up his teacup, slowly took a sip, and then set it down. Secretary Dakong, there's no rush regarding the project. I have a question for you first. Li Dakong was taken aback. You say, what are you planning to do about the Defeng factory? In Lin Chuan's view, the issue with the Defeng factory must be handled appropriately. Otherwise, if a mass incident were to occur followed by some unforeseen events, forget about the project, the economy would regress. Li Dakang's smile faltered. He hadn't expected Lin Chuan to suddenly ask about this. Well, he hesitated, saying, the court has already ruled theoretically it should be demolished. However, the workers are very agitated, and forcibly demolishing it could lead to trouble. I plan to let Guangming district continue to work on it, striving for a settlement. Settlement? Lin Chuan looked at him. Is the Shanshui group willing to settle? Li Dakong was silent for a few seconds, then bitterly smiled. Governor Lin, you know who is behind the Shanshui group. They can't wait to demolish it and start development. How could they possibly make concessions? Lin Chuan slightly nodded. So this is a deadlock. The court has ruled the Shanshui group wants to demolish, the workers won't allow it. And if Chen Yanshi intervenes, forcibly demolishing it could lead to a major incident. If it doesn't get demolished, the Shanshui group won't comply. Secretary Dakong, being the secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee is not an easy task. Li Dakong sighed. Who says it isn't? I'm caught in the middle, facing pressure from both sides. Governor Lin, do you have any good ideas? Lin Chuan didn't answer, but instead asked, do you know why I went to the Defeng factory last night? Li Dakong was taken aback and slowly shook his head. I wasn't just passing by. Lin Chuan said, I went specifically to see how difficult this problem, which has troubled Jingzhou for so long, really is. To see whether it's due to the incompetence of the officials or the workers being misguided. The results were... Li Dakong stared at him, waiting for more. Lin Chuan stood up, walked to the window, and turned his back to him. Secretary Dakong, some matters cannot be avoided. You brought up the issues at the standing committee meeting today, that was correct. But bringing them up is not the end, it's the beginning. He turned around and looked at Li Dakong. The subway project is very important, but you need to give me an explanation regarding the Defeng factory, not right now, but it can't be delayed for too long. Although old comrade Chen Yanshi is senior and experienced, that cannot be an excuse for illegal activities. Li Dakang's heart jolted. He understood Lin Chuan's implication. If one wants achievements, one must also bear responsibility. The reason the Defeng factory hasn't been demolished for so long is very complex, yet simple. The workers are relying on Chen Yanshi's connections and seniority, wanting to create something different. He believes there is some collusion between the Shanshui group, the court, and the bank. But that should all be considered business tactics, and the processes are all following normal procedures, only slightly faster than usual. Moreover, given Lin Chuan's initial handling of Chun Hai and his attitude towards Chen Yanshi, it wasn't hard to guess when Chen Yanshi had offended Lin Chuan, thus things could be much easier to handle. Li Dakong stood up and said solemnly, Governor Lin, I understand. I will find a way to resolve the issue with the Defeng factory. Lin Chuan nodded and returned to sit at his desk. Good, let's talk about the subway project now. He thought to himself that Secretary Dakong was quite insightful. Li Dakang's smile returned, sitting back on the sofa, pulling out a notebook, looking attentive. Lin Chuan opened the plan and began to explain point-by-point route planning, station setting, investment scale, financing, model construction, period, operation management. Li Dakong listened attentively while taking notes, nodding occasionally and asking questions. Secretary Dakong, after you return, immediately establish a team to refine and finalize the environment and stations in Jingzhou. The two of them talked for a full 2 hours. At the end, Li Dakong's face was flushed, shaking Lin Chuan's hand vigorously. Governor Lin, your plan is so solid. I will call a standing committee meeting when I get back to establish a project leadership group, and I will personally serve as the group leader. Lin Chuan smiled. Good, I look forward to your news. Li Dakong left, expressing his gratitude profusely. Chen Rui escorted him out, and upon returning saw Lin Chuan standing by the window, lost in thought. Governor Lin, you seem to have something on your mind. Chen Rui asked cautiously. Lin Chuan turned around. It's nothing, go call Chi Tongwei for me. Chen Rui was slightly taken aback. Now. Half an hour later, Chi Tongwei hurried over, sitting down opposite Lin Chuan, looking somewhat nervous. Governor Lin, you called for me. He sat half leaning on the sofa, occasionally panting as if he was exhausted. Lin Chuan turned to look at him. You handled last night's matter very well. But next there's something more important. Chi Tongwei straightened his posture, his expression resolute. You say. The Dafeng factory. Lin Chuan continued, his tone becoming serious. I'm worried someone might take extreme actions. You need to keep a close watch, especially on gasoline and fireworks. Once you detect any abnormalities, take control immediately, or don't wait for an incident to happen. Chi Tongwei nodded solemnly. I understand. Lin Chuan looked at him, fell silent for a few seconds, and suddenly asked, Chi Tongwei, what kind of person do you think you are? Chi Tongwei was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Lin Chuan didn't wait for him to answer, continuing, capable, ambitious, but lacking a bottom line. I won't interfere with your dealings with the Shanshui group, but remember this. From today on, your bottom line is the organization. You can engage with what you can and stay away from what you can't. Understood. Chi Tongwei, enlightened, immediately agreed, breaking out in a light sweat, nodding vigorously. Understood. Go on. Chi Tongwei got up to leave, and as he reached the door, Lin Chuan's voice called out from behind, Chi Tongwei, this campaign against organized crime and corruption is your opportunity to turn things around. Seize it. He paused momentarily, looked back, but Lin Chuan had already lowered his head to read documents, no longer looking at him. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open. In the corridor, Chi Tongwei stood for a moment, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Hello, this is Chi Tongwei. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I need everyone to meet. I will personally deploy the work. After hanging up, he strode towards the elevator. The moment the elevator doors closed, he recalled Lin Chuan's last words. This is your chance to turn things around. Indeed, the opportunity has arrived. It all depends on whether he can seize it. At 3 in the afternoon, Ji Changming returned to his office and sat in his chair for a long while. The events of the standing committee meeting replayed in his mind like a film. Lin Chuan's remarks, Gao Yuliang's silence, and Governor Lu's final decision. Shunhai's disciplinary action was now inevitable. He picked up the telephone, then set it down again. He picked it up once more, paused, sighed deeply, and finally dialed an internal line. Ask Chen Hai to come to my office. 5 minutes later, Chen Hai entered, shoulders squared and eyes sharp with the unyielding vigor of youth. Prosecutor Ji, you asked for me. Sit, Ji Changming said, gesturing toward the chair. Gazing at the young man before him, his heart swelled with conflicting emotions. He had personally mentored and groomed this man as his successor. Chen Hai sat down, studying Ji Changming's expression, and a quiet unease stirred within him. What is it, Prosecutor Ji? Ji Changming remained silent for several seconds before speaking. Chen Hai, there is something concerning you that came up at today's standing committee meeting. At those words, Chen Hai faltered slightly. Me. Concerns have been raised about the Anti-Corruption Bureau's work. Ji Changming chose his words carefully, primarily regarding the volume of whistleblower letters forwarded by your father, allegedly disrupting standard investigative procedures. Prosecutor Ji, every letter was submitted through proper channels, and we handled each case strictly in accordance with the law. Chen Hai's face darkened instantly. I know, Ji Changming interjected, raising a hand to halt him. Yet procedural standards do require refinement. The Standing Committee has decided to conduct a special inspection of the Anti-Corruption Bureau's operations. And, he paused. You are hereby issued a formal warning. Chen Hai shot upright. A warning? On what grounds? I have upheld justice impartially. How many corrupt officials have I brought to account for Handong province? On what grounds am I being punished? His voice brimmed with defiance, grievance, and raw anger. Ji Changming met his gaze, his eyes clouded with layered meaning. Chen Hai, please sit down. He remained standing, chest heaving, jaw clenched in stubborn refusal. Ji Changming sighed. You're young. You don't yet understand certain things. This disciplinary action isn't aimed at you. It's aimed at your father. Provincial Governor Lin named your father directly in the meeting, accusing him of clinging to influence after retirement and interfering in official duties. What choice do you have? Confront Provincial Governor Lin Heedon. And you, blurring the line between public duty and private. Ji Changming's tone carried the sorrowful disappointment of a mentor watching raw talent stumble over its own integrity. He'd long suspected irregularities, but no one had escalated them. He'd hoped Chen Hai would grow more circumspect. Instead, nothing had changed. All he could hope now was that this father-aunt's pair hadn't offended Provincial Governor Lin too gravely. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to abandon this protege entirely. Even his own peaceful retirement hung in the balance. Chen Hai ground his teeth. I'll file an appeal. I violated no regulations. Why must I bear this punishment? An appeal, eh? Ji Changming shook his head, offering a bitter smile. Think carefully before you proceed. Filing an appeal means opposing the standing committee and defying Governor Liu's Secretary Gao and Provincial Governor Lin. How much authority does an anti-corruption bureau director truly wield? Chen Hai opened his mouth, but no words emerged. Ji Changming rose, walked to him, and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Chen Hai, I know you feel wrong, but some matters are not simply black or white. Accept this warning. It will be rescinded in 2 years. Refuse it, and what path lies ahead for you? Also, ask Prosecutor Chen Sr. to step back from matters concerning the doffing factory. Chen Hai fell silent. He'd already urged his father on this point, but the elder man refused to listen. Ji Changming watched him, a pang of sympathy piercing his resolve. Yet the boy was too young, too blunt, unaware of the treacherous depths of officialdom. Perhaps this setback would prove a necessary lesson. Go now, Ji Changming said. Go home, and reflect carefully. Chen Hai left the office, dazed, pausing in the corridor before slowly making his way toward the elevator. At the Anti-Corruption Bureau, Liu Yike was reviewing case files when the door opened. She looked up and saw Chen Hai enter, his face pale and strained. Director Chen, what's wrong? Chen Hai said nothing. He strode into his office and shut the door behind him. Liu Yike blinked in surprise, hurried after him, knocked twice, 3 times, receiving no reply. She pushed the door open and found him seated, staring blankly out the window. Director Chen, what happened? Liu Yike stepped before him. Slowly Chen Hai turned his head, met her gaze, and offered a hollow, wry smile. I've been disciplined. What kind of discipline? Why? A warning, he replied. Because too many whistleblower letters were forwarded by my father, allegedly compromising due process. What a... Liu Yike's eyebrows shot upward. That's absurd. We processed every letter lawfully. Name one case we mishandled. Who claimed this? Provincial Governor Lin. At that name, Liu Yike froze. The newly appointed executive vice governor. She'd seen him on television, a seemingly mild-mannered man. How could he strike so swiftly upon arrival? No, that's outright bullying. Liu Yike whirled and strode out. I'm going straight to Secretary Gao. Chen Hai tried to call her back, but she was already gone. Chen Hai exhaled, lit a cigarette, and gazed out the window, lost in a haze of disbelief. Liu Yike returned to her office and picked up her phone, dialing Gao Yuliang's number. The line rang twice before connecting. Secretary Gao, this is Liu Yike, she said, voice edged with urgency. I need to ask you something. What's behind Director Chen's disciplinary action? Gao Yuliang, reviewing documents in his office, furrowed his brow. Yike, the standing committee has already reached its decision. Do not involve yourself. But Director Chen, there are no buts, Gao Yuliang cut in sharply. As a department head, do you presume to question decisions made by the standing committee? Return to your duties, and leave this matter alone. Liu Yike's voice cracked with frustration. Uncle Gao, Director Chen's father is Prosecutor Chen Sr. You know full well how many years he devoted to fighting corruption. Now he's punished instead. Yike! Gao Yuliang's tone hardened. I repeat, one more time, stay out of this. Prosecutor Chen Sr. has his own issues, and Chen Hai has his own. Disobey and don't call me again. A heavy silence fell on the line. Liu Yike's eyes burned. This was the first time her unclean law had ever spoken to her so sternly. Gao Yuliang sighed, softening his tone. Yike, you're still young. You don't yet see beneath the surface. Provincial Governor Lin isn't targeting Chen Hai. He's using Chen Hai to establish new rules. Your involvement serves no one, not even Chen Hai. Listen to me. Return to your work. Liu Yike bit her lips, silent for a long moment. I understand. She hung up, stood by the window, and stared outward, her chest tight with stifled anguish. At 7 p.m. Provincial People's Hospital. Chen Hai entered the ward carrying fruit. Chen Yanshi reclined against the headboard, his complexion still faintly pallid, but his spirit markedly improved. Father. Chen Hai set the fruit aside and sat beside the bed. Chen Yanshi studied his son's face and frowned. What's wrong? Why do you look so grim? Chen Hai hesitated, then said quietly, I've been disciplined. Chen Yanshi stiffened. What kind? Why? A warning. Chen Hai recounted the entire incident. When he finished, Chen Yanshi's face flushed dark with fury. He slammed his palm hard against the bed rail. Ridiculous. This is pure retaliation. That young man Lin Chuan, still holding a grudge because 20 years ago I reassigned him to a township. After a sleepless night spent searching his memory, he finally recalled where he'd crossed paths with this provincial governor. He remembered the bold, outspoken youth who had dared criticize him. Chen Hai stared stunned. 20 years ago. Father, did you two have a falling out? At that time, Provincial Governor Lin had barely passed his 20s. Chen Yanshi gave a cold laugh. Right after graduation, he wrote a report condemning local cadres who were disciples of my longtime subordinate. With one word, I sent him down to the grassroots. Then he turned around and criticized me. From beginning to end, only I passed judgment, not the other way around. I'd long forgotten it, but no magnanimity whatsoever in that young man. Chen Hai fell silent. At last he grasped the true meaning of a father's blunder. Chen Yanshi grew angrier still, retiring without stepping back, lording it over others because of seniority. This is naked vendetta. No, I'm calling Secretary Gao right now. He snatched the phone from his bedside table, scrolled to Gao Yuliang's number, and pressed dial. The No. 3 building of the provincial committee. At dinner time, Gao Yuliang had just picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks when his phone rang. He glanced at the screen. 3 characters Chen Yanshi were flashing. His brows furrowed. He put down his chopsticks, got up, walked into the study, closed the door, and pressed the answer button. Old Chen. Yuliang. The voice on the other end shook the microphone. I asked you at today's standing committee meeting, Lin Chuan's kid punished my son, and you just watched. Gao Yuliang slightly moved the microphone away, waiting for the voice to fade before speaking. Old Chen, this matter was discussed in the standing committee. Comrade Lin Chuan's opinion. What reason is there? The voice was abruptly cut off, and Chen Yanshi nearly shouted. He is just taking revenge on me. 20 years ago, I sent him down to train, and now he comes to deal with my son. If I hadn't sent him down for training to gain grassroots experience, would he have what he has now? Gao Yuliang fell silent for a second. 20 years ago. Yuliang, tell me the truth. Can you manage this matter? He did not respond. Old Chen, the punishment has already been. Chen Hai's punishment is not severe. It will be lifted in a couple of years. You should focus on your health and not worry about these things. Not worry. My son was bullied, and I shouldn't worry. The voice on the phone rose a notch. Yuliang, you are now the deputy secretary of the provincial committee. Can't you say something? Gao Yuliang closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he sighed slightly. What kind of matters are these? Old Chen, he sighed softly. Some matters are not up to me. Comrade Lin Chuan was sent by the organization. His opinion is supported by Governor Liu, and the other standing committee members agree. What can I do? Suddenly the other end went silent, hesitating, not knowing what to say. Old Chen, the things you've done over the years indeed have some inappropriate aspects. Gao Yuliang paused. I cannot refute what Comrade Lin Chuan proposed at the meeting. Think carefully, don't make things difficult for Chen Hai. After saying that, he hung up the phone, holding it while standing by the window, and suddenly Gao Yuliang froze. Training down there 20 years ago. Lin Chuan. He slowly furrowed his brows. This matter had never been mentioned by Xiao Lin. How is this exactly the same as the plot when Tong Wei was sent away? If it is really like this, then Chen Hai is truly in trouble. Chen Yanshi held the phone, his face dark as thunder. Did he do anything wrong? He did nothing wrong. If it weren't for him sending Lin Chuan to the grassroots, how could that kid become such an executive deputy governor? Although there was no sound on the phone anymore, he still held it up for a long time. Chen Hai stood beside him, watching him, then shifted his gaze, his face filled with a sense of despair. The next morning in the city party office, the door was gently knocked twice. Come in. Gao Shaoqin pushed the door open, her makeup exquisite, a proper smile gracing her lips. She paused for half a second at the door, her gaze sweeping over Li Dakang's face before she walked in. Secretary Li, you were looking for me. Li Dakang, who was signing, pointed to the sofa with his hands sit. Gao Shaoqin sat down, legs together, hands resting on her knees, looking at Li Dakang, waiting for him to speak. Ms. Gao, how does your Shanshui group plan to resolve the matter of Dafeng factory? Straight to the point. Gao Xiaoqin's eyelashes fluttered, her smile unchanged. Secretary Li, the court has already ruled. The factory belongs to our Shanshui group. Of course, we hope to expedite the demolition and development. Demolition is not a problem. Li Dakang looked at her. What about the workers' resettlement? With so many workers, how do you plan to resettle them? Secretary Li, she smiled. We will not hold back on the compensation that is due. But the workers' demands are too high. It's difficult for us. Li Dakang waved his hand. I know it's difficult for you, but it's difficult for the workers too. Li Dakang paused. I called you today to ask if you are willing to put in a few more tens of millions to increase the resettlement fees. Make the workers satisfied and the factory can be smoothly demolished. Gao Shaoqin was taken aback. A few more tens of millions. She lowered her eyes, recalling the call from Chi Tongwei a few days ago. Don't cause trouble during this time, cooperate with government work. After pondering for a few seconds, she raised her eyes. Secretary Li, is this your personal intention, or? It's my intention, and also the city's intention. Li Dakang's voice slowed. The matter of Dafeng Factory has been dragging on for so long, dragging it further does no good for anyone. If you put in a bit more money, the workers will be satisfied and the demolition will go smoothly. You can also start development sooner. You can do the math on this. Gao Xiaoqin looked at him silent, lost in thought. There was a share of Zhao Ruilong in this money. If it was taken out like this, he would likely explode in anger. But thinking of Director Chi's words. After a few seconds, she nodded. Secretary Li, your words are profound. Fine, I will discuss it with the company and give you a prompt response. Satisfied with her response, Li Dakong smiled. Good, I will wait for your good news. Gao Xiaoqin stood up to leave, and Li Dakong escorted her to the door. As she exited the city party building, she glanced back, pulled out her phone. Director Chi. She stood on the steps, her voice lowered. Li Dakong talked to me, asking me to put in a few tens of millions for the workers' resettlement. The other end was silent for a few seconds, and a steady voice came through the phone. Listen to him. Gao Xiaoqin felt reassured, hung up the phone, and opened the car door. That afternoon at the entrance of Dafeng Factory, Wang Wenj squatted at the wall, cigarette, but scattered all over. The events of last night made him angrier the more he thought about them. That Lin governor made old Chen faint, and even had the police take him away for questioning. Although he was released right after the questioning, he couldn't swallow this anger. More importantly, the factory. What if next time they go straight for a forced demolition? Brother Wang. A young man with tattoos leaned over, lowering his voice. Are we really just going to let this go? Wang Wenj looked up at him. What do you want to do? The young man looked around, squatted down, and whispered the plan. This was a suggestion he heard from netizens while browsing short videos. Wang Wenj listened, his eyes gradually brightening. Gasoline. The young man nodded. There are a few scrap trucks in the factory. We can take the trucks out, fill them up with gas, and store the fuel. If they dare to forcibly demolish, we will. Wang Wenj remained silent for a long time, contemplating the feasibility. The cigarette burned down to his fingers. He shook and extinguished the butt on the ground. Let's do it. But be careful, don't let anyone find out. The young man nodded. I will take care of it tonight. Wang Wenj stood up, looking at the factory in the distance, the setting sun, casting a golden outline on it. He had worked in this factory all his life. He couldn't let it just disappear. At 10 o'clock at night, an old truck quietly drove out of Dafeng Factory. At the gas station 3 kilometers away, the young man filled the tank, then drove back. Deep within the factory, several workers used oil pipes to siphon fuel from the tank, filling it into plastic barrels. 1 barrel, 2 barrels, 3 barrels. The police outside saw only an empty truck going out, and then coming back empty. They did not take it to heart. Wang Wenj stood by, watching silent. The surrounding workers felt a bit anxious. An old worker walked over, whispering, Wenj, does old Chen know about this? Wang Wenj shook his head. Don't tell him his health is poor. The old worker sighed, saying no more, realizing this was a last resort. The next day, Chen Yanshi was discharged from the hospital. He insisted on coming to Dafeng Factory to take a look. Wang Wenj supported him, slowly walking him around the factory. When they reached the row of plastic barrels, Chen Yanshi stopped. What is this? Wang Wenj hesitated. For self-defense. Chen Yanshi's face changed. He stared at Wang Wenj's gaze like a knife. What do you want to do? Set fire. Though he was quite bold, this was his first encounter with such a situation. Even he felt a bit scared. Wang Wenj lowered his head. No, it's just to guard against them. Just in case they forcibly demolish we. Foolish. Chen Yanshi interrupted him. Setting fire is illegal. You are sending yourselves to jail. Wang Wenj raised his head, his eyes red. Old Chen, we have no way out. His voice was hoarse. The court-ruled Shanshui group wants to demolish, and no one is managing us. You were also made ill by that Lin governor. Who else can we rely on? The city party secretary and the governor are all in cahoots with them. What can we do? As his words fell, Chen Yanshi froze. He looked at those plastic barrels, watching the weary and desperate faces of the workers. Many images flashed through his mind. Lin Chuan Chunhai's punishment. And those hidden shares of his. There's a full 5%. Now the land of Dafeng Factory is worth 1 billion. What is 5% of that? 500 million. After a long sigh, he turned and left. Wang Wenj stood in place, watching his back. As he stepped out of the factory gate, Chen Yanshi paused, looking back, briefly, saying nothing, and got into the car. Wang Wenj stood at the entrance, seeing that old Chen did not oppose. His confidence greatly increased. After all, if even the old chief prosecutor did not react, it meant his decision was correct. In the following days, Lin Chuan threw himself into the subway project. Those plastic barrels remained in the corner of the factory area, stacked neatly, like a powder keg ready to blow up Handong at any moment. He and Li Dakong, accompanied by experts from the Planning Bureau, surveyed the city of Jingzhou, traversing from east to west and from south to north, walking down each street and determining each station. Li Dakong accompanied them throughout, always wearing a smile. Governor Lin, what do you think of this location? He pointed at an intersection. The foot traffic is high and the commercial activity is concentrated. Setting up a station here is definitely reasonable. Lin Chuan glanced over and nodded. Not bad, make a note of it. Chen Rue quickly jotted it down in his notebook. Li Dakong pointed in another direction. That area is the old town where many residents live. We should also set up a station there. Lin Chuan replied. The issue with the old town is that the roads are narrow, making construction difficult. But it does need coverage. Let's have the Design Institute verify it later. Li Dakong nodded repeatedly. Your words are profound. Verification must be thorough. After a long morning, they had a simple lunch at a roadside eatery, where Li Dakong rushed to pay, but Lin Chuan stopped him. Secretary Dakong, you can treat us, but it can't be on public funds. Lin Chuan joked with a smile, and Li Dakong was taken aback for a moment before laughing. Governor Lin, don't worry, I'll pay out of my own pocket. Just as Li Dakong was about to pay, he reached into his pocket, then checked his inner pocket and rear pocket, but he awkwardly looked at Lin Chuan and said, Well, Governor Lin, it seems my salary has all been handed over. Lin Chuan burst into laughter, recalling a particularly classic line from the original text. Li Dakong, I've turned over all my salary to you. Oh Yangqing, what good is that salary? Enough for your daughter studying abroad. Li Dakong, but what about your salary? Oh Yangqing, what does my salary have to do with you? Seeing the awkward Li Dakong, Lin Chuan was about to showcase his own financial status, but after rummaging through his pockets for a while, he was also left stunned. The two provincial committee members stood facing each other at the dining table, while the cashier looked on, and the atmosphere became awkward. Li Dakong was just about to pull out his phone to pay, but instead produced an old-fashioned mobile phone, which left him stunned again. Lin Chuan said nothing, just smiled, and waved his smartphone triumphantly at Li Dakong. Secretary Dakong, you really should keep up with the times. He said as he scanned the payment code, but after entering the password a message popped up indicating insufficient balance. At that moment Lin Chuan remembered that the financial authority at home was in his wife's hands. Although he usually had several thousand on him, it seemed that he had been scammed by his daughter just the day before. Seeing this, Li Dakong couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, Governor Lin, you are truly one of my kindred spirits. The cashier couldn't initially recognize the two, but upon hearing Li Dakong call him Governor Lin, she became extremely flustered. Well, how about this, gentlemen? Let me treat you to this meal. Lin Chuan and Li Dakong quickly waved their hands to decline. The two secretaries outside the table noticed something was off and hurried over to pay the bill. All of this was being live-streamed by a nearby internet blogger, and the comments section erupted in excitement. Wow, these two leaders are so clean that they can't even pull out 200 yuan, and they need their secretaries to pay. The person above must be a fool. Which leader carries cash when going out? Do you carry cash when you go out? The person above, I think you're the fool. Didn't you see that younger leader pull out his phone only to find insufficient balance? It seems he's still a governor based on his title. Brothers, the intel team has arrived. The older one is a standing committee member of the Handong Provincial Committee, and the younger one is even more impressive. He's the executive vice governor of Handong. Wow, why didn't you say so earlier? Handong is fortunate to have two clean officials. I'm from Jingzhou, and I know Secretary Li Dakong is a good official who has been working hard to develop the economy. Of course, neither of them was aware of the online frenzy. After finishing their meal, they continued their survey, and by 4 in the afternoon, they finally completed the last segment. Li Dakong was panting from exhaustion, yet still wore a smile. Governor Lin, your work ethic truly impresses me. After all these years as a secretary, I have never been this diligent in my field work. Lin Chuan smiled. When undertaking a project, it's essential to inspect the site. Talking on paper only leads to trouble in the end. Li Dakong nodded. Your words are too profound. As the workday was ending, the events of the afternoon began to ferment online, with netizens praising both as good officials. The publicity department also took notice of the situation and immediately reported it. The Minister of Publicity was momentarily stunned. How did these two become internet hot topics? However, seeing the positive feedback, he quickly issued a directive. Let's promote this vigorously while also showcasing Handong's culture. Secretary, got it, I'll handle it. The Minister of Publicity also began to contemplate the matter. Given the unpredictable situation in Handong, he pondered his future, unwilling to simply wait for retirement. To make progress, he needed to align himself and achieve results. As the Minister of Publicity, the only way to achieve results was to raise Handong's profile. A bold idea emerged in his mind. Could he get the two colleagues to film a short video for an official Handong account, thereby promoting Handong's cultural tourism and enhancing its visibility and economic development? Transforming Handong into a new internet celebrity city seemed feasible, especially since mountain cities and areas in the northeast had made significant achievements. This idea was inspired by a younger relative of his. The more he thought about it, the more logical it seemed, or it really was the young people who had the best ideas. Damn it. I must give it a try. At worst, he'll get scolded by Governor Lin and Secretary Kong. What's there to be afraid of? As long as it succeeds after getting hit on the left cheek, I'll extend my right cheek for them to hit, and when they tire, I'll even bring them water. Back at the provincial government, Lin Chuan instructed Chen Rui to compile today's notes into a document. That evening, he called Secretary Wang. Lin Chuan calling so late. What's the matter? Secretary Wang's voice came from the other end of. Lin Chuan smiled. Secretary Wang, I'd like to report something. The Jingzhou subway project is taking shape, and I plan to go to Beijing next week to push for approval. Secretary Wang laughed. Great, you're moving fast. Is there anything you need me to do? I'd like to ask for your help to expedite things in Beijing. I'm familiar with the ministries, but some connections still require your presence. Secretary Wang, still in his office, pondered for a moment. No problem. Prepare the materials, and when you get to Beijing, give me a call. I'll arrange for someone to liaise with you. Lin Chuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Thank you, Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang paused for a few seconds and asked, how's the situation over in Handong? Lin Chuan, half reclining on the sofa, straightened his body, fully aware of what Secretary Wang was asking. He replied, it has gone fairly smoothly. Gao Yuliang has expressed his support. Governor Liu has also reached a tacit understanding. The Public Security Bureau's Chi Tongwei is dealing with the crackdown on organized crime, and the other departments are cooperating with the efforts. Secretary Wang nodded in satisfaction, saying, good, it's excellent that you can open up the situation so quickly. Remember, establishing a solid foothold is the priority. Once the economy picks up, no one can touch you. Lin Chuan replied, I understand. Secretary Wang added, Xia Ruijin is about to take office. During this period, finalize what you can. After he arrives, the situation will become more complex. Lin Chuan felt a chill in his heart. I understand. All right, that's it. Secretary Wang hung up the phone. Lin Chuan set down his phone and stood by the window, gazing at the night scene of Handong. Xia Ruijin's arrival. The real game is just beginning. Freezing the promotion of cadres at the start, what an impressive display. If you want to make moves, fine, but don't affect the enthusiasm of my subordinates. The next day, the provincial government held a special meeting on the subway project, personally chaired by Governor Liu, with participation from the Development and Reform Commission, the Finance Department, the Housing and Urban Rural Development Department, and the Jingzhou City Government. Governor Liu began the meeting by stating, today we will discuss only one thing. The Jingzhou subway project, led by Comrade Lin Chuan, with all departments cooperating to expedite the proposal. The director of the Development and Reform Commission raised his hand, saying, Governor Liu, with such a large investment scale, the financial pressure on the province. Governor Liu waved his hand. We'll discuss the money aspect later. First, let's get the project approved. Funding can be resolved through multiple channels. The finance minister added, if the central government can support part of it, the province can match it. It shouldn't be a big problem. Lin Chuan interjected, I will head to Beijing next week, first to the Development and Reform Commission, then to the Ministry of Finance. Prepare the materials and provide whatever is needed. All departments expressed their support. Li Dakong, sitting beside them, wore a beaming smile. The subway project landing in Jingzhou would solidify his achievements as the city's mayor. He might even take it a step further. After the meeting, he caught up with Lin Chuan, saying, Governor Lin, do you need me to accompany you to Beijing? Lin Chuan shook his head in response. You stay in Jingzhou and keep a close eye on the Dafei factory. Don't let any issues arise there. Li Dakong, you old fool, your own house is still on fire, yet you think of running around everywhere. The Dafei factory has already delayed the entire Guangmingfeng project. Li Dakong's smile froze, then he nodded. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch. At the same time, Li Dakong was secretly cursing Chen Yanshi. If it weren't for this old man backing the workers and giving them wild ideas, he would have resolved this matter long ago. Lin Chuan glanced at him, said nothing more, and turned to head upstairs. Li Dakong stood still, pondering Lin Chuan's words. He indeed had to get serious about the Dafei factory. Gao Xiaoqin had already agreed to provide more funds, and the next step was to persuade the workers. He considered this matter as already halfway completed. After all, what did the workers want if not money? Just give it to them. He pulled out his phone and called Guangming District, saying, have Sun Lianqing come over. When Sun Lianqing received the call, his heart tightened. After the Dafei factory incident, he had been severely reprimanded by Li Dakong. Now, hearing that Secretary Li wanted to see him, his legs felt weak. Half an hour later, he stood before Li Dakong, feeling anxious. Li Dakong looked at him, his gaze imposing without anger. Son, Lianqing, you better keep a close watch on the Dafei factory. If there are any more issues, you can forget about being district chief. Still scolding and suppressing at the start, the usual tactics. Sun Lianqing nodded repeatedly. Secretary Li, rest assured, I will keep a close watch, sending people to patrol and watch over it 24 hours a day. Li Dakong continued, it's not enough to just guard it, you need to work with the workers. Go talk to Wang Wenghua and tell him that Shanshui Group is willing to pay more to settle this. Tell them to stop making a fuss and take the money and leave as soon as possible. Sun Lianxing was taken aback. Wang Wenghua is a stubborn person, can we really communicate with him? He was also filled with doubts. This wasn't their first negotiation, could it really work? Li Dakong glared at him. Whether it works or not, you have to try. You are the district chief of Guangming District. This is your responsibility. Sun Lianxing quickly nodded. Yes, I will go right away. As he turned to leave, Li Dakong called out to him again. Remember, be more polite, don't push them too hard. Sun Lianxing replied affirmatively and hurriedly left. At the Dafei factory, Wang Wenghua was discussing matters with several workers. Shanshui Group wants to pay more, one worker asked. Is that true? Wang Wenghua sneered, what good is more money? If the factory is gone, what will we do when the money runs out? What we want is the factory, not the money. Another worker said, but the court ruled that the factory belongs to them. Just because the court ruled, can they forcibly demolish it? Wang Wenghua glared at him. Shanshui Group colluding with the court. Does that count? You all need to understand how much the Dafei factory is worth now. 10 billion. 10 billion. That's money that can't be spent in a lifetime. Everyone fell silent. That's right, how much could that little compensation really be worth? A young man whispered, Wang Gu, those gasoline. Wang Wenghua shot him a glare, signaling him to stop talking. At that moment, the sound of a car came from the factory gate. Wang Wenghua went out and saw a car stop with Sun Lianxing and his secretary getting out. Captain Wang, Sun Lianxing approached with a smile. I came to check on you all. Wang Wenghua coldly stared at him. District Chief, Sun, what's the matter? Seeing the attitude of the other party, Sun Lianxing didn't get angry. After all, it was normal for workers to have some emotions. He smiled and said, good news. Shanshui Group has eased up and is willing to pay more to settle things. Discuss it with everyone, don't make a fuss, and get the money and leave soon. Wang Wenghua fixed his gaze on him and suddenly smiled. District Chief, Sun, your words sound familiar. You said the same thing last time you came. Sun Lianxing's expression changed slightly. Wang Wenghua, I have good intentions. Good intentions? Wang Wenghua interrupted him. We can't accept your good intentions. Go back and tell Shanshui Group we don't want the factory and we don't want the money. We will guard this place and see who dares to demolish it. Sun Lianxing was stunned. What do you mean? Wang Wenghua ignored him and turned back into the factory. Sun Lianxing stood there, his face turning pale. These stubborn ones. During this time, many things have happened. The feasibility report for the subway project has passed the initial review by the Provincial Development and Reform Commission. Lin Chuan took his team to Kyoto twice, and the Development and Reform Commission, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development, and the Ministry of Finance all gave their green light. At this pace, it is not difficult to obtain formal approval by the end of the year, provided that the inspection team from the organization passes. This naturally includes the efforts of Secretary Wang as well as the individual he pointed out back then, Li Lao, who is also Secretary Wang's former superior. Of course, the most important thing is that Handong qualifies for this. The capital city of an economically powerful province deserves a subway. After all, there are no airports and there are no subways. How can that be allowed? The province's special campaign against gang crime is in full swing, led personally by Chi Tongwei. Within a month, 7 criminal gangs were dismantled and hundreds of people were arrested. Chi Tongwei's name frequently appeared in the reports from the Provincial Public Security Department. More importantly, Chi Tongwei discovered an enormous drug production and trafficking gang Taizhai, which has been reported to the Ministry of Public Security, requesting interprovincial support. Minister Hao of the Ministry of Public Security is particularly concerned. As for Gao Yuliang, on one evening, he conversed with Zhaolikan for nearly 2 hours. No one knows what was discussed, but afterward Gao Xiaofeng had already handled her immigration procedures and went to Australia. At the same time, Gao Yuliang was also preparing for a reconciliation with teacher Wu, completely putting his worries to rest. Governor Liu has been exceptionally cooperative during this period. For every economic issue raised by Lin Chuan, he has supported it unconditionally. There is a saying circulating within the provincial government: Governor Liu is paving the way for Lin Chuan. The provincial government is united as if it were one entity, with every leader working hard and contributing. Li Dakong has been particularly active, frequently running to the provincial government under the pretext of reporting work. Lin Chuan understands his intentions. The subway project is his greatest achievement, and he wishes to keep a close eye on it. Everything seemed to be going smoothly until the day before Xia Ruijin's appointment. At 4 in the afternoon, the provincial office received a call from the organization department. Comrade Xia Ruijin will arrive in Handong at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, accompanied by Deputy Minister Zhang from the organization department. Zhou Jiangwo immediately notified all standing committee members assemble at the provincial party committee at 9:30 tomorrow morning and proceed to the airport together. When Governor Liu received the notification, he was reading documents in his office. He raised his head and asked the secretary, has Comrade Sha Ruijin called? The secretary shook his head, no, Governor Liu. Governor Liu nodded and said nothing further. According to convention, the newly appointed provincial party secretary usually makes a phone call to the governor before taking office to communicate. This is not a rule, but everyone generally does it. The fact that Sha Ruijin did not make a call is quite clear. He does not regard Liu Jiangwo, this Suntoritire elder, at all. This is treating him as a subordinate. Hey, if you treat me as a colleague, then I am your subordinate. But if you treat me as a subordinate, then sorry, we are equals. Governor Liu smiled and continued reading the documents. The secretary stood by, hesitating to speak. Governor Liu did not raise his head and asked, is there anything else? Not going. Governor Liu said, I have a meeting tomorrow morning and can't leave. The secretary was taken aback and did not dare to ask further, retreating. However, waves of shock surged in his heart. This matter is unusual, but he will follow wherever the boss points. At 9:30 the next morning at the provincial party compound, the standing committee members arrived one after another, taking a unified vehicle to the airport. Gao Yuliang stood at the front of the convoy, scanned the number of people, and found that Governor Liu was absent. Where is Governor Liu? He asked Zhou Jiangwo. Although it was a question, he had already roughly understood what was going on. Zhou Jiangwo lowered his voice. Governor Liu said, he has a meeting this morning and can't leave. At the same time, Zhou Jiangwo also felt a bit frustrated. This shouldn't be the case. Gao Yuliang frowned slightly, but said nothing. He beckoned everyone to get in the car, and the convoy drove out of the provincial party compound. Lin Chuan was very clear about what was going on, as Sha Ruijin had not even arrived, and was already putting on airs, clearly not following the political convention of notifying Governor Liu. But it is also true, this is his consistent style, just as strong-willed as Li Dakong, but even more foolish. Having reached this point, Sha Ruijin is akin to Ho Liangping. At 10 o'clock sharp, the convoy arrived at the airport. The VIP passage had already been cleared. The group entered the waiting hall, and through the glass windows they could see a special plane slowly landing. Gao Yuliang stood at the forefront, followed in order by Tian Guofu, Wu Chuanlin, Lin Chuan, and Li Dakong. Each of them was dressed in formal attire with solemn expressions. The plane came to a halt, the boarding stairs approached, and the cabin door opened. Deputy Minister Zhang from the organization department was the first to disembark, followed by Sha Ruijin. Gao Yuliang stepped forward and shook hands with Deputy Minister Zhang. Minister Zhang, thank you for your hard work. Deputy Minister Zhang nodded with a smile. Comrade Yuliang, it's been a while. Gao Yuliang then turned to Sha Ruijin, extended his hand, and said, Secretary Sha, welcome to Handong. Sha Ruijin shook his hand, his gaze sweeping over the welcoming team, and noticed someone was missing. Where is Governor Liu? He inquired expressionlessly. Evidently hearing this question, Gao Yuliang smiled slightly and said, Governor Liu has a meeting this morning and couldn't make it. He asked me to apologize on his behalf. Sha Ruijin maintained his smile, nodding. Work is important. However, in his heart, Sha Ruijin was filled with dissatisfaction. This old man is indeed petty, it's just that he didn't inform him. Next came the handshakes with Tian Guofu, Wu Chuanlin, Lin Chuan, Li Dakong, each one saying, welcome Secretary Sha. Sha Ruijin responded to each one, pausing a moment longer on Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan maintained a calm expression, exerting slight pressure during the handshake, saying hello Secretary Sha, with no further words. Sha Ruijin had a sense of who this was. This is Lin Chuan, the favored aide of Secretary Wang, who took office a month earlier than him and managed to launch the subway project in half a month. Such a major project, yet he did not wait for the provincial party secretary to arrive. How can this be allowed? On the way back to the provincial party committee, Sha Ruijin shared a car with Deputy Minister Zhang, chatting about trivial matters. He gazed out the car window at Handong street scenes, but in his heart, he was calculating the upcoming chess game. In front of the provincial government building, Governor Liu was already waiting there. The convoy stopped. Deputy Minister Zhang got out of the car, and Governor Liu went up to greet him, shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries. Governor Liu clasped his hands tightly and said, Minister Zhang, I apologize for not welcoming you at the airport. Deputy Minister Zhang smiled and said, Governor Liu, you are too polite. I know you are busy. At this moment, Sha Ruijin walked over, and Governor Liu extended his hand. Secretary Sha, welcome, welcome. I truly couldn't make it to the airport this morning. I hope you can forgive me. Sha Ruijin shook his hand, his face beaming with a smile. Governor Liu, you are too kind. Work is important. Oh, let's not speak of these formalities between us. The two exchanged smiles, but the warmth did not reach their eyes. Their gazes seemed to convey, damn it old by daring to put on airs with me. A group of people ascended the stairs and arrived at the provincial party committee standing committee meeting room, where an oval conference table was already set with 13 chairs. The party emblem hung on the wall, and the atmosphere was solemn. Vice Minister Zhang sat in the center with Sha Ruiqin on his left and Governor Liu on his right. The other standing committee members took their seats in turn. The meeting commenced, and Vice Minister Zhang first read the central decision. Comrade Sha Ruiqin was appointed as a member standing committee member and secretary of the Handong Provincial Party Committee. Applause erupted, and everyone turned to look at Sha Ruiqin. Sha Ruiqin stood up slightly bowed, and then began to speak. Vice Minister Zhang, comrades, the central government has sent me to work in Handong, and I feel a tremendous responsibility and an honorable mission. Handong is a revolutionary old area and the forefront of reform and opening up, and previous provincial committees have led the people of the province to achieve remarkable results. I extend my highest respect to the old leaders and comrades who have dedicated themselves to the development of Handong, as well as to the vast number of cadres and people striving on various fronts. This is a standard opening statement, conventional and proper. Next, Sha Ruiqin changed his tone. I have come to Handong to get things done, not to engage in formalism. In some places, cadres spend their energy on receptions and superficial displays rather than focusing on, is this phenomenon present in Handong? I believe it is. Starting today, I will take the lead in stopping this unhealthy trend. We will hold fewer meetings, issue fewer documents, spend more time at the grassroots level, and get more practical work done. Then Sha Ruiqin paused, scanning each person present. I hope that all of you here can do the same as I do. Let us work together to elevate Handong's affairs, to gain the organization's trust, and to earn the people's satisfaction. As his words concluded, applause rang out in the meeting room, but if one listened closely, the applause was polite and distant, lacking warmth. Gao Yuliang clapped his hands with an appropriate smile on his face, yet in his heart he pondered, is starting off with a talk about formalism intended to intimidate someone? Lin Chuan maintained a calm expression, lightly clapping his palms a few times. This intimidation was merely average. Governor Liu leaned back in his chair, the smile on his face faint. Kid, don't think just because you are the secretary you can act tough. Li Dakong applauded the hardest, his face full of approval, but his gaze darted back and forth between Sha Ruiqin and Lin Chuan, quickly calculating in his heart. Now that the new secretary has arrived, I hope my project won't be affected. Tian Guofu remained calm, clapping at a steady pace. He was aligned with Sha Ruiqin's faction and had long known this day would come. The meeting lasted 40 minutes. Afterward, Vice Minister Zhang left, first returning to Kyoto, while Sha Ruiqin saw him off, and then returned to his office to familiarize himself with the situation. Provincial People's Hospital Senior Officials Ward. Chen Yanshi leaned against the headboard, holding a phone, staring at the news on the screen. The main responsible comrade of the Handong Provincial Party Committee has been adjusted as Sha Ruiqin is appointed as the provincial secretary. Chen Yanshi's fingers trembled as he clicked on the news, seeing Sha Ruiqin's photo, his eyes suddenly moistening. He never expected that Sha Ruiqin would actually come to Handong as the secretary. Chen Yanshi put down his phone and burst into laughter, the sound echoing in the ward. Hearing the laughter, a nurse pushed the door open, anxiously asking, Old Chen, what's wrong? Chen Yanshi waved his hand, saying, Nothing, I'm just happy. He had never felt so refreshed. The nurse looked at him with suspicion and then exited. Leaning against the headboard, Chen Yanshi recalled the humiliation he suffered from Lin Chuan in public half a month ago. He finally felt relieved. He initially contemplated whether he should apologize to Lin Chuan, as he indeed had some shortcomings, but now it seemed unnecessary. With Sha Ruiqin's arrival, the dawn of Handong had arrived. And he, Chen Yanshi, the former chief prosecutor, how could he bow to power? What was Lin Chuan after all? Back then, a single transfer order had forced him to roll off to the countryside. Now that Lin Chuan was a deputy governor, so what? The provincial secretary was his adopted son. Let's see if he dares to be arrogant. The more Chen Yanshi thought about it, the prouder he became. He picked up his phone again and called Chen Hai. Chen Hai, did you see the news? Sha Ruiqin is now the secretary of Handong. In the office, Chen Hai paused when he heard this. Sha Ruiqin. He has come to Handong as the provincial secretary. Let's see who dares to bully us now. Chen Yanshi's voice was filled with excitement. Chen Hai was silent for a few seconds and said, Dad, don't be too happy too soon. Secretary Sha is here to work, not to support you. What do you know, kid? Chen Yanshi was displeased. He was raised by me. How could he not support me? It was evident that he was very dissatisfied with Chen Hai's skeptical attitude. Chen Hai sighed and said nothing more. This Secretary Sha had only stayed at home for a few years before going to Kyoto, and there had been virtually no contact over the years. Could this Secretary Sha still remember the feelings of the past? After hanging up the phone, he stood by the window looking at the sky. Outside, a vague sense of worry surged in his heart. The news of Sha Ruiqin's appointment was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples in the political arena of Handong. In the provincial party compound, the cadres walked faster than usual. When they encountered each other in the elevator, they exchanged glances, each testing. What do you know? What do you think? The heads of various departments hurriedly called the provincial office, hoping to schedule a time to report their work to the new secretary. Zhou Jingwo's phone rang from morning till night. While answering calls, he calculated in his heart, with so many people, whom should I arrange to meet first? The atmosphere on the provincial government side was subtle. Governor Liu was nearing retirement, a fact known to all, but with the arrival of the new secretary, could Governor Liu still be the hands-off manager as before? Could Lin Chuan, the executive deputy governor, still exercise his authority as he had before? Some began to quietly discuss Lin Chuan's momentum over the past half-month has been too strong. Will it provoke discontent from the new secretary? Others held differing opinions. Deputy Governor Lin was sent by the central government with a substantial background. What could the new secretary do about him? Departments closely linked to the subway project, such as the Development and Reform Commission Finance Department and Housing and Urban Rural Development Department, felt the most uncertain. The project had just begun to take shape, but with the new secretary's arrival, what if he did not support it? It should be noted that once this project is launched, the benefits will not just accrue to a few leading individuals. Nearly every department head can add to their political achievements. Progress may not be immediate, but these achievements will play a significant role at critical moments. However, given that the project was being initiated so swiftly, anyone with discernment could see what was happening. It was clearly to prevent the newly appointed secretary from reaping the benefits. In the Public Security Bureau, Chi Tongwei sat in his office staring at Xia Ruiqin's photo for a long time. He recalled Gao Yuliang's words. Xia Ruiqin came to Handong bearing the imperial sword. His target was the Zhao family. Shanshui Group. Gao Shaoqin. Chi Tongwei's palms became sweaty. He picked up the phone to call Gao Yuliang, then put it down, picked it up again, and then put it down once more. Finally, he dialed Lin Chuan's number, his tone somewhat apprehensive. Governor Lin's secretary Xia has taken office. Oh, what do you think? Lin Chuan's calm voice came from the other end of the line. Director Chi, you should do what you need to do. If you manage the crackdown on organized crime, well, no one can touch you. Listening to the voice on the other end of the line, Chi Tongwei felt somewhat reassured, repeatedly saying, Yes, I understand. After hanging up the phone, he let out a long breath. He had passed half of this hurdle. The political arena in Handong had always been a battleground of various factions. On the provincial government side, led by Governor Liu, Lin Chuan represented a new force. With Governor Liu nearing retirement, Lin Chuan subtly appeared to be positioning himself as a successor. On the provincial committee side, led by Gao Yuliang, the Han University faction was powerful. Although Gao Yuliang had been much lower profile recently, the foundation of the Han University faction still existed. The Han University faction was a relationship network cultivated by Gao Yuliang over the years with his students found throughout the political and legal systems, organizational systems, and propaganda systems. The secretary faction, led by Li Dakong, had deep connections. Li Dakong had served as the secretary to the provincial party committee's deputy secretary, and later as a secretary to Zhao Lichuan, accumulating a rich network. Over these years while governing Jingzhou, he had also gathered a group of people around him. These four forces were intricately intertwined, mutually balancing each other. In recent years, as Governor Liu had been disinterested in managing affairs, Gao Yuliang effectively took charge, and Li Dakong operated independently in Jingzhou, leading to a relatively peaceful coexistence. Now that Xia Ruiqin had arrived, the balance was disrupted. Which side would the new secretary lean towards? Or rather, which side would he suppress? The cadres whispered among themselves, all guessing. Some guessed that Xia Ruiqin would align with Governor Liu. After all, Governor Liu was nearing retirement and easy to talk to, plus the provincial government held substantial power. Others speculated that Xia Ruiqin would suppress the Han University faction because their influence was too great and any new secretary would not tolerate it. Some also guessed that Xia Ruiqin would heavily rely on Li Dakong. After all, Li Dakong was capable and had outstanding achievements, and there was no obvious factional label after Secretary Zhao left. As for Lin Chuan, opinions varied. Some said he was sent by the central government and Xia Ruiqin would have to give him face. Others said he had been too dominant and would eventually suffer losses, especially since failing to share wealth with the new secretary might offend him. After much speculation, no one could be certain. The only thing that was sure was that the days ahead would not be peaceful. In the provincial committee building in the secretary's office, Xia Ruiqin sat behind a large desk surveying the office. Outside the window was the skyline of Handong, the view expansive. There was a knock on the door, and Zhou Jingwo walked in. Secretary Xia, if there's anything you need, please feel free to ask, Zhou Jingwo said with a warm smile, adopting a very humble demeanor. Xia Ruiqin looked at him and asked, Secretary Zhou, how many years have you worked in the provincial committee? He was prepared to test this person's attitude. If unsatisfactory, he would definitely replace him. Zhou Jingwo replied, It's been over 10 years, starting as deputy secretary and later becoming secretary. Xia Ruiqin nodded. It's not easy after so many years. You are familiar with the work of the provincial committee, and I will rely on you more in the future. Zhou Jiangwo felt a surge of joy, but kept a neutral expression, saying, Secretary Xia, you can rest assured, I will definitely cooperate fully with your work. The secretary quickly expressed his stance. Regardless of the province, the secretary is always reliant on the provincial secretary. Upon receiving a positive response, Xia Ruijin smiled. Good, you may go and get busy. Zhou Jiangwo left, closing the door behind him. Standing in the corridor, he took a deep breath and left with light steps. He knew that he had made the right move. The new secretary had just arrived and needed someone familiar with the situation, so his initiative to align himself was the best expression. As for Governor Liu and Gao Yuliang, he couldn't care less. In the secretary position, if the new secretary wanted to replace someone, it would be simple. If he didn't align himself, was he just waiting to be replaced? In the office, Xia Ruijin flipped through the cadre roster, scanning page after page. Gao Yuliang, deputy secretary, core member of the Handong gang. Liu Jiangwo, governor soon to retire, not a threat. Li Dakong, secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee, capable but strong-willed, deeply tied to the Zhao family. Lin Chuan, executive vice governor, a man of Secretary Wang, skilled in economics. There was also Tian Guofu, secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, a member of his own camp. He picked up the phone and dialed an extension. Comrade Guofu, can you come over for a chat? A few minutes later, Tian Guofu pushed the door open and sat down opposite Xia Ruijin. The two exchanged smiles. Secretary Xia, it's been a tough journey, Tian Guofu said with a smile. They had already exchanged information in Kyoto. Xia Ruijin waved his hand. It's not really tough. Tell me about the situation in Handong. He was eager to see if this colleague who had been in Handong for half a year had any special insights. Tian Guofu pondered for a moment and said, the situation is quite complex. Gao Yuliang's Handong gang wields significant power. Governor Liu is on the verge of retirement and doesn't manage much. Li Dakong is in Jingzhou, achieving notable results, but sometimes too notable. Xia Ruijin continued to inquire, what about Lin Chuan? Tian Guofu, holding a cup of tea, paused and said, Lin Chuan is Secretary Wang's man. He assumed his position half a month ago. After arriving, he acted swiftly, initiating the subway project and getting close to Governor Liu while also maintaining good relations with Gao Yuliang. Chi Tongwei from the Public Security Department has also been working closely with him recently. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Ruijin raised an eyebrow. So in just half a month he has already gathered a group of... This is not acceptable. This young man, an executive vice governor who arrived just a month before me, has already garnered more support in the standing committee than I have. This cannot be allowed. Especially with the rapid launch of the subway project, it seems he has a good relationship with the Zhao family's direct line and Gao Yuliang, which is even less permissible. Tian Guofu slowly said, this person is very capable and should not be underestimated. Xia Ruijin fell silent for a few seconds and asked, what do you think he has behind him? Upon hearing this, Tian Guofu thought for a moment and said, Secretary Wang definitely supports him. Additionally, I heard he has a teacher-student relationship with Gao Yuliang, who values him highly. Xia Ruijin nodded and did not ask further. Tian Guofu looked at him and cautiously said, Secretary Xia, what are your plans for the upcoming layout? Who knows what he has experienced during this time? It took a long time for the main force to arrive. It's time for him to play his part. Xia Ruijin smiled. There's no rush. Let's observe first. You've been in Handong for half a year. Keep an eye on those you need to monitor and grasp the necessary situations. When the time comes, we will proceed step by step. Tian Guofu understood and stood up to take his leave. As he reached the door, Xia Ruijin suddenly said, Guofu, you must firmly grasp the work of the Discipline Inspection Commission. There are many issues in Handong that require your attention. Tian Guofu turned his head and nodded solemnly. I understand. I need you. No, it should be that I need you. When the door closed, only Xia Ruijin remained in the office. He stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the city with a distant gaze. Zhong Xinghua sent him to Handong with the goal of targeting Zhao Lichuan. The Zhao family's foundation in Handong, the Guangming Peak project, and those intricate webs of relationships are all targets he needs to clean up. However, cleaning up the Zhao family cannot be rushed. He must first establish a solid footing, understand the situation, and win over those who need to be won over, while suppressing those who need to be suppressed. Governor Liu is on the verge of retirement and poses no concern. Gao Yuliang is a core member of the Handong gang, but has recently been cutting ties, which can be observed. Li Dakong is capable, but is Zhao-like and secretary. Li Dakong, who should be dealt with? Which side should he be won over? Lin Chuan. Xia Ruijin squinted. This person is a bit troublesome, a man of Secretary Wang backed by organizational support. Moreover, he acted too quickly. In just half a month, he secured the subway project and gathered a group of followers. Such a person cannot be confronted directly, but he also cannot be allowed to feel too comfortable. He must find an opportunity to curb his momentum. Xia Ruijin thought with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. From county mayor to provincial secretary, I have always been able to achieve what I set out to do. Additionally, there is a foster father of mine in Handong Chen Yanshi. If I do not visit him, the foster fathers in the capital will likely find out, which could reflect poorly. Once I stabilize, I should pay him a visit. It seems his son is still the director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau, which can be utilized as a pawn in my hands. A week after Xia Ruijin's appointment, the surface of the political arena in Handong appeared calm, yet hidden currents surged beneath. During this week, the heads of various departments queued to report their work. The National Development and Reform Commission, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development, the Ministry of Transport. Xia Ruijin welcomed everyone, giving each person 20 minutes to speak, listening more and saying less. His demeanor was gentle, but his gaze was sharp, occasionally posing one or two questions that often struck at the core. On Friday afternoon, the Provincial Party Committee office issued a notice. Comrade Xia Ruijin would begin research in various cities across the province next Monday. The notice particularly emphasized, without investigation, there is no right to speak. Leading cadres must go deep into grassroots, understand the real situation. As the news spread, reactions varied. Some praised the new secretary for his pragmatism, while others muttered that this was just the new official's initial fire. There were also whispers that the research was a pretense, while the real intention was to gauge the situation. Gao Yuliang was taken aback upon hearing that Xia Ruijin was going down to conduct research, knowing that the purpose of this visit was anything but simple. He had come to Handong with a political mission, and this research trip was likely aimed at the places he had once served, or perhaps the areas where Li Dakong had previously worked. The objective was also quite clear: to see if he could uncover any incriminating evidence to either win over a person or directly eliminate someone while retaining another. After all, the two had the deepest connections with Zhao Lichuan. One was a former secretary, and the other was the provincial secretary he had personally recommended. Gao Yuliang never believed that this Xia Ruijin would take action against both himself and Li Dakong at the same time, and he thought of himself as the primary candidate for Xia Ruijin's attempts to win over. However, facing this person who was usurping his position, he did not wish to back down, especially since he now had new avenues to explore. At the provincial government, Lin Chuan was reviewing the feasibility report for the subway project when he received the notice. He set the document down and said to Chen Rui, "Understood." Chen Rui cautiously asked Director Lin, "Should we prepare anything?" After all, this was the provincial secretary going down for research. Lin Chuan shook his head. "No need. Just carry on with your work." He picked up his teacup and took a sip, his gaze fixed on the city skyline outside the window. Xia Ruijin's research was anticipated. The new secretary needed to familiarize himself with the situation, ascertain the facts, and establish his own channels of information. These were all normal actions. As for any ulterior motives beyond the research, Lin Chuan was well aware. It was simply a matter of visiting Jingzhou, Luzhu, and Linxiang to see if there were any points of leverage related to places where Li Dakong and Gao Yuliang had served. The most important issue at hand was the subway project. Their struggles were their own. But the prerequisite was that Handong must maintain absolute stability, as the investigation team from the National Development and Reform Commission would soon arrive. Lin Chuan turned the page of the report and continued reading, though a hint of worry lingered in his eyes. He simply could not understand, according to the character of Xia Ruijin in the original story, how he managed to create chaos in Handong with economic decline and a paralyzed judiciary. If Xia Ruijin truly wished to cause trouble, it would be quite difficult to handle, but he only worried a little. After all, in the standing committee meeting, he held an absolute advantage. If Xia Ruijin dared to act recklessly, he would make Xia Ruijin understand what a democratic Handong meant. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Jingdu, at the office of the director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau of the Supreme People's Procuratorate, Ho Liangping was organizing materials on his desk when his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and quickly answered. "Hello, Director Ho, this is Old Zheng. There has been progress on the lead I mentioned last time." The voice on the other end was very low. While listening, Ho Liangping quickly jotted down notes on paper. After hanging up, he stared at the few words for a few seconds before suddenly standing up, grabbing the materials, and heading out. In the corridor, he walked briskly, directly pushing open the door to the Anti-Corruption Bureau chief's office. With a loud bang, the door slammed against the wall. Qin Siyuan, who was reviewing documents, was startled by the noise. He looked up to see Ho Liangping, his brow furrowing slightly before quickly relaxing. "Liangping, what's the urgency?" Ho Liangping quickly approached the desk, placing the materials on the table. "Director Qin, there's a major lead. A department director from the Ministry of Energy is suspected of accepting huge bribes. The evidence is solid. I apply to immediately investigate and request a search warrant." Qin Siyuan picked up the materials and flipped through them, his expression calm. "Xiao Dahan, at the departmental level. Is the informant reliable?" reliable. Ho Liangping's voice was loud. Director Qin, time is of the essence if the news leaks. Qin Siyuan raised his hand to interrupt him, his gaze lingering on Ho Liangping's face for a few seconds. Liangping, did you knock before entering? Ho Liangping was taken aback, realizing that he had barged in directly. He smiled awkwardly. Director Qin, I was too anxious. I'll be more careful next time. Qin Siyuan did not respond, lowering his head to continue reviewing the materials. After a moment, he picked up a pen and signed the application for the search warrant. You can go now. Here's the application. He handed it over. Remember, be mindful of the impact and follow procedures. Zhao Dahan is a cadre from the Ministry of Energy. When handling a case, we must adhere to the rules and not let anyone say that our Anti-Corruption Bureau does not understand the rules. Seeing the application signed, Ho Liangping laughed heartily as he took it, standing at attention and saluting. Director Qin, don't worry, I will handle this well. He turned and quickly left the door, slamming shut behind him. Bang! Another loud noise followed. Qin Siyuan leaned back in his chair, watching the door close, a barely perceptible cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ho Liangping was a person with little ability and no sense of decorum, relying on his relationship as a son-in-law of the Zhong family to bulldoze his way through the bureau, dismissing everyone. The people from the Ministry of Energy were not to be trifled with. Did he think he could just slap them in the face like that and get away with it? Qin Siyuan shook his head and continued to read the documents. But he was well aware that Ho Liangping would not care about these things. All he saw were cases, accolades, and the capital to climb higher. As for the consequences, those were matters for the future. At 7 o'clock in the evening, in an old residential area in Jingdu, a van stopped downstairs, containing 4 to 5 people who were staring at the unit door across the street. Director Ho Zhao Dahan lives on the 5th floor. He should be home now, a young officer whispered. Ho Liangping picked up the intercom action. Several people got out of the car and headed upstairs. On the 5th floor, they knocked on the door. The door opened, revealing a middle-aged man in an old sweater with a simple appearance looking at them with a date. Who are you looking for? Ho Liangping took out his ID. Is Zhao Dahan here? I am from the Anti-Corruption Bureau of the Supreme People's Procuratorate. Here is the search warrant. Please cooperate. Zhao Dahan was stunned for a few seconds, his expression shifting from confusion to surprise, then to grievance. The Anti-Corruption Bureau. You must be mistaken, as someone like me living in this kind of place could never be a corrupt official. He stepped aside to let them in. Come in and search, feel free to check. I, Zhao Dahan, stand upright and do not fear your investigation. Inside, the place was indeed simple, with old furniture, peeling walls, and a bowl of fried sauce noodles steaming on the dining table. Zhao Dahan sat down at the dining table, picked up chopsticks to continue eating, and mumbled, You Anti-Corruption Bureau are catching corrupt officials. How did you end up here with me? How many corrupt officials live in places like this? Eat food like this? Ho Liangping ignored him and exchanged a glance with his subordinates. Several people began to search, rummaging through everything and leaving no corner unchecked. Zhao Dahan continued eating, occasionally glancing over with a hint of tension in his eyes, but quickly returning to normal. Half an hour later, the search concluded, and an officer approached, shaking his head. Ho Liangping frowned slightly and walked up to Zhao Dahan. Are you done eating? Once you are, we'll move to another. Zhao Dahan put down his chopsticks. Where to? To your office. Zhao Dahan's face changed momentarily, but he quickly regained composure. All right, let's go. Let's see how you investigate. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the office building of the Ministry of Energy. Zhao Dahan's office was not large, simply furnished and piled with documents. Several officers searched thoroughly, yet still found nothing. Ho Liangping stood by the window, staring at Zhao Dahan. Zhao Dahan sat in a chair, his expression calm, even somewhat aggrieved. Director Ho, I say you must be. In the living room, stacks of cash were piled from the floor to the ceiling, neatly arranged like a small mountain. Zhao Dahan's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Ho Liangping walked over, opened the refrigerator door, which was also stuffed with money tightly packed in bundles. He turned around to look at Zhao Dahan, who was sprawled on the floor. Zhao Dahan trembled all over, tears and snot streaming down his face as he knelt on the ground, his voice hoarse. Director Ho, I was wrong. I will confess everything. My ancestors were all farmers. I've been terrified of poverty. I didn't dare to spend a single cent. Sob, sob, sob. I'm just afraid of being poor. Sob, sob, sob. I look at this money as if I were seeing a bountiful harvest. I just wanted to save it, save it. Ho Liangping squatted down and looked at him. Zhao Dahan, do you know how much money you've saved? At least over 100 million yuan. Ho Liangping said slowly and clearly, you are a division director with a monthly salary of a few thousand yuan, and you have over 100 million yuan at home. Do you know what this means? Zhao Dahan lay on the ground, wailing loudly. The search lasted for 2 hours, with the officers counting cash, taking photos, and registering everything. Zhao Dahan was taken back and placed under special supervision. Ho Liangping stood by the window, looking at the night outside, his mind racing. Zhao Dehan confessed he revealed a lot, but the most crucial piece of information was that Ding Yizhen, the vice mayor of Jingshu City, was his accomplice. At the provincial level, Ho Liangping's heart raced. This was a big fish. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the time. It was 9:40 p.m. There was no time to waste. He directly dialed Chen Hai's number. Chen Hai, this is Ho Liangping. On the other end, Chen Hai's voice was somewhat surprised. Monkey, why are you calling so late? What's going on? Zhao Dehan has fallen. It involves people from your Handong. Ho Liangping spoke urgently. Vice Mayor Ding Yizhen from Jingshu City is connected with him. You must act immediately and control him. Right away. Chen Hai gasped. Ding Yizhen. Are you sure? Absolutely. Zhao Dehan confessed this himself. It can't be wrong. Ho Liangping insisted. Chen Hai, this matter can't be delayed. If the news leaks, people will run. You have to act now. Oh, I will take care of the paperwork later. Hearing the news, Chen Hai paused for a second. Okay, they'll arrange it right away. At the Handong Provincial Procuratorate. In his office, Chen Hai hung up and immediately pressed the intercom. Lu Yike, come to my office. 2 minutes later, Lu Yike pushed the door in. Director, Chen, what's going on? Chen Hai's expression was serious. You need to take people and monitor Ding Yizhen. Remember, just monitor, don't alert him. Wait for my further instructions. Vice Mayor. Lu Yike was taken aback. Ding Yizhen. Vice Mayor of Jingshu City. Yes. Chen Hai continued. Ho Liangping has a big fish, and it involves him. Hurry up. Lu Yike nodded, turned, and left. In the corridor, she encountered Lin Huahua and Zhou Zheng and whispered a few words. The three hurried downstairs and drove out of the procuratorate. Chen Hai stood by the window watching the taillights disappear, feeling restless. Such a big matter, should he not report it to Yizhen? He hesitated for a few seconds, picked up the phone, and dialed Ji Changming's number. Yizhen, this is Chen Hai. I have an urgent situation to report to you. Ji Changming was watching TV at home. When he received the call, his expression changed. Chen Hai, could you say that again? Ding Yizhen. Yes, the Supreme Procuratorate has arrested a division director and revealed Ding Yizhen's involvement. I have already arranged for Lu Yike to monitor. Ji Changming fell silent for a few seconds, his mind racing. Ding Yizhen, vice mayor of Jingshu City at the provincial level, capturing someone like him without the provincial party committee's approval would lead to endless troubles. At the same time, Ji Changming felt a twinge of fear. This guy was really bold, daring to monitor a provincial-level official without following procedures. Chen Hai, listen to me. Ji Changming's voice was steady. Monitoring is fine, but any action must wait for the provincial committee's decision. I will report to Secretary Gao immediately, and you wait for my call. After hanging up, Ji Changming immediately dialed Gao Yuliang's number. Secretary Yuliang, this is Ji Changming. There's an urgent situation that needs to be reported immediately. Gao Yuliang's voice came from the other end of the line. Calm and unhurried. Comrade Changming, what is it? In Kyoto, the Supreme Procuratorate has arrested a division director from the Ministry of Energy, revealing Ding Yizhen's involvement. Chen Hai has already arranged for monitoring, but any action needs the provincial committee's decision. The other end fell silent for a few seconds. You need to come to the provincial party committee right away. I will notify others to hold an emergency standing committee meeting. At 10 p.m., in a small meeting room of the provincial party committee, the committee members arrived one after another. Gao Yuliang sat at the head with Lin Chuan, Li Dakong, and other committee members beside him, as well as Chi Tongwei from the Public Security Department. Ji Changming and Chen Hai sat on one side, their expressions grave. Li Dakong stared with dead fish eyes, his face dark, while Chi Tongwei remained expressionless, but internally, he was extremely anxious as he had considerable ties with Ding Yizhen. If he were to be captured, he would undoubtedly be implicated, but on the way here he received a call advising him to think carefully before acting and to set up surveillance at the airport and other key transportation points in advance. Gao Yuliang glanced at the people present and spoke. Comrade Changming, you go ahead and explain the situation. Ji Changming stood up and recounted everything from the Supreme Procurator's call to Zhao Dehan's confession to Ding Yizhen's involvement and Chen Hai's arrangement for monitoring. After he finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent for a few seconds. Li Dakong was the first to speak. Secretary Yuliang, Ding Yizhen is the vice mayor of Jingshu City, the overall commander of the Guangmingfeng project. If this matter is not handled well, it will affect the entire investment environment of Jingshu. Gao Yuliang looked at him. Comrade Dakong, what do you mean? After all, this is the leadership team of Jingshu City, and we must respect Li Dakong's opinion. Li Dakong said with a cold face, I suggest that the province act first to control him and initiate the dual regulation process. This way we have the initiative in our hands and won't be passive. However, Ding Yizhen's case is primarily not only a violation of the law, but also a disciplinary issue. Secretary Xia and the Discipline Inspection Secretary Tian Guofu have more decision-making power. One of the standing committee members spoke up. Comrade Dakong, Ding Yizhen is suspected of bribery, which is a judicial issue. The dual regulation process is the discipline committee's procedure, but if it ultimately leads to sentencing, it still has to follow judicial proceedings. Gao Yuliang nodded and looked at Lin Chuan. Comrade Lin Chuan, what's your opinion? Lin Chuan had been silent since the meeting began. Leaning back in his chair, his expression was calm. Upon being named by Gao Yuliang, he sat up straight and slowly began. My opinion is to follow procedures. Ding Yizhen is a vice mayor of provincial-level cadre. Capturing someone like him requires complete procedures. Have the procedures from the Supreme Procuratorate been completed? As soon as these words were spoken, Ji Changming was stunned, and Chen Hai's face turned pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down. Seeing several standing committee members staring at him, Ji Changming was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze to Chen Hai, indicating for him to explain. With no other choice, Chen Hai took a deep breath and said, Secretary Gao, Governor Lin, Secretary Li, the procedures from the Supreme Procuratorate have not yet arrived. They are still being processed. I only learned of this situation after receiving a call from the Anti-Corruption Bureau Division Director, Ho Yangping. As soon as he said this, the previously gloomy Li Dakong instantly smiled, his eyes brightening. Gao Yuliang and Lin Chuan's expressions darkened, their demeanor serious. Before Lin Chuan could fire back, Li Dakong was the first to strike. Comrade Chen Hai, do you have any sense of organizational discipline in your eyes? Without the Supreme Prosecutor's procedures, you dare to monitor a cadre at the level of a department head in Handong just based on a phone call from a division chief. Tell me, since when did the Anti-Corruption Bureau of Handong come under the command of a division chief? Li Daking's tone was cold, his presence commanding. He was already fuming internally, and with Governor Lin also displeased with you, your father Chen Yan's interference only added to his frustration. This time, if I can't bring you down, then I, Li Dakong, am useless. Seeing Dakang's outburst, Lin Chuan was also keen to watch the spectacle to avoid any backlash. Gao Yuliang, noticing Li Dakang's anger, intervened to mediate, shifting the focus onto Ding Yizhen. Dakong, please don't get worked up. Am I worked up? Li Dakong glared at Gao Yuliang with a deadpan expression, his tone low and filled with rage. With Ding Yizhen in trouble, he felt utterly constrained. Now you actually tell me that a division chief is handling things like this? Who is worked up? Lin Chuan, for some reason, instinctively blurted out this question. Seeing the crowd's gaze on him, he quickly added, let's not discuss Chen Hai's issue for now. We should first address Ding Yizhen's situation. Upon mentioning Ding Yizhen again, Li Dakang's anger subsided a bit, realizing that they had to address the pressing matter. Gao Yuliang immediately contacted Sha Ruijin, and after the call connected. Hello, Secretary Sha, this is Gao Yuliang. There is a matter I need to report to you, which is... The situation is as follows. Ding Yizhen is involved in a case, and the clues from Kyoto are quite clear. We now need your instructions. Gao Yuliang's voice was steady, but the fingers gripping the phone tightened slightly. There was silence on the line for 2 seconds before Sha Ruijin's voice came through. This cannot be allowed. Comrade Yuliang, I just arrived in Handong, and am not familiar with the situation. You will handle this matter on behalf of the Provincial Party Committee with full authority. Arrest if necessary, proceed according to the procedures. Gao Yuliang's eyes flickered. Secretary Ruijin, do you mean? I mean, you are the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee and the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. You have the full authority to decide on this matter. Sha Ruijin continued. I'm currently conducting research out of town and can't return. Please consult with the standing committee members, and if everyone agrees, take action. Having hung up, Gao Yuliang raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the several standing committee members present, Lin Chuan, Li Dakong, as well as attendees Ji Changming, Chen Hai, and Shi Tongwei. Secretary Ruijin has authorized the Provincial Party Committee to make the decision. Gao Yuliang said, now let's vote. Those in favor of immediately arresting Ding Yizhen, please raise your hands. He raised his hand first. Ji Changming followed suit. Li Dakong hesitated for a moment before raising his hand. Lin Chuan looked at Gao Yuliang and slowly raised his hand. The motion passed unanimously. Following Secretary Sha Ruijin's directive, Chen Hai immediately ordered Liu Yike and others to carry out the arrest operation. However, this time, Shi Tongwei remained in the meeting room throughout, taking no action. Lin Chuan secretly nodded at this scene. Ding Yizhen absolutely must not escape to the United States to wash dishes. It would be a colossal scandal for a deputy mayor to flee successfully. 10 minutes earlier, in the banquet hall on the 3rd floor of the Handong International Hotel, the lights were dazzling and the atmosphere was lively. The investment promotion banquet for the Guangming Peak project was in full swing, with dozens of investors surrounding Ding Yizhen, clinking glasses and toasting. Ding Yizhen, glowing with excitement, raised his glass and boomed, "Dear bosses, the Guangming Peak project is a key project in Jingzhou City. Whoever invests will benefit. Let's all make money together." The crowd raised their glasses and flattery echoed throughout the hall. Outside, Lin Huahua lowered her voice. "Director Liu, are we just going to wait here?" Liu Yike stared intently at Ding Yizhen. Wait. Director Chun has ordered us to monitor, but not act. Zhou Jing said, what if he escapes? Liu Yike did not respond. She also didn't know what to do if he ran away. But she knew this was an order. Ding Yizhen was enjoying himself when his phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out to take a look, his expression shifting slightly. It was a text message. He quickly regained his smile and continued drinking. But his gaze had begun to wander, unable to believe that things had escalated so quickly. He needed to think of a way to escape. Lin Chuan looked at Chi Tongwei. Director Chi, you need to take people immediately and cooperate with the prosecutor's office to arrest Ding Yizhen. Be quick and steady. Upon receiving the order, Chi Tongwei stood up abruptly. Yes. He turned and walked out, pulling out his phone to start making arrangements. On the other side, Chun Hai also stood up. Secretary Gao, I will return to the bureau to wait for news. He just wanted to quickly catch Ding Yizhen and solidify the charges, otherwise he would be the one suffering from today's matter. Gao Yuliang nodded, and then looked at Ji Changming. Comrade Changming, you stay. Once the matter is settled, we will discuss the follow-up. Ji Changming nodded and sat down, his face betraying no emotion, but his palms were already sweating. The time rewound 20 minutes. At the Handong International Hotel in the banquet hall on the 3rd floor. Ding Yizhen held his phone, the message on the screen, only a few short words, things have happened, hurry and leave. His heart raced, but he maintained a smile on his face. He raised his glass, saying to the investors beside him, Dear bosses, I must excuse myself for a moment to go to the restroom. You all continue to drink and have fun. The crowd nodded and continued their toasting. Ding Yizhen put down his glass and leisurely walked towards the restroom, passing through the corridor. He did not enter the restroom. Instead, he turned into the fire escape. In the stairwell, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Bring the car to the back door now. After hanging up, he hurried down the stairs, the sound of his leather shoes echoing against the concrete steps. He couldn't think of anything else. One thought consumed him. Run, he had to run. 2 minutes later, he dashed out the back door where a black sedan was already waiting. The driver Lao Zhang poked his head out. Mayor Ding. Ding Yizhen pulled open the car door and got in. Drive fast, take me to my hometown. Lao Zhang was taken aback. Hometown? Now. Stop talking nonsense, drive. Ding Yizhen's voice was urgent as he hurried him along. The driver didn't dare to ask further, started the car, and drove into the night. After driving 2 blocks, Ding Yizhen suddenly said stop. Lao Zhang hit the brakes, looking at him in confusion. Ding Yizhen pushed the car door open. Keep driving towards my hometown, pick up my mother. This money is for gas. After all, public vehicles can't be used for personal matters. Lao Zhang was even more bewildered. Mayor Ding, you don't ask so much. Before getting out of the car, Ding Yizhen hid his phone under the seat. After saying that, he closed the car door and vanished into the night. Lao Zhang stared blankly at the empty car, slowly pressing the gas pedal, and the vehicle continued forward. He didn't know where Ding Yizhen went and didn't dare to ask. Liu Yike stood outside with Lin Huahua and Zhou Zheng, having kept watch for a while. The noise in the banquet hall gradually diminished as guests began to leave. Liu Yike fixed her gaze on the exit, not daring to blink. Liu, why hasn't Ding Yizhen come out yet? Lin Huahua whispered. Liu Yike did not respond, feeling a sense of unease, but without orders they dared not check the situation. At that moment her phone rang. It was Chen Hai. Liu Yike's secretary Gao has ordered an arrest. You must act immediately to detain Ding Yizhen. Liu Yike's heart tightened. Understood. She hung up the phone and waved to Lin Huahua and Zhou Zheng. Let's go in. The 3 of them rushed in, pushing open the door. Liu Yike scanned the room, but saw no sign of Ding Yizhen. She quickly approached a waiter, showing her identification. Where is Mayor Ding, who was drinking here just now? The waiter was startled. Mayor Ding. He left a long time ago. When? About 10 minutes ago. He said he was going to the restroom and hasn't returned. Liu Yike's heart sank. She immediately dialed Chun Hai. Director Chen. Ding Yizhen has escaped. He left 10 minutes ago. On the other end, Chen Hai's voice changed instantly. What? He escaped. In the small conference room of the provincial committee, when Chen Hai's call came in, Gao Yuliang was discussing the follow-up case procedures with Ji Changming. The sudden ringing of the phone was jarring, and Ji Changming glanced at the caller ID before answering. A few seconds later his face turned pale. Secretary Gao. His voice trembled. Ding Yizhen has escaped. The conference room fell silent. Instantly all eyes fixed on Chen Hai. Gao Yuliang's expression darkened. Escaped? What do you mean? Ji Changming's lips quivered. Liu Yike and the others missed him. Ding Yizhen left the hotel 10 minutes ago and is nowhere to be found. Bang! Li Dakong slammed his palm on the table and stood up abruptly. What is your anti-corruption bureau doing? You were supposed to monitor Ding Yizhen, yet you let him escape. Gao Yuliang's face turned ashen. He slowly stood up, walked to the window facing away from everyone, and after a few seconds of silence he turned around and called Chi Tongwei. Chi Tongwei, immediately initiate citywide control. Block off the airport, train stations, bus stations, and highway exits. Even if Ding Yizhen grows wings, he must be apprehended. On the other end of the line, Chi Tongwei nodded seriously. Rest assured, Director. Upon hearing the word director, Gao Yuliang's brow involuntarily furrowed, but he said nothing. Time ticked by, and as the tension among the crowd grew, the phone rang again. Lin Chuan, who was closest, grabbed the phone and answered. Hello, this is Lin Chuan. Governor Lin, it's me, Chi Tongwei. We have officially arrested Vice Mayor Ding Yizhen, who was disguised at Handong International Airport. According to your instructions, we have detained him. Now requesting instructions. Chi Tongwei's voice was loud, and the people in the conference room all breathed a sigh of relief except for Li Dakong, whose expression remained grim. Gao Yuliang slowly said, Chi Tongwei, bring him back to the provincial headquarters where the Anti-Corruption Bureau comrades will take over. Understood. After hanging up, Gao Yuliang looked at Li Dakong and Ji Changming. Since the person has already been detained, then Comrade Dakong, Comrade Ji Changming, who will handle the case? This question was delicate. Ideally, this matter should be handled by the Provincial Disciplinary Committee, but the information and evidence came from the Anti-Corruption Bureau, and the Supreme Procuratorate was also coordinating with the Anti-Corruption Bureau. However, Li Dakong preferred that this matter be resolved internally in Jingzhou. The two began to argue, but ultimately the case was handed over to the Procuratorate, with Chun Hai from the Anti-Corruption Bureau going to the provincial headquarters to take the person. At 1140 p.m., the Provincial Public Security Department. Chi Tongwei stood at the entrance of the office building, gazing at the distant night sky. The night wind was a bit chilly, and he wrapped his coat tighter, his eyes fixed on the gate. Several officers stood beside him in silence. Ding Yizhen was confined in the interrogation room upstairs, guarded by 4 people. Chi Tongwei had personally issued the order. Without his command, no one was allowed to approach. His phone rang. Chi Tongwei glanced at it and answered. Director Chi, we're almost there. It was Chun Hai's voice on the other end. Chi Tongwei said, all right, I'll wait for you at the entrance. After hanging up, he told his deputy, the Procuratorate people are arriving soon. Oh, prepare the handover procedures. His deputy nodded and turned to go upstairs to prepare the paperwork. 5 minutes later, 2 cars from the Procuratorate drove into the courtyard. Chen Hai jumped out of the first car, followed by Lu Yike, Lin Huahua, and Zhou Zheng. Director Chi. Chen Hai hurried over, extending his hand. Chi Tongwei shook his hand firmly. Director Chen, thank you for your hard work. The weary-looking Chen Hai replied, thank you, Director Chi. Where is he? Upstairs. Chi Tongwei turned to lead the way. I arranged for 4 people to guard him. Not a single hair is missing. Chen Hai nodded and followed him upstairs, finally feeling a sense of relief in his heart. At the door of the interrogation room, Chi Tongwei stopped and lowered his voice. Director Chen, there's something I must mention up front. Chen Hai looked at him. Go ahead. Chi Tongwei glanced around, lowering his voice even further. This case, involving Ding Yizhen, is quite significant. The person is handed over to you, but regarding safety, you must pay extra attention. I have done what I need to do on my side, and the rest is up to you. He knew that the Zhao family would not allow Ding Yizhen to survive, and killing someone in the Anti-Corruption Bureau was neither easy nor difficult. After some thought, he realized that he was not the only one who wanted Ding Yizhen caught. Zhao Rulong wanted him caught even more, or perhaps he wanted him to disappear forever. Chen Hai was taken aback for a moment, and then nodded. Director Chi, don't worry, our Anti-Corruption Bureau is not to be trifled with. Chi Tongwei patted his arm and said nothing more. The door opened, and Ding Yizhen sat in the interrogation chair, his handcuffs replaced with soft restraints. Upon seeing Chen Hai, a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Director Chen, you came personally in the middle of the night. How hard you work. Ignoring the taunt, Chen Hai addressed Lu Yike, saying, handle the handover procedures. Lu Yike took out the documents and began to check them item by item with the police identification, personal belongings, recorded materials. After finishing the count, she signed and sealed everything. Chi Tongwei stood by watching. Once the paperwork was completed, he said to Chen Hai, the person is now in your hands. My task is done. Chen Hai, holding the documents, nodded. Director Chi, take care. Chi Tongwei cast one last glance at Ding Yizhen before turning to leave, completely unconcerned with his gaze. Chen Hai said to Lu Yike, take him away. 2 officers stepped forward, escorting Ding Yizhen. He stood up, stretched his wrists, and smiled. Director Chen, your treatment is far worse than when I was vice mayor. Chen Hai looked at him coldly. Ding Yizhen, you are now a criminal suspect, not the vice mayor. Ding Yizhen smiled slightly and said nothing more as he was let out. The escort vehicle drove out of the Provincial Public Security Department, merging into the dark streets. Ding Yizhen sat in the back seat, flanked by 2 Anti-Corruption Bureau personnel. He closed his eyes, leaning against the back of the seat, his face betraying no expression. But in his mind, thoughts whirled one after another. He had failed to escape, or was he almost on the plane? That Chi Tongwei arrived too quickly, not giving him any chance. Damn Chi Tongwei, he treated me like a non-person. We were just drinking together, and he turned around and arrested me. Doesn't he fear that I'll expose him? But it didn't matter. Ding Yizhen's lips curled into a slight smile. He had been in Handong for so many years, and it wasn't for nothing. The Zhao family must have already caught wind of the news. That Zhao Ruilong, though arrogant, was not foolish. He needed to keep his mouth shut, and he also needed Ding Yizhen to help him. As long as he remained silent, the Zhao family would have ways to maneuver. Light sentences. A few years later, he could be released on medical parole. By then the money abroad would be enough for him to live freely for the rest of his life. He opened his eyes and glanced at the night outside the car window as the vehicle passed over a bridge with dark waters flowing beneath. The personnel from the Anti-Corruption Bureau beside him inquired, "Mayor Ding, what are you looking at?" Ding Yizhen smiled lightly. "Nothing, just admiring the scenery. After all these years I haven't had a proper look at Handong's night view." In the Anti-Corruption Bureau interrogation room, several personnel brought Ding Yizhen in, forcing him to sit in the interrogation chair. The bright lights made it hard for him to open his eyes fully. He squinted and looked at Chen Hai and Liu Yike sitting opposite. Chen Hai at the interrogation table opened a folder. "Ding Yizhen, do you know why you were arrested?" Ding Yizhen smiled. "Director Chen, you must have a reason for arresting me, right? What crime have I committed?" Seeing that the other party was unwilling to admit anything, Chen Hai stared at him. "Do you know Zhao Dahan?" Hearing this name, Ding Yizhen's eyes flickered slightly, but his expression remained calm. "Zhao Dahan, the director from the Ministry of Energy. I know him, we've met a few times during meetings." "What, has something happened to him?" Chen Hai, still cold in tone, replied. "He confessed that you had economic dealings with him." Ding Yizhen burst into laughter. "Director Chen, you can't just say things like that. As a vice mayor, how could I have any economic dealings with a director? You can investigate, feel free to investigate. I, Ding Yizhen, act with integrity and have nothing to fear from scrutiny." Liu Yike, unable to contain herself at the suspect's arrogance, slapped the table. "Ding Yizhen, stop pretending. Over 200 million was found at Zhao Dahan's home, and he admitted that you took some too." Ding Yizhen looked at her, his smile unwavering. "Director Liu, that statement is incorrect. Zhao Dahan's admissions are his own business. What does it have to do with me? Is there any evidence? Did he transfer money to me? Or do I have any transaction records? You can't just rely on someone's words in an anti-corruption case, right?" Liu Yike's face turned pale with anger, while Chen Hai raised his hand to stop her. "Ding Yizhen," Chen Hai said slowly, "if you don't confess now, once we uncover the truth, the situation will be different. You should understand the principle of confessing for leniency." Ding Yizhen leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and replied, "Director Chen, I understand, but I truly have nothing to confess. If you want to investigate, I will cooperate. Whatever you find, I will acknowledge. If you can't find anything, then don't blame me for being stubborn." He paused, then added with a smile, "Director Chen, you are so young and already the head of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Your future is bright. But don't wrong an innocent official for the sake of achievements." Chen Hai stared at him, his fingers pressing down slightly, causing the edges of the folder to crumple. The interrogation room fell into silence, with only the clock on the wall ticking away. In Kyoto, at a high-end villa area at 1 o'clock in the morning, Zhao Ruilong was still drinking in the living room with the television playing a boring midnight show. He leaned back on the sofa holding a wine glass while a blonde foreign language teacher rested in his arms. Suddenly his phone rang, piercing through the silence. He glanced at the caller ID and answered. "Zhao, something has happened." Zhao Ruilong furrowed his brow. "What happened?" "Ding Yizhen has been arrested." Zhao Ruilong sat up straight. "What? When did this happen?" "Tonight. It said that someone was caught in Kyoto and implicated him. He originally intended to flee but was blocked at the airport." Zhao Ruilong's expression darkened, and the veins in his hand gripping the wine glass bulged. "Where is he now?" "He was arrested by the Provincial Public Security Department and later transferred to the Anti-Corruption Bureau. He should be detained there now." Zhao Ruilong remained silent for a few seconds before suddenly smashing the wine glass onto the floor. With a loud crash, glass shards scattered everywhere. "Useless." He gritted his teeth and cursed, standing up to pace back and forth in the living room. The person on the other end of the call dared not speak, waiting for him to say something. After walking a few laps, Zhao Ruilong stopped, lowering his voice. "Has he said anything?" "He probably hasn't, as supposedly he's tight-lipped and won't say anything." Zhao Ruilong squinted, his mind racing. Ding Yizhen knew too much: the Guangming Peak Project, the Shanshui Group, and those shady deals. If he speaks, it would be the end for him, and the entire Zhao family would be implicated. He must ensure that he stays silent, forever silent. As for rescuing him later, that's not his style, especially since the current situation is not favorable. Zhao Ruilong picked up the phone, his voice dark. "Find someone to take care of him, make it clean, and leave no trace." The person on the other end hesitated. "Zhao, he's currently at the Anti-Corruption Bureau. It's not easy to move." "It's not easy, but it must be done." Zhao Ruilong shouted in a low voice. "I'll be too late once he speaks. You find someone reliable, think of a way, and do it quickly. Remember, make it look like an accident, understand?" "An accident?" The other end fell silent for 2 seconds. "Understood." Zhao Ruilong hung up the phone, standing in the living room with his chest rising and falling violently. He walked to the window, pulled back the curtain, and looked out at the night scene. In the early morning of Kyoto, the lights were sparse, and a profound silence enveloped the area. Zhao Ruilong recalled his father Zhao Liken's earlier words. Ruilong, be measured in your actions. Some things you can do, some things you cannot. Once you do, you must do it thoroughly. In the Anti-Corruption Bureau interrogation room, the interrogation had been ongoing for 2 hours without any progress. Ding Yizhen sat in the chair still wearing that faint smile. He occasionally answered a few questions, but mostly remained silent or countered with questions. Director Chen, your lights are too bright. Can you dim them a bit? Director Chen, this chair is uncomfortable. Sitting for too long makes my back hurt. Director Chen, aren't you going to pour me a glass of water? Even a criminal has rights, right? Chen Hai looked at him, feeling a growing anger within, but had to suppress it. Liu Yike couldn't take it anymore, standing up and walking in front of Ding Yizhen, leaning in to glare at him. Ding Yizhen, don't get too pleased with yourself. Do you think staying silent will keep you safe? We have solid evidence from Zhao Dahan. We will eventually find out about your dealings with him. Ding Yizhen looked at her, his smile even more cheerful. Director Liu, you're standing so close, aren't you afraid I will say you're threatening me? What brand of perfume are you wearing? It smells nice. Liu Yike trembled with anger, while Chen Hai stood up and pulled her back. Ding Yizhen, Chen Hai said, that's enough for today. Think it over well. We will continue tomorrow. Ding Yizhen nodded. Sure, I'll think it over. Director Chen, you all should rest early. Staying up late is not good for your health. Chen Hai ignored him, turning to leave the interrogation room, while Liu Yike followed and slammed the door shut. Director Chen, he's just a tough nut. He won't yield to either soft or hard tactics. Chen Hai leaned against the wall, exhaling a sigh. I know, but even if it's difficult, we must press on, or if we fail, it'll be impossible to explain. Liu Yike looked at him, hesitant to speak, while Chen Hai remained silent for a moment before saying, tonight, we'll take turns keeping watch. Tomorrow morning, we'll change our approach. All right. Chen Hai walked toward the elevator and pressed the button. As the elevator door opened, he glanced back at the interrogation room door. The door was closed and the light inside was still on. He did not know that someone was watching this door from the darkness, planning how to ensure that the person inside would remain silent forever. In the early morning, in the Anti-Corruption Bureau's holding cell, duty officer Xiao Lu yawned, rubbing his eyes. Having not slept all night, he felt drowsy and his eyelids were heavy. He glanced at the clock on the wall. In another hour, it would be time for the shift change. He stood up, stretching his stiff body, picked up the lunchbox on the table as breakfast had arrived, and according to regulations, he had to deliver it to the suspect first. The corridor was quiet, with only the sound of his own footsteps. As he approached the door of interrogation room No. 3, he took out the key and opened the door. Ding Yizhen, it's time for breakfast. No one responded. Xiao Lu stepped inside and saw Ding Yizhen still sitting in the interrogation chair, his head tilted to one side, eyes closed. Ding Yizhen, he called out again. Still no response. A sudden wave of unease surged in Xiao Liu's heart. He quickly walked over and gently pushed Ding Yizhen's shoulder. Cold. Ding Yizhen's body was stiff, his skin ice cold. Xiao Liu's hand trembled as he reached towards his nose. There was no breath. What the hell? The lunchbox fell to the ground, porridge spilling everywhere. Xiao Lu staggered back 2 steps and rushed out of the interrogation room, his voice cracking. Help! Hurry! Something's happened. By 610, the Anti-Corruption Bureau was in chaos, completely losing its usual composure. Several people rushed into the interrogation room, hastily lifting Ding Yizhen from the chair. Some were performing CPR, while others were calling for an ambulance. But everyone knew it was too late. Ding Yizhen's body had already grown cold. Liu Yike was the first to arrive. She stood at the doorway of the interrogation room, watching the chaotic scene, inside, her face as pale as paper. What happened? What on earth happened? Her voice trembled. No one could answer her. Everyone inside was in a state of panic, especially since this was the vice mayor. Lin Huahua squeezed out from inside, her eyes red. Director Liu, the person is gone. The doctor said it looks like a heart attack. Heart attack? What do you mean a heart attack? Liu Yike's voice sharpened. He seemed fine yesterday. How could it be a heart attack? Lin Huahua shook her head, unable to speak. Liu Yike turned and ran outside. She needed to find Chen Hai. This was serious. Chen Hai had been interrogating until 3 in the morning and was sleeping on the office sofa. When Liu Yike burst in, he was still lost in slumber. Director Chen. Director Chen. Something's happened. Chen Hai woke up with a start, sitting up. What happened? Ding Yizhen. Ding Yizhen is dead. As soon as the words left her lips, Chen Hai froze for 3 seconds, his entire being feeling as though it had been drained of strength, collapsing back onto the sofa. He knew it was over. This time, it was truly over. Another major disciplinary action was imminent. And there was still Secretary Xia from the Provincial Party Committee, who could protect him. At 740, Ji Changming was awakened from his dreams by a phone call. Director Ji, something's happened. Ding Yizhen suddenly died of a heart attack. After hearing the report on the other end of the line, he remained silent for a long time. The urgent voice on the phone urged, "Director Ji, please come quickly. Oh, everything is in chaos here." Ji Changming replied coldly, "I understand." After hanging up, he sat on the edge of the bed looking out at the gradually brightening sky and let out a long sigh. This kid Chen Hai is in deep trouble this time. Ding Yizhen was a major suspect in a significant case, a big fish caught by Ho Liangping, someone that Gao Yuliang, Lin Chuan, and Li Dakong were all watching. How could Ding Yizhen just die in the Anti-Corruption Bureau? How could Chen Hai, the head of the bureau, explain this? Ji Changming slowly put on his clothes, washed up, and headed out. On the way, he kept pondering whether he could distance himself from this matter. He hadn't been on site last night. Chen Hai was fully in charge. As long as he stuck to this point, he should be able to slip by. All he wanted now was to retire in peace. But Chen Hai? Ji Changming shook his head, stopping his thoughts. At the same time, Gao Yuliang was awakened by the phone. The moment he heard the news, his face turned ashen. His hand gripping the phone turned veiny as he fell silent for 3 seconds, then suddenly erupted. What nonsense! This is simply outrageous. How could Ding Yizhen die in the Anti-Corruption Bureau? Where were the guards? Where were the duty officers? What were they doing? The person on the other end of the line didn't dare to speak, waiting for his anger to subside. Gao Yuliang took a few deep breaths, suppressing his anger as he asked, "What's the current situation?" Director Ji has already gone over. Chen Hai is at the scene, and the coroner's preliminary judgment is a heart attack. The specifics will have to wait for the autopsy report. A heart attack? Gao Yuliang sneered. He seemed perfectly fine last night. Now it's a heart attack. Do you believe that? The person on the other end fell silent, unsure of what to say. Gao Yuliang took a deep breath. "I'm coming over immediately. Tell Ji Changming to lock down the information. No one can leak anything to the outside. We'll discuss it when I arrive." After hanging up, he stood by the window watching the rising sun outside, his chest heaving violently. Chen Hai's father is Chen Yanshi. Chen Yanshi was his former leader and had done him a favor. But this time, how would he protect him? He recalled Lin Chuan's eternally calm face. If Lin Chuan took advantage of this, Chen Hai's position as the head of the Anti-Corruption Bureau would likely be unsustainable. Gao Yuliang closed his eyes, his mind racing, and let out a slight sigh. At 800 in the Provincial Public Security Department, Chi Tongwei had just arrived at the office when his deputy knocked and entered looking strange. "Director Chi, something's happened. Ding Yizhen is dead." Chi Tongwei was pouring water when he paused, spilling some, then set down the kettle and looked at his deputy. "Dead? How did he die?" "The Anti-Corruption Bureau says it was a heart attack. They found him cold when they brought breakfast this morning after interrogating until 3 last night." Chi Tongwei was silent for a few seconds, picked up the kettle again, and slowly filled the cup. He took a sip, his face revealing no expression, but inside a stone quietly fell. Ding Yizhen was dead, and those secrets would remain buried forever. The issues concerning the mountain and water group and the ambiguous matters surrounding him. Chi Tongwei set down his cup and said to his deputy, "I understand. You can go back to your work now." At 830 in the provincial government, Chen Rui hurried into Lin Chuan's office, his face serious. "Governor Lin, something big has happened. Ding Yizhen is dead." Lin Chuan, who was reading documents, looked up at the sound, his gaze landing on Chen Rui's face. His expression showed no change, only a quiet stare. Chen Rui felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and quickly recounted what he knew. After listening, Lin Chuan remained silent for a few seconds, nodded, and said, "I understand." Seeing the leader's reaction, Chen Rui was taken aback. "Governor Lin, you don't." "What do you mean?" Lin Chuan looked at him, smiling. Chen Rui opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Lin Chuan lowered his head and continued to read the documents as if the news just now was merely an inconsequential routine report. Chen Rui stood for a few seconds, understanding the cue, and left. As the door closed, Lin Chuan set down his pen, leaning back in his chair, gazing out the window. Ding Yizhen was dead. In the original plot, Ding Yizhen fled to the United States only to be killed later. But in this life, he had been blocked at the airport by himself and could not escape. In the end, he still died. Died in the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Died at Chen Hai's hands. Lin Chuan closed his eyes, his mind racing. Chen Hai is the director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau, and Ding Yizhen died at his hands. Regardless of whether he is responsible or not, he cannot escape the connection. At the standing committee meeting, Sha Ruijin Tian Guofu Gao Yuliang Li Dakong. Everyone will be focused on this matter. All he needs to do is give it a little push. The first confrontation at the standing committee is about to arrive. Sha Ruijin will likely find a way to protect Chun Yan's position, even going so far as to stop research and return to Jingzhou for the meeting. Lin Chuan opened his eyes, picked up the phone on the desk, and dialed the internal line. "Chen Rui, please arrange a meeting with Deputy Director L.V. Liang of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Have him come by at 10 this morning." "Yes, right now." At exactly 10 o'clock, L.V. Liang appeared at Lin Chuan's office door on time. He is a veteran of the prosecutor's office, having worked in the Anti-Corruption Bureau for 15 years, rising from a clerk to deputy director, skilled in his profession and diligent, yet never seeking the spotlight. Chen Hai is young and ambitious, shining brightly. He is content to remain in the background, never vying for credit after all his connections are not as strong as Chen Hai's. LV Liang stood at the door, slightly bowing. Lin Chuan stood up to personally welcome him, shaking his hand. "Director, LV, please come in." LV Liang was taken aback, repeatedly saying, "You are too kind, Governor Lin." They sat on the sofa, and Chun Rui brought tea, quietly closing the door as he left. Lin Chuan raised his teacup, smiling as he said, "Director, LV, I've wanted to invite you for a chat for a long time, but never found the opportunity. Today, since I have some free time, let's talk." LV Liang cradled the teacup with both hands, leaning slightly forward. "If you have any instructions, Governor Lin, please feel free to say." Lin Chuan waved his hand. "It's not an instruction, just a casual chat." "How many years has Director LV worked in the Anti-Corruption Bureau?" LV Liang replied, 15 years. 15 years not easy, Lin Chuan remarked. "Working in the Anti-Corruption Bureau is challenging, but it offends people and carries risks. Your persistence over the years shows you are a diligent person." LV Liang felt a bit embarrassed. "You flatter me, Governor Lin. I am just someone who works hard to do the job well." Listening to this, Lin Chuan nodded. Diligence is what is most lacking these days. Comrade Chen Hai is young and energetic, but sometimes he lacks the steadiness that you possess. LV Liang's heart stirred, but he maintained a calm demeanor. "Director Chun is young and accomplished, much better than us oldtimers." Lin Chuan smiled, then shifted the topic. "Director LV, you have heard about Ding Yizhen, right?" LV Liang's heart tightened, and he nodded. "I have heard." Lin Chuan looked at him with a gentle gaze. "With such a big issue arising in the Anti-Corruption Bureau, Comrade Chun Hai must be under a lot of pressure. At this time, it is necessary for experienced comrades to step up and stabilize the situation." LV Liang remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Lin Chuan picked up his teacup, slowly taking a sip before putting it down. "Director LV, you have been in the Anti-Corruption Bureau for 15 years and know the situation best. With you here, the Anti-Corruption Bureau has a steady anchor. The organization should consider giving you more responsibilities." LV Liang's heart raced, gripping the teacup a little tighter, knowing what Lin Chuan's words implied. "Governor Lin, I. Lin Chuan waved his hand, interrupting him. "Director LV, humility is a virtue, but excessive humility borders on arrogance. Your abilities are recognized by the organization." He paused, his tone becoming serious. "The Anti-Corruption Bureau is at the front line of the fight against corruption, requiring someone who understands the business and can stabilize the situation. Director LV, I hope you can take on greater responsibilities." LV Liang took a deep breath, stood up, and said solemnly, "Thank you for the trust, Governor Lin. I will not disappoint your expectations and will ensure the work of the Anti-Corruption Bureau is executed well." Lin Chuan also stood up, patting his arm. "Good, with your word I can rest assured. Go ahead and get back to. We will communicate further regarding subsequent matters." LV Liang nodded repeatedly and took his leave. Stepping out of the provincial government building, he stood on the steps, looking at the sun overhead, feeling an indescribable excitement swell within him. 15 years finally. "Chen Hai, let's see who can protect you now. Is it Chief G or your father who loves to meddle in the Anti-Corruption Bureau? What if he's 46? LV Liang can still make progress." He took a deep breath, quickly descended the steps, and drove away. In the office, Lin Chuan stood by the window, watching LV Liang's car leave the compound. Director Chen Hai is unstable in his position, as Secretary Dakong said. However, he still needed to inform Teacher Gao. After all, Chen Hai was once Gao Yuliang's student. Although Chun Yan's character is eccentric, he treats Gao Yuliang well. During this time of crisis, it would suffice if Gao Yuliang did not help, but he should not add to the chaos. He turned back to his desk, picked up the phone, and dialed Gao Yuliang's number. "Teacher, regarding Ding Yizhen's matter, I have an idea I would like to discuss with you." On the other end, Gao Yuliang received the call, pondering the inevitability of it. After their conversation, they reached a tacit understanding. As for Secretary Dakong, Lin Chuan did not plan to call. He could only trust that Secretary Dakong would not disappoint him. Li Dakong, just as he expected after learning of Ding Yizhen's death, his eyes flashed with a hint of relief. Good riddance. Among the various outcomes for Ding Yizhen, being taken away by the Supreme Procuratorate is beyond his control. Fleeing would cause panic, and death is the best outcome. Especially dying at the hands of the prosecutor's Anti-Corruption Bureau is the most ideal scenario. He recalled Lin Chuan's hints and thought of that old fellow Chen Hai. If you don't get dismissed this time, it would mean I, Li Dakong, am incapable. Originally, Li Dakong wanted to communicate with Lin Chuan, but after some thought, he deemed it unnecessary, trusting that Governor Lin would not let him down. At 3 p.m, the Standing Committee meeting room of the Provincial Party Committee. 13 chairs were fully occupied. The party secretary of Luzhou City, also a standing committee member, had specially returned for this session, marking Secretary Xia Ruijin's first full standing committee meeting since assuming office. The propaganda director glanced at Lin Chuan and Li Dakong, offering a congenial smile. Secretary Lin, Secretary Li, both of you have truly become household names now. Why not produce short videos yourselves? Arrange for officials at all levels to report their work directly to netizens, and let official accounts amplify the effort together. Meanwhile, promote Handong scenic attractions through cultural and tourism channels. Let's build internet-famous Handong. Wouldn't that be genuine progress? I trust Secretary Lin won't refuse. After all, he surely wishes to see Handong's tourism industry thrive, not stagnate. Ha. As for Secretary Li Dakong, needless to say, he relishes being in the public eye. Lin Chuan returned the propaganda director's smile with courteous warmth, yet inwardly wondered they had scarcely crossed paths before. The wall clock struck 3 precisely as Xia Ruijin entered. His face bore deep fatigue, dark circles heavy beneath his eyes, evidence of a sleepless night. Yet his spine remained erect, his gaze sweeping deliberately across every seated member before he settled into the presiding chair. Silence filled the room, so profound one could hear each breath. Without the customary pleasantries, Xia Ruijin opened the meeting. Everyone is present. Let us begin. He paused, then lowered his voice. Today's sole agenda item, the case of Ding Yizhen, a full provincial-level cadre deputy mayor of Jingzhou City and chief commander of the Guangmingfeng project. He stands accused of accepting bribes. Just as leads emerged from Beijing, he nearly fled overseas, only to be apprehended en route. And then, what happened? He died, in the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Xia Ruijin's tone grew grave, his fingers struck the table with deliberate force. His gaze swept over Ji Changming, then lingered pointedly on Gao Yuliang's face. Comrade Yuliang, you serve as Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission. Tell us, how will the Central Committee view this? How will the people perceive it? I have been in Handong for less than a month, and already such an incident erupts. What then will others think of me? As Provincial Party Secretary, Gao Yuliang, thus named, remained silent for several seconds before replying calmly. Secretary Xia, the Anti-Corruption Bureau indeed bears responsibility, but the precise handling must await thorough investigation. Xia Ruijin waved a hand. Investigation is imperative, but accountability demands an immediate stance. Comrade Changming, you speak first. Ji Changming prepared, cleared his throat, and opened his notebook. He knew this would be no easy ordeal, yet what needed saying he would say. Secretary Xia, esteemed comrades of the Standing Committee, the Procuratorate has already assembled a dedicated investigative team into Ding Yizhen's death. Preliminary forensic findings indicate sudden cardiac death, acute myocardial infarction. Ding Yizhen had a documented history of hypertension, chronic sleep deprivation, and severe psychological stress, all contributing factors. He paused briefly before continuing. Regarding lapses during surveillance, the Anti-Corruption Bureau unquestionably bears responsibility. Yet the situation was urgent. Comrade Ho Liangping from Beijing phoned reporting confessions implicating Ding Yizhen and demanding immediate detention. Comrade Chun Hai acted accordingly out of professional duty. Professional duty? Li Dakong interjected sharply. All eyes turned toward him. He wore a dark suit, his expression stern, his gaze incisive. Comrade Prosecutor Ji, I posed 3 questions. Raising one finger, Li Dakong continued. First, whose call did Chun Hai receive? A department director from Beijing's National Anti-Corruption General Administration. A director? What rank is that? Ding Yizhen holds full provincial-level status. Can a single phone call from a director authorize the arrest of such a high-ranking official? Where is due process? Where are the formal procedures? Where is the chain of approval and reporting? Li Dakong raised a second finger. Second, if surveillance was in place, how did Ding Yizhen escape? At the Guangmingfeng project gala, your personnel were present. Yet he slipped out through the rear entrance and sped straight to the airport, nearly boarding an international flight. Had Secretary Lin not intervened preemptively, we'd now be searching for Ding Yizhen on Interpol's one. Li Dakong raised a third finger, his voice intensifying. Third, once detained, Ding Yizhen was handed over to your Anti-Corruption Bureau. What followed? Within a single night, he died. Official cause, myocardial infarction. Comrade Prosecutor Ji, do you believe it? Do any of us here believe it? With that, Li Dakong slammed his palm onto the table. A jarring, visceral shock that made everyone flinch. Gao Yuliang hastily stepped in to mediate. Secretary Li, please remain calm. Calm. Li Dakong shot back, locking eyes fiercely with Gao Yuliang. Ji Changming's face paled, his mouth opened, but no words emerged. Seeing his silence, Li Dakong pivoted toward Xia Ruijin. Secretary Xia, I submit that Comrade Chun Hai is no longer fit to serve as director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. First, he acted unilaterally, without organizational discipline, alerting the suspect prematurely. Second, his supervision failed catastrophically, allowing a high-profile suspect to nearly flee abroad. Third, his custody protocols collapsed, resulting in the suspect's inexplicable death. To retain such a person in leadership betrays the very foundations of Handong's ruthless construction. A beat of silence fell. Then the provincial military district commander quietly munched on sunflower seeds. This standing committee meeting had become unexpectedly dramatic. Sha Ruijin studied Li Dakong, his brow faintly furrowed. He had not anticipated such directness, or such ferocity. Worse still, each of Li's 3 points was unassailable. After a measured pause, he replied, "Secretary, Li's perspective holds merit. Yet Comrade Chen Hai remains young. Mistakes in service are inevitable. Anti-corruption work is inherently arduous. To remove someone after a single misstep would deter all future cadres from daring to act." Sha Ruijin paused again, his gaze shifting to Li Dakong, carrying quiet implication. Moreover, Comrade Chen Hai's father is Elder Chen Yanshi, a revolutionary veteran whose contributions to Handong's liberation and development are immeasurable. Our handling must weigh broader ramifications. Li Dakong stiffened, then swiftly grasped the subtext was the secretary signaling intent to shield, but Li Dakong, emboldened by righteous fury, pressed on, "Secretary Sha, precisely because Elder Chen is a revered revolutionary, we must hold Chen Hai to the highest standard. To grant leniency solely out of deference to Elder Chen's legacy would constitute the gravest disrespect to him." Sha Ruijin's expression flickered, unspoken exasperation flashing across his face. "Me? Provincial party secretary? You, a municipal party secretary, dare speak so? Is this local courtesy, or organized lawlessness?" At that moment Lin Chuan spoke, calm, clear, his gaze resting evenly upon both men. "Secretary Sha, Secretary Li, I too wish to add a few words. Before arriving in Handong, I'd already heard whispers the Handong Anti-Corruption Bureau is jokingly dubbed the provincial second procuratorate. Why? Because Elder Chen Yanshi, Chen Hai's father, routinely forwards hundreds of complaint letters to the bureau. Every letter demands investigation. If no wrongdoing is found, Elder Chen grows displeased. If misconduct is uncovered, the credit belongs to Elder Chen." Lin Chuan paused, turning to Ji Changming. "Comrade Prosecutor Ji, is this account accurate?" Sweat beaded on Ji Changming's forehead. With visible strain he nodded, his spirit crumbling. "Let it end. I am spent. I truly cannot protect him." Lin Chuan continued unperturbed, "I do not question Elder Chen's right to report, but the Anti-Corruption Bureau is a law enforcement organ, not a private detective agency. As its director, Comrade Chen Hai not only tolerated this aberration, he enabled it, even collaborated with it. What does that signify? It signifies the privatization of public authority." Lin Chuan's voice deepened, his gaze settling firmly on Sha Ruijin. "Secretary Sha, I fully endorse Secretary Li's 3 points. And I add a fourth. For years, Comrade Chen Hai has permitted his father's persistent interference in judicial affairs, derailing the Bureau's operations far from their constitutional mandate. Such a person is unequivocally unfit to continue as director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau." Sha Ruijin fell silent, glancing at Li Dakong, then at Lin Chuan, and finally at Gao Yuliang. Gao Yuliang lowered his head, lost in thought, yet he did not speak up to defend Chen Hai. He turned his gaze to Governor Liu, who leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, as if dozing off, yet everyone knew he was listening. "Comrade Yuliang," Sha Ruijin called out, "as the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, what is your opinion? Chen Hai is your student, you should at least defend him a bit." The called upon Gao Yuliang raised his head, adjusted his glasses, and slowly replied, "Secretary Sha, both Comrade Dakong and Comrade Lin Chuan have valid points. Comrade Chen Hai indeed made a serious mistake this time, causing significant damage to Handong's image. However, how to handle it must still follow the proper procedures." His words were meticulously crafted, neither favoring Chen Hai nor agreeing with the attacks, merely emphasizing the need to follow procedures. Sha Ruijin understood that Gao Yuliang wanted to avoid getting involved and distance himself from the matter. He took a deep breath and looked towards Ji Changming. "Comrade Changming, as the chief prosecutor, Chen Hai is under your command. What do you think should be done?" Ji Changming's forehead was now sweatier. He knew that Chen Hai would not get through this today. If he were to staunchly defend Chen Hai, he might end up sacrificing himself. All he wanted was to retire. What wrong had he done? "Secretary Sha," Ji Changming said with difficulty, "Comrade Chen Hai indeed made a grave mistake, and as the chief prosecutor, I bear the leadership responsibility. I propose to dismiss Comrade Chen Hai from his position as the head of the Anti-Corruption Bureau, transfer him away from the Bureau, and arrange for another position." Sha Ruijin remained silent for a few seconds, knowing that the situation had turned against him. After all, no one had stepped forward to speak up, and he could not violate regulations. He could only nod slowly, since Comrade Changming has said, so we will proceed according to this suggestion. Comrade Chun Hai is dismissed from his position as the head of the Anti-Corruption Bureau and will be transferred away. As for his next assignment, the organization department will research it further. He paused, scanning the room. This matter is settled. Gao Yuliang, seeing that everyone had finished speaking, slowly said, next there is another issue. The Anti-Corruption Bureau cannot be without a leader for a day. Who will take over as the head of the Bureau? The meeting room fell silent for a few seconds. The position of head of the Anti-Corruption Bureau was quite important. Li Dakong was about to speak when Lin Chuan interjected, Secretary Xia, I recommend someone. Xia Ruijin looked at him speak. Deputy head of the Anti-Corruption Bureau Lu Liang. This comrade has worked in the Anti-Corruption Bureau for 15 years, is proficient in his duties, diligent, and never seeks the spotlight. Over the years while Chun Hai was at the forefront, he was there to support from behind. Lu Liang's contributions were indispensable for the normal operation of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. These words painted Lu Liang as a diligent and capable cadre. Li Dakong was taken aback. He initially wanted to recommend his own candidate, but Lin Chuan had spoken first, and his recommendation was indeed persuasive. Seeing Lin Chuan recommend this person, Xia Ruijin was not very pleased, but he had no one else to use. However, he absolutely could not let it fall into the hands of others. Since there was no one suitable in Handong, he would have to bring someone in from outside, specifically from the capital. The Zhong family should not think they could sit this one out. Xia Ruijin scanned everyone before his gaze settled on Lin Chuan. Comrade Lin Chuan recommended Lu Liang. I do not know this comrade well. However, given that such a significant problem just occurred in the Anti-Corruption Bureau, would it be inappropriate to promote from within? He spoke cautiously, but the meaning was clear. He did not want to use Lu Liang. Tian Guofu immediately followed up after the leader spoke. Secretary Ruijin makes a valid point. The recent major issue in the Anti-Corruption Bureau indicates serious problems in internal management. In this situation, bringing in someone from the outside would help break the old patterns and promote improvements in work. He paused again, looking at Lin Chuan. Governor Lin, I am not targeting Comrade Lu Liang, but at this moment we truly need a fresh perspective. Just as Lin Chuan was about to speak, Li Dakong preemptively said, I cannot agree with Secretary Guofu on this. Li Dakong looked at Tian Guofu, his tone neither soft nor hard. Precisely because the Anti-Corruption Bureau has encountered an issue, we need a familiar and experienced comrade to stabilize the situation. Lu Liang has worked in the Anti-Corruption Bureau for 15 years, is skilled in his duties, and is well connected. If he takes over as head, he can restore normal operations to the Bureau the quickest. Bringing someone from outside who is unfamiliar with the situation would take half a year just to get acquainted. Who will manage the work of the Anti-Corruption Bureau during that time? Tian Guofu's expression changed slightly, and just as he was about to retort, Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, Zhou Jiangwo, spoke up. Secretary Dakong, I understand your thinking. However, the Anti-Corruption Bureau is a law enforcement agency, and such a major incident must provide an explanation to society. Would promoting from within give people the impression that the issue is being dealt with internally, without a determination to resolve the problem thoroughly? Li Dakong looked at him and smiled. Secretary Zhou, are you suggesting that bringing someone from outside will provide an explanation to society? People will only ask who is the new head. Do they understand the business? Can they perform well? Zhou Jiangwo was momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Chuan then spoke, his tone calm. Secretary Ruijin, esteemed colleagues. I understand everyone's concerns regarding the work of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Precisely due to this concern, we must select the most suitable person. Comrade Lu Liang has spent 15 years in the Anti-Corruption Bureau and has experienced numerous major cases, never making a mistake. This time Chun Hai's incident was precisely because he was too young and reckless, lacking experience. In contrast, what Comrade Lu Liang has in abundance is experience. Xia Ruijin remained silent, not responding. At this moment, Gao Yuliang slowly spoke up. Secretary Ruijin, may I add a few words? Everyone turned to look at him. Gao Yuliang adjusted his glasses and spoke at a leisurely pace. I know Comrade Lu Liang. He has been quietly working in the Anti-Corruption Bureau all these years, never making a mistake. While Chun Hai charged ahead, he was there to support from behind. Lu Liang's contributions were essential for the normal operation of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. If he takes over, it can at least ensure that the work of the Anti-Corruption Bureau does not become disrupted. Of course, if Secretary Ruijin insists on bringing someone in from the outside, I understand that too. However, external candidates will require time for assessment and selection. During this period, who will manage the work of the Anti-Corruption Bureau? It cannot remain vacant, can it? Gao Yuliang's comments held significant weight, as he was the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, and his suggestions were decisive. Xia Ruijin felt a bit isolated at this moment, just as he was preparing to assert the style of the provincial party secretary. Governor Lu opened his eyes at this moment, and and said slowly, Comrade Yu Liang makes a valid point. The Anti-Corruption Bureau cannot be without a leader for a single day, and Comrade Lu Liang is the quickest candidate to step up. As for later, if he is deemed unsuitable, adjustments can be made again. His words seemed gentle, but in reality they paved the way for Lu Liang. Let him take the role first. If he performs well, he would stay. If not, he could be replaced. Sha Ruijin understood that Governor Liu's statement meant support for Lin Chuan. He turned to Organization Minister Wu Chuanlin. Comrade Chuanlin, what is your opinion? Wu Chuanlin was a typical old organization member, adept at reading the room. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Secretary Ruijin, from the perspective of cadre selection, Comrade Lu Liang indeed meets the criteria. 15 years of experience in the Anti-Corruption Bureau, multiple awards for merit, and a good foundation among the masses. If most members of the Standing Committee agree, there will be no issue with the organizational procedures. His words were meticulously stated, neither offending Sha Ruijin nor opposing Lin Chuan. Sha Ruijin then turned to the Minister of Propaganda. The Minister of Propaganda was straightforward. I have no objections. Zhang Wenqing, Secretary of the Luzhu City Committee, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Secretary Ruijin, may I say a few words? Comrade Lu Liang is from Luzhu and has a good reputation here. I support him. Sha Ruijin's heart sank. Zhang Wenqing, as Secretary of the Luzhu City Committee and a member of the Provincial Standing Committee, meant that local forces were beginning to unite. He took a deep breath and looked at Li Dakang. Li Dakang's attitude was already quite clear. He stood with Lin Chuan. Then he looked at Gao Yuliang. Although Gao Yuliang's words were tactful, the implication was also support for Lu Liang. Tian Guofu and Zhou Jiangwo were his people, but that only accounted for 2 votes. The other Standing Committee members. Sha Ruijin realized that he was likely to lose this round. Since there are differing opinions among everyone, Sha Ruijin said slowly, let's hold a vote. Please raise your hand if you agree to appoint Comrade Lu Liang as the director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. The meeting room fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Chuan was the first to raise his hand. Gao Yuliang followed closely. Governor Lu slowly raised his hand. Li Dakang raised his hand without hesitation. Wu Chuanlin hesitated for a moment before also raising his hand. The Minister of Propaganda raised his hand. The Minister of United Front raised his hand. Zhang Wenqing raised his hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 votes. Sha Ruijin's heart sank as he looked at Tian Guofu and Zhou Jiangwo. Neither of them raised their hands, and some others abstained. Seeing the overwhelming trend, he also had to raise his hand, and Tian Guofu and others raised their hands as well. Sha Ruijin remained silent for a few seconds and slowly said, passed. His voice was calm, but the hand gripping the pen was already tense. It was only due to its quality that it hadn't been crushed. This was his first Standing Committee meeting since taking office in Handong. For the first time, it spiraled out of control. How could a provincial party secretary not control the Standing Committee? He looked at Lin Chuan across the meeting table, who wore a calm expression, as if the vote just held was a trivial matter. He glanced at Gao Yuliang, who was looking down, writing something in his notebook, avoiding eye contact with him. Li Dakang sat upright, his face betraying no emotion, but the slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth revealed his current mood. In the meeting room, everyone was preparing to rise and leave. Sha Ruijin suddenly spoke up. Everyone, please wait. There is one more agenda item. The Standing Committee members, who had already stood, froze for a moment and sat back down. Lin Chuan glanced at Sha Ruijin, vaguely guessing that the real confrontation was only just beginning. Here it comes, the main event from Little Sha. He wouldn't oppose it. Freezing personnel is not a problem, because this will allow him to arrange his own people later. Sha Ruijin opened the notebook in front of him, raised his head, and scanned the crowd. During this research trip, I visited 6 cities and over 10 counties. Some situations left me astounded. He paused, his tone becoming serious. The director of the Science and Technology Bureau of Luzhou has been in his position for 5 years. When I asked him how many academicians there are in Luzhou, and how many national key laboratories as well as the advantageous disciplines of local research institutes, he was completely clueless. The meeting room fell silent. Some looked down at their notebooks while others stared at the table. Sha Ruijin continued, but what did he know? He knew which towns in the counties had young and beautiful female officials. Not only did he know, but he could also call them by their nicknames. He closed the notebook, his voice not loud, but heavy with weight. Comrades, this is our cadre, an ignorant researcher, but clear about relationships. How did people like this get promoted? Sha Ruijin looked at Wu Chuanlin. Comrade Chuanlin, does the organization department know about these situations during the cadre assessments? In recent days, this organizational minister had not approached him, the provincial party secretary. This was unacceptable and needed to be suppressed. Sweat trickled down Wu Chuanlin's forehead as he deliberated. Secretary Ruijin, there are procedures for cadre assessment, and some situations do exist. Exist what? Sha Ruijin interrupted him. Is it truly hard to uncover? Or is it that you don't want to uncover it? Wu Chunlin opened his mouth, but couldn't speak, feeling a rush of frustration. Tian Guofu then spoke up. Secretary Ruijin, the Discipline Inspection Commission is also aware of the situation you mentioned. Indeed, there are issues in cadre selection and appointment. But this problem is widespread and handling it hard to handle. Sha Ruijin looked at him with sharp eyes. Comrade Guofu, it's not that it's hard to handle, it's whether or not you want to handle it. Sha Ruijin scanned the room, speaking slowly and deliberately. I propose that from today onward, all cadre promotions in the province be frozen. The organization department will reassess all proposed candidates one by one. Those qualified will be used, and those unqualified will be resolutely dismissed. The meeting room fell silent, so quiet that one could hear their hearts beating. Freezing cadre promotions. Everyone present understood what this meant. It meant that all promotions currently in process would be suspended, that predetermined candidates would be rendered void, and that the efforts of various factions over the past 6 months would be wasted. Gao Yuliang's expression slightly changed, but quickly returned to normal. He adjusted his glasses and spoke slowly. Secretary Ruijin, I understand your feelings. There are indeed problems within the cadre team that need to be rectified, but directly freezing personnel won't that. He paused, his tone calm, yet waited. Will it affect the work enthusiasm of the cadres? Many comrades have worked hard for years just waiting for this opportunity. Freezing it will cause unrest, and their work will be affected. Hearing this, Sha Ruijin looked at him, his gaze calm. Comrade Yuliang, I've considered all that you mentioned. But compared to allowing unqualified individuals to occupy positions and the cost of impacting work enthusiasm, it's a much smaller price to pay. Furthermore, our actions align with the newly released core requirements from the organization, rejecting promotions for those with issues. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. After all, no one wanted to be labeled with such a heavy hat. Sha Ruijin pulled out a document from his notebook. This is a comrade I discovered in Luzhou named Yi Xueshi. Currently at the department level, he has been in grassroots positions for over a decade. The materials from the Luzhou Municipal Organization Department state that he is diligent in work, but lacks a broader perspective. He placed the document on the table, but what I understand is that this comrade has been unable to move up for over a decade due to sticking to principles and offending the previous leaders. Is such a person not more deserving of promotion than those who only know how to call leaders by their nicknames? Gao Yuliang's expression slightly darkened. He certainly knew Yi Xueshi. Now that Sha Ruijin wanted to promote him, it was akin to reopening old wounds, while also flexing his muscles, showing everyone that following him would yield rewards. Secretary Ruijin, Gao Yuliang maintained a steady voice. I do not know this comrade Yi Xueshi well, but there must be a compelling reason for breaking the norm for promotion. Simply having offended a leader is likely not sufficient. Sha Ruijin looked at him. Comrade Yuliang, what do you think is necessary? Gao Yuliang smiled and said, at the very least, there should be outstanding work performance recognition from the masses and a conclusion from the organization department's assessment. If none of these exist, relying solely on a leader's word for promotion, what difference is there from those who rose through connections? This statement concealed sharp criticisms directly targeting Sha Ruijin's autocracy, how others relied on relationships. Did Yi Xueshi not rely on connections as well? Sha Ruijin's expression changed slightly as he was about to speak, when Gao Yuliang added, moreover, Secretary Ruijin, how big does a position have to be considered significant? We sitting here today might be out tomorrow. Yet no matter what position we hold, we serve the people. Whether you are mucking out, or I am a chairman, it's all for the people. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly tensed. Gao Yuliang's words, though seemingly humble, were actually undermining Sha Ruijin's authority. Sha Ruijin's face darkened as he stared at Gao Yuliang, remaining silent. The issues within the cadre team indeed require rectification. Comrade Yi Xueshi, if he can pass the organizational assessment, could be promoted regardless of the norm. His words seemed to smooth things over, but in reality, he was counterattacking Gao Yuliang. If you say Secretary Ruijin is a one-man show, then let's follow the procedure and discuss it after the organizational assessment. Gao Yuliang glanced at him, smiled, and fell silent. Lin Chuan, sitting nearby, slowly sipped his tea, wearing an expression as if watching a show. This matter indeed had nothing to do with him. Whether it was freezing personnel or promoting Yi Xueshi, neither involved his core interests. Li Dakong lowered his head, also drinking tea, but his ears were perked up. Gao Yuliang was under siege. He felt somewhat pleased, but did not show it on his face. Tian Guofu suddenly turned to Li Dakong and said, Secretary Dakong, I heard Yi Xueshi worked with you back in Jinshan. Or was he your superior? Li Dakong was taken aback, raised his head, and his expression changed. He certainly knew Yi Xueshi. Back when Yi Xueshi was the county party secretary, he was the county mayor. The two had worked together. This person was stubborn, extremely stubborn, lacking in ability and adaptability. That's indeed the case, Li Dakong replied. Tian Guofu nodded. Then in your opinion, what do you think of Yi Xueshi? Li Dakong cursed internally. This was asking him to express his stance. He pondered for a moment and said, Comrade, Yi Xueshi is diligent in his work, principled, and a good cadre. Back in Jinshan we cooperated quite well. Back in Jinshan, Yi Xueshi had helped him shoulder a blame. They had always been at odds. What does Secretary Tian mean by bringing this up now? Trying to investigate me, Li Dakong. Tian Guofu smiled. It seems Secretary Ruijin has a good eye. Such comrades should indeed be utilized. Li Dakong looked at him, and suddenly said, Secretary Guofu, your words sound a bit strange to me. Yi Xueshi is a good cadre, and should be utilized, that's not an issue. But when you asked me earlier, what did you want me to say? That he is unqualified, or that he offended me back then, so I disagree. Little brat, damn it, trying to use my mouth to speak, without even greeting me. Do you think you are? Lin Chuan, can you give me a project? Can you provide me with achievements? You borrowed this from me. Tian Guofu's smile froze. He hadn't expected Li Dakong to be so unyielding. Li Dakong continued, in these years in Jingzhou my principle for employing people is simple. Look at ability, not connections. Yi Xueshi has the ability, so I support him. But to say he was my superior back, then hence I must support him now would be an insult to me. He finished speaking, took a sip of tea, and stopped looking at Tian Guofu. Tian Guofu felt embarrassed, wanting to refute, but unsure where to start. At this point Sha Ruijin spoke up, his tone softening. Comrade Dakong, don't get agitated. Comrade Guofu was just asking about the situation with no other intentions. Am I agitated? Li Dakong said, and then fell silent. The meeting room fell silent for a few seconds as Sha Ruijin looked at Wu Chunlin and asked Comrade Chuanlin, how long will the organizational assessment of Yi Xueshi take? If we expedite the process, about a week. Sha Ruijin nodded. All right, we will convene a meeting in a week to discuss the appointment of Yi Xueshi. As for the personnel freeze, it will take effect starting today. All proposed promotions for cadres in various units will be put on hold. He paused and looked at Gao Yuliang. Comrade Yuliang, do you have any objections? Gao Yuliang remained silent for a few seconds and slowly said, since Secretary Ruijin has decided, I have no objections. The address changed from Secretary Sha to Secretary Ruijin, a title only used between equals, clearly indicating that Gao Yuliang was no longer leaving room for negotiation. This personnel freeze was evidently aimed at the arrangements made by Zhao Lichuan before his departure. Satisfied, Sha Ruijin nodded and stood up. The meeting is adjourned. This time it was truly adjourned. The standing committee members left the meeting room one after another. Li Dakong walked over to Lin Chuan and whispered, Governor Lin, did you notice anything from that last exchange? Lin Chuan smiled. Secretary Dakong charged ahead. Ooh, I saw it quite clearly. Li Dakong laughed heartily and then hurriedly left. Gao Yuliang was the last to come out. He stood in the corridor for a while, looking at the sunset outside, his face betraying no emotions. Zhou Jiangwo passed by him, nodded in greeting, and quickly caught up with Sha Ruijin. Tian Guofu followed behind, his expression not looking good, clearly embarrassed just now. Lin Chuan came out of the meeting room, saw Gao Yuliang standing by the window, walked over, and stood beside him. Teacher, those few lines you spoke earlier were quite good. Lin Chuan said softly. Gao Yuliang smiled wryly. What good does it do to say something good? The outcome is still the same. Don't worry, teacher, this is just the beginning. If he wants to make a move, let him. It's better for us to focus on Handong is a democratic Handong, not Zhao's nor Sha Ruijin's. At Handong Airport, the domestic arrival exit. Chun Hai stood among the crowd of greeters, watching the flight information scrolling on the screen. Ho Liangping's flight was delayed by 20 minutes. He had already been waiting here for nearly an hour. Beside him, Lu Yike stood, occasionally glancing at her phone, her expression not looking good. Director Chen, let that person named Ho take a taxi himself. Lu Yike couldn't help but say. Just wait a bit longer. Lu Yike sighed and fell silent. She was seething inside. The matter of Ding Yizhen was clearly instigated by a phone call from Ho Liangping. No procedures were followed, yet he urged to capture someone. As a result, the person fled and then died, with Chun Hai bearing the consequences, losing his position as the Anti-Corruption Bureau chief, while Ho Liangping faced no issues at all and now wanted to come to Handong to guide work. What nonsense. The screen displayed that the flight had arrived. A few minutes later, a man in a jacket walked out of the exit, pulling a suitcase, walking with purpose. He spotted Chun Hai from afar and waved. Chun Hai. Ho Liangping quickly approached, a smile on his face, but a deeper complexity flickered in his gaze as he scanned Chun Hai. Liangping, thank you for your hard work on the journey. Chun Hai stepped forward and extended his hand. Ho Liangping grasped his hand, tightly shook it vigorously, then released it. He glanced at Chun Hai, then at Lu Yike beside him, and his smile faded. Chun Hai, what happened with Ding Yizhen? He asked directly, his tone questioning. Hearing this, Chun Hai's expression stiffened. Liangping, this is a long story. A long story. Ho Liangping interrupted him. I'm just asking you, how did the person escape? And how did they die, eh? Lu Yike's expression changed as she was about to speak, when Chen Hai pulled her back. Unaware of the awkward situation, Ho Liangping continued, I captured Zhao Dehan in Kyoto, and the testimony is clear. Ding Yizhen is his accomplice. And what happened? On your side, the person fled first, then died. How am I supposed to explain this to Director Qin? Chen Hai, under questioning, opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Ho Liangping looked at him with evident disdain in his eyes. Chen Hai, we are old classmates, so I'll speak frankly. You are too cautious in your actions. If you had acted directly that night, none of this would have happened. Why wait for procedures? And what was the result? Ho Liangping sighed. Forget it, discussing this now is pointless. Let's go back to the city first. He pulled his suitcase forward, passing by Chen Hai without looking back. Chen Hai stood there stunned for a few seconds before catching up. The hot-tempered Lu Yike had tolerated it all the way and finally couldn't hold back. She quickened her pace and blocked Ho Liangping's path. Director Ho, stop right there. Ho Liangping halted and looked at her, his brows furrowing. What's wrong? Lu Yike stared at him, her voice low, but every word laced with anger. Director Ho, you said Director Chen is too cautious. Then let me ask you, when you made that call that night, were the procedures completed? Was the search warrant approved? Was the process completed? This time, it was Ho Liangping's turn to change his expression under questioning. Lu Yike continued, you called and ordered an arrest. Director Chen listened to you and arranged for surveillance. What happened? The person fled and you blame him. The person died and you still blame him. Why don't you blame yourself? Why didn't you finish the procedures before making the call? Ho Liangping's expression darkened. What kind of attitude is this? What attitude? Lu Yike scoffed, her face filled with disdain. This is my attitude. You do your thing in Kyoto however you like. We have our own rules and procedures here in Handong. You know nothing, so why do you feel entitled to dictate? Ho Liangping was momentarily at a loss for words, as everything the other party said was true. Seeing that the situation was escalating, Chen Hai hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Lu Yike. Yike, stop talking. Lu Yike shook off his hand. Director Chen, are you still protecting him? He caused you to end up like this, and you bore the consequences. What about him? He faced no issues at all. Now he comes here and critiques you. What right does he have? Chen Hai opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Lu Yike looked at him, her eyes reddening. She took a deep breath and turned to leave. Yike! Chen Hai called out. Lu Yike didn't look back and strode toward the parking lot. Ho Liangping stood still, his face pale with anger. He watched Lu Yike's retreating figure, gritting his teeth. How disrespectful, what attitude. Chen Hai sighed. Liangping, don't take it to heart. Yike, she just has that kind of temperament. Temperament? Ho Liangping sneered. I think it's you Handong people who have no rules. A director dares to speak to a superior like that. Doesn't your provincial party take care of this? Chen Hai remained silent for a few seconds and said, Liangping, Yike is also doing this for my own good. Ho Liangping looked at him, his expression complex. After a few seconds he shook his head. Chen Hai, you are simply too soft. No wonder the matter of Ding Yizhen ended up like this. Chen Hai did not respond, feeling a bit aggrieved. Ho Liangping pulled his suitcase and walked forward, then turned back to say, let's go back to the city first. I came to Handong this time at Director Qin's personal request. Although Ding Yizhen is dead, the case is not closed. You Anti-Corruption Bureau need to cooperate with me to ensure the follow-up work is done well. Chen Hai nodded and followed, but he did not speak. The two exited the terminal, and Ho Liangping's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered. Xiao Ai. On the other end, the voice of Zhong Xiaoai came through. Liangping, have you arrived? Just arrived, walking out now. Ho Liangping's tone softened considerably. Did Chen Hai come to pick you up? Yes, he's here. Zhong Xiaoai paused before saying, Liangping, I've heard about Ding Yizhen's matter. Chen Hai is also having a tough time, so don't be too hard on him. Ho Liangping furrowed his brows slightly, but his tone remained gentle. I understand. Do I know how to handle it? That's good. Zhong Xiaoai said. Take care of yourself, and don't push too hard. Okay, you should rest early too. After hanging up, Ho Liangping put away his phone and glanced at Chen Hai, who was walking ahead. He knew deep down that Chen Hai indeed bore some responsibility for Ding Yizhen's death, but tracing it back, his own phone call had been rather rushed. But so what? Ho Liangping had always handled cases this way. Being overly cautious meant nothing would get done. As for Chen Hai, Ho Liangping shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. In the parking lot, Lu Yike was already seated in the car, her expression still grim. Upon seeing Chen Hai and Ho Liangping approaching, she turned her head to look out the window. Chen Hai opened the trunk, helped Ho Liangping place his luggage, then opened the passenger door. Ho Liangping got and fastened his seatbelt, and Chen Hai took the driver's seat and started the engine. Lu Yike sat in the back seat, silent, as the car drove out of the parking lot and onto the highway. After everyone left, Lin Chuan was just about to leave the provincial government when the Minister of Propaganda Zhang Ziyuan approached him. Hey, Governor Lin, wait up. Hearing the voice, Lin Chuan turned around and smiled, nodding at the Minister of Propaganda. What's the matter, old Zhang? You seem in a hurry. Let's chat, come on. The two walked out of the provincial government together, and outside Li Dakong felt a bit uncomfortable and hurried over. Old Zhang, wait for me. Lin Chuan noticed, and said nothing more. He felt that Secretary Dakong was becoming a bit clingy. On the contrary, Zhang Ziyuan's eyes lit up. He had originally planned to go to the Jingzhou Municipal Committee later, but now he didn't need to make another trip. It was right in front of him. The three left together, and just then the special car for the three provincial committee members arrived. Everyone looked at each other, and Lin Chuan was about to suggest they sit separately when Zhang Ziyuan immediately said, "Governor Lin, let's all ride together. Little shy, you go back by yourself." Li Dakong saw this and said, No, let's all squeeze in together. Thus, for the first time in history, the three provincial committee members squeezed into a small car. Fortunately, none of them were overweight, so the back seat wasn't too cramped. Secretary Xiao Chen, sitting in the front passenger seat, turned around and asked, "Leaders, where to?" Lin Chuan thought for a moment, noticing it was getting late, and said, "Let's find a more private restaurant." "Sure thing, leader." Secretary Xiao Chen immediately began contacting restaurants that he had slowly scouted during this time, all of which were carefully selected. Seeing this, Zhang Ziyuan joked, Old Lin, it feels a bit embarrassing to be mooching off your meal." "That won't do, Xiao Chen, send me the bill later, I'll treat." "Just right, my wife just allocated me a budget of 2,000, so we must have a good meal." Li Dakong originally intended to treat as well, but reconsidered his wallet and thought of Ouyang Qing, so he decided to let it go and mooch instead. Seeing that Minister Zhang wanted to treat, Lin Chuan didn't refuse, saying, "All right, since you old Zhang have the budget today, we must make sure to spend it all. Otherwise I and Secretary Dakong will feel unbalanced." Thus the three provincial committee members sat in the car heading towards a private dining establishment. At 6:30 in the evening, the special car with the license plate Han A00006 smoothly drove through the streets of Jingzhou. Lin Chuan sat on the left side of the back seat, Li Dakong in the middle, and Zhang Ziyuan on the right. All three squeezed together, their knees touching with little space. Li Dakong looked out the window and smiled. "Governor Lin, I have a private restaurant. The owner is from Yangzhou, and their lion's head dish is exceptional." Seeing this, Zhang Ziyuan chimed in. "Since Secretary Dakong recommended it, it must be good. Governor Lin, you've been in Handong for quite a while, and we haven't had a proper gathering yet." "Then thank you both." Today at the standing committee meeting, Secretary Dakong took the lead, and Minister Ziyuan also cast a critical vote, so this meal is on me. Li Dakong waved his hand dismissively. "Governor Lin, you're being too polite. Between us, we don't need to say this. Governor Lin, the back seat of this car is a bit cramped, isn't it?" Li Dakong laughed and shifted his legs a bit. Lin Chuan glanced at him. "If Secretary Dakong finds it cramped, you can sit in your own car." Li Dakong laughed heartily. "That won't do. It's not easy for the three of us to gather today. We need to have a good chat." Zhang Ziyuan leaned back in his seat, grinning, and said, "Secretary Dakong, your intention is not just to enjoy the meal." Li Dakong, who had been exposed, waved his hand. "Minister Zhang, what you said is not true. I just want to have a simple meal with the two leaders to strengthen our relationship." After exchanging glances, the three burst into laughter. The car turned into a somewhat narrow street, and ahead was an intersection where the red light was on. Li Guoqiang stopped steadily and waited for the green light. At that moment, a loud roar of engines came from behind. Li Guoqiang looked through the rearview mirror and saw two sports cars speeding toward them, one a Porsche, the other a Ferrari. They weaved through the traffic, causing the surrounding cars to swerve in fright. "These young people, do they have a death wish?" Li Guoqiang muttered. Before he finished speaking, the two sports cars had already reached the intersection, and the red light was still on. The Porsche didn't even slow down and barreled through the red light. The Ferrari followed closely behind. Li Guoqiang's pupils dilated as he slammed on the gas. He saw that the two cars were rushing straight at them. Boom! As the Audi sped out, the rear was violently struck by the front of the Ferrari. The immense impact sent the Audi spinning out. Li Guoqiang gripped the steering while tightly pressing the brake, and the car skidded in shape before finally halting at the roadside. Inside the car, chaos ensued. Chen Rue slammed into the front passenger seat with a bump forming on his forehead, while Li Guoqiang was painfully pressed by the seatbelt. The three in the back seat were even more disheveled. Li Dakong's head collided with Zhang Ziyuan's face, their lips touching momentarily before they quickly separated. "Ouch!" Zhang Ziyuan covered his face. "Secretary Dakong, why are you kissing me?" Li Dakong, taken aback, touched his own mouth. "Who kissed you?" It was chaotic. Lin Chuan, who had been thrown against the door, felt pain in his elbow. He steadied himself and looked out the window. The two sports cars also stopped. The Porsche halted a few dozen meters ahead, while the Ferrari was just a few meters behind them. In between, Li Dakong rubbed his shoulder. "Damn it, what the hell?" Zhang Ziyan, getting up from Li Dakong, adjusted his clothes. "If this gets out, and we become known for kissing, where do I put my old face?" Li Dakong glared at him. "Minister Zhang, is this the time to think about that?" Chen Rui, the first to react, turned around sharply. Governor Lin. Secretary Li. Minister Zhang. Are you alright? Lin Chuan moved his neck a bit. I'm fine. Rubbing his shoulder, Li Dakong grimaced. I'm fine, just bumped a bit. Zhang Ziyuan touched his forehead, a bit of blood on his hand. Just a bump, nothing serious. Seeing this, Chen Rui breathed a sigh of relief, his back drenched in cold sweat, and he looked out the window, his expression changing again. The two sports cars were not far ahead. The doors opened and 7 or 8 young men got out, some bald, some tattooed, swaying as they walked, laughing loudly. A young man in a floral shirt got out of the red sports car holding a wad of cash and walked towards the special car. The others followed behind, giggling and pointing. Seeing the people outside approaching, Li Dakong looked out the window, his face turning pale. What are these people? What? The young man in the floral shirt walked to the side of the special car, grinning as he tossed the cash onto the roof, scattering red bills everywhere. He made a shushing gesture at the window, then knocked on the glass and beckoned. The others joined in the ruckus, shouting, "Get down! Get down!" Driver Li Guoqiang took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and stepped out. Do you know whose car this is, eh? He asked, suppressing his anger. The floral shirt guy tilted his head and burped. Whose car? Why do you care whose car it is? You crashed it, now pay up. The bald guy approached, putting his arm around the floral shirt guy's shoulders, laughing loudly. Exactly, you paid, now what else do you want? Hurry up and leave, don't delay our fun. Li Guoqiang clenched his fists, knowing he couldn't act rashly. He held back and said, have you been drinking? Were you on drugs? I'm calling the police. The floral shirt guy was taken aback, then laughed even louder. Call the police. Go ahead. Do you know who my dad is? Inside the car, Chen Rui had already dialed Chi Tongwei's number. Director Chi. Something happened. Governor Lin's car was hit and is surrounded by a group of people. Chi Tongwei, who was in the office, nearly jumped up upon hearing this news. What? Surrounded? Is Governor not hurt for now, but there are a lot of them and the situation doesn't look good. Damn it. Chi Tongwei's voice changed. I'll bring people over right away. You hold on. Hanging up, he rushed out while shouting, emergency assembly. Everyone, hurry. Damn it, SWAT team SWAT. Li Dakong also took out his phone and dialed Zhao Donglai's number. Zhao Donglai. I'm at Guangming Road. Oh, and I'm being blocked. Zhao Donglai, who was in a meeting at the bureau, was stunned upon hearing this. Secretary Li, you said you're blocked. Don't waste time. Hurry and bring people over. Li Dakong hung up the phone, looked out the window, and his expression grew increasingly grim. The address is... The group of people outside continued to shout, and the man in the floral shirt even started kicking the car door. Lin Chuan observed this scene with a calm gaze, but something deep within his eyes stirred. Arrogant, simply too arrogant. He pushed the car door open, preparing to step out, when Li Dakong froze. Governor Lin. He had just intended to stop him, but he couldn't stop Lin Chuan, who had already gotten out. Li Dakong and Zhang Ziyuan exchanged glances, and also pushed the door open to exit the car. The three of them stood beside the car, facing a group of 7 or 8 swaying young people. The man in the floral shirt noticed 3 more people coming down and chuckled. He sized up Lin Chuan and the others, but the alcohol and drugs had muddled his brain, and he couldn't recognize who they were. He pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and tossed it at Li Dakong. Here, take it to fix your car. The money hit Li Dakong in the face, scattering all over the ground. Li Dakong was stunned. After being a leader for so many years, no one had ever dared to treat him like this. He lowered his head to look at the scattered money, then raised his gaze to the man in the floral shirt, his face turning red. Damn. Li Dakong gritted his teeth, his voice squeezing out from between his teeth. Do you know who I am? The man in the floral shirt tilted his head and looked at him, suddenly laughing. Oh, look at this old fellow being quite tough. Who are you? Let's hear it. Humiliated, Li Dakong took a deep breath. I am Li Dakong, secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee. The man in the floral shirt paused for a moment, then turned to his companions, suddenly bursting into even greater laughter. Secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee. Huh. He says he is the secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee. The others joined in the laughter, doubling over in amusement. Comrade secretary, you sure know how to joke. All right, if you're a secretary, then I'm the provincial committee secretary. How about we have a drink together? The group of young people laughed together again, their laughter echoing. The blonde one turned around, stepped closer, and slapped Li Dakong's face once, then again. Who are you? You're my grandson. Huh. Li Dakong felt the string in his mind snap, his face turning the color of liver. Chen Rui and Li Guoqiang witnessed this scene, blood rushing to their heads. Chen Rui rushed forward and shoved the man in the floral shirt. What are you doing? The man stumbled back a few steps, his expression changing. Oh, you dare to hit. He waved his hand and several people behind him rushed forward, surrounding Chen Rui and Li Guoqiang, and starting. Li Guoqiang, who had served in the military, was quite capable and knocked one down, but with so many opponents he was quickly pinned to the ground. Chen Rui also took a few punches, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Lin Chuan watched the scene, took off his suit jacket, and tossed it onto the car roof. He began to roll up his sleeves while Li Dakong stood frozen. Governor Lin Yu. Zhang Ziyuan was also taken aback, opening his mouth, but unable to speak. Prepared Lin Chuan glanced at them with an excited tone. If you're a man, then step up. Watching your subordinates get beaten, what kind of leader is that? And who are these people? They are criminals, drug users, drunk drivers. Is this a fight? No, this is maintaining social order. With that, he charged forward, landing a punch on the bald man's face. The bald man let out a scream and fell to the ground, while Lin Chuan kicked another person who was grabbing Li Guiqiang. Li Dakong stood still, watching Lin Chuan's back, his mind a blank. He was the secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee, a member of the Provincial Committee, a vice-provincial cadre. He had never fought in his life. But as he watched Lin Chuan's back, saw Chen Rui and Li Guiqiang getting beaten, and observed the arrogant thugs, a surge of blood suddenly rose in his chest. Damn it! Li Dakong cursed and charged forward. Zhang Ziyuan stared at Li Dakong's back, momentarily stunned. He was the propaganda minister, a scholar, a member of the provincial committee, and damn! He also rushed forward. The man in the floral shirt was about to hit Lin Chuan, when suddenly someone hugged him from behind. He turned to see the secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee, the very one he had slapped. Li Dakong held him tightly, his expression fierce. Today, I'm going to beat you to death. The man in the floral shirt struggled, but Li Dakong held on tightly. Zhang Ziyuan rushed over and landed a punch on the man's stomach, causing him to let out a cry and bend over. Lin Chuan knocked down two people and turned to see Li Dakong and Zhang Ziyuan's fight, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Well done, Spirit. Secretary Dakong, Minister Zhang, you haven't lost face? The crowd of onlookers grew larger, with most taking out their phones to record and some even starting a live stream. Oh, Tian Sauce is live again. Hey, where's Tian Sauce? Why is it just a bunch of guys fighting? But that's okay. The reviewer seems to have gone somewhere. They didn't even ban it at the first moment. As a well-known local streamer, Tian Sauce had many fans from the area, and with Li Dakong and Lin Chuan as 200 yuan secretaries, they were famous on the internet, known by all. Wait, these fighters seem a bit off. Look at those two, don't they look like Governor Lin and Secretary Li? What? Don't say it, you can't be serious. It really seems like it. I can't believe you didn't say earlier. Are they really going at it? Is it even possible to see provincial committee members fighting in the street? Something's off. There's more than just a hint of something being wrong. Is the folk culture in Handong really that pure? Look at those spirited young men. They seem to be high and have been drinking. 66. The provincial leaders are personally apprehending drug offenders. Tian Sauce, upon realizing the identities of the fighters, felt a bit flustered. She was about to end the live stream, but hesitated upon noticing the hundreds of thousands of viewers online. This was a peak she had never reached before. She chose to continue streaming, and gifts began to fly in. Oh, Secretary Li is stealing his peach. Governor Lin, yes, attack him from below. Just as the netizens were virtually directing the fight, the reviewer returned from the restroom, and the live stream was suddenly banned. At the same time, the platform staff immediately contacted the Handong Provincial Propaganda Department. When these videos appeared on their phones, they felt as if the sky had fallen. Was this really their minister? 3 members of the provincial committee, along with the secretary, a driver, and 7 or 8 high individuals fighting on the street, and it was broadcast live across the internet. On the battlefield, strangely enough, Li Dakong was getting more and more excited as he fought. He had never been in a brawl before and didn't know what it felt like. But now he felt his blood boiling. Every punch he threw carried a sense of cathartic pleasure. All the grievances and pent-up anger he had endured over the years seemed to be released with each strike of his fist. Another punch landed on the face of a tattooed man. The tattooed man screamed as he fell, and Li Dakong gasped for breath, his eyes shining brightly. Zhang Ziyuan was almost the same. He had spent his entire life as a scholar, rarely even getting into arguments. But now he was riding on the back of a bald man, pummeling him relentlessly. Let's see who's arrogant now. The light in his eyes was 10 times brighter than when he was in meetings. Lin Chuan glanced at the two of them and found it amusing. These two, who usually spoke eloquently at the standing committee meetings, fought like street thugs. But I must say they were fighting quite well. Lin Chuan had worked in rural towns during his youth and was quite strong. He grabbed the young man who was beating Li Dakong and punched him in the face. The young man cried out and released Li Dakong, turning to grapple with Lin Chuan. Zhang Ziyuan lunged at another opponent, wrapping his arms around his waist, and they both fell to the ground. Although he was weak in appearance, he was now readied and pinned his opponent down, raining down punches. Let's see who's arrogant now. Let's see who hits people. Let's see who does drugs. Let's see who commits crime. Li Dakong broke free, panting heavily. Upon seeing Lin Chuan and Zhang Ziyuan join the fray, a surge of indescribable feelings washed over him. Shock, gratitude, and excitement. He had lived for over 50 years, but had never fought like this before. It felt absolutely exhilarating. With a loud shout, Li Dakong charged at the yellow-haired man who had already been knocked down by Li Guiqiang. As he tried to get up, Li Dakong kicked him in the face, sending him crashing to the ground again. Grandson? Who's the grandson here? Li Dakong rode on him, throwing punches left and right, while the yellow-haired man covered his head, crying out in agony. On Zhang Ziyuan's side, the person he was grappling with had already stopped moving. He stood up, panting heavily, searching for his next target. Upon seeing Li Dakong fighting, he rushed over and kicked the yellow-haired man on the ground a few more times. Let's see who slaps faces. Let's see who slaps faces. What level are you even at being so arrogant? I'm asking you what level you are. Speak. Grandson. On Lin Chuan's side, after struggling with the young man for a while, he finally pinned him down. He pressed his knee against the man's back and looked around. 5 people were all lying down. He stood up and straightened his clothes. His suit was wrinkled, and there was blood on the cuffs. He didn't know whose blood it was. One word. Refreshing. Li Dakong also stood up, his face bruised and his lips split, but his eyes were remarkably bright. He looked at Lin Chuan and suddenly burst into laughter. Governor Lin, I, Li Dakong, have never fought so satisfyingly in my life. Zhang Ziyuan laughed too, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Secretary Dakong, you're not bad at all. I thought you only knew how to hold meetings. Li Dakong patted his shoulder. Minister Zhang, you're not bad either. That kick just now was beautifully executed. Lin Chuan watched the two of them, unable to suppress a smile. He looked down at his hands, which were slightly swollen. Just then the sound of police sirens echoed in the distance. A dozen police cars roared in, stopping by the roadside. The doors opened, and Chi Tongwei was the first to jump down. Upon seeing the scene before him, he was dumbfounded. Damn! 3 members of the Provincial Standing Committee, 1 standing, and 2 squatting with a pile of people lying on the ground. Lin Chuan's shirt stained with a bit of blood, Li Dakong's suit button missing, and Zhang Ziyuan's glasses nowhere to be found. Lin. Governor Lin. Chi Tongwei's voice trembled. Secretary Li, Minister Zhang. Lin Chuan glanced at him, his tone calm. Director Chi, you're here. Take all these people back and investigate thoroughly. Chi Tongwei nodded, repeatedly waving to the police behind him. Take them all away. Take them all away. The police rushed forward, handcuffing the people on the ground. As the floral shirt was pulled up, he was still shouting, Do you know who my dad is? My dad is. The already panicking Chi Tongwei slapped a hand over his mouth. Shut up. Even if your dad is the king of heaven, he still has to be taken. At this moment, Zhao Donglai also arrived with people. Upon seeing Li Dakong's condition, his legs went weak. Secretary Li, are you all right? Li Dakong wiped the blood from his mouth and actually smiled. I'm fine. It felt great to fight. These people are suspected of dangerous driving, provoking trouble, and violently attacking police. Oh no, wait, they haven't attacked the police yet, but they did attack us. Take them back and interrogate them thoroughly. Seeing this scene, Zhao Donglai was stunned. He had never seen Li Dakong smile like this before. After handling the situation, Chi Tongwei walked up to Lin Chuan and quietly asked, Governor Lin, do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup? No need, just superficial injuries. These people, hand them over to you, find out their backgrounds and why they dared to speed and do drugs on the street. Once you find out, give me an explanation. And remember to report to Secretary Gao. Yes, Governor Lin, rest assured. On the other side, the yellow-haired man was still struggling, shouting, My dad is the deputy governor. Do you dare to arrest me? On the other side, Li Dakong dusted off his clothes, sneering, It doesn't matter who your dad is. Take him away. The man in the black t-shirt was being held by 2 police officers, still shouting, My dad is the deputy director of the police department. Li Dakong looked at Chi Tongwei. Director Chi, did you hear that? The son of the deputy director of the Jingzhou Public Security Bureau. Go back and check which deputy director it is. Chi Tongwei's face turned dark as he nodded. Yes, Secretary Li. Zhang Ziyuan put down the lid of the trash can, stretched his wrists and grinned. Old Li, how long has it been since we've done this? Li Dakong laughed heartily, refreshing. Much more than sitting in meetings. At this moment, after a long fight and no food, Lin Chuan's stomach began to rumble, and looking at the two of them, he also laughed. All right, let's get in the car. We haven't eaten yet. Seeing that Governor Lin had no intention of going to the hospital for a checkup, Zhao Donglai hurriedly said, Governor Lin, Secretary Li, Minister Zhang, you're injured. Oh, let's go to the hospital for an examination first. Hearing this, Lin Chuan waved his hand. Just superficial injuries, it's fine. You handle this side, we're leaving first. He turned and got into the car with Li Dakong and Zhang Ziyuan following, and Chen Rui and Li Guoqiang also returned to the car. Thus the attacked car started up and slowly drove away. The worst official vehicle in Handong's history was now on the road, and Chi Tongwei stood in place, staring at the taillights disappearing in the distance, unable to recover for a long time. The deputy approached, whispering, Director Chi, are those really Governor Lin and the others? Chi Tongwei shot him a glare. Nonsense, can I even mistake them? The deputy shrank back, not daring to ask further. Chi Tongwei took a deep breath, looking at the young people being pushed into the police car, his expression darkening. He walked aside, took out his phone, and dialed Gao Yuliang's number. Teacher, something has happened. When Chi Tongwei's call came in, Gao Yuliang was reading in his study. The phone vibrated, and he glanced at the caller ID before answering. Teacher, something has happened. Chi Tongwei's voice was urgent, yet he explained the situation clearly. Lin Chuan, Li Dakong, and Zhang Ziyuan were surrounded by a group of drug addicts, and had gotten into a fight. Gao Yuliang was stunned for 3 seconds, incredulously asking, "What did you say?" "They got into a fight." "Yes, they got into a fight. All 3 leaders have taken action, and now they have been restrained." Gao Yuliang held the phone, unable to speak for a long time. After so many years in leadership, what kind of scenes had he not witnessed? But he had truly never seen provincial committee members fighting in the street. "Are they seriously injured?" Gao Yuliang finally asked. "Secretary Li has some injuries on his face. Minister Zhang's glasses are broken, but it seems Governor Lin is fine." Gao Yuliang fell silent for a few seconds. "I understand. You secure the scene, and I will report to Secretary Regine immediately." After hanging up, he sat in his chair, gazing out at the night sky, suddenly unsure whether to laugh or to worry. Lin Chuan, Li Dakong, Zhang Ziyuan. 3 provincial committee members fighting in the street. If this news gets out, how will Handong save face? Yet for some reason, Gao Yuliang felt a strange urge to laugh. He shook his head, picked up his phone, and dialed Xiao Ruijin's number. Provincial Publicity Department, 8 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Wang, on duty, was scrolling through his phone when suddenly the phone rang. He picked it up, listened for a moment, then jumped up from his chair. "What?" "Minister Zhang got into a fight." On the other end was the office director of the Publicity Department speaking urgently. "Don't spread the word. I'm heading to the department. Immediately notify a few vice ministers for an emergency meeting." Xiao Wang hung up stunned. Minister Zhang Ziyuan, the publicity minister, a provincial committee member. He recalled Minister Zhang's usually gentle demeanor, wearing glasses, speaking slowly, and never getting angry during meetings, and never putting on airs privately. Would such a leader really fight? And then there was Governor Lin's Secretary Li, 3 provincial committee members fighting in the street. Xiao Wang shook his head, feeling that the world had gone mad. At the Jingzhou Municipal Party Committee's duty room. When the news arrived, the on-duty deputy secretary was eating instant noodles. After listening to the phone call, he dropped his chopsticks on the floor, splattering soup all over his pants, but he felt nothing. Secretary Li got into a fight. What the hell? He was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly reacted, quickly picking up the phone and starting to notify everyone. 5 minutes later, several deputy secretaries and committee members of the Jingzhou Municipal Party Committee received the news. Their reactions were surprisingly synchronized. Silence, then the same question. "You're not joking, right?" "Hey, do you think I would joke about something like this?" Not only Secretary Li, but also Governor Lin and Minister Zhang. It's just like a Hollywood blockbuster subduing drug addicts in the street. After receiving a negative answer, there was another silence. Finally, a deputy secretary said quietly, "Secretary, Li has been pinned up for too long over the years." Nobody replied, but everyone understood. Tian Guofu was watching television at home when he received the call, and the remote control fell from his hand onto the sofa. What the hell? Lin Chuan and Li Dakong got into a fight, together with Zhang Ziyuan. The person on the other end immediately corrected him. They weren't fighting each other, they were fighting with others. Tian Guofu was taken aback. "Of course I know that." "With whom?" "A group of drug addicts." Upon hearing this, Tian Guofu opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He recalled Lin Chuan's calm demeanor during the afternoon committee meeting, Li Dakong's aggressive stance, and Zhang Ziyuan's indifferent expression, all 3 harboring their own thoughts, but maintaining appearances. Now they were telling him that these 3 had gotten into a fight with drug addicts in the street. Tian Guofu leaned back on the sofa, suddenly wanting to laugh. But he held it back. "Has the news been confirmed?" "It has been confirmed. Chi Tongwei is on site." "Got it." After hanging up the phone, he sat on the sofa looking at the ceiling, finally unable to hold back, and let out a chuckle. "Lin Chuan, oh Lin Chuan, you really are something." Wu Chunlin's reaction was more direct. After hearing the call, the first thing he asked was, "Did they win the fight?" The person on the other end was momentarily stunned. "Huh? Did they win?" The people were all restrained. Wu Chunlin nodded. "That's good. As long as they won, it's fine." After hanging up, he sat in his study, a faint smile gradually appearing at the corners of his mouth. "Interesting, quite interesting." He recalled Lin Chuan's confident demeanor when he recommended LV Liang during the afternoon committee meeting. At that time, he thought this person was deep and not to be trifled with. Now he felt that this person was not only formidable, but also quite capable of fighting. Wu Chunlin chuckled and continued reading the documents, knowing there would be more to enjoy. In the Provincial Military District's compound, at 8:30 p.m., Commander Wang Jiangwo and Political Commissar Lu Jianhua were playing chess. Commander Wang made a move and said, "Old Lu, you should go to next week's committee meeting." Lu Jianhua on the opposite side shook his head. "I went last time. Oh, it's your turn this time." "I went last time too." "You're mistaken." Unconvinced, Lu Jianhua replied, "I didn't make a mistake. Last time was in September you went. October was my turn. November was your turn again. December was mine. and in March it should be your turn. Wang Zhengwo was taken aback calculating it out, and indeed it was. He sighed, final go. After all, it's just sitting and listening, it's boring. Lu Jinhua laughed. What's boring about that? Last time Secretary Xia and Secretary Gao almost got into a fight. Weren't you quite happy watching? Wang Zhengwo waved his hand. Watching the commotion is one thing, but it's always the same issues. Hearing it too much is tiring. At that moment, Wang Zhengwo's phone rang. He picked it up, listened for a moment, and his expression changed dramatically. What the hell is the matter? Confirmed. Lu Jinhua noticed his odd expression and asked, what's the matter? After hanging up, Wang Zhengwo looked at him and slowly said, Lin Chuan, Li Dakong, and Zhang Ziyuan, 3 committee members, got into a fight with people in the street. Hearing this, Lu Jinhua was stunned. What? A fight? Wang Zhengwo nodded. They got into a fight with a few young drug addicts. They say it was quite intense. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Jinhua suddenly laughed. So next week's committee meeting, all 3 of them will attend with injuries. Wang Zhengwo also laughed. Just thinking about that scene is interesting. At that moment, Lu Jinhua stood up. No, I have to go to next week's committee meeting. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhengwo was taken aback. Didn't we agree that I would go? That was just now. The situation has changed. 3 committee members fighting, I have to see it for myself. Wang Zhengwo stood up as well. No, I'm going. I haven't seen a commotion in months. You just said it was boring, now you want to go? No way, this time it's my turn. Then let's settle it with rock, paper, scissors. All right. The 2 extended their hands ready to play. Wang Zhengwo threw scissors while Lu Jinhua threw rock. Lu Jinhua laughed heartily. I won. I'm going. Wang Zhengwo's expression fell, but he quickly said, best of 3. You're cheating. Yes, I am. What's it to you? The 2 exchanged glances and suddenly started grappling with each other, vying for the opportunity to attend the committee meeting. Outside, the guard heard the noise, peeked in, and then quietly withdrew. He thought to himself, what are these 2 leaders up to this time? Meanwhile, at a high-end restaurant in Jingzhou City, in a private room, Xia Ruijin was having dinner with Vice Governor Zhang Guoqing. Zhang Guoqing was a lower-ranking vice governor managing mundane departments like civil affairs and the Disabled Association. At 58, he needed to make a move soon, or he would miss his chance. Previously, it was because of his rebellious son that he lagged behind, causing him to fall behind step by step. So when Xia Ruijin took office, he proactively aligned himself, and today's dinner was to show his loyalty. After Xia Ruijin took office, he was one of the first vice governors to approach. Tonight's dinner was initiated by Zhang Guoqing, who said it was to report on work, but in reality, it was to further strengthen their relationship. Secretary Ruijin, the situation on the civil affairs side is basically as follows. Zhang Guoqing closed his notebook. Xia Ruijin nodded and picked up a piece of food, saying, good, you can proceed with it. I will support you regarding the provincial government and the provincial committee. Zhang Guoqing felt a surge of joy in his heart, but his face remained composed as he replied, thank you for your trust, Secretary Ruijin. The 2 continued their meal, discussing some inconsequential topics. Outside the window, the night deepened. Zhang Guoqing glanced at his watch. It was nearly 9 o'clock. As he lifted his glass to toast, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was a call from home. Frowning, he hung up. The phone rang again, and he hung up once more. At this point, Zhang Guoqing's mood was already a bit off. Didn't they know the right timing? When it rang for the 3rd time, Xia Ruijin could no longer hold back and said, answer it, what if it's urgent? Zhang Guoqing smiled apologetically and picked it up. Dad, my brother has been arrested. His daughter's anxious voice came through the phone. Zhang Guoqing's expression changed when he heard his son had been arrested. What? I don't know the details, but it seems he hit someone while driving and got into a fight. He's now at the police station and they won't let us see him. Zhang Guoqing's hand tightened around the phone, his veins standing out, but he quickly suppressed his emotions, saying, I understand. Oh, don't worry, I'll handle it. After hanging up, he forced a smile at Xia Ruijin, saying, Secretary Xia, there's a family matter. I need to leave. Xia Ruijin nodded. Go ahead. The important matters take precedence. Zhang Guoqing hurriedly left the private room. Xia Ruijin sat alone at the table, lifting his glass and slowly taking a sip. He was unaware that Zhang Guoqing's son was among the people in the 2 sports cars from earlier. He did not know that Zhang Guoqing's son had just crashed into the provincial committee's special vehicle and had gotten into a fight with 3 provincial standing committee members. He was even less aware that this altercation would push the chess game of Handong into an unpredictable direction. After all, this incident had never occurred nationwide before. Whether the general he had just recruited could successfully extricate himself was still an unknown. A few minutes later, Secretary Bai gently knocked and entered. Secretary Xia, Comrade Gao Yuliang is on the phone and says there's an emergency. Hearing this, Xia Ruijin took the phone, saying, Comrade Yuliang, what's the matter? Gao Yuliang's voice came through the phone, calm, yet complex. Secretary Ruijin, something just happened. Comrades Lin Chuan, Li Dakong, and Zhang Ziyuan had a conflict with someone on the street. Upon hearing this, Xia Ruijin was slightly taken aback. A conflict? What do you mean? Their vehicle was rear-ended by two sports cars. The other party was driving under the influence of drugs and alcohol and physically assaulted them. The three comrades got out to intervene, leading to a physical altercation. Gao Yuliang paused. There were 7 or 8 people on the opposing side, but the three comrades subdued them. Sha Ruijin held the phone, remaining silent for 3 seconds. Drugs, drinking, and driving, and assaulting standing committee members. He recognized each of these words individually, but now combined he found them somewhat unfamiliar. Was it minor injuries? It's not serious. Comrade Li Dakong has a cut on his lip. Comrade Zhang Ziyuan bumped his forehead, and Comrade Lin Chuan is fine. Seeing that the three were all right, Sha Ruijin let out a long sigh and asked who were the people on the opposing side. We are currently investigating. Comrade Chi Tongwei has already taken control of the situation. Preliminary information indicates one of them claims to be the son of Vice Governor Zhang Guoqing. Upon hearing this name, Sha Ruijin's pupils slightly constricted. Zhang Goking's son Zhang Guoqing. Just moments ago he had been dining with him, and now he had hurriedly left after receiving that call, and it turned out to be this matter. I understand. Sha Ruijin said solemnly, let's hold a meeting tomorrow morning to discuss this matter. Alright, I will notify them. After hanging up the phone, Sha Ruijin returned the phone to Secretary Bai and stood by the window looking out at the night. Lin Chuan, Li Dakong, and Zhang Ziyuan. Why were these three people crammed into one vehicle? When did their relationships become so close? One is an executive vice governor, one is the secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee, and one is a propaganda minister. With these three positions combined, there were countless things they could do. Not to mention there are also Gao Yuliang and Governor Liu. Sha Ruijin narrowed his eyes lightly, drumming his fingers on the window frame. He felt an unprecedented pressure since entering politics. This battle in Handong would not be easy to fight. Zhang Guoqing sat in the car, his hands still trembling. He had made 3 calls and finally clarified the situation. His son Zhang Xiaoyang had been driving under the influence with a few friends and rear-ended a vehicle. The car they rear-ended was the special vehicle of provincial committee member Lin Chuan. To make matters worse, he was not the only one in the car. The 3 people inside were Lin Chuan, Li Dakong, and Zhang Ziyuan. Zhang Guoqing closed his eyes, his mind blank. He knew his son's character and how many troubles he had caused over the years. He could not even remember. Fighting drunk, driving, street racing. Each time he had to step in and settle the matter, whether it was paying compensation, finding someone to help, or suppressing the issue. But this time it could not be suppressed. 3 provincial committee members, 3 vice-ministerial level cadres. What power did he, Zhang Guoqing, a vice-governor ranked lower than Lin Chuan, have to suppress this? The driver cautiously asked Governor Zhang, where are we headed? Zhang Guoqing fell silent for a few seconds, then said, first to the police station. Outside the municipal police station, in the corridor outside the interrogation room. Chi Tongwei sat on a bench holding a document that outlined Zhang Xiaoyang's basic information and his past records over the years. Fighting and brawling twice. Dangerous driving 3 times. Disturbing public order 3 times. Each time the outcome was mediation, fines, detention for a few days. Such a person could repeatedly escape unscathed. One could easily guess who was exerting influence behind the scenes. The phone rang. Chi Tongwei glanced at the caller ID and answered. Governor Zhang. Zhang Goking's voice came from the other end, tinged with urgency. Director Chi, regarding my son's matter. I'd like to understand the situation. Chi Tongwei replied calmly. Governor Zhang, your son is suspected of driving under the influence, Hitandrin, inciting trouble, and assaulting others. He is currently in custody and is being interrogated. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Guoqing fell silent for a few seconds, his voice lowering. Director Chi, is there any way to? Chi Tongwei interrupted him, his tone still calm, but heavy. This matter is beyond my authority. You should be aware of who was in the car. The 3 leaders were all injured. How to handle this depends on their attitude. If you have thoughts on this, you can go communicate with Governor Lin, Secretary Li, and Minister Zhang. I can only act in accordance with the law. The other end fell silent for a while, and then Zhang Goking's voice came through, sounding a decade older. I understand. After hanging up, Chi Tongwei put away his phone, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long breath. He understood Zhang Goking's current state of mind and what his words implied, but he did not regret it. Over the years he had seen many such people, arrogant and domineering when they had power, but when trouble arose they sought to use connections to smooth things over, and he was no exception. But this time it could not be smoothed over. Chen Hai and Chen Yanshi sat on the sofa, their faces pale, and the teacup on the coffee table was smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. Removal from position. Another disciplinary action. His voice trembled, uncertain whether from anger or something else. On what grounds? On what grounds? Chen Hai stood by, his head lowered, silent. Chen Yanshi suddenly stood up, pacing back and forth in the living room. Lin Chuan. It's Lin Chuan again. Last time he humiliated me in the hospital, and now he's targeting my son. This is revenge. Personal vendetta. Chen Hai on the sofa raised his head. Dad, this isn't Lin Governor's fault. It's my work that wasn't done well. Ding Yizhen died in the Anti-Corruption Bureau. I do have some responsibility. What responsibility? Chen Yanshi interrupted him coldly. Ding Yizhen died of a heart attack. What does that have to do with you? Lin Chuan is just taking advantage of the situation. He's in cahoots with Gao Yuliang teaming up against you. At this moment Chen Hai opened his mouth to say something, but swallowed it back. An angry Chen Yanshi walked to the phone, picked up the receiver. I'm looking for Yizhen. I'm looking for Gao Yuliang. I want to ask them on what basis do they bully people like this. Seeing this, Chen Hai stepped forward. Dad, please don't. Don't you interfere. Chen Yanshi pushed Chen Hai away, dialed the number, waited for a few seconds. Hello, provincial office. This is Chen Yanshi. I want to talk to Comrade Yizhen. The office was taken aback. Chen Yanshi, you damn old fool, tonight is already busy enough, and now you come to create trouble. Regular reports aren't enough. Don't you know what day it is today? A polite yet distant voice came from the other end. Old Chen, Secretary Xia is not available right now. Is there something I can convey? Not available. What about Gao Yuliang? Secretary Gao is also busy. Is there something you want? Seeing the other side's indifference, Chen Yanshi slammed the phone down his chest, heaving violently. Chen Hai watched him, feeling a mixture of emotions. He knew his father wanted to help him, but this phone call would only make things worse. With his chest heaving, Chen Yanshi turned to his son, his eyes slightly red. Chen Hai, don't worry, Dad. We'll definitely seek justice for you. What is Lin Chuan even worth? 20 years ago, I made him go to the countryside, and 20 years later, I can still make him. He couldn't finish his sentence because he suddenly realized that he could make Lin Chuan go to the countryside 20 years ago because he had power. But now Lin Chuan is the executive deputy governor, and Chen Yanshi is just a retired old man. A retired old man who previously was able to command power because of Gao Yuliang and Ji Changming's support. Chen Yanshi slowly sat back down on the sofa, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. Suddenly it seemed he remembered something. His eyes lit up again. Yes, I still have Xiao Jinzi. He is the provincial secretary. Xiao Jinzi will definitely be able to subdue Lin Chuan and help Chen Hai regain his position, and he might even surpass what I could do back then. The provincial public security department Zhang Goking's car was parked at the door, but he didn't get out. He sat in the car looking at the brightly lit building, feeling a chill in his heart. He called Chi Tongwei. It was useless. I don't dare to call Lin Chuan, and I definitely don't dare to call Li Dakong. Zhang Ziyuan. He thought about each one, realizing there wasn't a single one he could talk to. Over the years he managed departments like Civil Affairs and the Disabled Federation, avoiding core power struggles, not causing trouble, and not taking sides. When Yizhen came, he was the first to align with him, hoping to find a backer. But now, before the backer could even warm up, his son had already broken the sky. Zhang Guoqing closed his eyes. A thought flashed through his mind: if Yizhen was willing to help him. But this thought only lasted a second before he dismissed it. What kind of person is Yizhen? The provincial secretary coming to Handong to handle major matters. Would he offend 3 standing committee members for a mere deputy governor? Moreover, among those 3 standing committee members, there is Lin Chuan. Zhang Guoqing didn't know Lin Chuan's background, but he knew that anyone who could make Gao Yuliang silent at a standing committee meeting, not protect students, wasn't simple. The driver cautiously asked Governor Zhang where to now. Zhang Guoqing remained silent for a long time and said to the provincial government compound, building 1. Zhang Guoqing leaned back in his seat, watching the night pass by outside, knowing in his heart from now on he would lose all initiative in front of Yizhen. From this point on, he would no longer be a supporter in front of Yizhen, but a beggar. From now on, he would become a pawn instead of a player. But what if he didn't go? His son was inside and the 3 standing committee members were outside. Where could he go? The night grew deeper at the entrance of a private restaurant. Lin Chuan, Li Dakong, and Zhang Ziyuan walked out from inside, all showing signs of having drunk a bit. Li Dakong had a band-aid on the corner of his mouth, and Zhang Ziyuan had a bruise on his forehead. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, looked unscathed except for a missing button on his shirt. Their respective special cars were already waiting at the entrance. Li Dakong's secretary Xiao Sun, Zhang Ziyuan's secretary Xiao Zhou, and Chen Rui stood by the cars, quickly greeting the leaders as they emerged. Li Dakong moved his shoulders and grinned. Don't mention it. After that exchange just now, it started hurting now. Zhang Ziyuan touched his forehead and laughed. Mine hurts too. But it felt really good to fight. Lin Chuan looked at the two and smiled slightly. So how was it? Was it Li Dakong's eyes lit up. Enjoyable. I've never felt this good in my life. You should have seen it. I punched that kid in the face, and the expression on his face. At this moment Zhang Ziyuan interjected, what's that compared to me? I was sitting on that bald guy's back, pummeling him down. That feeling. The two grew more excited, gesturing animatedly, completely unlike provincial committee members, but more like 2 street youths who just finished a brawl. Lin Chuan shook his head with a smile, and Li Dakong suddenly looked at him, asking, Governor Lin, did you practice before? I saw your moves just now. They were quite nimble. When I was young, I spent some time in the countryside and got into a few fights. Lin Chuan glanced at the time and said, "It's getting late. Hey, let's head back. We have a standing committee meeting tomorrow." Hearing this, Li Dakong nodded, then suddenly asked Governor Lin, "How do you think we should handle this matter tomorrow? This incident is not small. If there's someone behind it, then it's easy to handle. Just bring out the evidence, otherwise we need to deal with him." Lin Chuan looked at him and smiled. "Secretary Dakong, we don't need to rush in handling this. The ones who should be anxious are others." Li Dakong paused for a moment and then understood. He laughed heartily. Right, we don't need to hurry. Let's eat and sleep well and wait for them to come to us. All right then, I'll take my leave first. See you tomorrow. The three of them got into their respective cars and drove in different directions. Lin Chuan leaned back in his seat watching the streets passing by outside with a faint smile on his lips. In Kyoto, Secretary Wang had just finished his work in the office and was preparing to go home to rest when the red phone on his desk rang. Seeing this, Secretary Wang hurriedly picked it up. "Hello, this is Wang Han. Chao Wang, do you know what's been happening in Handong?" Hearing the voice on the other end, Secretary Wang quickly stood up, speaking respectfully. "Old leader, what happened? I just finished my work and don't know yet." The voice on the other end responded, "Comrade Xiao Lin is causing quite a stir in Handong. He and the other two provincial standing committee members subdued some drug addicts on the street. It's causing quite a sensation online. The people are saying Handong has some good officials who help those in need. You need to pay attention. I also, Xiao Lin is running the subway project, and I saw that proposal. It's very good." Secretary Wang repeatedly agreed and started chatting with the old leader. Once the call ended, he quickly called for his secretary. "Hurry up and find out what has happened in Handong. This little monkey isn't being honest in Kyoto. Is he still not being honest in Handong?" In Handong Provincial Vehicle No. 60, Lin Chuan was taking a nap in the car when his personal phone rang. He quickly took out the cracked phone from his pocket, and upon seeing the three characters displayed, his mind instantly cleared. It was a call from Secretary Wang. Lin Chuan quickly answered, "Hello, Secretary Wang." As soon as the call connected, Secretary Wang's sarcastic voice came through. "Lin Chuan, you've truly risen in stature." Secretary Wang's voice carried quiet authority, a standing committee member of the Provincial Party Committee and Executive Vice Governor. Yet you're brawling on the street with common thugs. Do you think I've lived too long? A chuckle came from Lin Chuan down the line. "Secretary Wang, how did you hear so quickly?" "Quick. The news is already viral online. If I hadn't known by now, it would be time for me to retire." Secretary Wang paused briefly, his tone softening slightly. "Were you injured?" "No," Lin Chuan replied warmly, a gentle warmth stirring within him. "Just minor injuries. Li Dakong has a small cut on his lip. Zhang Ziyuan sustained a slight bump on his forehead. I'm unharmed." "Good. That you're uninjured is all that matters." Secretary Wang fell silent for several seconds before continuing earnestly. "But tell me honestly, why did you intervene personally in such a matter? One phone call would have brought Chi Tongwei, or the Municipal Public Security Bureau, to your side instantly. Why must you step forward yourself?" Secretary Wang, situations were urgent. 7 or 8 men surrounded us. Both my driver and secretary were already assaulted. Lin Chuan, usually solemn, allowed himself a rare light-hearted grin. Had I held back, Li Dakong and Zhang Ziyuan would hardly have felt justified stepping in either. After all, when subordinates risk themselves to protect their superior, how could I remain idle? "So you led them into the fray together?" Secretary Wang harumphed, his tone edged with reproach. 3 standing committee members of the Provincial Party Committee, brawling on the street with petty hoodlums. What would that look like once word spreads? Lin Chuan offered no reply, only a soft, sheepish chuckle. Hearing it, Secretary Wang could no longer maintain his stern composure. Enough. Let this matter rest. Let's move on." His voice turned serious once more. "Regarding your metro project, the elderly reviewed the proposal and found it commendable. Submit the plan promptly to the National Development and Reform Commission. Elderly instructed that when their inspection team arrives, you are to host them with due diligence." Lin Chuan's pulse quickened. Elderly was a true veteran, a figure whose influence in the capital far surpassed even Secretary Wang's. His personal attention to the metro project signaled that the initiative had already drawn the highest echelon scrutiny. "Understood. The proposal is fully prepared and ready for submission at any moment," Lin Chuan affirmed. Secretary Wang grunted softly, then asked, "Tell me, what do you know about Chi Tongwei, the director of Handong's Public Security Department?" At the mention of Chi Tongwei, Lin Chuan paused, surprised. "I know something. But what's happened?" "Minister Hao of the Ministry of Public Security has taken notice of Handong, specifically a place called Tajai, where narcotics trafficking runs rampant. Minister Hao intends to act decisively and requires full cooperation from Handong. As head of provincial public security, Chi Tongwei must spearhead this operation." A chill ran through Lin Chuan. Tajai, the infamous drug-producing village from the original chronicle, deeply entrenched and backed by shadowy powers. Chi Tongwei had already briefed him on its complexities. Now Minister Hao himself had taken direct interest. This meant the campaign would be uncompromising and absolute. Director Chi is capable and ambitious, but not without flaws, Lin Chuan replied thoughtfully. Yet in matters of principle and overarching loyalty, he remains steadfast and reliable. Hearing that reassurance, Secretary Wang said simply, "That's good. Convey to him. Success in this matter will bring him tangible rewards. Failure." He left the sentence unfinished, but the implication hung heavy and unmistakable should this mission falter, or worse compound prior missteps. No one would be able to shield him. Understood. Secretary Wang added with gentle firmness. That's all for now. No more street brawls, understood? You're no longer a young man. Lin Chuan smiled faintly. Understood, Secretary Wang. I'll take care next time. Absolutely, I promise. And do stir up some trouble for me in Handong. Got it? No, not daring. An uncharacteristic 2-second silence followed Lin Chuan's words. Then Secretary Wang's voice returned steady as ever. By the way, my position may shift slightly in the next round of appointments. At those words, Lin Chuan sat upright instantly, his tone sharpening with gravity. Ahem. Senior leader, does this mean an upward reassignment? Yes, roughly so. Though my rank remains unchanged, the post itself will rotate. In a few years I expect to succeed elderly. Lin Chuan's face lit with genuine joy. His bond with Secretary Wang transcended mere hierarchy. It was akin to that between an elder patriarch and a devoted protege. Secretary Wang's son had perished while commanding flood relief operations on the front lines, leaving only a granddaughter behind. Lin Chuan, having followed Secretary Wang since his early 20s, had never wavered, even during the latter's most politically vulnerable years. Elder Li had been a pragmatic statesman, Secretary Wang likewise, and Lin Chuan too embodied that same ethos of action over rhetoric. Congratulations, senior leader. Enough flattery. Listen carefully. In Handong you may compete, you may pursue any initiative lawful and principled, but never stray beyond those bounds. Above all else, Handong's economic development and people's livelihood must never stall. Do not indulge in vanity projects masquerading as achievements. Lin Chuan responded with solemn resolve. Rest assured, Uncle Wang. You know me well enough. Indeed, the party and the people remember every true contributor, unlike those who wage hollow political struggles. With that, Secretary Wang ended the call. Lin Chuan stood by the window gazing out over Handong beneath the night sky. Secretary Wang's impending promotion was momentous news. His greatest patron ascending further meant profound hope and stability for Lin Chuan himself. Zhonghua. A schemer obsessed with power, deluded enough to believe toppling Zhao Lichuan would secure his own advancement. Preposterous. In every respect, integrity, vision, dedication, Zhonghua wasn't fit to polish Secretary Wang's shoes. Tajai, Chi Tongwei, Minister Hao. Another pivotal event from the original chronicle was imminent. The Metro project, under Elder Li's watchful eye. Tajai, under Minister Hao's direct command. Both were golden opportunities, yet each concealed trials of unprecedented magnitude. Lin Chuan picked up his phone and sent Chi Tongwei a terse message. Minister Hao may contact you soon. Prepare thoroughly for Tajai. At that very moment, Chi Tongwei sat in his office reviewing classified files on Tajai. He stared at the screen for several seconds, his heartbeat surging. Minister Hao, the Minister of Public Security, was a figure whose authority towered far above anything he'd ever dared approach in his entire career. His phone rang suddenly. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number, with a Beijing area code. He drew a slow, steadying breath, and answered. Comrade Chi Tongwei, this is the Ministry of Public Security. Minister Hao wishes to speak with you. The voice on the line was formal, precise. Chi Tongwei sprang to his feet. Yes, I am Chi Tongwei. Seconds later, a calm, authoritative voice resonated. Comrade Chi Tongwei, I am Hao Jiangwo. Chi Tongwei's voice was slightly tense. Hello, Minister Hao. On the other end of the line, Minister Hao spoke slowly. Tell me about the situation in that tower village in Handong. Chi Tongwei steadied his mind and reported the situation he had grasped in detail, including the location of the tower village, its scale, drug involvement, key figures, and the recent clues he had gathered. We have arranged for our most trusted comrades to investigate and have already grasped the basic situation. He continued, according to current intelligence, a cross-border transaction will take place in the tower village in about a month and a half. After finishing, he waited for Minister Hao's reaction. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, and then Minister Hao repeated, a month and a half. Can we confirm this timing? Yes, we can. Our informant has infiltrated their ranks, and the information is reliable. Minister Hao pondered for a moment and said, good. I will personally lead the team over when the time comes. This cancer in Handong must be excised. Hearing this news, Chi Tongwei felt a jolt in his heart, and replied more solemnly, Minister How the Handong Public Security will definitely cooperate fully. Suddenly Minister How changed his tone. Chi Tongwei, this tower village, it wouldn't be your political achievement, would it? This question caught Chi Tongwei off guard, and after a second of hesitation, he blurted out, Minister How, I assure you it absolutely isn't. I come from a drug enforcement background, and the thing I hate the most in this life is drugs. He added, I did indeed overlook the situation in the tower village before, but it was certainly not intentional. I hold no sympathy for drug traffickers. His voice was somewhat agitated and his hand holding the phone trembled slightly. There was silence on the other end for several seconds which felt like years to Chi Tongwei. Then Minister Hao's voice came through laced with a hint of amusement. Good. You Chi Tongwei are a drug enforcement hero who has been shot 3 times. I appreciate this about you. The organization will always remember this. Chi Tongwei felt a sense of relief in his heart and let out a long sigh. But Minister Hao continued, everyone makes mistakes. As long as it's not a matter of principle, correcting it is sufficient. Once this matter is resolved, come to Kyoto and give me a report. For the subsequent work, let's strive to maintain stability in Handong. Hearing this, Chi Tongwei's eyes grew somewhat misty. Yes. Thank you, Minister Hao. After the call ended, Chi Tongwei stood in his office holding the phone motionless for a long time. He recalled his younger days on the front lines of drug enforcement, risking his life to catch drug traffickers, and at that time, he felt like a hero. Later persecuted by Liang Lu, he entered the bureaucracy and climbed up step by step, sometimes even forgetting that he had once been a hero. But now Minister Hao told him, I remember. Those 3 words reignited the sense of justice within Chi Tongwei. He took a deep breath, sat down, and continued organizing the materials regarding the tower village. This time he aimed to make a resounding comeback. The Liang family. The reason he had not been able to ascend to the vice-governor position was not a single issue, but at least the Liang family had played a role. They were afraid. Afraid that he might really rise to power. Ji Changming had just arrived home when his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was a Deputy Procurator General from the Supreme Procuratorate. Old Ji, I heard things are quite lively in Handong today. The Deputy Procurator General's tone was inscrutable. Ji Changming smiled wryly. Leader, this matter is complicated. No need to explain. I already know. The Deputy Procurator General's voice turned serious. 3 provincial standing committee members are fighting in the streets. Oh, what does that make of us? The cadres in Handong are completely neglecting their own safety. Ji Changming hurriedly said, Leader, there are special reasons for this. The other party was driving under the influence of drugs and alcohol, and even assaulted people. Reasons aside, the impact remains the same. The Deputy Procurator General interrupted him. Keep an eye on it. Don't let the situation escalate. Also regarding Chunhai, the matter with Ding Yizhen is not over yet. You must learn from this lesson. Ji Changming nodded repeatedly. Yes, I understand. After hanging up, he leaned back against the sofa and let out a long sigh. This day was truly exhausting. Who should I keep an eye on? Who dares to keep an eye on whom? Now all I want is to retire quickly. I don't want to get involved in any of this. When Zhong Xingguo's call came, Tian Guofu was pacing back and forth in his study. Guofu, I heard about the situation in Handong. Zhong Xingguo's voice was calm, but each word carried weight. Tian Guofu stood still. Comrade Xinghua, hey, raised the situation. No need to explain, Zhong Xinghua interrupted him. The fighting is a minor issue. However, 3 standing committee members fighting together is not a minor issue. What does this indicate? It shows that there are factions forming within Handong's leadership. Tian Guofu's heart tightened. Are you implying? I mean, keep an eye on it. Zhong Xinghua said, Sha Ruijin just arrived. It will take time, but that time is not unlimited. The situation in Handong must be stabilized quickly. Tian Guofu said solemnly, I understand. Following that, Zhong Xinghua added, regarding the Discipline Inspection Commission, you also need to be prepared. The issues in Handong are not just about fighting. Tian Guofu's heart jolted. Yes. After the call ended, he stood by the window looking at the night outside, his brow furrowed. The call from Wu Chunlin was made by a deputy minister from the Central Organization Department, whose tone was very calm, simply asking about the situation. Comrade Chunlin, the fighting among the 3 standing committee members has a negative impact. You, as the Minister of Organization, need to pay attention to the image of the cadres. Wu Chunlin nodded. Yes, I will pay attention. The other party continued. Additionally, I am aware of the freeze on personnel matters. The Central has expectations for the cadre team in Handong. Understood. After hanging up the phone, he sat at his desk, opened his notebook, wrote a few lines, and then crossed them out. Being the Minister of Organization is not an easy task. Zhang Ziyuan received the most calls from the publicity department, several central media outlets, and the publicity departments of neighboring provinces, all inquiring about the situation. He handled each call one by one with a sincere attitude and cautious wording. The last call was from the editor-in-chief of the People's Daily. Comrade Ziyuan, how do you plan to handle this matter? Zhang Ziyuan thought for a moment and replied, report truthfully. The cadres in Handong dared to stand up against illegal activities, which is a positive energy. The editor-in-chief laughed, your angle is quite refreshing. 3 standing committee members fighting in the street and chasing away a group of thugs. If this gets out, the people across the country will applaud. Zhang Ziyuan continued, it's not refreshing, it's a fact. Those young people were driving under the influence, provoking trouble and assaulting others. Our cadres got out to stop them. What's the issue? The editor-in-chief pondered for a moment. The image of Handong can be promoted using this opportunity. 3 standing committee members standing up for the people and fighting against evil forces is a very positive story. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Ziyuan leaned back in his chair, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. Publicity is also a battle. This time, he must promote this matter. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Ziyuan felt it made more and more sense. Lin Chuan, Li Dakong, and he 3 standing committee members fighting against thugs in the street. If this is promoted well, it will become a typical example of leading cadres daring to take responsibility and not fearing sacrifice. He grew more excited, picked up the phone, wanting to call Lin Chuan, glanced at the time, and then put it down. It was too late, he would talk tomorrow. The leaders of Handong Provincial Committee subduing drug-addicted drunk drivers on the street is a great positive image, and it also showcases the leaders' close engagement with the grassroots. He had already thought of a title, calling it the 3 Stars of Handong Provincial Committee. He stood up, paced a few steps in the living room, and couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Today's fight was worth it. Not only did he feel refreshed, but it also opened up future work opportunities. In the know, one building of the provincial committee, Sha Ruijin's call came from his father-in-law. The old man rarely made calls on his own initiative, and today's call made Sha Ruijin feel somewhat tense. Ruijin, I've heard about the situation in Handong. The old man's voice was slow, but very clear. Sha Ruijin replied, Dad, we are handling the matter. Handling is a minor issue, but stability is the primary concern. The old man interrupted him. You just arrived in Handong, and before you've even settled in, such a thing happens. What does it look like for 3 standing committee members to fight in the streets? Sha Ruijin, being chastised, fell silent for a few seconds. I didn't do a good job. The old man sighed. It's not that you didn't do well, it's that Handong's waters are too deep. Remember, stability outweighs everything. No matter how chaotic it gets below, you must maintain stability. Only with stability can you have the opportunity to do other things. Sha Ruijin said solemnly, I remember. The old man added, as for Lin Chuan, observe him closely. This person is not simple. Use him if you can, but if you can't, don't force it. Sha Ruijin's heart stirred. Dad, do you know him? Not really. But someone who can be so valued by Wang Hong won't be mediocre. The old man said, all right, you handle it yourself. After the call ended, Sha Ruijin stood by the window gazing at the lights in the provincial compound, remaining silent for a long time. Stability. The old man was right. The most important thing now is stability. But it can't just be stability. Anti-corruption work must also proceed, otherwise what difference does it make for him to be the provincial party secretary? Zhang Guoqing stood at the entrance of the No. 1 building of the provincial committee, hesitating for a long time. He knew that Sha Ruijin was inside and understood what he would face once he entered. But he had no other choice. He took a deep breath and rang the doorbell. The door opened. Secretary Bai stood at the door, and upon seeing him, his expression was somewhat complicated. Governor Zhang's secretary Sha is waiting for you. Zhang Guoqing nodded and walked in. He felt as though each step was on cotton. In the No. 1 building of the provincial committee, it wasn't until an hour later that Zhang Qinghua emerged, his face expressionless, showing no emotion. Secretary Bai also informed all standing committee members of the provincial committee that a meeting would be held at 9 a.m. the next day. Early the next morning, vehicles began to enter the parking lot of the provincial party committee compound. The special car with license plate Han A00006 slowly drove in behind them. Sha Ruijin was the first to arrive. After getting out of the car, he didn't rush to go upstairs, but stood by the car with Secretary Bai following him, somewhat surprised. Sha Ruijin looked at the car with a calm expression. The car door opened, and Lin Chuan got out. Upon seeing Sha Ruijin standing not far away, he paused slightly before walking over. Secretary Ruijin. Lin Chuan extended his hand, greeting him with a smile. Sha Ruijin grasped his hand and asked with a smile, Comrade Lin Chuan, how's your injury? It's just a superficial wound, nothing serious, Lin Chuan replied. Sha Ruijin nodded casually. I heard you 3 had dinner together last night. What a coincidence. The question was asked lightly, but the implication was clear. How did the 3 of you end up together? Secretary Dakong recommended a nice restaurant and invited Minister Ziyuan along. I didn't expect to run into that kind of situation. Sha Ruijin looked at him, his gaze carrying a hint of inquiry. Next time you encounter such a situation, let someone else handle it. You are all members of the provincial committee. If something goes wrong, I want to be able to explain it to the central government. Lin Chuan nodded in agreement. What Secretary Ruijin said is right. He'll be more careful next time. The two exchanged glances and walked into the building with Xia Ruijin leading the way at a steady pace, while Lin Chuan followed closely behind, maintaining a half-step distance. The corridor was very quiet with only the sound of leather shoes on the floor. Secretary Bai trailed behind, watching the two men's figures lost in thought. A few minutes later, Li Dakang's car arrived. As he got out, Governor Liu's car also pulled in. Li Dakang walked over quickly and opened the car door for Governor Liu. Governor Liu. Governor Liu got out, glanced at him, and his gaze fell on the band-aid at the corner of Li Dakang's mouth. Dakang, is your injury serious? It's nothing, just a bump, Li Dakang replied with a smile after being teased. Governor Liu snorted. The whole of Handong knows about your heroic deeds. You three are really something. Li Dakang chuckled a couple of times, but didn't respond. Zhang Ziyuan's car also arrived. As he got out, he tried to cover the bruise on his forehead with his hair, but it was still visible. Governor Liu looked at the two of them and shook his head. Let's go in and talk. The three entered the building together. In the military compound, Wang Jianjun was putting on his military uniform when Lu Guodong entered, a look of regret on his face. Old Wang, you need to represent me at the standing committee meeting. Wang Jianjun was taken aback. What's wrong? Lu Guodong sighed. There's an emergency meeting at the military district. I can't get away. You go for me. Wang Jianjun's eyes brightened. Sure. It just so happens that I want to interview those three heroes. Lu Guodong shot him a glare. What heroes? Members of the provincial committee. Don't say such nonsense. I know. Wang Jianjun waved his hand and turned to leave. In the meeting room, the committee members took their seats one after another. Gao Yuliang sat in his seat, a cup of tea and a stack of materials in front of him. He closed his eyes, seemingly resting. Tian Guofu sat opposite him, looking down at something. Wu Chunlin sat next to Tian Guofu, his expression calm. Li Dakang and Zhang Ziyuan sat together, whispering to each other and laughing occasionally, while Lin Chuan sat across from them, taking a sip of tea. Governor Liu was the last to enter, sitting beside the main seat. He scanned the room, his gaze pausing briefly on Li Dakang and Zhang Ziyuan, but he said nothing. Wang Jianjun burst in, energetically heading straight for Li Dakang and Zhang Ziyuan as soon as he entered. Secretary Dakang. Minister Ziyuan. His voice was loud enough for the entire meeting room to hear. I heard about last night's incident. What a pity. Such a pity that I wasn't there. Li Dakang was startled by him, and then smiled. Commander Wang, what are you? Wang Jianjun slammed the table. 3 people took on 7 or 8, and they won. I never would have guessed. Secretary Dakang and Minister Ziyuan, you two are so refined yet quite impressive. I've never encountered such a situation in 30 years of military service. And you didn't call me. Hearing this, Zhang Ziyuan adjusted his glasses, somewhat amused. Commander Wang, it's better to avoid such things. Wang Jianjun shook his head seriously. Minister Ziyuan, that's not right. When faced with such matters, one ought to step up. Next time, definitely call me. Laughter erupted in the meeting room as everyone looked at the two boasting. Gao Yuliang opened his eyes, glanced at Wang Jianjun, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tian Guofu also raised his head, his expression somewhat subtle. In the provincial secretary's office, Secretary Bai walked in and whispered a few words in Xia Ruijin's ear. Xia Ruijin nodded, stood up, and headed toward the meeting room. He was the last to enter the meeting room, taking his seat at the main position. His gaze swept over everyone present, finally resting on Zhang Guoqing. Everyone is here, let's start the meeting. He paused, his voice growing somber. Today's only agenda is the incident that occurred on Guangming Road last night. Zhang Guoqing sat at his position, his face somewhat pale. He lowered his head, hands resting under the table, expressionless. Xia Ruijin looked at him. Comrade Zhang Guoqing, please go ahead. Zhang Guoqing took a deep breath and slowly stood up. He first bowed to Xia Ruijin, then turned to Lin Chuan, Li Dakang, and Zhang Ziyuan, bowing deeply. Comrades Lin Chuan, Dakang, and Ziyuan, I failed to educate my son, and he disturbed you 3, causing you harm and trouble. I, Zhang Guoqing, hereby solemnly apologize to the 3 of you. I reflect on my mistakes. His voice was somewhat hoarse, but every word was clear. The meeting room fell completely silent. Lin Chuan looked at him, somewhat astonished, without speaking. Li Dakang and Zhang Ziyuan exchanged glances, equally surprised. Especially Secretary Dakang. How did he learn the unique skill of reflecting on incidents? Zhang Guoqing straightened up and continued. My son Zhang Xiaoyang has repeatedly made mistakes over the years due to my lax discipline and excessive indulgence. I thought he was still young and would change in the future, but the reality proves that indulgence is not love. He paused, lowering his voice. As for this incident, I will not protect him. It should be handled as it should be. Everyone is equal before the law. If he broke the law, he should accept the legal consequences. With that, he slowly sat down as if all his strength had been drained. The meeting room was silent for a few seconds. Li Dakang glanced at Lin Chuan, who remained expressionless, but a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He did not expect Zhang Guoqing to go this far. publicly bowing in apology, publicly admitting his failure in parenting, and publicly stating he would not protect his son. This series of actions brought his stance low to the ground, but because it was so low it left others with nothing more to say. Everyone said it should be dealt with according to the law. What else could you say? Could one say, you bring out political resources, and it'll let your son off the hook? Who would dare to say that? Li Dakong clearly had thought of this as well. He opened his mouth to say something, but then closed it again. Zhang Ziyuan adjusted his glasses and glanced at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan nodded slightly. Indeed, those who could sit at this table were never ordinary individuals. This move was brilliant, as it was rare for a provincial committee member to adopt such a humble posture. Zhang Ziyuan spoke up. Governor Zhang, we have noted your attitude. Since you mentioned handling this according to the law, we have no objections. Li Dakong at the side added, yes, just handle it according to the law. Governor Zhang, it hasn't been easy for you. Lin Chuan, who had remained silent, slowly said, Governor Zhang, let's proceed as you suggested. Oh, we all hope the youth can learn a lesson and behave well in the future. Thank you. Zhang Guoqing raised his head, glanced at the three, and moved his lips slightly. At that moment, Sha Ruijin spoke up, gently tapping the table. Comrade Zhang Guoqing's attitude is commendable. He paused, and then changed his tone. However, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Zhang Xiaoyan's drug use, drunk driving, hitandron, and public disorder. Each of these charges must be thoroughly investigated. He continued, those who should be punished must be punished. The court needs to expedite this matter and provide an explanation to society. He did not mention the words attacking the provincial committee member, and everyone noticed this detail. Attacking a provincial committee member is a charge of a different magnitude. Sha Ruijin's omission was equivalent to covering for Zhang Guoqing and Handong. Li Dakong frowned slightly, but said nothing. Since Zhang Guoqing had already shown his stance, pressing further at this moment would make them seem petty. Sha Ruijin continued, this incident exposes more than just an individual issue. What is the state of public security in Jingzhou? Why were a group of drug-using youths able to recklessly drive on the streets? Where did these drugs come from? Why have they proliferated in the capital? These issues must be thoroughly investigated by the Jingzhou Municipal Committee. Li Dakong's expression changed slightly, but he did not refute. Sha Ruijin looked at him and softened his tone. Comrade Dakong, Jingzhou is your territory. You must take the issue of public security seriously. The named Li Dakong nodded. Secretary Ruijin is correct. Jingzhou's public security indeed has loopholes. I will deploy corrective measures immediately. Sha Ruijin, satisfied with the response, nodded, shifting his gaze away from Li Dakong and sweeping over everyone present. There is one more thing. His voice grew serious. We cannot engage in political projects or political achievements, spending vast amounts of money to build things that look good but are useless. The common people are dissatisfied, and so is the central government. Green mountains and clear waters are worth more than mountains of gold and silver. We should all understand this principle. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly grew tense. Gao Yuliang paused slightly while holding his teacup, and Li Dakong's expression also changed. Luzhou Gourmet City. That was Gao Yuliang's political achievement when he served as secretary in Luzhou. It was once touted as the best gourmet city in East China, with investments exceeding 10 billion built magnificently, generating several hundred million for the Zhao family each year. Lin City pollution. That was the issue Li Dakong left behind during his tenure as secretary in Lin City. In order to attract investment, he introduced a batch of high-pollution enterprises. While GDP rose, the environment was ruined. He has been trying to find ways to address it over the years, but the problem is deeply entrenched. Sha Ruijin's two statements struck right at the core. Gao Yuliang set down his teacup, adjusted his glasses, and slowly said, Secretary Ruijin is correct. Some projects which seemed like accomplishments at the time now appear to be burdens. He added, I bear responsibility for the issues of Luzhou Gourmet City as the then municipal secretary. He spoke slowly and calmly, but he clearly emphasized the two words. That was in the past. He directly raised the issue himself, conducting a self-criticism to prevent others from challenging him. Seeing the other party being so straightforward, Sha Ruijin looked at him and smiled. Comrade Yuliang, I am not bringing up old accounts. I just want to say, when we make decisions, we should think more about the long term and less about immediate gains. Achievements are not for self-admiration, they are for the common people. Gao Yuliang nodded. Secretary Ruijin's words are profound. At this moment, Li Dakong also spoke up. Secretary Sha, we have been addressing the issue of Lin City pollution for years. He continued, we have shut down a number of enterprises and implemented environmental protection facilities, leading to improvements in water quality and air quality. However, there are too many historical debts that cannot be resolved overnight. I will continue to push forward. Upon hearing this, Sha Ruijin nodded. It's good that Comrade Dakong has this attitude. Addressing pollution is not a matter of 1 or 2 days, but it cannot be delayed. He added, there must be a timeline and a roadmap allowing the common people to see hope. Yes, I will formulate a plan immediately. Sha Ruijin surveyed the entire room. His voice was not loud, but each word was clear. This meeting is adjourned. The meeting is over. He stood up the first to leave the conference room. The committee members began to rise one after another. Zhang Guqing remained seated, not moving for a long time. Lin Chuan passed by him, glanced at him, and said nothing. Gao Yuliang walked out of the conference room, his steps a bit slower than usual. His expression remained calm, but there was a hint of barely perceptible gloom in his eyes. What Sha Ruijin did today on the surface was to deal with the fight. In reality, it was a warning to him. How long ago was Luzhou Gourmet City? Bringing it up now was quite clear. Your old accounts, Gao Yuliang, I can bring up any time. It was true that approving the Gourmet City back then was influenced by Zhao Ruilong, but it also provided many jobs for the people of Luzhou. Each generation views issues from its own perspective. The focus back then was definitely on economic development, and was it all the pollution from Gourmet City that caused the Moon Lake's contamination? I don't think so. On the other hand, Li Dakong also had a serious face. The pollution in Lin City was a thorn in his heart. Sha Ruijin brought it up in front of so many people, essentially forcing him to make a stand. As they exited the building, Li Dakong caught up with Lin Chuan and lowered his voice. Governor Lin, what do you think of Secretary Ruijin's actions today? Lin Chuan glanced at him and smiled. Secretary Dakong, Secretary Ruijin is right. Green mountains and clear waters are worth more than mountains of gold and silver. This statement is sound. However, each generation has its own methods and approaches. We cannot use today's perspective to negate the past. He reassured, don't panic, Secretary Dakong. The priority now is the subway project. The inspection team will arrive in a month. You need to be prepared. Li Dakong paused for a moment upon hearing this, and then understood. He nodded, said no more, and turned to get into his car. Lin Chuan stood in place watching the cars driving away, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Today Sha Ruijin played two cards. One was aimed at Gao Yuliang and Li Dakong. I have your leverage. The other one was a card sent to Zhang Guqing. I will cover for you, officially accepting Zhang Guqing's allegiance. This move was executed beautifully. However, at the card table, he is not the only player. In the standing committee meeting, you occupied a submissive position, leaving me helpless, but in the provincial government, you still have to stand aside. Indeed, those who can become provincial secretaries are not inept individuals. With this series of combos, he simply mastered 4 to 5 votes. But sorry, Secretary Ruijin, if you want to control the standing committee, you are still clueless. If you behave yourself and don't mess around, once I improve the economy, your name will be on the honor roll. Lin Chuan got into the car and said to Li Guoqiang, back to the provincial government. The car drove out of the provincial party compound. Lin Chuan leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, his mind swirling with various thoughts. In the provincial secretary's office, Sha Ruijin was contemplating the situation in the standing committee. Governor Liu of the provincial government had a considerable number of votes in hand. Currently, he only had 5 votes, and excluding the neutral military district, it was highly likely that the organization minister would support him, making it a 50-50 split with Governor Liu. He must get involved in the subway project. How can the provincial government bear the work pressure alone? This project must be elevated in status, organized by the provincial committee with him as the leader and Governor Liu and Lin Chuan as deputy leaders. As for the Guangming Peak project, it has recently stagnated. How can that be allowed? Li Dakong, Gao Yuliang, and Qi Tongwei, the labels from the Zhao family, are not so easily discarded. Pull one batch, beat another is his common method. As long as Sha Ruijin wants to do something, there is nothing he cannot accomplish. When Li Dakong returned to the municipal office, his expression was still unsettled. Sha Ruijin's words at the standing committee meeting felt like a thorn lodged in his throat. He took off his coat, sat behind the desk, flipped through the documents on the table, and tossed them aside. Call Sun Lianxing here, he said to his secretary. The beleaguered Sun Lianxing arrived quickly, standing in front of the desk, slightly bowing his head, waiting for Li Dakong to speak. Li Dakong looked at him with an unfriendly gaze. What is the progress on the Dafeng factory issue? We have been doing the work, but the workers' sentiments are still unstable. Wang Wench and those people. Sun Lianxing hurriedly replied. I asked you for progress. Li Dakong interrupted him, shouting angrily, progress. Progress, not reasons. Sun Lianxing's forehead was dotted with sweat. We are still coordinating, but the workers are not agreeable. They say they want the factory, but not the money. This. Want no money. Li Dakong's voice rose. Is the factory theirs? The court has ruled that the Shanshui Group is the legal owner. What gives them the right to refuse payment? Sun Lianxing opened his mouth, but could not speak. Li Dakong stood up and paced in the office. How long has the Dafeng factory issue been dragging on? Are you planning to delay until I retire? Sun Lianxing quickly said, Secretary Li, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Li Dakong stopped walking and stared at him. Ding Yizhen has run away and then died. Has the Dafeng factory issue turned into a dead end? You are the district chief of Guangming district. This is your territory, your responsibility. Sun Lianqing bowed his head, not daring to speak. He knew Li Dakong was furious, and anything he said would be wrong. Li Dakong took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and his voice became calm. 1 week. I give you 1 week to resolve the Dafeng factory issue. No matter who is obstructing it, it must be handled. Sun Lianqing raised his head, his face pale. Secretary Li, 1 week is too short. The workers. Short. Li Dakong stared at him. I give you a month. Can you get it done? Sun Lianqing fell silent. He could not. Li Dakong sat back down in his chair, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. 1 week. If you can't resolve it, write a resignation letter. Sun Lianqing stood still, his lips moving as if to say something, but in the end, he just nodded yes. He turned and walked out of the office, his footsteps heavy. Back in Guangming District, Sun Lianqing sat in his office, staring at the wall for a long while. 1 week, if not resolved, resign. The pressure was immense. He must look at the vast starry sky tonight to relieve some stress. He picked up the phone and dialed the number of the person in charge of the Shanshui group in Jingzhou. District Chief Sun. The voice on the other end was very polite. Sun Lianqing got straight to the point regarding the Dafeng factory issues. Secretary, Li has issued a strict order. It must be resolved in 1 week. What plans does your Shanshui group have? The other end fell silent for a few seconds, then said, District Chief Sun, we have been cooperating with the government's work. The workers are not cooperative, and we have no way out. Sun Lianqing's voice turned cold. No way out. A big company like your Shanshui group cannot handle this little matter. Secretary Li said that regardless of who is obstructing it, it must be handled according to law. You have the court's ruling. It is legal demolition, reasonable and fair. The other end fell silent again. 1 week. Sun Lianqing said the time given by Secretary Li. If you can't handle it, I will change personnel. No, the other party hurriedly said, District Chief Sun, we will handle it. 1 week we guarantee to complete the task. Sun Lianqing hung up the phone, leaning back in his chair, letting out a long breath. The responsibility was passed on. How Shanshui Group manages the demolition is their business. As for me, I can enjoy watching the stars at night. In the Shanshui Group's office, Manager Lu put down the phone, his expression dark. Sitting next to him was Manager Ma from the company's security department. 1 week. Manager Lu looked at Manager Ma. The deadline given by Li Dakong. What do you think we should do? The main issue with the workers is the group, led by Wang Wench. As long as we get rid of them, the others will be easy to handle. Manager Lu looked at him. How to get rid of them? Manager Ma lowered his voice. Get some people to pretend to be police and control Wang Wench and their group. Then the demolition team will go up, or it can be finished in 1 night. By the time they react, the factory will be gone. Manager Lu hesitated for a moment. Fake police. What if this gets exposed? Hearing this, Manager Ma laughed. Manager Lu, we have the court's ruling. It's legal demolition. Those people are obstructing the demolition. Oh, we will find someone to maintain order. What's the problem? As for what clothes to wear, that's a minor issue. Even if something happens, Secretary Li will take the blame. Manager Lu thought for a long time and nodded. All right, you arrange it. Remember, keep it clean. Manager Ma nodded. Rest assured. Should we inform Manager Gao? Forget it. Manager Gao is not in a good mood right now. Oh, let's wait until we finish the task to tell her. Secretary Dakong never expected that the blame he cast would turn around and stab him like a boomerang. As night fell at the Dafeng factory, the entrance was barricaded with sandbags piled high, creating a makeshift wall nearly half a person's height. Behind the sandbags, dozens of workers held iron pipes and wooden sticks, their expressions tense as they stared at the road outside. Several bulldozers were parked 100 meters away, their headlights shining like giant beasts lying in wait, ready to pounce at any moment. Wang Wench stood behind the sandbags, clutching a steel rod. He hadn't been home for 3 days, living and eating at the factory. He kept watch during the day, and at night his eyes bloodshot yet alert with no hint of sleepiness. Brother Wang, do you think they will come tonight? A young man beside him asked quietly. Wang Wench did not respond. He stared at the bulldozers, feeling a premonition in his heart. In the distance, the roar of engines echoed. It wasn't just one vehicle, but a group. 8 or 9 vehicles with their headlights lit, approaching rapidly. They're coming, someone shouted. The workers stirred, and Wang Wench tightened his grip on the steel rod, his voice low. Stay calm. If we hold our ground, the factory will be ours. If we can't hold it, we lose everything. The factory is worth $1 billion. The Shanshui Group only offered me a few tens of millions. The convoy stopped behind the bulldozers. The doors opened and dozens of people stepped out, led by a bald man wearing a gold chain and smoking a cigarette. He walked to the front of the bulldozer, glanced towards the Dafeng factory, and spat on the ground. Get to work. The bulldozers roared to life, their massive noise shattering the night silence. Wang Wench shouted towards the bald man across from him, Chong Qinghu, if you dare to come over, we will fight you. Chong Qinghu narrowed his eyes at the workers, sneering. Wang Wench, don't try to scare us. The court has ruled that this land belongs to the Shanshui Group. You are violating the law, acting like criminals. If you're wise, get out of the way and stop wasting my time. Wang Wench, disperse while you can. The factory is no longer yours. Oh, what is the point of holding on? Wang Wenj stared at him. This factory is the culmination of our lives' work. You think you can just demolish it? So what if the court has ruled? We refuse to accept it. Chang Qinghu sneered, pulling a paper from his pocket and waving it. This is the court's ruling. Do you see it clearly? It's legal. If you block us again, you will be breaking the law. A young man stepped forward holding a torch and pointing his phone at Chang Qinghu, beginning a live stream. Everyone take a look. This is the demolition team sent by the Shanshui group. The bulldozers have come to our doorstep. So what if the court has ruled? Do the workers have no way out? Chang Qinghu's expression changed as he pointed at the young man. Shut that off. The young man advanced instead of retreating. Why should I? Let everyone see your true colors. Chang Qinghu waved his hand. Get to work. The bulldozers charged forward, easily flattening the sandbag barricade as if it were made of paper. The workers fell back, some were knocked down by the bulldozer, while others were struck by the sandbags. Wang Wenj rushed forward, smashing the steel rod against the bulldozer's glass, shattering it, as the driver jumped out and fled. At that moment, the sound of police sirens echoed in the distance. Several vehicles with flashing police lights approached from the side and dozens of uniformed officers stepped out. The leading tall figure strode forward, his voice loud. Stop everything. We are the police. The workers were momentarily stunned, some letting out sighs of relief. But Wang Wenj eyed the officers, suspiciously, feeling that something was off. Their uniforms were too dark and the shoulder patches were wrong. Suddenly he shouted, fake. They are fake police. The tall figure's face changed, and he waved his hand. Arrest Wang Wenj. Several fake police officers rushed forward, pinning Wang Wenj to the ground. He struggled and shouted, look closely. They are fake. Don't believe them. But the workers were already in disarray. Some tried to help him, but were beaten back by the fake police with batons, while others retreated or stood frozen in place. The young man, streaming live, pointed his camera at the fake police. Everyone look. These are the people sent by the government. Fake police. They are in cahoots with the developers. The comments exploded. What the hell are they this bold in their demolition? If I stand by and watch today, who will rally for me tomorrow? Brothers charge. Something's off. Doesn't this feel a bit like a nail household? Are you an idiot? This is a factory. Where do you see workers acting like nail households for their bosses? I want comment without full knowledge. Just here for the show. Damn, are there really fake police these days? Seeing the situation under control, Chang Qinghu waved his hand. Demolish. The bulldozers roared back to life, moving deeper into the factory area. The workers raised their torches, blocking the bulldozer's path. If you dare come closer, we will set it on fire. Chang Qinghu sneered. Set it on fire. You're burning your own factory. Oh, what do I care? Demolish. He waved his hand, and the bulldozers continued forward while the workers held their ground behind the sandbags, refusing to retreat. At that moment, a young man hid in a corner, his camera focused on the bulldozer and the torches. His voice was low. Everyone, this is the Dafeng factory in Handong. The developers have sent bulldozers for a forced demolition, and the workers are resisting with torches. Look, this is our government. This is our developer. The comments online exploded, and the number of viewers soared rapidly. Damn, the sky is falling, but seems the police are in cahoots with the demolition crew. Oh damn, looking at the title, this is Handong. Isn't this the province where those 3 provincial committee members were caught with drug users? Yes, this place. The 200 yuan governor and secretary are also from Handong. Looking forward to how the leaders will handle this. Brother Wang, someone shouted, wanting to rush up to help. Wang Wenj lay on the ground, desperately raising his head, and saw the bulldozer starting to move forward again. The sandbags were pushed aside, mud splattered everywhere, and the workers retreated with torches while someone yelled, let's fight back. Don't act recklessly. Wang Wenj shouted loudly, but his voice was drowned out by the roaring sound. A worker rushed in front of the bulldozer with a torch, trying to throw it into the driver's cabin. The bulldozer suddenly swerved, and he slipped, letting the torch fly out of his hand. The torch traced an arc in the air before landing on the ground. Boom! Flames soared into the sky, instantly engulfing the tracks of the bulldozer as the fire spread rapidly along the gasoline, rising to a height of more than a person. The bulldozer driver was so scared that he jumped out of the vehicle and ran. The workers panicked and scattered, with someone's clothes catching fire from a spark, screaming as they tried to extinguish it. During the day, the workers had poured a barrel of gasoline in the factory area for self-defense. The moment the torch hit the ground, flames erupted rapidly, spreading along the gasoline on the ground. Several workers who were close by had their clothes ignited, instantly rolling on the ground in agony, while the others retreated in panic. In the live broadcast room, the screen suddenly turned red, followed by screams, cries, and explosions. What the hell? It's on fire. Run! Someone is on fire. Help him put out the flames. The comments exploded, and just then the moderator finally returned from the restroom, and the live broadcast was immediately banned. Chang Qinghu stood at a distance watching the flames, his face changing. He was only there for the demolition, not to cause casualties. If this fire got bigger, he wouldn't escape either. Wang Wenj was pinned down by 2 fake police officers on the ground. Seeing the flames, he struggled desperately, saying, "Let me go. There are gasoline barrels inside. If they explode, no one will escape." Chang Qinghu was stunned. "What? There's gasoline?" His expression changed as he glanced at the increasingly large flames, suddenly realizing, if it exploded, no one would escape. "Stop! Everyone stop! Don't demolish anymore," he shouted into the walkie-talkie. "Everyone retreat. Quickly retreat." The bulldozer halted and the men in black began to run back. Chang Qinghu took out his phone and dialed Cheng Du's number. "Cheng, something happened. The Dafu factory is on fire. There's gasoline on the ground, and the flames are huge. There are still a few barrels of gasoline that haven't exploded and are about to." "What? Gasoline? Are you out of your mind?" Cheng Du almost jumped out of his seat when he heard this. "Who told you to use gasoline?" Chang Qinghu's voice changed. "It wasn't me. The workers spilled it themselves. They started the fire themselves. Cheng, you must think of something. The fire is getting bigger, and the firefighters can't get in." Cheng Du hung up the phone, his hands trembling. He dialed Sun Liancheng's number. Sun Liancheng was on his balcony, stargazing, a habit of his to calm himself every night. When the phone rang, he answered it, listened for a few sentences, and dropped his teacup on the ground. "What did you say?" "The Dafu factory is on fire. Gasoline. Explosion." On the other end, Cheng Du's voice was urgent. "Director Sun, the fire is huge, and there are still gasoline barrels that haven't exploded. Chang Qinghu said the firefighters can't get in, and the road is blocked. You must think of something." Sun Liancheng's mind went blank. He was stunned for 3 seconds before suddenly reacting. "I will report to Secretary Li immediately." He hung up the phone and dialed Li Dakang's number. Li Dakang was in his study reviewing documents. When he picked up the phone and heard Sun Liancheng's voice, his expression changed instantly. "What did you say?" "A big fire. Gasoline barrels. Who told you to carry out such a strong demolition at night?" Sun Liancheng's voice trembled. "Secretary Li, it was the people from the Shanshui group who went on their own. I didn't know they would." "Didn't know?" Li Dakang suddenly stood up. "You are the district chief of Guangming, and such a big incident happened in your jurisdiction. You say you didn't know?" Sun Liancheng was speechless as Li Dakang took a deep breath to suppress his anger. "Is anyone injured at the scene?" "Yes. Several workers have been burned, and there are still a few barrels of gasoline that haven't exploded, which could happen at any moment." Li Dakang hung up the phone and immediately dialed Zhao Donglai's number. "Zhao Donglai, something happened at the Dafu factory. A big fire. You must take people to the scene immediately. Control the situation. We must not let it escalate. We cannot allow casualties among the public. Also notify the firefighters." At that moment, Zhao Donglai was on duty at the bureau. Hearing the order, he immediately stood up. "Yes. I will take people there right away." Li Dakang added, "And those fake police officers, not a single one can escape. Catch them all." Zhao Donglai was taken aback. "Fake police officers? Don't ask. Hurry up." Li Dakang hung up the phone, grabbed his coat, and ran out. At the provincial party committee, Gao Yuliang was reading in his study when his phone rang. He answered it, listened for a few sentences, and his expression changed drastically. "A big fire. Gasoline barrels. Was there an explosion?" On the other end, they said, "Not yet, but it's very dangerous. The firefighters can't get into, the road is blocked." Secretary Gao, it's already spreading online. Someone was live streaming before. Gao Yuliang hung up the phone, opened his phone, and on the screen the flames from the Dafu factory lit up half the sky, thick smoke rolling upwards. The comments section was already exploding with people cursing the government, scolding the developers, and blaming the police. Gao Yuliang tightened his grip on the phone, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and spoke in a deep voice. "Notify comrades Lin Chuan and Chi Tongwei, and have them go to the scene immediately. I will arrive shortly. Deploy all firefighting teams to ensure safety." At the provincial government, Lin Chuan was reviewing the subway project plan when his phone rang. He picked it up, heard Gao Yuliang's voice, and fell silent for 3 seconds. "I understand. I will go there immediately." He hung up the phone, stood up, and said to Chen Rui, "The Dafu factory is on fire, let's go." Chen Rui's expression changed, and he hurriedly followed. Lin Chuan dialed Chi Tongwei's number. "Director Chi, the Dafu factory is on fire. You must take people to the scene immediately. First, control the fire, evacuate the public, and rescue the injured. Second, those fake police officers, not a single one can escape. Third, the gasoline barrels in the factory area must be moved immediately." Chi Tongwei's voice was tense. "Governor Lin, I am already on the way. People will arrive shortly. When you arrive at the scene, don't act rashly. Wait until I get there to discuss." Chi Tongwei paused for a moment. "Understood." After hanging up the phone, Lin Chuan looked out the window and said to Li Guoqiang, "Drive faster." In the car, Lin Chuan closed his eyes, his mind racing. In the original plot, the fire at the Dafu factory was a turning point in the entire story. He thought he had taken enough precautions. He had let Chi Tongwei keep an eye on the Dafu factory and had urged Li Dakong to expedite the demolition negotiations, yet the fire still broke out. At this time, the propaganda minister Zhang Ziyuan also learned of the situation and immediately ordered people to control public opinion and instructed the comrades at the television station to prepare so that if Governor Lin and Secretary Dakong needed assistance, they could go to the scene at the first opportunity. At the Dafu factory, flames soared into the sky, thick smoke billowing. The gasoline on the ground had burned out, but several barrels of gasoline in the warehouse remained ready to explode at any moment. After a while, Lin Chuan called Chi Tongwei. Director Chi, how is the situation at the scene? On the other end of the line, Chi Tongwei's voice was urgent. Governor Lin, I just arrived. The fire is intense, the firefighters can't get in, and the workers are agitated, not allowing us to approach. There are still a few barrels of gasoline outside, and they could explode at any time. What about the fake police? We caught a dozen, but a few got away. We are pursuing them. Lin Chuan's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Listen carefully. First, control the fire. We cannot let it reach the gasoline barrels. Second, catch all the fake police. Not a single one can escape. Third, the workers do not trust the police right now, but do not act forcefully. Wait until Dakong and I arrive before taking action. The most important thing is to arrange for the injured workers to go to the hospital for treatment. Understood. Lin Chuan hung up the phone and said to Li Guoqiang, drive faster. The car sped through the night, and in the distance the flames grew brighter. At the Dafu factory, the fire grew larger. The few barrels of gasoline had been moved, but the flames were already out of control. The old wooden structure of the factory made it impossible to stop once it caught fire. The fire trucks were blocked from entering, forcing the firefighters to rush in on foot using extinguishers, but their efforts were futile. Wang Wenj stood at the front of the crowd, covered in dirt with a streak of blood on his face. He stared at the police, trying to approach, his eyes red with fury. Don't come any closer, he shouted loudly. You are in cahoots with the developers. The fake police were sent by you. The workers held up torches blocking him, with someone shouting, right? We don't trust you. Chi Tongwei stood at the front holding a megaphone, trying to keep his voice calm. Workers, I am Chi Tongwei, the director of the Public Security Department of Handong Province. The fire is raging. If we don't let the firefighters in, the entire factory area will be burned to the ground. You won't escape either. Hearing this, Wang Wen's eyes were bloodshot, showing no signs of retreat. The firefighters can come in, but the police cannot. You are in league with the fake police. I saw it with my own eyes. Chi Tongwei took a deep breath. Wang Wenj, we will definitely investigate the matter of the fake police. But right now the most important thing is to extinguish the fire. If you continue to block us, what will happen if the fire reaches you? Wang Wenj hesitated. He glanced back at the factory behind him, the flames reflecting on his face, his expression wavering between anger and fear. A young man ran over and whispered, Brother Wang, the fire is getting bigger. If we don't put it out, there will be nothing left. Wang Wenj gritted his teeth, falling silent. Seeing signs of wavering in him, Chi Tongwei hurriedly said, Wang Wenj, I Chi Tongwei, keep my promises. The firefighters will come in to put out the fire, and the police will not enter. Your people can watch from outside. Is that acceptable? Wang Wenj stared at him for a long time before finally nodding. Okay. But not a single police officer is allowed to enter. Chi Tongwei immediately waved his hand. Firefighters, go. The firefighters rushed in with hoses spraying water towards the fire, steam rising and hissing sounds filling the air. Chi Tongwei watched this scene and dialed Lin Chuan's number. Governor Lin, the fire has been controlled, but the workers are still very agitated and won't let the police approach. Not long after, several cars approached, their headlights growing closer. Lin Chuan's car had arrived. The vehicle stopped and Lin Chuan got out. Li Dakong's car arrived almost simultaneously, and the two met beside the car. Li Dakong, just stepping out of the car, had a grim expression. Governor Lin, I'm late. I take responsibility for not handling the Dafu factory incident properly. Lin Chuan glanced at him. Let's not dwell on that for now. Let's go in and take a look. The two walked in one after the other, and Chi Tongwei met them. Governor Lin's secretary Li, the fire has been controlled, but the workers still won't let the police approach. Lin Chuan nodded, looking towards the crowd. Wang Wenj stood at the front, covered in dirt with a streak of blood on his face. Behind him, the workers held torches, the firelight illuminating their faces, each filled with anger and distrust. Seeing this, Lin Chuan wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Chi Tongwei and Li Dakong. Step aside, what are you afraid of? Lin Chuan walked over, his voice low but clear. Now that the incident had occurred, it was likely that the whole nation knew about it, and he had to handle it properly. Fortunately, there were no fatalities, which was a blessing. Wang Wenj. Wang Wenj looked at him, stunned for a moment before recognizing him. You are the one who came that night. Governor Lin. It's me. Wang Wenj stared at him, his gaze complicated. Governor Lin, speak fairly. Shouldn't the workers at Dafu factory be protected from being bullied? Why did you send fake police to beat us? Why did you secretly dismantle things at night? And why is the court colluding with the Han Chao group to seize our factory? The crowd behind him began to stir with someone shouting, right? Why not? Lin Chuan raised his hand to signal them to be quiet. I've instructed the public security department to investigate the matter of the fake police. No matter who sent them, not a single one will escape. But right now the most important thing is to put out the fire and save people. Once the fire is put out, we can sit down and discuss. If you want justice, I will give you justice. But the premise is that you must cooperate with the government. What is going on here? Organizing violent activities. Wang Wenj fell silent as someone behind him shouted, Brother Wang, don't trust him. No government officials are good people. He glanced back at that person, then turned back to gaze at Lin Chuan. Remembering how Chun Lao had fainted from anger, he also realized that Lin Chuan was not a bad official. After all, he had seen the news from a few days ago dealing with drug users and drunk drivers. Perhaps Lin Chuan was indeed addressing the issues rather than the individuals. Lin Chuan remained silent, merely watching him. After a long while, Wang Wenj finally nodded. Okay, Governor Lin, I will trust you once. But if you deceive us. He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. Lin Chuan stood outside the crowd watching the flames without much expression. Li Dakong walked over, lowering his voice. Governor Lin, this matter. Lin Chuan glanced at him. Secretary Dakong, first put out the fire and save people. As for the rest, we will discuss it later. Upon hearing this, Li Dakong nodded, no longer speaking, but his expression was extremely grim. This situation had completely spiraled out of control, a small Dafu factory, and yet the Han Chao group and Sun Lianqing couldn't manage it. By the way, was someone just streaming? Notify the comrades at the television station to come over. We should hold a live broadcast as well. Lin Chuan's expression turned serious yet calm. Since there had already been a live broadcast that caused public misunderstanding, we would hold another one. What to broadcast? Broadcast the government's handling of the situation and the truth of the matter, the beginning of it all. We cannot allow public opinion to spread unchecked, and the best way to manage public sentiment is to break it. At 3 in the morning at the Dafeng factory. The fire has mostly been extinguished, with lingering smoke dispersing in the night breeze, and the air filled with the scent of burnt materials. Occasionally sparks fly from the ruins, quickly doused by firefighters with water hoses. Several broadcasting vans from the provincial station are parked outside the factory area, antennas raised, lights on as reporters set up their cameras, adjusting signals and preparing for a live broadcast. Lin Chuan stands in front of the crowd, gazing at the still smoking ruins, his face betraying little emotion. Li Dakong stands beside him, looking weary but alert. Governor Lin, are we really going live? Li Dakong asks in a lowered voice. Hearing this, Lin Chuan glances at him and replies, Can we keep it under wraps? Li Dakong falls silent for a few seconds, shaking his head. The internet is already buzzing with activity. Of videos are circulating everywhere. Fake police raging, fire, gasoline barrels. Every keyword trending. At this point, trying to suppress the news will only worsen the situation. Lin Chuan states solemnly, Since we can't keep it under wraps, let's present the report to society. What we did, what we didn't do, let the public see for themselves. Li Dakong nods, falling silent. The host adjusts her earpiece, takes a deep breath in front of the camera, and begins her introduction. Dear audience, this is the Handong Provincial Television Station. I am reporter Zhang Li. It is now 3:20 in the morning, and we are at the scene of the fire at the Dafeng factory. Thanks to the hard work of the firefighters, the blaze has been mostly extinguished. Currently, there are no reported fatalities, though 7 workers have sustained injuries and have been sent to the hospital for treatment, all of whom are in stable condition. She pauses, her voice steady. Now we will connect to the scene. Comrade Lin Chuan, the Executive Vice Governor of Handong Province, and Comrade Li Dakong, the Secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee, will provide explanations regarding this incident. The camera shifts to Lin Chuan and Li Dakong, both standing in front of the ruins. Behind them, the still smoldering factory remains in front, a sea of dark figures and flickering cameras. Lin Chuan addresses the camera, his voice calm. I am Lin Chuan, the Executive Vice Governor of Handong Province. This morning, a fire broke out at the Dafeng factory, resulting in injuries among workers, and as the responsible leader, I am deeply pained by this. Here I express my condolences to the injured workers and their families, and I promise to society, this matter will be handled justly, openly, and satisfactorily. I will ensure that whoever is responsible will be held accountable. The issue of the fake police is under investigation. No matter who is involved, we will pursue it to the end and will not show any leniency. The comments section begins to flood. Some say, well said, let's see what you do, while others remark, finally someone dares to speak out, and some continue to criticize. Well said. Officials protecting each other. Wait, that's Governor Lin, the one who single-handedly dealt with. The person beside him seems to be Secretary Li. While the twin stars of Handong. Is Minister Zhang not here? If Minister Zhang were here, the 3 stars of Handong would be complete. Li Dakong takes over saying, I am Li Dakong, secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee. The Dafeng factory is in Jingzhou, and I bear responsibility for this matter. But please believe that the municipal committee and government will handle it properly. We will ensure the workers' compensation and employment issues are addressed one by one. After speaking, he glances at Lin Chuan. At that moment, Sun Lianqing, the district chief of Guangming, rushes over holding a stack of documents, panting, Governor Lin, I've brought the materials you requested. Lin Chuan takes the documents, flips through a few pages, and turns to the workers. I understand your demands, but we will address each issue step by step. The compensation is a separate matter. Regardless of how the court eventually rules workers, your compensation will not be lessened. Before we resolve the issues, let me show you something. He raises the documents in his hand. This is the equity structure of the Dafeng factory, provided by Guangming District in black and white, stamped with an official seal. Who are the shareholders of the Dafeng factory? Which workers have shares? Who holds more shares? Who holds fewer? It's all clearly written here. The workers exchange glances, some pushing forward to see better. Lin Chuan continues, don't you think the court's ruling is unfair? All right, let's be clear. The equity of the Dafeng factory is held by a select few. Most of you workers do not have shares. Even if the land sold for 10 billion, even if the court changes its ruling, how does that 10 billion relate to you ordinary workers? The crowd goes silent for a few seconds before erupting. An old worker steps forward, his voice hoarse. Governor Lin, what do you mean by this? We work tirelessly to keep the factory open, isn't it, for that bit of compensation? You say it has nothing to do with us. Lin Chuan looks at him and asks, old comrade, let me ask you, do you have shares in the Dafeng factory? Of course there will still be compensation. That is your right. The old worker is taken aback, his mouth opening and closing, unable to speak. Seeing this, Lin Chuan states seriously, you do not have shares. Out of all the workers at the Dafeng factory, only a handful hold shares. What are you all protecting? It's someone else's factory, someone else's land. You work tirelessly, but in the end, who gets the money? Is it you or those few shareholders? Lin Chuan directly points out the essence of the matter. In his view, the workers have not yet shifted their mindset and have been misled. What difference does it make if the court changes its ruling? Will these hardworking workers receive even a penny more? Moreover, given the greedy nature of the Dafeng factory's shareholders, they might not even get their full compensation. People in the crowd start to murmur, some looking down at their phones, others calculating, and some changing expression. After letting the tension build for a moment, Lin Chuan raises his voice. Now I have a proposal. The Shanshui group has agreed that the compensation will be issued immediately. The money has already been deposited. It's in the bank. Oh, as long as you sign now, the money will be in your accounts within an hour, every single penny. Lin Chuan pauses, then loudly states, furthermore, regarding employment issues, the government will also handle them properly, arranging new positions and providing social security, ensuring protection. You no longer need to stay here, and you won't have to worry about whether you'll have food tomorrow. The moment this condition was announced, the crowd erupted. Is this for real, eh? We can get money just by signing. Our job's really arranged. Some are tempted, taking a step forward, but then retreating, looking back at those around them. A middle-aged woman shouts, Governor Lin, is what you say true? You won't deceive us, will you? Lin Chuan looks at her, his voice not loud, but very firm. I am the executive vice governor of Handong province. Today, before the camera and in front of the entire nation, I, Lin Chuan, guarantee with my party loyalty, every word I say counts. The entire venue falls silent, gazing at Lin Chuan, who holds up the report as if a beam of light shines upon him. The camera focuses on him, the light illuminating his face, his expression calm, and his gaze clear, revealing no hesitation. The comments section explodes. This is truly daring to say. If he's lying, then he shouldn't hold this position. I think he is sincere, you can't deny it, it really resembles the truth. He approached Lin Chuan, his voice trembling slightly. Governor Lin, I will sign. Lin Chuan looked at him. What is your name? Li Dashan. Lin Chuan nodded, and said to Sun Lianqing, process his paperwork. Sun Lianqing hurriedly stepped forward, handed over the materials, and Li Dashan signed, his hands still trembling. After signing, he raised his head, his eyes slightly red. Governor Lin, it's not that I don't believe you. I'm just scared. Lin Chuan patted his shoulder. I understand. Go home and rest well. When the money arrives, call your family. Li Dashan nodded, turned, and left. After taking a few steps, he looked back, his lips moved, but he said nothing and quickly left. With the first one, there came a second and a third. Workers came out one after another, signing, collecting money, and leaving. Some were silent, some wiped their tears, while others talked on the phone as they walked. Honey, the money has arrived and coming. The shareholders stood by, their faces growing increasingly grim. A middle-aged man with glasses grabbed a worker who was about to leave, speaking urgently, Old Zhao, don't go. What will we do if you leave? The factory is gone, the land is gone, what about our Old Zhao shook off his hand. Your shares are not mine. Ew, I have worked hard for so many years and have not received a... Now the government is giving relocation fees and jobs. Oh, why shouldn't I leave? The man with glasses turned red. You are confused. The land is worth $1 billion now. The little money they offered is barely enough for a beggar. Upon hearing this, Old Zhao sneered. What does $1 billion have to do with you? What does it have to do with me? You keep your shares. He turned and walked away while the man with glasses stood there, his face pale. A few other shareholders attempted to pull people back, but were pushed away by the workers with someone shouting, "Get lost. You have shares, what do we have? Are we just here to be your pawns?" The shareholders exchanged glances, their expressions growing darker. At that moment a car stopped outside the crowd. The door opened, and Chen Yanshi emerged with a cane, staggering, while Chen Hai supported him from behind. "Clear the way. Let me through." Chen Yanshi pushed through the crowd and walked in. He saw the workers leaving, and his expression changed. What's going on? Where are you all going? A worker stopped and looked at him with a complex gaze. Old Chen, we signed. The government is giving relocation fees and jobs. We are going back. Signed. What did you sign? You don't want the factory anymore. The worker forced a smile. Old Chen, the factory isn't ours. We don't have shares. Of what use is it for us to stay here? Chen Yanshi's face turned red, his voice changing. You are confused. You have been deceived. The court colluded with the Shanshui group. The land is worth $1 billion now. The little money they offered isn't even enough for a fraction. The workers looked at him in silence for a few seconds, saying, "Old Chen, what does $1 billion have to do with us?" Chen Yanshi opened his mouth, stunned, unable to speak. The workers turned and left, no longer looking at Chen Yanshi. Chen Yanshi stood there stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly turned and walked towards Lin Chuan. "Lin Chuan, what do you mean by this?" His voice was loud, the cane thumping on the ground. "Are you using money to send workers away in front of so many people? Do you know how much the land of Dafeng factory is worth now? $1 billion. What can you do with the little relocation fee you offered?" Hearing this, Lin Chuan looked at him, his expression calm. "Chen Yanshi, how much the land of Dafeng factory is worth has nothing to do with the workers. Do they have shares?" Chen Yanshi was choked up, his face turning red. At that moment, Lin Chuan was exceptionally serious. "What do the workers want? They want relocation fees, jobs, and a way to survive. Can I provide these things? Double relocation fees, government arranged jobs. They can get the money once they sign." "Old Chen, what do you think I did wrong? Or do you not want the workers to get their money? Or do you want a bloody incident to happen?" Under questioning, Chen Yanshi's face reddened. You are being unreasonable. There are issues with the court's ruling. The Shanshui group colluded with the court, and that's obvious. As the vice governor, you just send the workers away without clarifying things you are covering for them. At this, Lin Chuan looked at him, his tone cold, and asked Chen Yanshi, "Let me ask you a question. The number of people signing is increasing. Initially, it was just the workers on site, but as the news spread, workers from nearby areas rushed over. Some rode electric bikes, some took taxis, and some hurried along fearing they would arrive too late. Make way, let me through. I am from Dafeng factory. I have worked for 10 years. I want to sign too. Wait for me." The crowd gathered more and more, blocking the entrance of Dafeng factory. Sun Lianxing and the staff were surrounded, struggling to hold onto their pens as beads of sweat layered on their foreheads. Some pushed forward, some got stepped on, and some began to shout. The line twisted and turned onto the road, with cars passing by slowing down to avoid them. Lin Chuan stood not far away, observing the scene with a furrowed brow. He said to Chen Rui beside him, "Call Sun Lianxing over." Sun Lianxing, receiving the command, jogged over, panting. "Governor Lin, you were looking for me." Lin Chuan said to Sun Lianxing next to him, "It's not safe to crowd here. Take them to the district government. There's more space there, and they can sit down. Let them queue up one by one." Sun Lianxing quickly nodded. "Got it, I'll arrange it right away." Before leaving, Lin Chuan added, "The TV station will follow and broadcast the whole process so everyone can see how we handle this. It will be open and transparent, no hiding or concealing anything." Sun Lianxing was taken aback for a moment, then understood. This was to allow the entire internet to supervise and to show the government's sincerity. He hurried to arrange for vehicles and the venue. Then Lin Chuan called Qi Tongwei. "Director Qi, the workers have rushed over in the middle of the night and must be hungry. Arrange for someone to buy some food, buns, soy milk, bread, anything will do, and deliver it to the district government. Don't let the workers starve while handling their matters." Qi Tongwei acknowledged on the other end of the line and immediately made arrangements. A few minutes later, Sun Lianxing shouted with a loudspeaker, "Workers, it's too crowded here, and it's not safe. Everyone follow me to the district government to sign. There will be transportation, and the TV station will broadcast everything live. Governor Lin's Secretary Li and Director Qi have also prepared supper for everyone." The crowd stirred, some hesitated while others began to walk towards the cars. "Go to the district government. Is it reliable? The TV station is following. Can they still deceive us? And there's supper. All right, let's go." Under Sun Lianxing's guidance, the workers boarded the vehicles arranged by the district government in batches and headed to the Guangming district government. The number of people at the factory gate gradually decreased, leaving only the shareholders and a few workers who hadn't left, while several buses filled with people drove towards the Guangming district government. The camera continued to follow, capturing the exhausted but hopeful faces of the workers. The bullet comments began to flood in. This vice governor is impressive, he even thought of supper. The whole process is live-streamed, quite transparent. This is how to handle real issues. Handong is a twin star, I stayed here, I will vote for you for the next governor. Handong has handled this well this time. Shi Tongwei acted quickly, sending several vans with lunchboxes and bottled water to the district government. The workers queued to sign, received their lunchboxes, and sat down to eat. Some ate, while wiping their tears, some called to report good news, and some leaned back in their chairs and fell asleep. In the live broadcast room, the viewer count exceeded 1 million at midnight. Lin Chuan stood at the entrance of Dafeng Factory, watching the gradually dispersing crowd, letting out a long breath. He then turned and faced the shareholders standing beside him. Damn it, the group incident is resolved, and now it's just you shareholders left. You shouldn't benefit from the land of Dafeng Factory, the Shanshui Group won't either. The issue of land nature was caused by Deng Yizhen. Chen Yanshi was also present, leaning on a cane with a pale face, while Chen Hai supported him. A few shareholders stood behind him, each with different expressions. Wang Wenj stood in front. The bloodstains on his face had dried, and his clothes were covered in dust, with his head bowed, lost in thought. Lin Chuan did not look at Chen Yanshi and walked straight up to Wang Wenj. Wang Wenj. His voice was not loud, but very clear. The workers' issues have been resolved. The resettlement fees and jobs are secured. Are you satisfied? Wang Wenj raised his head, taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Chuan to ask him that first. He was silent for a few seconds and nodded, satisfied. He could not deny everything Lin Chuan had done. Lin Chuan looked at him with a calm gaze, his tone serious. Good, the workers' issues are resolved. Now let's talk about the legal matters. Wang Wenj's expression changed. He knew very well that his actions had violated the law. Lin Chuan's gaze swept over a few individuals as he coldly asked, who organized tonight's incident? Who spilled the gasoline? Who started the fire? Several shareholders looked at each other. No one dared to speak. Some took a step back, some lowered their heads, and some pretended to look at their phones. Chen Yanshi stepped forward, raising his voice. Lin Chuan, what do you mean by this? The workers have been wronged, and you still want to hold them accountable. Lin Chuan ignored him and continued to look at Wang Wenj. Wang Wenj, you speak. Wang Wenj's lips moved as he was about to speak, but Chen Yanshi interrupted. Wang Wenj, don't be afraid. I'm here, no one can wrong you. You have the right to defend your rights, and it's legal. Even if the fire was said it was an accident. The Shanshui Group forced you into it. Lin Chuan turned his head and glanced at Chen Yanshi. That glance was calm, but Chen Yanshi inexplicably felt a chill down his back. Chen Yanshi. I am asking him, not you. You have the right to remain silent, but what you say next must align with your identity as an old party member. This is a group incident, a terrorist incident, and there are already injured workers. Your so-called workers' rights defense is just burning themselves to protect you shareholders. Hearing this, Chen Yanshi's face turned red. You. Li Dakong finally couldn't hold back, waving his hand to the two police officers behind him. Take Chen Yanshi aside to rest. Don't disturb us while we handle official business. This old bastard is just causing trouble day by day. Two police officers stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, politely, yet firmly blocking Chen Yanshi. Chen Yanshi, please sit aside for a while. Chen Yanshi was stunned. He didn't expect Li Dakong would dare to have someone stop him. Li Dakong. You. He opened his mouth, wanting to curse, but with two police officers blocking him, he couldn't push through. Chen Hai stepped forward to support his father, whispering, Dad, don't say anything more. Chen Yanshi glared at him, but didn't push forward again, standing aside with Chen Hai's support, his face ashen. Seeing this scene, Lin Chuan looked back at Wang Wenj. Wang Wenj, please continue. Wang Wenj lowered his head, remaining silent for a long time. When he raised his head again, his eyes were a bit red. Governor Lin, the fire was started by us. The gasoline was spilled by us. That torch was dropped by our people, and the injured were also our people. Looking at the ruins around, Wang Wenj paused, his voice hoarse. I admit it. Deng Shipa stood beside him, his lips trembling, wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing. He was already somewhat frightened. He wanted money, but needed the ability to spend it. Lin Chuan looked at him, remaining silent for a few seconds before waving his hand to the special police behind him. You are suspected of organizing terrorist activities. Take him away. Two SWAT officers stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, pressing down on Wang Wenj's shoulders. Wang Wenj did not struggle. He simply lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly. The expressions of several shareholders changed dramatically. Some had trembling legs, some took a step back, and others began to sweat on their foreheads. Lin Chuan turned to them, his gaze sweeping across each person's face. The equity pledge document is in black and white with your signatures and the stamp of the Han Chao Group. When the enterprise was restructured, you agreed to change the state-owned enterprise into a private one, and when profits were made, you received dividends and were pleased. Now that the land prices have risen, you feel you are at a loss and do not want to acknowledge it. No one dared to speak, hiding there like quails. The live broadcast brought all of this to the viewers. Oh wow, I originally thought it was the workers who were not being resettled, but it turns out this group of shareholders is using the workers as a weapon. Exactly, these shareholders are truly despicable. They make a joke when profits are shared, but remember the workers when they lose money. Damn, these capitalists use workers as weapons and push them to the front lines. Great. It's a military general, we are saved. Seeing this, Lin Chuan continued, if you believe there is an issue with the court's ruling, you can appeal or take it to a higher court. The law has its procedures, it's not the loudest who is right. You organized workers to block the factory gates, doused it with gasoline, and in the end a massive fire broke out, injuring 7 people. This matter cannot be settled, no one can leave. Chen Yanshi, unable to hold back any longer, pushed Chen Hai's hand away and rushed forward, his cane thumping against the ground. Lin Chuan, stop trying to scare people here. The court's ruling is inherently problematic. The bank and the Han Chao Group colluded, it's obvious. As the deputy governor, you don't investigate them, but rather come to arrest the workers. Do you still have a conscience? Lin Chuan turned to look at him, his gaze suddenly sharp. Chen Yanshi. His voice was not loud, but each word landed like a nail. Don't shout at me. The entire venue fell silent. Isn't this governor supposed to be a civil official? Li Dakong was momentarily stunned, looking at Lin Chuan, then at Chen Yanshi, his lips twitching slightly. Chen Yanshi was also taken aback. He did not expect Lin Chuan to confront him so directly in front of so many people and the live camera. Lin Chuan took a step forward, staring at him. You are an old revolutionary and a former prosecutor. You should understand the law and regulations better than anyone. Violently resisting the government and committing arson, tell me which of these actions is justified. As a retired senior official, what right do you have to point fingers here? What right do you have to obstruct us from enforcing the law? Chen Yanshi's lips trembled, unable to voice a word. Lin Chuan took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, his voice cold. Chen Yanshi, you made contributions back in the day. The organization remembers, and the people remember as well. But contributions are not a shield. They are not a capital for you to leverage your seniority. There are no heroes among party members. If you truly cared about the workers, you should support us in acting according to the law rather than stirring the waters here. Chen Yanshi, being criticized, flushed red, his chest heaving violently. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but Li Dakong could no longer hold back. Chen Yanshi. Li Dakong stepped forward, his voice louder than Lin Chuan's. Don't think you can shout at me again. Chen Yanshi was stunned by this voice, staring wide-eyed at Li Dakong. Li Dakong pointed at him, his finger trembling. You say you've dedicated 50 years to the revolution. What revolution have you contributed to? Look at yourself, you've been retired for many years, yet you constantly meddle in Handong's affairs, reporting this today and suing that tomorrow. The Anti-Corruption Bureau is almost your family business. Your son is a director and you're behind him handing over knives. Do you even know what it means to avoid suspicion? Do you still have any sense of party loyalty? Do you have any conscience? Do you have any sense of rules? Chen Yanshi trembled with anger. You. Li Dakong did not stop feeling a sense of clarity he had never felt before, as if he were venting all the grievances he had endured. And what about the Dafeng factory? What are you stirring up here? Do you have shares in the Dafeng factory? When you led the restructuring back in the day, did you reserve some hidden shares for yourself? Are you obstructing the workers' signatures for their benefit or your own? Chen Yanshi's face changed from red to white, then from white to green. He pointed at Li Dakong, his fingers shaking. You are slandering me. I will sue you. I will call Xiao Jinzi. Let him see how you treat old comrades. Hearing the name Xiao Jinzi, Li Dakong was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Jinzi. Who is Xiao Jinzi? Chen Yanshi did not answer, trembling as he took out his phone. Li Dakong looked at his state, feeling his anger rising. I let you call Gao Yuliang before, but now you want to call Xiao Jinzi. Xiao Jinzi. I am still Xiao Gizi. It wouldn't help even if you called the King of Heaven. As soon as this was said, Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile slightly, almost laughing out loud. What reaction would Sha Ruijin have if he heard this tomorrow? Chen Yanshi, being scolded, his finger trembled. Before he could dial out, his eyes rolled back, and his body swayed, unable to stabilize his cane. Chen Hai hurriedly stepped forward to support him, but Chen Yanshi shook off his hand, pointing at Li Dakong. You guys. Chen Yanshi's complexion turned pale, his lips turned purple, and he collapsed. Dad! Chen Hai exclaimed, rushing to support him. Chen Yanshi's face was pale, his lips purple. Several shareholders were in a flurry, some pinching his acupoint, others fanning him. The scene was chaotic. Several shareholders rushed in, shouting, Elder Chen, and elder Chun. Chun Hai pinched his father's acupoint, his voice changing. Hurry, call an ambulance. Hurry. Seeing this scene, Li Dakong was terrified, his face a bit flustered. He said to Zhao Donglai behind him, call an ambulance, send him to the hospital. Zhao Donglai hurried to make the call, urging the ambulance to come quickly. Seeing Chen Yanshi faint, Lin Chuan's expression flickered. How did this old man faint? I still have my trump card to reveal. He wouldn't be pretending to faint because he couldn't out-argue Dakong, would he? Forget it, there will be plenty of time to deal with. When the time comes, Xiao Jinzi will support this old man at the standing committee meeting. Such an old man should no longer enjoy state treatment. Lin Chuan turned to face the remaining shareholders, his gaze calm, yet every person felt as if that gaze was like a knife. The matter of Chen Yanshi will be handled by the hospital. As for your issues, we will discuss them now. His voice was not loud, but everyone could hear. Regarding the equity pledge, those who wish to file a complaint may do so. Those who wish to sue may proceed with their lawsuits. However, regarding what happened tonight, we will investigate who organized it, who called the people, and who ignited the fire. Each one of them will be thoroughly checked, and no one involved will escape. The shareholders exchanged glances. No one dared to speak. The shareholder wearing glasses moved his lips, wanting to say something, but was pulled back by the person next to him. Take them all back, question them one by one. If we cannot clarify the matter, they are not allowed to leave. Zhao Donglai nodded in response, yes. Several special police officers stepped forward, surrounding the shareholders. Some felt weak in the knees and were assisted away, while others wanted to say something, but upon seeing the police officers' expressions, swallowed their words. Wang Wenj was being escorted by the special police when he suddenly stopped beside Lin Chuan, lowering his head and saying, Governor Lin, I accept it, but I have something to ask you. At that moment, Wang Wenj no longer possessed the initial fighting spirit, nor did he hold any hope for his shares. He thought of those workers he had called over and the friends he had burned over the years. At this moment, his conscience seemed to have returned. Lin Chuan looked at him speak. Wang Wenj raised his head, his eyes red. Are the settlement fees and jobs you mentioned still valid? Lin Chuan looked at him, remained silent for a few seconds, then nodded. They are valid. Tears fell from Wang Wang's eyes, and he lowered his head as he was taken away by the special police. Deng Shipa stood aside, his lips trembling, not daring to say a word. As he was taken away, he glanced back at the ruins of the doffing factory, his eyes filled with complexity. Once everything was handled, Lin Chuan and Li Dakong stood in front of the camera as the host signaled the director. Lin Chuan faced the camera, his voice calm. Dear viewers, the doffing factory incident has been largely resolved after a night of handling. The workers' settlement fees have been distributed and job arrangements are being implemented. As for the fire and conflict that occurred tonight, we have legally controlled the individuals responsible. The results of the subsequent investigation will be promptly made public. Then Lin Chuan paused as the executive vice governor of Handong province. I am deeply saddened by what happened tonight. This has exposed our issues in grassroots governance, conflict resolution, and safety production. Moving forward, we will conduct a comprehensive investigation of similar hidden dangers and improve the conflict mediation mechanisms to ensure that similar incidents do not occur again. Under a glance from Lin Chuan, Li Dakong took over. I am Li Dakong, the secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee. The doffing factory is located in Jingzhou, and I bear responsibility for this incident, for which I express my regrets to everyone. I apologize to the injured workers and their families. I will personally supervise the subsequent settlement and aftermath work to ensure that the legal rights of every worker are protected. Please supervise us. The host faced the camera and said, Dear viewers, this concludes our live reporting on the doffing factory incident. We will continue to follow up on the developments. Thank you for watching. The red light turned off and the live broadcast ended. However, the storm on the internet showed no signs of settling. Dawn gradually broke and people began to rise and prepare for work. Generally, when people wake up, they tend to lie in bed for a while. They opened short videos and were flooded with news about what happened in Handong. Wow, Handong is really lively. Shareholders deceiving workers, making them guard the factory, violently resisting the government. This doffing factory is quite something. If these shareholders were in ancient times, they would at least be. Otherwise, I wish my boss would be hit by a car and die, so I could get settlement fees after bankruptcy. I agree, if my factory goes bankrupt, that would be great. The government will give settlement fees, and I can also go travel. I don't understand. Fenghua accent, why are there still such collective terror actions now? Sai brothers, this wave is greedy. Shouldn't it be saved for the new year? Isn't this more interesting than the Spring Festival Gala? The sky was already brightening, sunlight shining on the ruins of the doffing factory with charred wood and scattered sandbags appearing particularly glaring in the morning light. Lin Chuan opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Li Dakong got in from the other side, closed the door, let out a long breath, and leaned back against the seat, as if he had been completely drained. Governor Lin, about today's matter. Li Dakong began, his tone carrying a sense of introspection. Lin Chuan waved his hand, interrupting him. Secretary Dakong, let's not talk about this for now. His voice was somewhat weary since last night. Until now I haven't had a drop of water or a grain of rice. Let's eat first, we can talk after we finish. This is not him reprimanding Li Dakong, but a genuine hunger. Those who have stayed up all night know that going without food and water for a whole night can indeed be overwhelming. Li Dakong was taken aback for a moment, nodded, and said nothing more, his face tense. Someone knocked on the car door from the outside. Zhao Donglai stood outside, holding 2 plastic bags containing lunch boxes and several bottles of water. He bent down to hand the bags inside, wearing a pleasing smile. Governor Lin's secretary Li, I've prepared some simple food. The lunch boxes are freshly heated, and the dumplings just came out of the pot. Please make do with this. Li Dakong took the bags, glanced at him. You haven't eaten either, have you? Hearing this, Zhao Donglai chuckled. I've eaten, you two take your time, I'll stand guard outside. After saying this, he closed the car door and turned to stand not far away, facing away from the car like a gatekeeper of a departmental level cadre. Li Dakong opened the bag, took out a lunchbox, and handed it to Lin Chuan, then took another for himself. The lunchbox was still warm, containing braised pork, stir-fried vegetables, and a fried egg. The other bag held several meat buns and 2 cups of soy milk. Governor Lin, have some soy milk first. Li Dakong handed over the soy milk. Lin Chuan took a sip, and grimaced from the heat. He set down the soy milk, opened the lunchbox, picked up a piece of braised pork, put it in his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and swallowed it. Not bad. This taste is really good. Li Dakong also had a few bites and couldn't help but speak again. Governor Lin, I need to reflect on today's matter with you. The Dafeng factory is under my jurisdiction in Jingzhou. Such a major incident occurred, and as the secretary of the municipal committee, I bear responsibility. If it weren't for you being on the scene to stabilize things, I wouldn't have known how to conclude this. He first attributed the credit for this incident to Lin Chuan to ensure he could speak for him at the standing committee meeting. Lin Chuan paused in his movements, looking up at him. Dakong, you're good at everything, but you love to reflect too much. Reflecting at the standing committee, reflecting at the municipal committee, now you're reflecting even while eating. The matter has been dealt with, the workers have been settled, and those who needed to be apprehended have been caught. What is there to reflect on it? Li Dakong opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Lin Chuan picked up another piece of braised pork and said while chewing, You are the secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee. When something happens in Jingzhou, you certainly have responsibility. But responsibility is not reflected upon you, it is acted upon. The workers have been settled, the fake police have been apprehended, and the follow-up work is being monitored. That is better than any reflection. Li Dakong was silent for a few seconds and nodded. You are right. Let's eat, Lin Chuan said, and the two resumed eating. The car was quiet for a while, only the sound of chopsticks clinking against the lunchboxes could be heard. Lin Chuan swallowed a mouthful of rice and said, After we finish eating, call Governor Liu and Secretary Gao to report the situation. They must have been waiting all night over there. Seeing this, Li Dakong set down his chopsticks and nodded. I'll call Governor Liu, you call Secretary Gao. Then Lin Chuan thought for a moment. I will call Secretary Gao, you call Governor Liu. As for Secretary Xia, he paused, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. He probably just woke up. Let's not disturb him. Let Secretary Gao talk to him. Li Dakong glanced at him and smiled, saying nothing. But both knew that for such a large-scale incident, the provincial secretary was actually still at home sleeping, and once this matter was reported up, Xia Ruijin would probably have to report to the higher-ups properly. It is likely that by now someone from a higher level has already called to inquire about the situation, but no one knows how Secretary Xia, who knows nothing, will respond. After finishing their meal in the car, the secretary tidied away the lunch boxes. Lin Chuan took out his phone and dialed Gao Yuliang. It rang twice before someone answered. Teacher, you didn't get any rest, did you? Lin Chuan lowered his voice. Gao Yuliang's voice came from the other end, heavy with fatigue. Rest. I didn't sleep a wink all night. I watched the entire live broadcast. You handled it very well. Have the workers been settled? Yes. The settlement fees were transferred overnight. More than a dozen fake policemen were arrested and are under interrogation. Wang Wenj and several leading shareholders have been detained, and Zhao Donglai has been brought under control. Gao Yuliang fell silent for 2 seconds, then asked Old Chun. I heard he fainted at the scene. Hearing Gao Yuliang's concern for Chen Yanshi, Lin Chuan replied slowly yes. He became emotionally agitated, and his blood pressure spiked. He has been taken to the hospital. It should be nothing serious. Gao Yuliang made a thoughtful sound. His tone complicated that man. Never mind. Is there anything else you need me to do? After a slight sigh, Lin Chuan said, Dakong, and I will keep watch over the follow-up. As for Secretary Xia, you might need to give him a heads up. He didn't know about it last night. He's probably just gotten up. Gao Yuliang was silent for a moment, and then said, all right, I'll tell him. Gao Yuliang of the provincial committee lay half reclined on the sofa. This time the blaze at Dafeng factory had not only scorched the workers, but had set the provincial committee itself afire. At the standing committee meeting, Yizhen would likely seize upon this incident to launch an attack. The call ended. Lin Chuan put down his phone and leaned back in his seat. Li Dakong had also finished his call and pocketed his phone. Governor Liu said he watched the live broadcast and wants us to properly handle the aftermath. He had nothing more to add. Lin Chuan nodded, and the car fell silent for a while. In the distance, only a few firefighters remained conducting the final cleanup on the ruins. Lin Chuan closed his eyes and murmured, "Secretary Dakong, wake me in half an hour. Sleep will keep watch." Lin Chuan said nothing more, leaned back, and soon fell asleep. In Building No. 1 of the provincial committee Yizhen's residence lay quiet. Sunlight filtered through the curtains seams as Yizhen turned over and slowly opened his eyes. He reached for the nightstand, picked up his phone, and glanced at the time, 7:40. What a comfortable sleep. Ooh, I haven't woken this late in a long time. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, washed, changed, and when he reached the dining room, Secretary Bai was already waiting. Breakfast lay on the table: millet porridge, steamed buns, a few small dishes, and a boiled egg. "Good morning, Secretary Xia." Secretary Bai rose and bowed his head in greeting. Yizhen sat, noticing Secretary Bai's troubled expression. He tore open a bun, pinched some pickles, took a bite, and asked between chews, "Was there something last night?" Secretary Bai's expression was strained. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Secretary Xia, there was an incident at Dafeng factory last night. Shanshui Group organized a forced demolition, clashed with the workers, and a fire broke out at the scene." Yizhen paused mid-chew. "What happened? Is it serious?" Secretary Bai continued, "The fire has been extinguished. 7 workers were burned, none are in life-threatening condition. Governor Lin and Secretary Li were on site handling matters through the night, and a live broadcast was held. The situation is basically resolved." Yizhen put down his bun, took a sip of porridge. His face betrayed no emotion. 7 people injured is no small matter, he said calmly. "How did Lin Chuan handle it?" Secretary, by choosing his words, replied, "The live broadcast was well received. The workers' settlement fees were paid, the fake policemen were arrested, the ringleaders brought under control. Online responses are quite positive. People are calling those 2 the twin stars of Handong, the great paragons of justice in Handong." Hearing this, Yizhen nodded and continued sipping his porridge. After 2 swallows, he asked, "Anything else?" Secretary Bai hesitated. Old Chen Yanshi was also at the scene. He clashed with Governor Lin, and Secretary Li became emotionally agitated and fainted. "He has been taken to the hospital. It should be nothing serious." Yizhen's chopsticks froze in midair. At last his expression changed, his brow tightened slightly. Old Chen fainted. His voice grew heavy. How could they treat an old comrade like that? Do they have no sense of respect for veteran party members? How can this be tolerated? Old comrades are to be... After all, Chen Yanshi had raised him for several years when he was young, and was an old comrade in arms of his foster fathers. If Chen were bullied while Yizhen held power in Handong, how would his foster fathers view him when they heard of it? Would they deem Yizhen ungrateful and withdraw their support? He knew well that his rise had depended in no small part on the backing of his father-in-law and several foster fathers. Secretary Bai did not dare speak, and stood with his head lowered. Seeing this, Yizhen put down his chopsticks, fell silent for a few seconds, and said, "Notify everyone, convene a standing committee meeting this morning to discuss this matter." "All right, I'll notify them immediately." Secretary Bai nodded. Yizhen picked up his chopsticks again and resumed his breakfast, but a few bites later his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, his brow knitting. He set down his chopsticks and answered, "Father." On the other end, the old man's voice was measured, but every word carried weight. "Yizhen, what were you doing last night?" Yizhen was momentarily stunned and said reflexively, "I was sleeping." "Why?" The line was silent for 2 seconds, then the old man's tone suddenly shot up. "Sleeping? You had the leisure to sleep." Yizhen was taken aback. There was such a major incident at Dafeng factory, 7 workers burned the internet in an uproar, and you, as the provincial secretary, were at home sleeping. Do you know how many trending searches that incident made last night? Do you know how many people at the central level are watching Handong? Yizhen opened his mouth to explain, but the old man would not give him a chance. "You are the provincial secretary. Handong is your domain. Something this big happened, and you were not at the committee command center. You were at home sleeping." Lin Chuan, an executive vice governor, was on site handling matters through the night. Li Dakong, a municipal party secretary, was there watching through the night. Gao Yuliang guarded the provincial committee all night. And you were asleep. Has your brain been eaten by dogs? Or have we protected you too well? Yizhen gripped his phone, his fingers tightening, and his face growing sullen. "Father, do not call me father." The old man's voice rose even higher, his fury seeming to crawl through the line. "You are now the provincial secretary, not an ordinary cadre. When something happens, you must be at the forefront, not asleep in the rear. What do you think Handong is? Do you think the secretary's post is for comfort? What did the organization appoint you for? To sleep? I was never in favor of you going to Handong in the first place, and yet you insisted on allying with Zhong Zhenghua. Sha Ruijin fell silent and dared not say more. The old man drew a breath and his voice cooled, but remained grave. Ruin, how many times have I told you? Stability outweighs everything. You have just arrived in Handong, your footing is not firm, and such a thing has happened. How will those above view it? How will the people view it? Think carefully. With that the call ended. Sha Ruijin sat at the dining table, holding his phone motionless for a long while. Secretary Bai stood beside him, not daring to breathe. He was in a panic, though he did not know what had been said on the other end. Sha Ruijin's face made clear it could not have been good. He was filled with regret for not having gone straight to the garden. After a while, Sha Ruijin slowly put down his phone, lifted his porridge bowl, and took a sip. The porridge had gone cold. He set the bowl down, rose, drew back the curtains, and squinted at the great tree beyond the window, silent for a long time. This cannot be postponed any longer. Since the two of them will not align, use this incident to move against Li Dakong. Li Dakong is the party secretary of Jingzhou and must bear leadership responsibility for this matter. Moreover, the Guangmingfeng project has made little progress. It seems to require provincial leadership. See how he reacts, otherwise you and Gao Yuliang might truly take me, Sha Ruijin, for clay to be molded. Secretary Bai, he said, his voice a little hoarse. I'm here. What time is the standing committee meeting? 9 o'clock. Sha Ruijin nodded. Let's go. He turned, took his coat, and went out. Passing through the living room, he caught sight of the characters "Long live the people" hanging above his steps, faltered for a moment before he strode out. Secretary Bai followed, thinking that Secretary Sha's mood was unlikely to improve today. Today's standing committee will likely be a fierce, turbulent showdown. The meeting room of the Provincial Standing Committee. The committee members arrived one after another, with Governor Liu leading the way, his face weary and dark circles under his eyes, yet he stood tall. Gao Yuliang entered behind him, his expression calm, but with bloodshot eyes. He sat down next to Governor Liu, and the two exchanged a few hushed words, with Liu nodding, but saying nothing more. Today, the military district's political commissar, Wang Jianjun, arrived early, sitting upright in his seat, his expression grave. When Zhang Ziyuan entered, he saw that Lin Chuan and Li Dakong had not yet arrived, so he took his seat and pulled out his phone to check. Last night's live broadcast had already garnered tens of millions of views, and the comment section was flooded with messages. He read a few comments, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Tian Guofu was the fourth to arrive. He scanned the meeting room, noting that Zhang Ziyuan was already there, while Governor Liu and Gao Yuliang were engaged in quiet conversation. Wu Chunlin had not yet arrived, and neither had Lin Chuan or Li Dakong. He sat down at his place, opened the notebook in front of him, and wore a neutral expression. The door swung open as Lin Chuan and Li Dakong entered, one after the other. Both looked unwell. Lin Chuan had dark circles under his eyes, but his gaze remained clear and his step steady. Li Dakong bore a visible fatigue on his face, yet his spirit was still intact. Zhang Ziyuan immediately stood up to greet them. He patted Li Dakong on the arm, gave Lin Chuan a thumbs up, and lowered his voice to say, "Governor Lin, Secretary Dakong, I watched the live broadcast in its entirety last night. Impressive, truly impressive." Hearing this, Li Dakong sighed wryly. "What's so impressive? We nearly lost control of the situation." Zhang Ziyuan shook his head in response. "You handled it well. The online feedback has been excellent. My publicity department has been taking calls all morning from media wanting interviews. That line from Governor Lin, 'Don't shout at me,' has now become a famous quote." Lin Chuan glanced at him, a slight smile forming. "Minister Xin, you didn't sleep a wink either." Yawning, Zhang Ziyuan replied, "Slowly sleep. How could I? Watching both of you on live broadcast until dawn with such a big event, how could anyone sleep? Honestly, Governor Lin, your handling was brilliant. The worker resettlement, the fake police, the live broadcast, every step was spot on. I'm impressed. If you need anything from the publicity department in the future, just let me know." His words were straightforward, and the intention was clear. He was showing his support. Lin Chuan nodded, said little more, patted Zhang Ziyuan on the shoulder, and took his seat. Seeing the three of them, chummy Tian Guofu's expression darkened. This was not casual camaraderie. These were 3 votes from the standing committee. At 9 o'clock sharp, the door to the meeting room swung open as Sha Ruijin strode in. His complexion was rosy, but his expression was serious, lips pressed tightly together, revealing no hint of a smile. He walked to the main seat and sat down, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, finally resting on Lin Chuan and Li Dakong. "Everyone is here. Let's begin the meeting." His voice was not loud, but each word carried weight. The meeting room fell silent. Sha Ruijin opened the notebook in front of him, but did not look at it, instead directing his gaze at Li Dakong. Today's agenda has only one item: the Dafa factory incident. Last night, a serious mass incident occurred in Jingzhou City involving fake police bulldozers, gasoline, and a raging fire with 7 workers injured and it broadcast nationwide. Comrade Dakong, you are the secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee. Please share your thoughts. Just as Li Dakong was about to speak, Sha Ruijin continued, not giving him a chance. Li Dakong's expression darkened further at this scene. Damn, this is not how things should be done. Some comrades only have eyes for GDP, only for performance projects, only for skyscrapers. The lives of workers and the livelihoods of ordinary people mean nothing to them. How long has the DAFA factory problem dragged on? Why has it not been resolved sooner? Why must it escalate to a nationwide broadcast before it can be solved? This is making our Handong famous. And what kind of fame? Infamy. Sha Ruijin's voice grew heavier, his fingers tapping on the table. Some of our leading cadres sit in their offices looking at reports, conducting superficial investigations, unaware of the workers' situations, oblivious to how conflicts arise. All they know is to push for progress, push for demolitions, push for GDP. How can such cadres avoid trouble? Lin Chuan's expression darkened, and Li Dakong looked even worse. This was the common rhetoric used by those who rose through struggle to attack those focused on economic growth. Sha Ruijin finally paused, looking at Li Dakong. Comrade Dakong, please speak. Li Dakong took a deep breath, just about to speak, when Tian Guofu suddenly interjected. Secretary Sha, may I say something? Tian Guofu set down his pen, adjusted his glasses, and spoke in a measured tone regarding the DAFA factory incident last night. I have understood some situations and have a few questions I'd like to ask Comrade Dakong. First, did the Jingzhou Municipal Committee collude with the Shanshui Group? Everyone is aware of the court's ruling. But did the Jingzhou municipal government show favoritism towards the Shanshui Group during the demolition process? Did they provide any conveniences to the Shanshui Group? This issue needs clarification. Li Dakong's expression changed upon hearing this. They were trying to target him. Ignoring Li Dakong's expression, Tian Guofu continued. Second, I heard that the Shanshui Manor is a place frequently visited by many leading cadres in Jingzhou. Especially Comrade Chi Tongwei from the Public Security Department, who often visits the Shanshui Manor, and as for Ding Yizhen, there's no need to mention him. Everyone knows about his relationship with the Shanshui Group. I've heard that Ding Yizhen is even said to be your avatar, Dakong. Comrade Dakong, as the secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee, do you have knowledge of these situations? The meeting room fell silent, and one could hear the sound of breathing. The others looked at Tian Guofu with astonished expressions. Was he really going to target Li Dakong? Li Dakong stared at Tian Guofu, his chest heaving. He instinctively glanced at Lin Chuan, who nodded slightly, his gaze calm. Seeing this, Li Dakong withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and slowly stood up. Secretary Sha, regarding the DAFA factory incident, I would like to make a self-criticism. He paused, suddenly raising his voice by 8 degrees, but, Tian Guofu, don't shout at me. There was an incident at the Dafeng factory in my Jingzhou territory. As the secretary of the municipal committee, I bear responsibility for this, and I do not deny it. Tian Guofu's lips curled slightly, but Li Dakong suddenly raised his voice. However, Tian Guofu, I must respond to what you just said. He fixed his cold gaze on Tian Guofu. You said the Jingzhou Municipal Committee leaders colluded with the Shanshui Group. Who are you referring to? Is it me, Li Dakong? Do you have evidence? If you do, bring it out, and I, Li Dakong, will cooperate with the investigation. If not, you are just talking nonsense. The room fell silent. Tian Guofu's expression changed. He did not expect Li Dakong to retaliate so directly. The other provincial committee members looked on with great interest, as it was clear Tian Guofu had some evidence. Li Dakong did not give him a chance to speak. Moreover, you keep saying I heard this and I heard that. What kind of You are the Discipline Inspection Secretary. Investigations require evidence, not hearsay. You've been in Handong for over half a year. How many cases have you investigated, Oi? How many corrupt officials have you dealt with? Besides hearsay, what else do you know? Tian Guofu, who was being accused, suddenly stood up, his face pale. Li Dakong, what kind of attitude is this? You haven't clarified the Dafeng factory incident, yet you are already attacking me. Seeing him stand up, Li Dakong pointed at his nose. What should I clarify? Li Dakong stand upright and can withstand scrutiny. As for you, Comrade Tian Guofu, regarding the Dafeng factory incident, did Chen Yanshi organize shareholders to violently resist the government? Did he receive any money behind the scenes? Was there any benefit transfer? Why isn't this Discipline Inspection Secretary investigating? Tian Guofu was taken aback. He knew that Chen Yanshi was the adopted father of Secretary Sha, and how could he be asked to investigate his foster father? At this moment, Li Dakong became increasingly agitated and his voice grew louder. You, a Discipline Inspection Secretary, spend all your time in the standing committee saying I heard this. What the hell have you heard? I fuck you. If you have the ability, step out and challenge me. Damn you, this hearsay secretary. At this moment, after the previous fight incident, Li Dakong completely let himself go. He had never felt so invigorated. The conference room was utterly silent, everyone wide-eyed staring at Li Dakong. Can a provincial committee meeting be held like this? What has happened to Secretary Dakong? His character has completely changed. Governor Liu paused with his teacup in midair. Gao Yuliang's action of pushing up his glasses froze Zhang Ziyuan, gaped unable to close his mouth, and Wu Chunlin's pin fell to the ground, without him bothering to pick it up. Tian Guofu trembled with anger, pointing at Li Dakong. You. What do you mean you? Li Dakong slammed his palm on the table. If you have evidence, then investigate me. If you have no evidence, then shut your mouth. Stop telling me hearsay. What he said, you are not the hearsay secretary. At this moment, Wu Chunlin finally reacted hurriedly, standing up, smiling awkwardly. Come on, we are all comrades, all for the work. Secretary Dakong, calm down. Secretary Guofu, calm down. Let's have some water, Li Dakong ignored him, his eyes still fixed on Tian Guofu, who also ignored him, his chest heaving violently. Wu Chunlin stood awkwardly in the middle, neither able to smile nor not smile. Bang! Sha Ruijin slammed his palm on the table, the sound echoing throughout the conference room. Enough! Everyone fell silent, turning their gaze to Sha Ruijin's face, then to the hand he had just slapped the table, with inwardly murmuring. This Secretary Sha must have practiced. Did he come from a difficult background in his youth? He actually has an iron sand palm. At this moment, Sha Ruijin's face was also very grim, his lips twisted, and he was furious inside. Damn, I slammed the table too hard, it hurts. Li Dakong stood still, and Tian Guofu did not move. Sha Ruijin looked at them, his face ashen. This is the standing committee meeting, not a vegetable market. You two, one is the discipline inspection secretary, and the other is the municipal secretary. You are arguing in front of so many committee members. What kind of behavior is this? Li Dakong took a deep breath and slowly sat down. Tian Guofu also sat down, but his expression remained very unpleasant. Sha Ruijin stared at Li Dakong, his voice softened, but still heavy. Comrade Dakong, the Dafeng factory is in Jingzhou, and the Guangmingfeng project is also in Jingzhou. Ding Yizhen is your deputy mayor. An incident occurred at the Dafeng factory in your territory. Tell me, do you have any responsibility? Li Dakong's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he held back. He knew Sha Ruijin was stating the facts and could not refute it. Sha Ruijin continued, 7 workers were burned, and there was an uproar online. For this matter, you, Li Dakong, bear primary responsibility. The Jingzhou Municipal Committee needs to write a self-criticism, and you personally must also write a self-criticism. Upon hearing this, Li Dakong lowered his head, his face reddening, but he did not refute. The conference room fell silent for a few seconds. At this moment, Lin Chuan spoke up. Secretary Ruijin, may I say a few words? His voice was not loud, but very clear. Since Secretary Dakong has shown such courage, I cannot lag behind. Seeing this, Sha Ruijin looked at him, his eyes cold. Speak. Lin Chuan sat up straight, his tone steady. Regarding the Dafeng factory incident, Comrade Dakong indeed has responsibility. But the issue is not entirely his. Why did the Dafeng factory dare to organize workers to resist the government? Why did they dare to use gasoline? Why did they dare to set fire? Is there someone behind it? Is there someone misleading them? These questions are more important than assigning blame. Hearing this, Sha Ruijin felt something was amiss and stared at him. What do you mean? After a cold snort, Lin Chuan continued. What I mean is that this matter needs to be investigated thoroughly. The workers were misled. Who misled them? Was it those shareholders? Or were there certain individuals who were propped up high by the shareholders? He then glanced at Tian Guofu and continued, Comrade Chen Yanshi, everyone knows him. He set up a second prosecutor's office in Handong, reporting and suing everywhere. The Anti-Corruption Bureau is nearly his home ground. Did he participate in the Dafeng factory incident? Did he incite? Did he benefit? These questions are more important than blaming Secretary Dakong. The preliminary results of yesterday's interrogation have come out. Those shareholders keep mentioning Chen Yanshi. They are practically confessing Chen Yanshi with every word they say. Sha Ruijin's expression darkened. Did Lin Chuan really not see the situation clearly? Knowing full well he was protecting Chen Yanshi, he still had to jump out. Secretary of the Provincial Committee Zhou Jiangwo sensed something was off and quickly spoke up. Comrade Lin Chuan, Comrade Chen Yanshi is an old party member, an old revolutionary. He has made many contributions to Handong. You cannot say that about him. Hearing this, Lin Chuan looked at him, his gaze calm. Secretary Zhou, I am stating facts. Can an old revolutionary not follow the rules? Can an old party member incite workers to resist the government? Can someone who has made contributions continue to live off their past? Which rule says so? If tomorrow he sets fire and burns down the provincial committee, should we still applaud? Zhou Jiangwo opened his mouth, but could not speak. At this moment, Sha Ruijin stared at Lin Chuan with sharp eyes, and Lin Chuan also looked at him calm. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze like a needle pointing at wheat. On neither side avoided. If looks could speak at this moment, their thoughts might be as follows. Little Lin, do you want to ruin Chen Yanshi? You really won't give me any face. Little Jean, I want sleep until I deal with that old Chen Yanshi. Once I handle him, even Jesus can't save him, I swear. The air in the conference room was as stagnant, as iron as Lin Chuan and Sha Ruijin locked eyes, neither willing to back down. Sha Ruijin stared at the calm face across from him, his mind racing. Why was Lin Chuan so relentless in pursuing Chen Yanshi? Last time at the standing committee meeting, they targeted Chen Hai. Now in front of everyone the focus was on Chen Yanshi himself. What had transpired that could provoke such an intense pursuit from Lin Chuan? He lightly tapped his fingers on the table and softened his tone. Comrade Lin Chuan, Comrade Chen Yanshi is an old revolutionary. He has made contributions to the country, and we cannot deny that. Some of his actions may have been well-intentioned, but the methods were somewhat flawed. As we do our work, we must pay attention to methods and show basic respect for our older comrades. This was a clear message. Give me some face and let him off the hook. Lin Chuan understood, but did not respond. He simply gazed at Sha Ruijin, his eyes as calm as a still pond, the corners of his mouth even lifting slightly, conveying an indescribable nuance. Sha Ruijin waited for him to speak, counting 5 seconds, then 10 seconds, and Lin Chuan remained silent, staring directly at him. At this moment, the military district's political commissar nudged the nearby Zhang Ziyuan and slowly remarked, "Oh, Lao Zhang, I'm telling you, if that gaze gets any closer, it typically means either a fight or a kiss." Originally somewhat serious, Zhang Ziyuan blinked in surprise, his eyes widening. Wow, there was no such feeling before, but now it was starting to look a bit like that. Cough cough, it's still commendable that the political commissar understands this. It makes sense, Zhang Ziyuan said, giving a thumbs up from under the table. Seeing this, the military district's political commissar revealed a proud smile and quietly whispered to Zhang Ziyuan, "Of course, who am I? The political commissar. Do you take me for a coarse man like the commander?" As he spoke, the military district's political commissar pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds from his pocket and discreetly offered them. Come, Lao Zhang, this is a good thing." The moment the sunflower seeds appeared, Zhang Ziyuan's enthusiasm waned. "Wait, are you really here to snack on seeds?" Seeing that the other party did not respond, the military district's political commissar raised an eyebrow, signaling to share the good thing. Zhang Ziyuan's gaze flickered up and down, then he finally chose to take a handful of sunflower seeds and began to snack on them with the political commissar. Of course, it wasn't with their mouths, but rather manually peeling the seeds and then putting them in their mouths, reminiscent of the feeling from childhood. Seeing the two whispering together, the Minister of United Front Work, the only one sitting upright among the three, felt it couldn't be allowed, so he quickly leaned over. Hey, you two are unethical. What are you whispering about?" Suddenly, he noticed the sunflower seeds in their hands, his eyes widening, and quickly said, "Hurry, give me half, or I'll report you." Snacking on sunflower seeds during a standing committee meeting, you two are geniuses. Give. As the atmosphere fell into silence and no one spoke, others began to murmur, and Sha Ruijin's expression darkened gradually, the anger in his eyes nearly spilling over. He was the secretary of the provincial committee, and in front of so many standing committee members the conversation had already reached this point. How could Lin Chuan not respond? This was disrespecting him, challenging his authority. This could not be allowed. The authority of the secretary of the provincial committee could not be provoked anywhere. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tenser. Due to Gao Yuliang holding dual positions as the deputy secretary of the provincial committee and the secretary of the political and legal affairs committee, the 13-member standing committee was dissatisfied. The vice governor of the provincial government had therefore been promoted to the standing committee of the provincial party committee. At this moment, Zhang Guoqing suddenly spoke up. "Secretary Sha, may I say a few words?" Everyone turned their gaze to him, their expressions varied. This vice governor seldom spoke at standing committee meetings. Why was he speaking up today? He adjusted his glasses and spoke slowly. "I know Comrade Chen Yanshi. He is an old revolutionary who as a child carried explosives to blow up bunkers. He fought with real weapons. How could someone like him do such a thing? I believe there must be a misunderstanding here. As for the old comrades, sometimes their methods may indeed be inappropriate, but to say he has ulterior motives, I do not believe that." The conference room fell silent for a moment. Someone glanced at Lin Chuan, then looked at the vice governor. Recalling the last time there was a fight, Zhang Guoqing's son, offended Lin Chuan, Li Dakong, and Zhang Ziyuan, and Zhang Guoqing had bowed his head to admit his mistake at the standing committee meeting, his posture lowered to the ground. Now it seemed that this vice governor had completely sided with Sha Ruijin, becoming a pawn, but to everyone it was clear he had chosen the wrong side. After all, Governor Liu, this towering figure, had not yet retired. At this moment, Zhang Ziyuan, who was chatting with the military district's political commissar, raised his head, handed over the shell of the sunflower seeds to the Minister of United Front Work, and said slowly, "Misunderstanding. I think not." Everyone turned to look at him again. Zhang Ziyuan's voice was not loud, but every word was clear. "I watched the entire live broadcast yesterday. When Comrade Chen Yanshi arrived at the scene, he was not calming the workers, nor was he cooperating with the government to resolve the issue. Instead, he was shouting at Governor Lin and Secretary Li, blocking the workers from signing, claiming the land was worth $1 billion, saying the money offered was a pittance. Then he paused, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. Was he speaking for the workers? I think not. He was speaking for those shareholders. Whoever he speaks for, that's whose person he is. I believe there is no question about that. Sha Ruijin's expression grew even darker. He opened his mouth to retort, but every point Zhang Ziyuan made was factual, and the live broadcast had been seen by the entire nation. He could not deny it. He glanced at Zhang Guoqing, who also did not know what to say and did not dare to meet his gaze. He looked over at Tian Guofu, who sat there expressionless, silent. Seeing this, Sha Ruijin took a deep breath and slowly stood up. We will pause today's meeting for half an hour. Everyone take a break. Some matters we will discuss later. After saying this, he turned and walked out of the conference room, leaving the standing committee members looking at each other, some rising to pour water, others whispering. Lin Chuan remained seated, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. The tea was already cold, but he drank it leisurely, and then slowly said, "This tea, it has to be drunk cold. It's quite a unique flavor." Coincidentally, Li Dakong next to him was thirsty and drained his teacup in one go, then glared at Tian Guofu, slamming the teacup down onto the table. Bang! Tian Guofu, who was locking eyes with Li Dakong, flinched, evidently startled. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he also drank hastily and then placed the teacup down. The two exchanged one last glance, then both coldly snorted in unison and turned away. Sha Ruijin returned to his office, closed the door, stood by the window for several seconds, then turned to his secretary Bai and said, "Calling Governor Lin." Secretary Bai responded and quickly left. Sha Ruijin sat down on the sofa, tapping his fingers on the armrest a few times, then stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the city outside. He felt a surge of anger within, but more so a sense of irritation. Chen Yanshi, as a retired old man, why provoke Lin Chuan without reason? What business did you have causing a stir at Dafeng Factory? Now look where it has gotten you embroiled in trouble. If it weren't for the opinions of my adoptive fathers, I wouldn't feel obliged to protect you. At that moment, there were two knocks on the door. Secretary Bai peeked in half his body, showing Secretary Sha. Governor Lin has arrived. Upon hearing this, Sha Ruijin turned around and nodded, "Let him in." Lin Chuan pushed the door open and walked in. Sha Ruijin gestured to the sofa, "Have a seat." The two walked over and sat down. Lin Chuan relaxed his posture and casually crossed his legs, waiting for Sha Ruijin to speak. Sha Ruijin sat down across from him, remained silent for a few seconds, then said, "Comrade Lin Chuan, let's discuss Chen Yanshi's matter privately." Lin Chuan looked at him without speaking. Sha Ruijin carefully chose his words, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible. "You know what kind of person Chen Yanshi is. An old revolutionary, stubborn and inflexible. Some of his actions are indeed inappropriate, but after all, he is old and has made contributions to the country. What I mean is, can we give him some leeway in this matter?" He looked at Lin Chuan, his gaze carrying a hint of expectation and a barely noticeable humility. As the provincial secretary, this was the most he could lower himself. Seeing this, Lin Chuan smiled. It was a faint smile, but Sha Ruijin recognized that it was not a kind smile. It held a hint of sarcasm. Secretary Ruijin, Lin Chuan said calmly, "Do you think this matter is a question of temper? Or is it a question of age?" Sha Ruijin furrowed his brows, faintly sensing something amiss. Lin Chuan continued, "What Chen Yanshi did at Dafeng Factory was seen by the entire nation. In the live broadcast, he obstructed workers from signing and claimed the land was worth 10 billion. He pointed at me and Secretary Dakong and cursed. Do you think this can be resolved with just these two remarks?" Sha Ruijin remained silent for a few seconds. "I'm not saying not to handle it. I'm saying, can we?" "Can we what?" Lin Chuan interrupted him, waving his hand. "Can we raise it high and set it down gently? Can we give him some face and let him continue as the head of the second procuratorate in Handong? Can he continue submitting reports to the Anti-Corruption Bureau? Can he keep meddling in matters like this at Dafeng?" Seeing this, Sha Ruijin's expression darkened. Lin Chuan looked him in the eye and spoke each word deliberately. "Secretary Ruijin, the problem with Chen Yanshi is not a matter of face, it is a matter of rules. How can a retired official after so many years act above the law? How can he point his finger at the vice-governor and curse? How can he incite workers to go against the government?" He paused, his voice lowered but heavier. "If this issue is not resolved, the events at Dafeng Factory will repeat. By then it won't just be 7 people burned, it could be 70 or 700. I can bear this responsibility, you cannot." Sha Ruijin stared at him, his gaze turning cold. He understood. Lin Chuan had no intention of backing down, no intention of giving him this face. He leaned back against the sofa, tapping his fingers on the armrest, twice his voice growing heavy. "Comrade Lin Chuan, I am the provincial secretary." Lin Chuan looked at him. "I know. I am still young and not senile. Little Jinzi, do you think you can get by with just your 2 remarks? Without any sincerity, I truly doubt how you managed to become the provincial secretary. Then you should know that there are some matters that I need to consider from a broader perspective. Sha Ruijin's voice carried a hint of coldness. Lin Chuan stood up still calm. Secretary Ruijin, the broader perspective is not sustained by giving face. It relies on rules on the law and gaining the trust of the people. As for Chen Yanshi's matter, it should be handled as it should be. That is my stance. Originally, he thought Sha Ruijin would offer some resources for exchange, but it seemed he had overthought it a little. Jinzi was not generous at all. Lin Chuan turned and walked out. Sha Ruijin sat on the sofa watching his silhouette disappear at the door, his expression dark enough to drip water. Unappreciative. He cursed silently in his heart, then thought of Chen Yanshi. Why provoke Lin Chuan for no reason? Why stir up trouble at Dafeng factory? Shouldn't you stay at home and avoid these matters? Sha Ruijin stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the city outside, feeling a heaviness in his chest. He came to Handong to combat corruption and to open up the situation, not to engage in a battle of wills with an executive vice-governor. However, Lin Chuan was too tough, too implacable, to leave him any room. Sha Ruijin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. In this round, he lost, losing to a retired old man, losing to an executive vice-governor who would not give him any face. He who had long been self-satisfied had never considered his own problems. Lin Chuan exited the office, the corridor empty. Turning the corner, Li Dakong and Zhang Ziyuan were waiting by the window. Li Dakong held a cigarette, and Zhang Ziyuan had one too. The two were whispering something and looked up simultaneously when they saw Lin Chuan approaching. How did it go? Li Dakong asked, handing over a cigarette. Lin Chuan took it, and Li Dakong lit it for him. He took a puff and exhaled a cloud of white smoke, leaning against the wall, briefly summarizing what had just transpired. Li Dakong's expression changed upon hearing this. He crushed the cigarette, but hard in the sand bucket of the trash. What a thing. So stingy. With such a small mindset, he still wants to be the provincial secretary. Can face be eaten? At this moment, Li Dakong also recognized the situation. Following Sha Ruijin probably had no future, and he was also being targeted. It would be better to follow Lin Chuan, walking down the same path to the end. When Lin Chuan is promoted to governor, he would step up a level and become the executive vice-governor. After all, he had realized that secretary of the provincial committee, Gao Yuliang, had no hope, and the governor position was the same for him. Li Dakong. Zhang Ziyuan adjusted his glasses, not trying to mediate, and quietly said, "What is face worth? In terms of vision, it is no match for old Secretary Zhao Lichuan." As soon as this was said, the three fell silent. Only the smoke lingered in the corridor. Lin Chuan took a puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled, saying nothing. Li Dakong and Zhang Ziyuan each continued to smoke, and no one spoke. At this moment, Zhang Ziyuan also realized that Sha Ruijin was probably just a worthless figure. In terms of career prospects, following Lin Chuan as governor was the way to go, especially with a strong backing and, more importantly, being young. His demands were not high. He was only in his 50s, 2 terms away from retirement. By then, if he could achieve something under Governor Lin, he could also advance his own career. Time passed quickly, and the standing committee meeting began again. Handong was bustling with activity, and even the capital was not idle. In the Supreme Procuratorate, Ho Liangping was in his office, his eyes filled with a hint of excitement. Just now he discovered a big fish, a director from a leisurely unit frequently visiting high-end villa areas with items of great value during his vacations. Yet during work hours he wore ordinary clothes. What else could this be if not corruption? More importantly, this woman named Xia Xian had a husband, a deputy minister-level official, the executive vice-governor of Handong. Goodness, this fish is no ordinary one. It's even more alarming than Zhao Dahan. If his wife is receiving such large amounts of money, then this executive vice-governor cannot be clean. With this thought, Ho Liangping was very pleased. Everyone said that he reached this position thanks to the Zhong family, but only he knew the truth. His current achievements were solely based on his own abilities. If the Zhong family were willing to invest in him, he would not still be just a director. Look at his senior brother Chi Tongwei, a departmental-level cadre, soon to be a deputy minister, and then look at him. As long as he could resolve this major case, he would be able to dispel these rumors and advance further. In Handong, the conference room, Sha Ruijin was the last to enter and took his seat at the head. He glanced over the attendees, his gaze lingering on Lin Chuan for a moment before quickly moving on. His expression was much calmer than before, but those who knew him could see the anger simmering beneath that calm. Let's continue the meeting. His voice was not loud, yet the conference room fell silent instantly. Sha Ruijin opened his notebook and spoke in a business-like tone. We need to have a clear handling opinion regarding Comrade Chen Yanshi's case. My suggestion is that the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission take the lead in forming a special investigation team to investigate Comrade Chen Yanshi's actions in the Dafeng factory incident. As he spoke, Sha Ruijin turned his gaze towards Tian Guofu. Comrade Guofu, Do you have any issues with Tian Guofu immediately nodded. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission has an unshirkable responsibility. Comrade Chen Yanshi is a retired cadre at the departmental level, and according to procedure, the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission should investigate. We will establish an investigation team immediately and reach a conclusion as soon as possible. Sha Ruijin nodded and was about to continue when Li Dakong spoke up. Secretary Sha, may I say a few words? Sha Ruijin looked at him, his gaze slightly cold. Li Dakong seemed unaffected, speaking in a measured tone. The matter regarding Chen Yanshi took place in Jingzhou. This is within my jurisdiction. According to territorial principles, it should be investigated by the Jingzhou Discipline Inspection Commission. Of course, Comrade Tian Guofu has a point. He is a retired cadre at the departmental level, and it is not wrong for the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission to handle it, but I believe it is more appropriate for this matter to remain in Jingzhou. Li Dakong paused, casting a dismissive glance at Tian Guofu. After all, Jingzhou is familiar with its own situation, and the investigation will be quicker. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission has a lot on its plate, and there is no need to take on everything. Hearing this, Tian Guofu's expression darkened. Comrade Dakong, your statement is incorrect. Chen Yanshi is a departmental cadre, not a director or a section chief. The management authority of departmental cadres lies with the province, not the city. This is an organizational principle. Seeing this, Li Dakong sneered. I understand organizational principles, Comrade Tian Guofu. How many cases have you investigated while at the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission for more than half a year? How many corrupt officials have you dealt with? With the Dafeng factory incident causing such a stir, what did your Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission discover in advance? What early warnings did you provide? None. Now that it's time to deal with someone, you come forward. Tian Guofu's face turned ashen as he was pointed at. Li Dakong, what are you saying? The work of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission is not for you to evaluate. You haven't even handled your own issues in Jingzhou. What are you talking about other matters? Li Dakong slammed the table. What's wrong with my evaluation of you? You can't even manage the affairs of your own position, yet you want to handle retired cadres. Get your own matters straight before talking. Tian Guofu stood up abruptly. Enough. Sha Ruijin slammed his palm on the table, causing the teacups to jump slightly. Here we go again. Can you two speak properly? Li Dakong closed his mouth, but kept his eyes on Tian Guofu, who gradually sat back, down, his chest heaving violently. The conference room fell silent for a few seconds, the atmosphere extremely serious. At this moment, Lin Chuan raised his hand and gently waved it. Though the motion was slight, Li Dakong noticed and swallowed the words he was about to say. Lin Chuan sat up straight, his voice not loud, but every word was clear. Secretary Ruijin, may I say a few words? Sha Ruijin looked at him without speaking, but his gaze was very unfriendly. Is it also you who calls him Secretary Ruijin? Lin Chuan then slowly continued. Everyone is debating who should investigate Chen Yanshi, whether it's a departmental cadre or territorial management. This is all about a procedural issue. However, I believe there is something more important than procedure. Lin Chuan scanned each person present. Does Chen Yanshi still qualify to enjoy the treatment of a departmental-level retired cadre? This is something worth pondering, comrades. The conference room fell silent for a moment. Some people raised their heads, others put down their teacups, and everyone's attention focused on him. Sha Ruijin's expression turned extremely grim, his eyes fixed on Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan tapped the table and continued. Chen Yanshi has been retired for many years. What has he done during these years? He has been reporting everywhere, filing complaints, treating the Anti-Corruption Bureau as his personal detective agency. More than half of the reports received by the Anti-Corruption Bureau were forwarded by him. When investigations were conducted, he claimed it was due to his whistleblowing. When investigations weren't conducted, he accused the government of sheltering corrupt officials. What kind of behavior is this? This is the privatization of public power. He took a sip from his teacup and set it down, his tone growing heavier. What was he doing at the Dafeng factory? Stopping workers from signing. He claimed the government's money was merely a pittance. Was he speaking for the workers? Clearly not. He was speaking for those shareholders, for those terroristic actions. Lin Chuan looked at Sha Ruijin, his gaze calm but resolute. He has long interfered with the work of the Anti-Corruption Bureau, retiring without resting, abusing his status as an old revolutionary to exert influence. In the conference room, Lin Chuan looked at Governor Liu, who leaned back in his chair and had been mostly silent, as if dozing off. Feeling Lin Chuan's gaze, Governor Liu slowly said, I have no objections. Investigate what needs to be investigated and handle what needs to be handled. Rules are rules. Lin Chuan nodded, turning to Gao Yuliang, who remained silent for 2 seconds, adjusted his glasses, and replied calmly, I agree. It is indeed time to address the issues concerning Comrade Chen Yanshi. Sha Ruijin's expression darkened. He knew he had lost this round. From the moment Governor Liu and Gao Yuliang expressed their positions, he had already foreseen the outcome. Then let's vote, he said, his voice somewhat hoarse. Those in favor of Comrade Lin Chuan's proposal, please raise. Lin Chuan was the first to raise his hand, followed by Li Dakong, who raised his hand quickly and high. Zhang Ziyuan was third, his movements calm, yet firm. Governor Liu slowly raised his hand, as if it were a very ordinary act, and Gao Yuliang raised his hand with a calm expression. Zhang Wenqing, the secretary of the Luzhu City Committee, raised his hand, without speaking. The Minister of United Front Work raised his hand, casting a glance at Xia Ruijin, before quickly averting his eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 votes. The political commissar of the military region, Wang Jianjun, glanced at both sides, and said slowly, I abstain. Wu Chunlin also abstained. With 7 votes in favor and 2 abstentions, the decision was made. Xia Ruijin remained silent for a long time, looking at the hands that had been raised on the table, and then glanced at Lin Chuan, who slightly moved his lips, ultimately, just nodding approved. He stood up, his voice a bit hoarse. Meeting adjourned. In the corridor after the meeting, sunlight streamed through the windows, creating bright squares on the floor. Lin Chuan walked ahead, his pace neither fast nor slow, yet carrying a sense of ease. The matter concerning the DAFA factory had been resolved, and Chen Yanshi's privileges were also revoked. This round was won decisively. For some reason, a single word lingered in his heart, satisfying. Of course, Chen Yanshi had committed many unethical deeds relying on his power. Li Dakong caught up from behind, leaning closer with a smile. Governor Lin heading back to the provincial government. Exactly, I need to report on my work. Lin Chuan glanced at him and asked, report on what? Anything you want to hear about. Li Dakong chuckled, subway project, aftermath of the DAFA factory, public security in Jingzhou. Whatever you want to hear, I will report on it. Seeing this, Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile. You certainly know how to find excuses. Zhang Ziyuan approached from the other side, adjusting his glasses. Governor Lin's secretary Dakong, if you're going to the provincial government, I'll join you too. We can't miss having the 2 leaders on camera for promoting Handong. Handling the DAFA factory issue beautifully, has received excellent feedback online. What do young people call this again? Traffic. Just right to leverage this peak traffic period to promote Handong's image. Li Dakong turned to him and remarked, you sure know how to ride the wave. Zhang Ziyuan replied confidently, this is called promotion, not riding the wave. The 3 of them laughed and chatted as they exited the provincial committee building, forming a stark contrast to the 3 people in the provincial secretary's office with somber expressions. At the bottom of the provincial committee building stairs, 3 official cars were lined up. Chen Rui stood beside Han A00006, holding a folder. When he saw Lin Chuan coming out, he quickly approached. Li Dakong's secretary Xiao Jin and Zhang Ziyuan's secretary Xiao Zhou were also waiting beside their respective. Lin Chuan walked toward his car. Li Dakong followed him for 2 steps, then suddenly turned to his secretary and said, Xiao Jin, you go back first. I'll take Governor Lin's car. Before he finished speaking, he had already opened the car door and slipped inside. Lin Chuan stared at Li Dakong's smooth maneuver, slightly taken aback. This secretary Dakong had some skills and a thick skin. Seeing this, Zhang Ziyuan panicked. Secretary Dakong, what are you? Li Dakong poked his head out of the open window, chuckling. Reporting on work, you have to seize the time. Without saying a word, Zhang Ziyuan pushed his glasses up, opened the other side's car door, and squeezed in. Originally, the back seat could accommodate 3 people comfortably, but now with Li Dakong in the middle, Zhang Ziyuan on the right, and Lin Chuan on the left, their knees were touching, and their arms were pressed against each other. Chen Rui stood outside the car, looking at the cramped back seat, hesitated for a moment, closed the car door, and then sat in the passenger seat. What a situation this was. Xiao Sun and Xiao Jin exchanged glances, got into their own cars, and sighed slightly. Li Guoqiang gripped the steering wheel, casting a glance at the 3 leaders in the rearview mirror, took a deep breath, and started the car. At that moment, Governor Liu walked out of the building. He saw the 3 people crammed into Han A00006, paused, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. All squished together again. He walked over, bending down to take a look inside the car. Comrade Lin Chuan, your car is almost turning into your 3's exclusive vehicle. Lin Chuan shook his head with a bitter smile. Governor Liu, why don't you come and squeeze in too? Am I supposed to be your driver? Seeing this, Governor Liu waved his hand. No, my old arms and legs can't take the squeeze. You 3 be careful, and don't end up like last time. After finishing, he laughed, and walked toward his own car. Driver Li Guoqiang shifted gears, and the car slowly drove out of the provincial compound. The car was tightly packed. Li Dakong's arm pressed against Lin Chuan, Zhang Ziyuan's knee was against the front seat. None of the 3 were comfortable, but none complained. In the middle, Li Dakong slowly said, Governor Lin, today's round was beautifully 1-7-4. Secretary Xiao's face changed completely. Lin Chuan, leaning back in his chair, spoke blandly. It's not about winning or losing, it's about whether it's. Zhang Ziyuan on the right nodded. This issue with Chen Yanshi should have been addressed long ago. His second prosecutor's office has made the Anti-Corruption Bureau a mess. This time seizing the opportunity with the Dafa factory to remove his privileges is justified. Li Dakong squeezed in the middle chuckled. You should have seen Tian Gufa's expression. When I scolded him a few times wasn't that satisfying. Zhang Ziyuan adjusted his glasses. It was satisfying, but those words of yours could sound a bit harsh if they got out. You need to be mindful of your influence, Secretary Dakong. Li Dakong unfazed waved his hand dismissively. What's there to be afraid of? I didn't say anything wrong. He's a discipline inspection secretary constantly hearing things. What's wrong with me scolding him? Lin Chuan did not respond, resting his eyes against the back of the chair as drowsiness had already overtaken him. The car remained silent for a moment, only the low hum of the engine could be heard. In front, Li Guoqiang gripped the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the road, ahead his palms slightly sweating. He still felt a sense of dread recalling the previous incident. If not for the magnanimity of Governor Lin, who had not replaced him, his job would have been in jeopardy. He drove more steadily, maintaining a safe distance from the vehicle ahead, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror to confirm no car was tailing too closely. The car slowly navigated through several blocks, nearing the provincial government. At a red light, Li Guoqiang gently pressed the brake, bringing the car to a stable stop. The police officer on the roadside noticed the license plate and immediately stood at attention, saluting. Zhang Ziyuan, noticing the driver in front, appeared tense, smiled, and said, Driver Li, there's no need to be so nervous. Relax, the last incident was not your fault. Hearing this, Li Guoqiang glanced at Zhang Ziyuan in the rearview mirror, feeling a bit embarrassed. Minister Zhang. Zhang Ziyuan waved his hand dismissively. You're quite well known now. Who in Handong doesn't know that your Governor Lin's driver skilled and calm under pressure? Taking on two at once, quite brave. Li Guoqiang felt even more embarrassed, distracted by the compliment. He lost focus. Bang! The car jolted violently, and Li Guoqiang's face turned pale in an instant. He had been rear-ended. The three passengers in the back seat lurched forward, with Lin Chuan propping himself against the front seat to steady himself. Li Dakong's head hit the front seat's headrest, cursing under his breath, while Zhang Ziyuan's glasses nearly flew off his face as he scrambled to catch them. Governor Lin. Secretary Li. Minister Zhang. Shen Rue suddenly turned his head, his voice changing. Are you all okay? At this moment, Lin Chuan's drowsiness had completely disappeared. He moved his neck and replied, I'm fine. Ouch! Li Dakong rubbed his forehead. I'm fine, just bumped my head. Zhang Ziyuan, adjusting his glasses, let out a sigh of relief. I'm fine. Li Guoqiang's hands were still trembling as he opened the car door and stepped out to inspect the damage. A white sedan had crashed into his car's rear, the hood slightly bent, and one of the headlights was shattered. Not far away, a traffic police officer saw the scene, his expression changing instantly. He practically ran over, grabbing his walkie-talkie as he ran, his voice pitched higher at the intersection of Guangming Road and Jinshi Road. Governor Lin's official vehicle has been in an accident. Rear end. Hurry and send someone over. At this moment, the traffic officer felt overwhelmed. He wished he hadn't swapped shifts with his colleague. In the traffic control room, the duty officer heard the voice over the walkie-talkie and jumped up from his chair. He switched the surveillance feed to the intersection of Guangming Road and Jinshi Road, zooming in repeatedly as the rear of the car with license plate Han 00006 was being pressed by a white sedan with several people standing beside it. Quick! Notify all nearby police forces to rush over. Hurry! Li Guoqiang approached the white sedan where a young girl in her 20s sat in the driver's seat, her face pale, tears welling in her eyes. She looked at the license plate of the car in front, her hands trembling. I'm sorry. Her voice was choked with sobs. It wasn't intentional. I just got my driver's license. I pressed the brakes. But, Li Guoqiang glanced at the rear of the car, which had a learner's permit sticker, the two characters written in a curve. He sighed, looking back at his own car, before glancing at the girl, swallowing the words he was about to say. At this point, the traffic officer also arrived, first glancing at the leaders in the car, then surveying the scene, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He saluted, his voice trembling. Leaders, I apologized. It's our failure to manage. Chen Rue had already gotten out of the car and exchanged a few words with the traffic officer, who nodded repeatedly, then glanced at the girl in the white sedan, finally relaxing. This was an ordinary accident, not deliberate. What a day full of incidents. At this moment, Lin Chuan pushed open the car door and stepped out, followed by Li Dakong and Zhang Ziyuan. Li Dakong's expression was tense, staring vacantly. The three of them approached the white sedan, and upon seeing so many people gathered, especially the man in the middle, the girl's tears finally fell. Leaders, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. I just got my driver's license. I pressed the brake. But I couldn't stop. Her speech was fragmented, tears streaming down her face. Lin Chuan looked at her, then at the learner's permit sticker on the rear of the car, smiling. Don't cry. As long as everyone is fine, that's what matters. As long as no one is hurt, that's fortunate in misfortune. Hearing this, the girl raised her head, her tear-filled eyes staring at him, momentarily stunned. Li Dakong leaned over, glancing at the learner's permit sticker on the rear, chuckling, "Oh, a novice. Rear-ending a leader's official car, your skills are quite something." The girl began to cry even harder at his words, while Zhang Ziyin nudged her secretary. "Dakong, don't scare her. She's just a young girl, why frighten her?" He then bent down, offering a smile to the girl. "It's okay, dear, the car can be repaired, and as long as you're fine, that's what matters. Just be more careful when driving in the future, alright?" The girl nodded through her sobs, but continued to cry. Just then a black sedan slowly approached, stopping by the roadside. The window rolled down, and Governor Liu leaned out, looking at the three people standing by the road, then glancing at the car that had been rear-ended, his expression shifting from concern to amusement. "Another accident." Li Dakong turned to see Governor Liu, awkwardly smiling. "Governor Liu, it's just a minor issue, just a rear-end collision." Governor Liu looked at the car, then at the three of them, finally unable to hold back a laugh. "Are you three just not compatible? Why does every time you get in a car something happens?" After being teased, Lin Chuan forced a smile. "Governor Liu, please don't make fun of us." Governor Liu shook his head with a smile, about to say something, when he suddenly noticed that people around had started to gather. Some were taking photos, others were pointing and discussing, and some were recording videos with their phones. His smile faded as he turned to Lin Chuan and said, "Let's hurry and leave. We shouldn't be standing around here. If we stay any longer, we'll be trending on social media again tomorrow." At this point, Lin Chuan also noticed the crowd frowning. He glanced at Governor Liu's car, then at Li Dakong and Zhang Ziyuan, revealing a meaningful smile. Seeing Lin Chuan staring at him, Governor Liu felt an uncomfortable premonition. "Governor Liu, may I borrow your car for a ride?" Hearing this, Governor Liu was momentarily taken aback. "You three?" Lin Chuan nodded slightly, while Governor Liu glanced at the back seat, and then at the three individuals, his smile gradually fading. Seeing this, Li Dakong, without a word, opened the front passenger door for his secretary to get out, and then sat. Lin Chuan and Zhang Ziyuan opened the back door and squeezed in, with Governor Liu wedged in the middle. Lin Chuan on the left, Zhang Ziyuan on the right, their shoulders touching and knees bumping. As the door closed, Governor Liu looked from Lin Chuan on his left to Zhang Ziyuan on his right, then to the front at Li Dakong, and his smile disappeared completely. "I usually ride alone in this car," he said slowly. "It's typically just me." Li Dakong turned around and chuckled. "Governor Liu, this is a special situation, isn't it? Let's have some fun together." Governor Liu glanced at him, but said nothing, only letting out a slight sigh, regretting not having stayed out of it. The car started and slowly drove out of the intersection. Behind, Chen Rue was busy dealing with the accident scene with the traffic police, while Li Guoqiang stood nearby, his expression one of relief after a disaster. Inside the car, it was very quiet. Governor Liu, wedged in the middle, had his hands resting on his knees, motionless. After a while, he finally couldn't hold back and said, "Comrade Lin Chuan, could you move a bit to the side?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan shifted towards the door, and Governor Liu looked at Zhang Ziyan. "Comrade Ziyan, you should also move a bit." Zhang Ziyuan adjusted his position, creating a small gap, but Governor Liu still felt cramped. He sighed, gazing ahead, his tone melancholic. "As governor, I've spent my whole life leading meetings and signing documents, yet in the end, I can't even control my own car." Li Dakong chuckled in the passenger seat. Lin Chuan's lips twitched, and Zhang Ziyuan pushed up his glasses, pretending to admire the scenery outside. I can't hear, can't see, and don't know." The car slowly headed towards the provincial government, while behind, Han Chao 06 sat alone at the intersection, its rear end dented and glaring under the sunlight. Chen Rue stood by the car, making a phone call, his expression complex, while Li Guoqiang squatted behind the car, assessing the damage, his back appearing somewhat despondent. Both were pondering a question: could it be that the three leaders were incompatible, leading to repeated accidents? The more they thought about it, the more they felt Governor Liu's words made sense. The traffic police reported over the radio, "Accident resolved. It was a minor rear-end collision with no casualties. The road has been cleared." In the traffic monitoring room, the duty officer sighed in relief and slumped into his chair. In Kyoto, at the Supreme People's Procurator's Anti-Corruption Bureau, Ho Liangping was still working in the office with case files piled like a small mountain on his desk. He opened one, read a few pages, then closed it. His phone rang, and he glanced at the caller ID, frowning slightly. Kai Baozi. Kai Qinggong, his childhood friend and brother, had heard he was making a fortune in the coal business. Ho Liangping answered casually. "Baozi calling me again, what's up?" On the other end, Kai Qinggong's voice was low and urgent. "Monkey, I'm in trouble." Ho Liangping leaned back in his chair, putting down his pen. "What happened?" "You know the phone factory, right?" Kai Qinggong's voice trembled slightly. "My factory was taken over by Shan Shui Group. The court ruled against me, and the factory is no longer mine." "Monkey, there's something fishy here. Shan Shui Group colluded with government officials, and the court has been bribed." Upon hearing this, Ho Liangping's brows furrowed even more. He knew about the phone factory. It had been causing quite a stir online lately, but that was a matter for Handong. Baozi, do you have any evidence? Kai Qinggong paused for 2 seconds. Monkey, we've grown up together. You know what kind of person I am. Would I wrongfully accuse someone? Noticing that Ho Liangping didn't respond, he understood Kai Qinggong's tendency to boast and exaggerate, but he didn't think he would intentionally frame someone, especially a high-ranking official. Seeing the other side silent, Kai Qinggong continued, Li Dakong, the secretary of the Jingzhou City Committee, is in cahoots with Shan Shui Group. And that Lin Chuan, the new executive vice governor, is not a good person either. The matter concerning Defeng Factory was orchestrated by them together. Ho Liangping's finger paused for a moment. A Lin Chuan. He had heard that name too many times recently. He was investigating Lin Chuan's wife, but had yet to uncover the truth. Now Kai Qinggong was saying Lin Chuan was colluding with Shan Shui Group. Baozi, do you have any proof for what you're saying? He asked with a more serious tone. Kai Qinggong fell silent again. After a long pause, he finally said, Monkey, if I had evidence, why would I need to look for you? You're from the Anti-Corruption Bureau, help me investigate. Didn't you say you could look into leads? Ho Liangping took a deep breath. Without evidence, what could he investigate based solely on someone's words? But he enjoyed such tough battles, as only this way could he prove that he hadn't relied on the Zhong family to get. Kai Qinggong seemed to sense what he was thinking, and suddenly lowered his voice. Monkey, there's one more thing. Li Dakang's wife, Ouyang Jing, accepted money from me. Ho Liangping's hand froze, his voice involuntarily dropping. How much? 2 million. Kai Qinggong's voice was soft, but each word was clear. 2 million, a bank card, and she accepted it. Ho Liangping gripped his phone, his heart racing. Li Dakong, a member of the Provincial Standing Committee and secretary of the Jingzhou City Committee. His wife accepted 2 million. This was a deputy ministerial level official, a big fish. If this could be verified, it would be a significant case, a political achievement for Ho Liangping. Early the next morning, Ho Liangping was called to the director's office. Qin Siyuan sat behind the desk, a document lay before him. He looked up at Ho Liangping and gestured to the chair opposite him, saying, sit. Seeing this, Ho Liangping sat down, waiting for him to speak. Qin Siyuan flipped through the document leisurely, and after a long while said, Liangping, we need to strengthen our presence in Handong. The department intends to transfer a few people there. Your name is on the list. Ho Liangping's heart skipped a beat. Handong. He was currently investigating Lin Chuan in Handong, and had been troubled by the lack of an opportunity to go there, and now it was presented to him. At this moment his eyes brightened, but he quickly suppressed his excitement, trying to keep his voice calm. Director Qin, I have no problem with that. Wherever the organization needs me, I will go. Qin Siyuan looked at him, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He closed the document, leaned back in his chair, and said slowly, don't be too eager to respond. Go back and ask Comrade Zhong Xiai for her opinion. If she agrees, then let me know. Upon hearing this, Ho Liangping's expression changed. Zhong Xiai was his wife, the daughter of Zhong Zhenghua. Every time there was an arrangement, someone would ask him to consult Xiai. He knew that it wasn't about asking Xiai, it was about consulting the Zhong family. His voice hardened slightly. Director Qin, this is my matter, I can make the decision. Qin Siyuan looked at him, his smile fading a bit. He stood up, walked to the window, turning his back to Ho Liangping, and spoke in a leisurely tone, Liangping, you are capable and ambitious, and that is your strength. But some matters cannot be resolved solely by ability. The situation in Handong is quite complicated. You are not going there to gain prestige. After saying this, he turned around to look at Ho Liangping, his gaze calm. You should go back and ask Xiai. If she agrees, then the organization will consider it. If she disagrees, you should stay in Kyoto for now. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. After all, if the Zhong family did not approve, what would happen if there was any mishap? Who would bear the blame? Me, Qin Siyuan. Obviously that is impossible. Ho Liangping clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He wanted to say that he could make the decision, but the words caught in his throat. He knew that Qin Siyuan was right. Without the Zhong family's consent, he could not go to Handong. Ho Liangping took a deep breath, stood up, and his voice tightened. All right, I will go back and ask. Qin Siyuan nodded, sat down again, flipped open the document, and resumed a businesslike tone. Once you have clarity, give me a call. Ho Liangping turned and walked out of the office. The door closed behind him. In the corridor, he stood for a few seconds, took a deep breath, and strode out. As he passed by his colleagues, someone greeted him, but he walked past, as if he hadn't heard. Back in his office, he closed the door and stood by the window, gazing at the sky outside. The sky in Kyoto was gray and dreary, mirroring his mood. He took out his phone, scrolled to Zhong Zio's number, hesitated for a long time, but did not dial. He recalled Kai Qinggong's words, remembered Lin Chuan's name, and thought about that 200,000. He wanted to go to Handong not just for the case, but also to prove himself. He had not relied solely on the Zhong family to get to where he was today. He had ability and competence. But Qin Siyuan's words felt like a bucket of cold water splashed on him. He gritted his teeth, threw his phone on the table, sat down in the chair, and stared blankly at the ceiling. The The meaningful glances of relatives and friends from the past magnified in his mind. Why? Why could Xia Ruijin, also a son-in-law, reach the provincial ministerial level and become the secretary of the Handong Provincial Committee? Shi Tongwei, who was forced to marry into the Liang family, was also far ahead of him, becoming a provincial-level official and the director of the Handong Provincial Public Security Department. Why? Why was Ho Lianggong even inferior to Shi Tongwei, who proposed to an older woman At 5:30 in the afternoon, Ho Lianggong left the office, which was a rare occurrence for him. He usually worked overtime until 8 or 9. His colleagues looked at him as he packed his things, with some jokingly saying that something must be going on with Ho today, but Ho Lianggong did not respond. On the way home, he stopped by the supermarket to buy groceries, ribs, fish greens, tofu, and a bottle of red wine. At the checkout, he noticed some contraceptives on the shelf next to him. He hesitated for a moment, picked up a box, then put it back. After thinking for a while, he took another box and stuffed it into his pocket. Upon arriving home, he changed into casual clothes, tied on an apron, and began bustling around in the kitchen, blanching the ribs, scraping the fish scales, and washing the greens. His cooking skills were average, but today he was especially diligent, following each step of the recipe on his phone. While stewing the ribs, he opened the bottle of red wine, poured a glass, took a sip, and poured another glass to set on the table. He glanced at the time. Zhong Xiai usually got off work at 6, taking half an hour to get home, so she would arrive around 6:30. Ho Lianggong continued to busy himself in the kitchen, contemplating how to broach the topic of Kai Qinggong's report. He wanted to go to Handong not just for the case, but also to prove himself. In Kyoto, everyone knew he was the son-in-law of the Zhong family. Successfully solving a case was expected, failing meant he lacked ability. If he went to Handong far from the Zhong family, he could unleash his potential and achieve results. The ribs were stewing, the fish was steaming, and the greens were washed. Suddenly, Ho Lianggong remembered something. He hesitated, opened the drawer, took out a small pill bottle, poured out a pill, and swallowed it with some red wine. This was not necessary, but today he wanted to make a good impression. After all, he needed to discuss going to Handong with Xiai later. If the atmosphere was good, everything would be easier to discuss. At 6:30, the door did not ring. At 6:40, it was still silent. Ho Lianggong glanced at his phone and dialed Zhong Zio's number. "Xiai, where are you?" On the other end of the line, the sound of papers rustling could be heard. Zhong Zio's voice was flat. "I have been working overtime for a while, and it will take another half hour. You can eat first, don't wait for me." "It's fine, I will wait for you," Ho Lianggong replied. After hanging up, he placed the steamed fish in the pot to keep warm, let the rib soup simmer on low heat, and left the greens unfried for now, waiting for Xiai to arrive so they could eat while hot. He sat down on the sofa, turned on the TV, switched through several channels, but couldn't focus on anything. At 7:10, he heard the sound of the door lock. Ho Lianggong sprang up from the sofa, quickly walked to the door. When it opened, Zhong Xiai entered carrying a bag, her face showing signs of fatigue. Ho Lianggong took out slippers from the shoe cabinet, squatted down, took her bag, and set it aside, helped her take off her high heels, and put the slippers on her feet. Zhong Xiai looked down at him, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. After so many years of marriage, Ho Lianggong rarely helped her change shoes. She said nothing and walked into the living room, noticing the dishes and red wine on the dining table. She turned back to glance at him. "What day is it today?" Zhong Xiai asked with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Ho Liangping stood up and smiled, saying, "It's just an ordinary day, or I wanted to cook you a meal." Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiai did not ask further, washed her hands in the bathroom, and sat down at the dining table. Ho Liangping brought out the pork rib soup, the fish, and stir-fried a green vegetable, setting a table full of dishes. He poured red wine for Zhong Xiai and filled his own glass as well. "Try it. The pork ribs have been stewing for over an hour," he said, serving her a piece of rib. Looking at the ribs in her bowl, Zhong Xiai took a bite and nodded, saying, "Not bad." The two of them chatted casually about work, the children, and weekend plans while they ate. Ho Liangping had things on his mind, wanting to speak several times, but hesitating. Zhong Xiai noticed, but did not ask, waiting for him to say it himself. As the meal came to an end, only 2 pieces of ribs were left. The fish was reduced to bones, and more than half a bottle of red wine had been consumed. Ho Liangping put down his chopsticks, looking at Zhong Xiai and taking a deep breath. "Xiai, there's something I want to discuss with you." At this moment, Zhong Xiai also put down her chopsticks and looked at him, saying, "Go ahead." "The bureau wants to send someone to Handong, and Director Qin asked for my opinion." Ho Liangping tried to keep his tone casual, saying, "I want to go." Upon hearing this, Zhong Zio's expression didn't change, but Ho Liangping saw her grip on the wine glass tighten slightly. "Handong," she repeated calmly. "Do you not know the current situation in Handong?" "I know it's chaotic, but precisely because it's chaotic, people are needed there." Director Qin also mentioned that reinforcements are required. Zhong Xiai put down her wine glass, leaned back in her chair, and looked at him, saying, "Liangping, tell me the truth. Do you want to go, or is it Qin Siyuan who wants you to go?" Ho Liangping hesitated for a moment and replied, "I want to go." Seeing this, Zhong Xiaoai fell silent for a few seconds, her tone softening, but serious. Currently, there are power struggles within the provincial committee in Handong. Yizhen has just arrived and hasn't stabilized his position, embroiled in conflicts with Lin Chuan, Li Dakong, and several others. If you go there and things go wrong, sigh. Ho Liangping opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. Zhong Xiaoai continued, I know your character, you're brave, but not very steady. In Kyoto I can watch over you. If something happens I can help you out. But in Handong, far from the emperor, who will take care of you if you get into trouble? Ho Liangping's face flushed slightly. He knew Zhong Xiaoai was speaking the truth, but the truth can hurt the most. I am no longer a child. His voice grew firm. I've handled cases for so many years, and what kind of case haven't I dealt with? No matter how chaotic Handong is, how much worse can it get? If I go, it's to handle cases, not to take sides or get involved in those matters. Zhong Xiaoai looked at him, her gaze complex. She understood him too well. Impulsive, reckless, and stubborn, often disregarding procedures and rules. Over the years in Kyoto, she had often had to clean up his messes, apologizing to those he offended, explaining when cases went awry, and standing up to leaders on his behalf. Ho Liangping either didn't know about these matters or pretended not to. Yet she also knew that she couldn't stop him, and once he set his mind on something, not even a herd of oxen could pull him back. Yizhen is the secretary in Handong, she suddenly said. Ho Liangping was taken aback, not understanding why she brought this up so suddenly. Zhong Xiaoai looked at him, a slight smile curving her lips. My father has ties with him. If you go, you can reach out to him if anything comes up. But don't use his name as a banner. Yizhen is not someone to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Ho Liangping's eyes lit up. Do you agree? Sighing, Zhong Xiaoai said slowly, if I disagree, will you not go? Standing up, Ho Liangping walked around the table, embracing her and kissing her cheek a couple of times. Zhong Xiaoai felt his kisses and pushed him away, frowning. All right, you're all greasy. Ho Liangping chuckled and returned to his seat, raising his glass and downing the contents, a broad smile on his face. As for the matters regarding Lin Chuan's wife and Li Dakang's wife, Ho Liangping chose not to mention them to Zhong Xiaoai. He planned to tell her when he had gathered enough evidence, giving her a big surprise. Suddenly, he remembered something, his smile fading slightly as he stammered, Xiaoai, there's one more thing. Zhong Xiaoai looked at him, saying, go on. Director Qin. Ho Liangping rubbed his hands, feeling a bit awkward. He asked me to ask for your opinion and then give him a call back. Zhong Xiaoai was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood it wasn't that Qin Siyuan didn't trust Ho Liangping, but that he didn't trust him to make decisions on his own. To have Ho Liangping go to Handong, he first needed to check with the Zhong family. She couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head as she picked up her phone, scrolling to Qin Siyuan's number and dialing. The phone rang twice before connecting. Director Qin, this is Zhong Xiaoai, she said casually as if speaking to an old friend. Liangping mentioned you wanted him to go to Handong. I have no objections. You know him, he can't sit still. Staying in Kyoto is also stifling for him. If he wants to go, let him go. Oh, just keep an eye on him when he gets there. On the other end, Qin Siyuan's voice was filled with amusement. As long as Comrade Xiaoai agrees, that's fine. Liangping is capable. He'll definitely achieve something when he gets to Handong. Rest assured, I will instruct the comrades over there to look after him more closely. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaoai smiled, then ill-troubled Director Qin. After hanging up, she looked at Ho Liangping, who was gazing at her with bright eyes. All right, Zhong Xiaoai said, putting down her phone. Director Qin has agreed. You go to Handong, and do well, don't embarrass me. Remember, when you're in Handong, you can't act like you do in Kyoto. Be sure to pay attention to procedural issues and avoid people you shouldn't mess with, especially the provincial leaders. Ho Liangping nodded repeatedly, saying, don't worry, I will do my best. He stood up, walked over to Zhong Xiaoai, and took her hand, which felt much warmer than usual. She glanced at him and noticed his face was slightly flushed, his eyes looking different. Why is your face so red? Ho Liangping was taken aback, touching his face. Is it? Maybe it's from drinking. Zhong Xiaoai stared at him for 2 seconds, suddenly realizing something, and her face turned slightly red as she pushed his hand away, saying you. Ho Liangping chuckled again, leaning in closer. This time he didn't kiss her cheek, but directly pressed his lips against hers. Zhong Xiaoai pushed him once, but when she couldn't budge him, she stopped pushing. Ho Liangping pulled Zhong Xiaoai up from the chair, kissing her as they made their way to the bedroom, with Zhong Xiaoai being dragged along, not even bothering to pick up her fallen slipper. Ho Liangping, slow down. Who allowed you to do that? Xiaoai, then I'll submit a request. The bedroom door closed, and in the living room the television was still on, broadcasting a replay of the news featuring Zhong Zhenghua giving a speech. He was exactly saying, if you reach out you will be caught. The table was in disarray, the candle on the candlestick had burned down and wax dripped all over the table. The next day in Handong, Chen Yanshi was basking in the sun on the balcony at that moment. The afternoon sun was warm, and he leaned back in the rattan chair, eyes closed, holding a string of prayer beads. Chen Hai returned from outside, his footsteps heavy and his expression off. Chen Yanshi opened his eyes and glanced at his son. What happened? Chen Hai stood before him, his lips moved for a long time before he managed to squeeze out a few words. Dad, the standing committee dealt with it. Upon hearing this, Chen Yanshi straightened his body. The prayer beads stopped turning. Dealt with what? Your party membership has been revoked and your retirement benefits at the bureau level have been canceled. Chen Hai's voice was very soft, as if afraid of startling something. Chen Yanshi stood there stunned. The prayer beads fell to the ground, rolling to the edge of the balcony, and he did not go to pick them up. His lips began to tremble, his eyes wide open, staring at Chen Hai, as if confirming whether he had heard correctly. What did you say? His voice was hoarse, as if squeezed from deep within his throat. Chen Hai squatted down to pick up the prayer beads, placing them into his father's hands, holding those aged hands filled with veins. It was proposed by Governor Lin, saying that you. Chen Yanshi's hands began to shake violently. The prayer beads fell again. He tried to stand up, but his legs had no strength, and he swayed a few times in the rattan chair. Chen Hai hurriedly supported him. How could he? Chen Yanshi's voice suddenly rose hoarse and sharp. How could he revoke my party membership? I am an old party member. I've spent my whole life in revolution. What is Lin Chuan? What qualifications does he have? Chen Hai held his father, not daring to let go as Chen Yanshi continued to shout, his voice getting louder. This is retaliation. This is blatant retaliation. 20 years ago I sent him to the countryside to gain experience, and he has held a grudge ever since. I want to report him. I want to call Yizhen. I want to go to Kyoto. I want to go to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. I want to. Dad. Chen Hai interrupted him, his voice raised a bit. Calm down. Chen Yanshi was stunned by his shout, staring at his son, his chest heaving violently. Chen Hai took a deep breath, his voice softened, but each word felt heavy. Dad, I want to ask you something. 20 years ago, how exactly did you offend Governor Lin? Chen Yanshi's gaze flickered and turned away. What offense? I was just acting according to the rules. He was just a recent graduate, and the report he wrote had issues. I asked him to go down for some training. Upon hearing this, Chen Hai stared into his father's eyes, a look of unfamiliarity he had never shown before. Dad, tell me the truth. Did you send him to the countryside just because of one report? Did you ever give any instructions to the people below? Did you say that this person cannot be used or anything? Chen Yanshi fell silent, his lips quivering, wanting to say something, but unable to speak. Chen Hai looked at his father's expression, and the last shred of hope in his heart shattered. He let go of his hand, took a step back, his voice lowered. Dad, do you know? Just because of what you said back then, he has held a grudge for 20 years. Chen Yanshi opened his mouth to argue, but in the end he said nothing. You've been retired for many years, and you've been calling the shots in Handong for many years. You think you are still contributing, but he thinks you are just relying on your seniority. Chen Hai's voice was very calm, but the underlying pressure was more painful than shouting. How many people have you offended? Don't you know yourself? In the past you were an old cadre, and people didn't dare to touch you. Now, Lin Chuan is here, and he has acted. Chen Yanshi's face turned red, his lips quivering, suddenly slamming the armrest of the rattan chair. I refuse to accept this. I want to sue him. I want to find Yizhen. Yizhen cannot ignore me. Dad. Chen Hai's voice was loud again. Secretary Xia is the provincial secretary, not your son. He is an organizational person, not one of our family. What do you want him to do? To offend the entire standing committee for your sake? Do you think that's possible? Chen Yanshi was stunned by his shout, mouth agape, eyes wide, slowly reddening. Party membership. His voice suddenly became very soft, as if he were talking to himself. I've spent my whole life in revolution. The party is my life. Now that they've taken away my party membership, what am I? What am I? Tears rolled down his face. Chen Hai had never seen his father cry. In his heart, his father was ironclad, a hero who held a bomb to blow up a bunker. But now this hero sat in the rattan chair, his face filled with wrinkles, tears streaming down his cheeks. Chen Hai's eyes also turned red. He crouched down, holding his father's hand, wanting to say something, but unable to utter a word. Chen Yanshi's hands were still shaking violently. He raised his head to look at his son, his lips moving. Chen Hai, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me offending someone, you wouldn't have been dismissed. At this moment, Chen Yanshi still did not realize what the fundamental reason for his dismissal was. Dad, don't say anymore. Chen Yanshi wanted to say something else, but suddenly his eyes rolled back, and he fell backward. In the nursing home, Chen Hai exclaimed, Dad. Then he rushed over to support him. Chen Yanshi's face was pale, his lips purple, and he had lost consciousness. Chen Hai's hands trembled as he pinched his father's philtrum, shouting, while pulling out his phone to dial the emergency number. The ambulance arrived quickly, and Chen Hai got on the vehicle holding his father's cold hand, remaining silent the entire way. At the Provincial People's Hospital, the lights in the emergency room had been on for a long time. Chen Hai sat on a bench in the hallway, his hands supporting his forehead, motionless. He could not understand why a life that had been smooth sailing suddenly turned into such a mess. Could the cycle of karma truly exist? The evil his father had committed in the past had now become a boomerang, striking both of them. The light went out, and the doctor came out, removing his mask. He's fine. The sudden rise in blood pressure was caused by emotional distress. He will need to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation and must not be agitated again. Upon hearing this, Chen Hai nodded, stood up with slightly weak legs, and walked into the hospital room, looking at his father lying on the bed. Chen Yanshi lay with his eyes closed, his face pale, an intravenous needle in his arm, and the bedside heart monitor emitted a regular beeping sound. The news quickly reached the provincial committee. Secretary Bai entered Sha Ruijin's office and spoke in a low voice. Ruijin was reviewing documents, pausing momentarily to lift his head. How is he? He was sent to the hospital, and his life is not in danger. Chen Hai is accompanying him. Sha Ruijin fell silent for a few seconds, put down his pen, and leaned back in his chair. Chen Yanshi had been stripped of his party membership, and he could not stop the vote of the standing committee. However, Chen Yanshi was after all an old party member, an old revolutionary, and someone who had taken care of him for several years when he was a child. He sighed. Make arrangements. They'll go see him tomorrow. At this moment, Sha Ruijin's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Since arriving in Handong, nothing had gone smooth. What exactly was the problem? When he was in the neighboring province, whether it was the governor or the secretary, he could accomplish anything he set out to do. Things he did not want to do were impossible for others as well. But upon arriving in Handong, he found everything completely out of his control. Lin Chuan, a mere executive vice-governor, could actually dance on his head. This was absolutely unacceptable. The next morning, Sha Ruijin appeared at the Provincial People's Hospital's ward entrance with Secretary Bai trailing behind, holding a fruit basket. Upon seeing Sha Ruijin, Chen Hai immediately stood up, somewhat surprised. Secretary Sha, what brings you here? Hearing this, Sha Ruijin waved his hand, entered the ward, placed the fruit basket on the bedside table, and sat down by the bed. Chen Yanshi had been lying with his eyes closed, but upon hearing the movement, he opened his eyes and saw Sha Ruijin. His lips quivered slightly. Little Jinzi. His voice was very soft, tinged with tears. Hearing him call him Little Jinzi, Sha Ruijin was momentarily taken aback, but seeing the almost lifeless state of the other party, he still grasped his hand, speaking in a gentle tone. Old Chen, I came to see you. How is your health? Tears suddenly streamed down Chen Yanshi's face. He clutched Sha Ruijin's hand, as if grasping the last straw for survival. Ruijin, you must be the judge. How could Lin Chuan have my party membership revoked? I have dedicated my life to the revolution. The party is my life. He has taken my life away. This is retaliation. 20 years ago, I sent him to the township for training, and he has held a grudge ever since. Upon hearing this, Sha Ruijin remained silent, merely holding Chen Yanshi's hand and listening as he spoke. The more Chen Yanshi talked, the more agitated he became, his voice growing louder. Rating, you are the provincial secretary. You must stand up for me. I want to report Lin Chuan. I want to go to the capital. I want to go to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Uncle Chen, Sha Ruijin finally spoke, his voice soft but steady. The decision of the standing committee has already been made with 7 votes in favor. I cannot stop it. Chen Yanshi was taken aback, tears hanging on his face. Sha Ruijin looked at him, his gaze filled with a complicated emotion, his voice lowered. Uncle Chen, this matter has already been settled and cannot be changed, but rest assured the organization will not forget your contributions. He paused, glancing at Chen Hai standing nearby, and continued. As for Comrade Chen Hai, I will arrange it. In a few days, he will be transferred to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission as a deputy department-level officer. After handling a few cases, he will naturally be promoted. Rest assured, with me here, Chen Hai will not suffer any grievances. The meaning of this statement was clear. I cannot help with your issue, but I can compensate your son, allowing him to return to his position. Chen Yanshi's emotions calmed slightly compared to before. He looked at Sha Ruijin, his lips trembling as he managed to say a few words. Little Jinzi, thank you. Old Chen, take care of your health. Your health is the priority. We can discuss other matters later. He stood up, adjusted Chen Yanshi's blanket, turned, and walked out of the ward with Secretary Bai following behind. The hallway was very quiet. In the provincial committee's number 1 car, Sha Ruijin gazed out the window and sighed softly. He needed to quickly open up a channel in Handong. The son-in-law of the Zhong family was about to arrive, which could serve as a sharp weapon. He did not want to confront Lin Chuan directly. Because the Secretary Wang behind him was someone even his father would not dare to offend easily. As a representative of practical officials and the next generation's leader, how could he allow himself to clash with him? Once Ho Liangping arrived, it would be easier. He would let him open the situation, allowing the Zhong family and Secretary Wang to confront each other, which was much better than fighting alone. And then there was Tian Guofu, who was simply a useless team member. Apart from that 1 vote in the standing committee, he had no effect whatsoever. Holding the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, he had no evidence whatsoever. Day after day, all he could do was hear rumors, and still hear rumors. Perfect. The Zhong family was stepping down, or at that time, he would place Ho Liangping in the commission to let him play his role. At 9 o'clock the next morning in the standing committee meeting room, the committee members took their seats one after another. The atmosphere was much more peaceful than in previous meetings. The issues with the Big Wind factory had been resolved, and Chen Yanshi's party membership had also been revoked. The disputes were settled, and this meeting was naturally much calmer. Sha Ruijin was the last to enter and sat down in the main seat. He glanced around the room, his gaze stopping briefly on Lin Chuan before moving on. His expression was more composed than in previous meetings. He opened his notebook and spoke steadily. Today there are 3 appointments that require discussion and approval by the Standing Committee. He glanced at the list and read out the first name, Ho Liangping, Director of the Investigation Department of the Supreme People's Procurator's Anti-Corruption Bureau, transferred to the Handong Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, serving as the Director of the Supervision and Inspection Office. This comrade may not be unfamiliar to everyone. He graduated from Handong University and was a student of Gao Yuliang, once touted as one of the 3 heroes of Handong. At this point, Sha Ruijin intentionally glanced at Gao Yuliang. Gao Yuliang adjusted his glasses, his face showing no expression, merely nodding slightly. Ho Liangping, his student, was indeed outstanding during his school days, but in recent years he has relied on the connections of the Zhong family in Jingdu to climb up, without much improvement in ability, though his temper has grown. Lin Chuan leaned back in his chair, took a sip from his teacup, and noted that Ho Liangping had come to the Discipline Inspection Commission, serving as the Director of the Supervisory Inspection Office. A barely perceptible smile curved his lips. Sending a pig teammate to Tianguofu was not a bad idea. He understood this person well. He was courageous, but lacked composure. With the Zhong family backing him in Jingdu, once he arrived in Handong, no one would clean up after him, and it was only a matter of time before trouble arose. Li Dakong glanced at Lin Chuan, saw he was unresponsive, and thus remained silent. Zhang Ziyuan lowered his head to sift through the materials, also not intending to speak. Governor Liu remained, as usual, leaning against the back of his chair, eyes closed, appearing to be asleep. Sha Ruijin waited a moment, and seeing no one opposed, said, "Then it's settled. Comrade Ho Liangping, upon your appointment, I hope everyone will support his work." He turned to the next page and read out the second name, Yi Shueshi, Secretary of the Party Working Committee of the Gao District in Luzhou at the department level. The organization department suggests promoting him to Deputy Mayor of Luzhou at the Vice Ministerial level. This time Sha Ruijin was clever. Last time, he had proposed an irregular promotion only to be met with soft resistance from Gao Yuliang. This time he only proposed a regular level up, completely compliant with procedures, leaving no room for objection. Lin Chuan set down his teacup and did not oppose. He knew a bit about Yi Shueshi, who mainly sold tea as a profession, while his secondary job was being an official. However, he did not have much opinion on this appointment. A deputy mayor had little impact. Moreover, he could not oppose Sha Ruijin on everything. If he wanted to, Sha Ruijin would accomplish nothing in Handong, but doing so would change the nature of the situation. For a standing vice governor to overshadow the provincial party secretary would not reflect well on Sha Ruijin, and Lin Chuan would also face difficulties. The same old saying, as long as it doesn't affect economic work, you can fight however you like, it has nothing to do with him. Li Dakong also remained silent. Yi Shueshi was his former partner, capable, but too straightforward, having offended many people. Now that Sha Ruijin wanted to promote him, he had no reason to stop it, and could not. Gao Yuliang lifted his teacup and took a sip calmly, saying, "Comrade, Yi Shueshi has worked at the grassroots level for many years. It is time for a change." "I have no objections." Governor Liu opened his eyes and said leisurely, "Agreed." He and Lin Chuan shared the same thought. If Sha Ruijin could do nothing, then the higher-ups would suspect their arrangements, questioning whether Handong's factions were too arrogant. Seeing that the others had nodded in agreement, the remaining standing committee members also expressed their consent, passing it unanimously. Sha Ruijin closed the first document and opened the second one, moving a bit slower than before. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over those present, finally resting on Lin Chuan for a moment. The third appointment, Comrade Chun Hai, is transferred to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, serving as the Director of the Investigation and Examination Office at the Vice Ministerial level. The meeting room fell silent for a moment, with everyone looking at Lin Chuan and then at Li Dakong. Chun Hai, the son of Chen Yanshi, was the one Lin Chuan had removed from his position as the Anti-Corruption Bureau Chief. Now Sha Ruijin wanted to place him in the Discipline Inspection Commission, still at the Vice Ministerial level. Sha Ruijin's voice was steady. "Everyone makes mistakes. Comrade Chun Hai indeed had errors in his work at the Anti-Corruption Bureau, but we cannot condemn him for one mistake. The provincial committee should give comrades below a chance to reform. Otherwise, how can comrades work confidently in the future?" After finishing, he looked at Lin Chuan, who also met his gaze. The two locked eyes for 2 seconds, then Lin Chuan looked away, lifted his teacup, took a sip, and said nothing. Before the standing committee meeting, Yizhen had communicated with Lin Chuan, ensuring support for the next appointment. He proposed without opposition. Conversely, Lin Chuan would not oppose the appointment of Chen Hai. This condition was quite generous, and Lin Chuan naturally agreed. After all, Chen Hai and Ho Yangping, two potential troublemakers, would soon find themselves in trouble together. When that time came, taking him down would be a free win. Seeing this, Li Dakong frowned. He looked at Lin Chuan, and then at Yizhen, his lips moving as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. He did not understand why Lin Chuan did not voice opposition, but since Lin Chuan was silent, he felt he could not jump in first. Gao Yuliang's expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to calm. Chen Hai, the son of Chen Yanshi, and also his student, made it inconvenient for him to express an opinion. The atmosphere in the meeting room was somewhat delicate. Everyone knew how Chen Hai had been removed, and now Yizhen wanted to reinstate him. Was this a slap in Lin Chuan's face, or an explanation to Chen Yanshi? Lin Chuan set down his teacup and said in a clear but low voice, "I have no objections." The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Li Dakong was taken aback, turning to look at Lin Chuan, thinking he must have misheard. Zhang Ziyuan adjusted his glasses, also surprised, while Governor Liu opened his eyes to glance at Lin Chuan again before closing them. A barely perceptible smile crept onto Yizhen's lips as he nodded, his tone more stable. "What about?" Li Dakong opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but upon seeing Lin Chuan's expression, he swallowed his words. Since Governor Lin had agreed, what use was his opposition? Gao Yuliang adjusted his glasses, saying agreed. Zhang Ziyuan also nodded agreed. Wu Chunlin, Tian Guofu, Zhou Jiangwo, and others also expressed their agreement, passing it unanimously. Yizhen closed the folder and stood up, saying, "All three appointments are approved. The meeting is adjourned." He was the first to leave the meeting room, his steps lighter than when he arrived, with secretary by following behind, feeling pleased. The committee members gradually stood up. Li Dakong leaned closer to Lin Chuan, lowering his voice, filled with confusion. "Governor Lin, about Chen Hai, how do you feel?" Lin Chuan glanced at him, his tone amicable. "Dakong, with Chen Hai and Ho Yangping in the Discipline Inspection Commission, what do you think they can stir up?" Li Dakong was taken aback for a moment, then understood. This was the result of a mutual exchange of interests. He had heard of Ho Yangping, known for being unorganized and undisciplined, backed by the Zhong family in Jingdu, but who would care for him in Handong? As for Chen Hai, there was nothing to say. How a person who had already been removed once could do little. The two of them together would not last long before they got into trouble. He chuckled. "Governor Lin, your move is clever." Lin Chuan picked up the folder on the table and walked out with Zhang Ziyuan following, whispering, "Governor Lin, Shah Secretary's move today was discussed with you in advance, right?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled at him, but did not reply. Zhang Ziyuan nodded in understanding and did not. In the corridor, sunlight streamed through the windows as Lin Chuan walked ahead at a moderate pace, with Li Dakong and Zhang Ziyuan following behind, none of them speaking. Upon reaching the elevator, Lin Chuan paused and pressed the button. The elevator door opened, and the three entered. As the door closed, the numbers began to descend one by one. Curiously, Dakong could not help but ask again, "Governor Lin, what did Secretary Shah offer in exchange for you?" "Next time the person I propose he won't obstruct." Li Dakong was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "In that case, you won't be at a loss this time. It's even a big win." Lin Chuan said nothing as the elevator reached the first floor, and he stepped out slowly. This time it was indeed a win, with Ho Yangping and Chen Hai both present. Two potential troublemakers would soon find themselves in trouble together, and at that time, he wouldn't need to lift a finger. Yizhen would have his own headaches. 3 official cars were still waiting by the roadside. This time Lin Chuan stopped Li Dakong and Zhang Ziyuan, who wanted to hitch a ride. Hey, what are you doing? Have you gotten addicted to hitching rides? Don't you two have your own cars? Every time you hitch a ride, you end up in an accident. Next time the repair costs will be deducted from your salaries." After saying this, Lin Chuan hurriedly got into the car and said to Li Guoqiang, "Return to the provincial government." As the car drove out of the provincial party compound, Lin Chuan leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and began to formulate the next steps of his plan. The inspection team for the subway project was on its way, and the situation at Tizai was progressing. He needed to keep a close watch on Chi Tongwei, while Ho Yangping and Chen Hai, 2 clowns, could be left to leap around for a couple of days. At that moment, Lin Chuan's phone rang. He picked it up and saw a very clear contact name on the screen. Once the call connected, a reproachful voice came from the other end. "Hello, Lin Chuan, have you offended someone? Today I feel like someone has been following me." The voice on the other end of the phone was somewhat complaining. "After leaving the mall, I noticed something was off. 2 people have been following me. I walk and they walk. I stop and they stop. I'm currently on the 3rd floor of the mall and haven't dared to go down." Lin Chuan's expression darkened. Since arriving in Handong, he could count the people he had offended on one hand. Chen Yanshi was one of them, but that old man was still lying in the hospital, lacking the ability to do this. Yizhen was another, but he was the provincial party secretary. It was impossible for him to make such a basic mistake, sending someone to follow the wife of the executive vice governor. If this got out, his political career would be over. Who else could it be? He truly couldn't understand. Find a place to sit, like a cafe or a milk tea shop somewhere with a lot of people. Lin Chuan's voice was steady, as if assigning a routine task. He'll arrange someone right away. Okay, Xiaoxin replied, her voice slightly more settled. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chuan immediately pulled out his contacts and found a number. Zhao Yongli, the vice mayor of Jingdu and the head of the Public Security Bureau, his old partner. They had worked together for a few years in Jingdu, cooperating seamlessly and sharing a close friendship. The phone rang twice before connecting. Zhao Yongli's signature loud voice came through, filled with laughter. Hey Lin, the provincial governor. You've been in Handong for so long without a call, I thought you had forgotten me. So how deep is the water in Handong? Has it drowned you, the economic expert? At that moment, Lin Chuan had no mood for pleasantries, his voice serious. Old Zhao, stop joking around. I have important business to discuss with you. My wife is being followed in Jingdu by 2 people. Lin Chuan's voice was low, but the tone was heavy. Help me investigate, bring them back for questioning, and find out who they are. Seeing Zhao Yongli's expression also darken, he replied, I understand. Where is Xiaoxin now? I've told her to sit in a cafe and connect with you. No need, Zhao Yongli said. Just have her send me her location and I'll arrange for someone to go over. You don't have to worry about it, and leave it to me. Thanks, old Zhao. Zhao Yongli snorted. What are you thanking me for? Just stay safe and hand on. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chuan held the device, tightly leaning back against his chair, closing his eyes. His secretary glanced at him through the rearview mirror, wanting to ask something, but swallowed the question. At the City Public Security Bureau, Zhao Yongli hung up the phone and immediately pressed the intercom on his desk. Have Captain Ma from the Criminal Investigation Division come here now. A few minutes later, Captain Ma Guodong from the Criminal Investigation Division entered, standing before Zhao Yongli's desk. Zhao looked up, his expression serious, as if he were a different person from before. Old Ma, there's a task for you. He stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to Ma Guodong. Lin Chuan, you know him, right? Ma Guodong nodded in response. Yes, the former Mayor Lin. His wife is being followed and is currently near the International Mall, Zhao Yongli continued. You need to go in person, bring her back, and find out who is behind this. Remember, be quick and steady, don't alarm them. After receiving the order, Ma Guodong's expression changed, and he straightened his posture. Understood, I will go personally. Zhao Yongli watched him and added, Old Ma, remember not to concern yourself with their background. You know. Ma Guodong nodded. You can count on me. Then Zhao Yongli picked up his phone and dialed Xiaoxin's number. The call connected quickly, and he spoke in a calm but concise manner. Xiaoxin, this is Zhao Yongli, sent by Lin Chuan. Where are you right now? Xiaoxin reported her location, and Zhao Yongli passed the address to Ma Guodong, instructing Xiaoxin, go about your normal activities and don't be nervous. Our people will be there shortly. On the 3rd floor of the mall, Xiaoxin hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and picked up her bag as she left the cafe. She deliberately slowed her pace, wandering between several shops, keeping an eye on the 2 men behind her. The 2 men followed her at a distance, stopping when she stopped and moving when she moved. Their disguises were decent, but having worked in the agency for many years, Xiaoxin had developed a discerning eye. She exited the mall and headed towards a cafe on the corner of the street across. The 2 men exchanged glances and followed her out. 10 minutes later, Ma Guodong arrived with 4 others. They parked their car in an alley across from the cafe, observing for a moment before Ma Guodong took out his phone and dialed Xiaoxin's number. Director Xiao, I'm from Mayor Zhao's office. Please come out of the cafe and walk towards the mall on your left. After entering the mall, act normal, don't look back. Leave the rest to us. Xiaoxin replied and set down her coffee cup, getting up to leave. She walked out of the cafe towards the mall, her pace neither fast nor slow, and the 2 men indeed followed her again. Ma Guodong watched the 2 men closely. Once they passed the alley, he waved his hand. The 4 of them rushed out of the car simultaneously, their movements quick and decisive. Before the 2 men could react, they were pinned to the ground. Don't move. Police. Ma Guodong crouched down to look at the man being restrained, his gaze cold. Who are you? Why are you following the woman in front? The man pinned to the ground struggled briefly, his voice flustered. You've got it wrong. I'm not following her, I'm. Not what? Ma Guodong interrupted him. You followed her from the mall to the cafe, and from the cafe back to the mall. Do you take me for a fool? The man's expression changed, and he spoke rapidly. I'm from the Supreme People's Procurator's Anti-Corruption Bureau. I'm Ho Liangping. This is a misunderstanding. Ma Guodong stared at him for 2 seconds, his expression unchanged. Where's your identification? Ho Liangping was taken aback. His organizational affiliation had already been transferred to Handong, and he had not brought his Jingdu identification. His new ID had yet to be processed. He had come this time without anything. He opened his mouth. I didn't bring my ID, but I am indeed from the Anti-Corruption Bureau. You can call to verify. Hearing this, Ma Guodong laughed, but the smile was not pleasant. Didn't bring your ID, eh? Then come with me. Once we get to the bureau we can verify everything slowly. He waved his hand. Ho Liangping was shoved into the car, his face flushed with anger and urgency. He wanted to call Zhong Xiaoai, but his phone had been confiscated. Next to him, a colleague from the Anti-Corruption Bureau was also pressed into the car. They exchanged a glance, both seeing panic reflected in each other's eyes. In the interrogation room, the lights were bright. Ho Liangping sat in a chair facing Ma Guodong. He adjusted his clothing, trying to appear more composed. I said I am Ho Liangping from the Supreme Prosecutor's Office Anti-Corruption Bureau. Today's incident is a misunderstanding. I was performing my duties investigating a case. Ma Guodong leaned back in his chair, looking at him unhurriedly. Ho Liangping. Fine, I noted that. What case are you investigating? Where are your procedures? Where is your approval? Hearing this, Ho Liangping's expression changed. Procedures. Approval. He had no such documents. This case was one he had taken on personally without reporting it up the chain. He had thought to investigate further before leaving Kyoto to see if he could find any clues. However, seeing Ma Guodong's expression, a smirk formed on his lips. No procedures. No approval. Director Ho, are you joking with me? On the interrogation chair, Ho Liangping's face reddened. I have leads. The target is suspected of corruption. Ma Guodong's smile froze. He slowly straightened his body, locking eyes with Ho Liangping, his voice dropping. What did you say? Say it again. Ho Liangping felt a shiver from Ma Guodong's gaze, but steeled himself to say, I said I am investigating a case. This person may have financial issues. At this point, Ma Guodong interrupted him. Do you know whose wife she is, eh? After a moment of shock, Ho Liangping instinctively replied, Yes, Lin Chuan. Ma Guodong stared at him for a few seconds before suddenly laughing, a hint of mockery in his smile. Director Ho, do you know what rank Lin Chuan is? Vice Ministerial. You, a mere director without procedures and approval, are privately investigating the family of a vice ministerial official. Are you really that ignorant of the rules, or do you have someone backing you? At this moment, Ho Liangping's face went from red to pale. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but found himself speechless. He knew all too well that he had been trapped. Having achieved his goal, Ma Guodong stood up, pushed his chair back, and spoke in a very calm tone. Director Ho, I will report today's incident honestly. You should stay here and wait for further instructions. He turned and walked out of the interrogation room, the door closing behind him. Ho Liangping sat in the chair, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. It's over this time, it's really over. Privately investigating the family of a vice ministerial official is a taboo. To put it mildly, it's a violation. To put it seriously, he dared not think. But he quickly steadied himself. This was Kyoto, not Handong. With Xiaoai and the Zhong family around, the sky wouldn't fall. It was just that this was too embarrassing. Ma Guodong returned to his office and dialed Zhao Yongli's number. Mayor Zhao, we have brought the person back. We have clarified everything. In the office, Zhao Yongli's voice was very serious. Who is it? From the Supreme Prosecutor's Office Anti-Corruption Bureau, named Ho Liangping. Ma Guodong carefully chose his words. He claims he is investigating a case that he was tracking Director Xia for the investigation. He has no procedures, no approval. He did this on his own. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Zhao Yongli asked, does he know who Director Xia is? Yes, he said that Governor Lin's wife might have financial issues. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yongli sneered, a chill evident in his laughter. A director without procedures privately investigating the family of a vice ministerial official. Quite bold. Mayor Zhao, how should we handle this next? Zhao Yongli paused for a moment. Keep him detained for now, but don't let him go. I'll make a call. Understood. Ma Guodong hung up the phone, standing by the window and looking out at the city. The name Ho Liangping sounded familiar to him. The Zhong family, that Zhong family. He shook his head. This matter was beyond his involvement. When Zhao Yongli's call came, Lin Chuan had already returned to his office. He answered and listened for a few moments, his expression darkening. Ho Liangping. His voice was suppressing his anger. Zhao Yongli recounted the interrogation situation in detail. No procedures, no approval. One person with a colleague dared to track the family of a vice ministerial official. During the interrogation, he even claimed it was an investigation of corruption cases. Lin Chuan held the phone, remaining silent for a long time. He didn't understand. He truly didn't understand. Ho Liangping, the director from the Supreme Prosecutor's Office Anti-Corruption Bureau, son-in-law of Zhong Jinghua, he certainly knew this person. In the original story, Ho Liangping was indeed lawless, daring to detain Ding Yizhen without procedures and to intercept Li Dakang's official vehicle on the highway without procedures. He was utterly disorganized and undisciplined. Had his brain been eaten by a dog? He truly didn't understand how someone could be this foolish. Old Zhao, keep him detained for now. His voice was very calm, but Zhao Yongli could hear the suppressed anger beneath that calm. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yongli nodded. Understood. Do you need to give a heads up to the higher-ups on your end? Lin Chuan did not respond, only saying, thanks old Zhao. He'll treat you to drinks another day. After hanging up, he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Zhongjinghua, is this what you tacitly approved? He couldn't fathom it. Was Ho Liangping's brain made of pig's brain? How could he dare to do anything? Without procedures, and without higher-level approval, privately tracking the family of a vice-ministerial official is a taboo. To put it mildly, it is a violation. To put it seriously, it is a political incident. If Zhongjinghua knew, he wouldn't allow this. But if he didn't know, then Ho Liangping was just digging his own grave. Regardless of whether the Zhong family knew, they would have to bear the blame. Lin Chuan opened his eyes, picked up his phone, and scrolled to a number. Secretary Wang, the most influential person in Kyoto. The phone rang twice before connecting. Lin Chuan calling at this hour. What's the matter? Secretary Wang's voice was slow, carrying a hint of cat. At this moment, Lin Chuan took a deep breath, his voice suddenly shifting to one of deliberate grievance and confusion. Old leader, I'm calling to express my grievances to you. On the other end of the line, Secretary Wang paused, confused. What happened? Lin Chuan's voice dropped even lower, as if holding back something. Old leader, I have been diligent and earnest in Handong, and I dare not claim to have made great contributions, but at least I haven't embarrassed the organization, right? I have been working hard on the subway project, handled the Great Wind Factory issue, and the economy in Handong is steadily rising. What have I done wrong for the organization to treat me this way? At this point, Secretary Wang was thoroughly bewildered by his words. Lin Chuan, what exactly are you talking about? Old leader, if you think I'm not capable, just say it. I can go back to Kyoto to be your secretary too. In the provincial government office, Lin Chuan's voice trembled slightly, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Why must someone investigate my wife? She is just an ordinary civil servant juggling work and taking care of the child, working hard. If there is a problem, let it be directed at me. Secretary Wang's voice suddenly turned serious. Wait, what did you say? Who is investigating your wife? Lin Chuan lowered his voice even more, sounding as if he were about to cry. The director from the Supreme Prosecutor's Anti-Corruption Bureau. They followed my wife for an entire afternoon from the shopping mall to the cafe and then back again. If it weren't for Zhao Yongliang helping to detain them, I wouldn't have known about this matter. After a brief silence on the other end of the call, Secretary Wang's voice turned grave. Do they have any official documentation? This is a question that must be clarified. We need to see who is behind this. No, Lin Chuan replied. There is no documentation, no approval. As for whether their organization is aware, I am not sure. In any case, it was just one person who was captured along with a colleague. Secretary Wang remained silent, and Lin Chuan continued, Old leader, since I started working, I have never taken a penny that I shouldn't have. You know me, I have been with you since my youth, and you are aware of my character. I made a little money from stock trading before. If you think it's inappropriate, I will hand it all over. My wife is completely innocent and knows nothing about this. If the organization wants to investigate, let them come after me, but do not involve my family. She is already struggling to balance work and taking care of the child. Secretary Wang interrupted. You don't know Xia Xian just called, crying her eyes out. All right, Secretary Wang interrupted him, his tone laced with frustration. Just stick to the facts, don't bring all this drama to me. What are you trying to act out? Lin Chuan's voice returned to normal, tinged with a hint of laughter. Old leader, I was just afraid you wouldn't take it seriously. At that, Secretary Wang snorted. Wait, I'll ask around. After hanging up, Lin Chuan set down his phone, leaned back in his chair, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. After making this call, regardless of whether Zhongjinghua knew about this matter, he had to provide an explanation. Things had escalated. Holy Yamping, hey, you're even more outrageous than Chen Yanshi. If I don't take you down, I won't be a man. In the capital, after Secretary Wang hung up Lin Chuan's call, he immediately dialed Zhao Yongliang's number, which Zhao had evidently been waiting for, as he picked up quickly. Secretary Wang. Zhao Yongliang's voice was very respectful. Secretary Wang got straight to the point. What's the situation regarding Lin Chuan's wife? Zhao Yongliang recounted everything in detail: the tracking process, the arrest, the interrogation circumstances, and Ho Liangping's identity. With every word he spoke, Secretary Wang's expression darkened further. No official documentation. No approval. Secretary Wang's voice was calm, but Zhao Yongliang could sense the suppressed anger. None, Zhao Yongliang replied. He acted on his own. When asked why, he said he was investigating a case. Secretary Wang fell silent for a few seconds, his voice growing colder. As a director, who gave him the authority to investigate a vice-ministerial-level official? Zhongjinghua. Zhao Yongliang did not dare to respond. Secretary Wang said he understood and hung up the phone. He sat in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table, a fire burning in his chest. Zhongjinghua, what are you doing? Your son-in-law has no documentation and no approval, and is privately investigating the family of a vice-ministerial-level official. If this matter gets out, where will the Discipline Inspection Commission's face go? What about your face, Zhong Zhenghua? Where does Lin Chuan's face go? Where does my face go? He picked up the phone and directly dialed Zhong Zhenghua's number. After a few rings, the call connected. Comrade Zhenghua, are you busy? Secretary Wang's tone was very casual, as if he were just chatting. However, Zhong Zhenghua sensed something was off in his tone. Putting down the document in his hand, he politely asked, Secretary Wang, what's the matter? Secretary Wang did not beat around the bush, his tone slow, but each word was sharp. Comrade Zhenghua, are you trying to investigate me? You can say it outright. I'll come to the Discipline Inspection Commission right away to explain the situation. There's no need to approach it from those below. How troublesome that would be. At that moment, Zhong Zhenghua, who was at the Discipline Inspection Commission, was taken aback, completely perplexed. Old Wang, what do you mean by that? What am I investigating? With a cold sneer, Secretary Wang continued, you don't know? Your good son-in-law Ho Liangping has no documentation, no approval, and is privately tracking down Lin Chuan's wife. He followed her from the shopping mall to the cafe and back again, tracking her for an entire afternoon. So do you want to investigate Lin Chuan? Or do you want to investigate me? At this point, Zhong Zhenghua's expression changed. Ho Liangping, tracking Lin Chuan's wife. His voice dropped. Old Wang, I had no knowledge of this matter. Secretary Wang did not respond, and Zhong Zhenghua added, the paperwork for Ho Liangping's transfer to Handong was just completed, and the work here in Beijing has already been handed over. He cannot still be investigating a case. Is this a misunderstanding? Secretary Wang's voice turned colder, so he did this on his own. A director with no documentation privately investigating the family of a vice-ministerial level official. Comrade Zhenghua, your son-in-law has quite the audacity. Zhong Zhenghua remained silent for a long time, and there was silence on both ends of the call. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and provide an explanation. Zhong Zhenghua's voice was low with a slightly somber tone. Secretary Wang did not say anything further, hanging up the phone. He leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply, and picked up his phone to send Lin Chuan a text message. Focus on your work. This matter will be clarified. When Lin Chuan received the message, he was standing by the window looking at the city outside. Regardless of whether the Zhong family knew about this, the blame was already placed on them. In his view, it was likely that Ho Liangping was acting on his own, but that no longer mattered. How dare Emir Ho Liangping stir up trouble? Did he think he was Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong rebelled in heaven and was sentenced to 500 years. You, an ordinary monkey, stir up trouble in the sea and just get a reduced sentence. In the Discipline Inspection Commission in the capital, Zhong Zhenghua hung up the phone, his face darkened, and after a long silence, he dialed Zhong Xiaoi's number. Xiaoi, what has Ho Liangping been up to lately? At that moment, Zhong Xiaoi was taken aback by her father's question. Isn't he preparing to go to Handong? What's going on? He said he had some business to attend to today and hasn't returned yet. What's wrong? Some business. Zhong Zhenghua's voice suddenly rose. What business could he possibly have? He was tailing Lin Chuan's wife and got detained by Zhao Yongli's people. No official documentation, no authorization, not even his own unit was informed. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Zhong Xiaoai gripped her phone, her face growing steadily paler. Dad, this can't be true. Her voice trembled. Liangping would never. And even as she spoke, she found herself doubting her own words. Given Ho Liangping's temperament, such a reckless act was all too plausible. Would never. Zhong Zhenghua cut her off, barely containing his fury. He's currently locked up in the Public Security Bureau, arrested personally by Zhao Yongli. Secretary Wang called me just now to demand an explanation. So tell me, what exactly would he never do? Zhong Xiao fell silent, her face ashen, eyes brimming with tears. Zhong Zhenghua's voice swelled, as if a long-suppressed inferno had finally erupted. That fool Ho Liangping. A man so foolish he belongs in a museum. I opposed your marriage from the start. You insisted. And now look at what he's done. Tailing Lin Chuan's wife without authorization. What on earth did he intend? People of that rank. If there's no concrete evidence, does it even matter if they're truly compromised? Does a mere department director have the authority to investigate the family of a vice-ministerial level official? Tears streamed down Zhong Xiaoi's cheeks as her voice broke. Dad, but he's still my husband and Haren's father. You can't abandon him. The child is still so young. Zhong Zhenghua paused. His daughter's sobs pierced through the lines, softening his heart for a fleeting moment, though his anger still burned fiercely. He drew a deep breath, his tone easing, but laced with profound disappointment. Xiaoi, it's not that I... But what on earth has he done in conducting an unauthorized investigation into the family of a vice-ministerial cadre? This violates every unwritten rule. If word gets out, where will the Zhong family's dignity stand? This affair shatters protocol itself. Zhong Xiaoai wept quietly, speechless. Not Ho Liangping, she understood full well the magnitude of the disaster he'd unleashed. Zhong Zhenghua sighed, his voice softening entirely. Enough. Don't cry. I'll handle this. But Xiaoai, If this happens again, no one will be able to save him. Then you'll divorce him, and Haoran will change his surname. In Zhong Xiaoai choked out a sob descent. Zhong Zhenghua hung up, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. He couldn't fathom it. How after a lifetime of impeccable reputation, he'd ended up with such a son-in-law. Untrainable, unteachable. Even under his watch in Beijing, Ho Liangping had managed to ignite a scandal of this scale. Once transferred to Handong, far from central oversight, who knew what fresh calamity he might provoke. He opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, mind racing. The damage was done. Ho Liangping's low rank made his transgression all the more damning. By association, the Zhong family was now mired in disgrace, whether guilty or not. This loss had to be accepted. Any attempt to resist both the Zhao family and Secretary Wang would overwhelm even Zhong Zhenghua himself. Now the crux of the matter lay with Lin Chuan. This time, even at great personal cost, certain boundaries must remain inviolable, even for him. To breach them would incite collective outrage. He owed the pragmatic faction a resolution, one that preserved everyone's dignity and face. He picked up his phone, scrolled to a number he'd never dialed before, Lin Chuan. Today that call could no longer. Inside the provincial government office building, Lin Chuan was reviewing documents when his phone rang, a Beijing number unfamiliar. He stared at the screen for 2 seconds, already guessing its origin. The father-in-law of Chongqing Monkey's son-in-law. Setting down his pen, he answered, "Comrade Lin Chuan." "This is Zhong Zhenghua," came the voice on the other end, calm, measured, and courteously restrained. And Lin Chuan instinctively straightened his posture. Zhong Zhenghua, Deputy Secretary of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, father of Zhong Xiaoai, and father-in-law of Ho Liangping. A true power broker. Lin Chuan responded with precisely calibrated deference. "Secretary Zhong, greetings." In Zhong Zhenghua wasted no time. "Comrade Lin Chuan, I'm aware of Ho Liangping's situation. The young man acted rashly, causing distress to you and your family. On his behalf, I offer my sincere apologies. And I hope you'll forgive him this once, for the sake of the party organization." Lin Chuan remained silent, waiting for Zhong Zhenghua to name his price. Zhong Zhenghua clearly grasped the unspoken expectation. After a pause, he continued, "Coincidentally, I have 2 projects at hand. One valued at over 100 billion yuan, another a foreign investment initiative worth several tens of billions. Originally slated for other regions, I've reconsidered. Handong's conditions are exceptionally favorable, vast development potential, and a dynamic, motivated cadre team. What are your thoughts, Comrade Lin Chuan?" And Lin Chuan held the phone, momentarily stunned. 100 billion yuan project. A multi-billion yuan foreign investment. He hadn't expected Zhong Zhenghua to offer stakes of such magnitude. These were likely intended as political capital for Zhong Zhenghua's loyalists, crucial leverage in his bid for governorship or party secretary of another province. Now he was forced to relinquish them. Inwardly, Lin Chuan mused. Secretary Zhong truly lived up to his reputation, generosity dwarfing even that of Little Gold, embodying the very essence of a dignified apology. Grand in scale, sincere in intent. Even for the Zhong family, this was a severe sacrifice. Yet, it wasn't enough. And he reflected, even if Ho Liangping were formally disciplined, expulsion from the party would carry little real consequence. Once Ho arrived in Handong, on Lin Chuan's own turf, the opportunities to dismantle him slowly and thoroughly would be endless. Better to seize this moment and extract something tangible instead. After a thoughtful pause, Lin Chuan replied with feigned humility, "Secretary Zhong, you're far too kind. Youthful mistakes happen, yet you've gone to such lengths to resolve this. It's I who should feel embarrassed." He paused, then shifted tone. "The projects are excellent. Handong certainly needs them. But as for Comrade Ho Liangping's current deputy director-level position, let's set that aside. How about deputy section level? Assign him to Comrade Tian Guofu's team to gain more practical experience." And the line fell silent. Lin Chuan knew Zhong Zhenghua was weighing the terms, but he pressed on, "Secretary Zhong, there's one more matter. I previously had a secretary named Cheng Su, promoted to deputy director-level a year ago. An exceptional talent, especially in economic affairs. I'd like to appoint him mayor of Luzhou City. What are your thoughts?" In hearing this, Zhong Zhenghua remained silent for a long while. A deputy directorate promotion just a year prior, now accelerated to lead one of China's strongest economic cities. The political capital required rival that needed to elevate a full-fledged vice-provincial leader. His appetite, it seemed, exceeded all expectations. Lin Chuan said nothing, simply waited. The office was utterly still save for the quiet ticking of the wall. After an extended silence, Zhong Zhenghua's voice returned, tinged with subtle exhaustion. "Very well. I'll arrange Cheng Su's transfer." A faint smile touched Lin Chuan's lips, though his voice remained respectfully subdued. "Thank you, Secretary Zhong." And on the other end, Zhong Zhenghua added, "Ho Liangping's reassignment will proceed, as you suggested, deputy section level to the Handong Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. I'll expedite the project arrangements. likely within several months. Excellent, Lin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Yet he had no intention of letting Ho Liangping off easily. Now that he was firmly within Lin Chuan's grasp, the interrogation room would likely suffer a power outage today, requiring a recharge via electric baton. Secretary Zhong, one final point: Ho Liangping sustained minor injuries during his arrest due to excessive resistance. We trust you'll understand. We trust you'll understand. Zhong Jinghua was silent for 2 seconds, his voice very calm. Understood. The call ended and Lin Chuan put down his phone, leaning back in his chair and letting out a long breath. He couldn't help but laugh aloud. Ho Liangping's series of maneuvers had cost the Zhong family dearly. 1 trillion project, won several hundred billion project, the position of the mayor of Luzhou, plus Ho Liangping's rise from deputy division chief to deputy department head. Had it not been for the Zhong family currently trying to deal with Zhao Lichuan, they might not have secured such a bounty. This game was played beautifully. Lin Chuan also understood in his heart that Zhong Jinghua was not just offering these resources to protect Ho Liangping. He was not worth that much in resources. Rather, it was to give the power faction an explanation, especially to the old leaders. Such a move was indeed extraordinary. In such a short time, the Zhong family was frightened to this extent. He felt embarrassed to raise the price. Thinking of this, Lin Chuan picked up the internal phone and called Chen Rue. Help me book a flight back to Kyoto as soon as possible. Chen Rue responded and went to arrange it. Lin Chuan stood up, walked to the window, the sunlight warming his face. He squinted, gazing at the city outside, feeling particularly pleasant. This time, returning to Kyoto, he had to thank old Zhao properly and also visit the old leader. As for the 2 projects sent by the Zhong family, they needed careful planning about where they would fit best. He already had a rough idea of the position, which was Luzhou. Cheng Su, his former secretary, was quite capable. He could be considered the closest ally, just like his relationship with the old leader. 10 years ago, he was falsely accused and ended up in the Discipline Inspection Commission. The old leader was also in a difficult position. This kid endured for 3 days in the interrogation room. His abilities in economics were strong, especially concerning people's livelihood. At this moment, Lin Chuan thought of Ho Liangping, a faint cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Deputy Division Chief under Tian Gufa's command would take it slow in Handong. Was expulsion from the party enough? After the call ended, Lin Chuan leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. He picked up his phone and dialed Zhao Yongli's number. Old Zhao, it's me. His voice lowered, carrying a casual tone. Zhao Yongli's voice came from the other end of the line, filled with mirth. Governor Lin, what's the matter this time? I've taken care of your wife's matter. She's being held until you decide what to do. Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled and replied, Old Zhao, let her go tomorrow. But tonight, please take good care of her. On the other end, Zhao Yongli was taken aback. What kind of care? As long as she is alive and can walk, superficial injuries are no big deal. Lin Chuan's tone was very calm, as if discussing something utterly ordinary. I will take responsibility for all issues. Hearing this, Zhao Yongli fell silent for 2 seconds, his tone turning serious. Understood, don't worry. Tonight, I think there will be a power outage in the interrogation room. But don't worry, the stun batons are definitely fully. Seeing this, Lin Chuan smiled and said, I'll treat you to drinks tomorrow at noon, same place. Sure, I'll wait for you. The 2 exchanged polite words and hung up the phone. Lin Chuan let out a long breath and turned to look out the window. Ho Liangping, enjoy yourself tonight. Since you don't know the rules, I'll teach you a lesson. At this moment, Chen Rue knocked and entered. Governor Lin, the flight ticket is booked. It's a flight at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Chuan nodded. Good. Let's have a simple lunch and leave after eating. Lunch was at the provincial government cafeteria, very simple, and Lin Chuan ate quickly. Chen Rue sat opposite, also eating a few bites. After finishing, the 2 got in the car and headed straight to the airport. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the flight took off on time. Lin Chuan leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, his mind spinning with the plans ahead. The 2 projects sent by the Zhong family needed careful planning. The position of the mayor of Luzhou was given to Cheng Su. That kid should be able to hold it down. As for Ho Liangping, at the deputy division level, he would be placed under Tian Guofu's command and take it slow. Rules. I'll use the rules to destroy you. In Handong, don't think that just because you're not Sun Wukong, even if you were, you wouldn't escape my 5-finger mountain. More than an hour later, the plane landed at Kyoto International Airport. Lin Chuan stepped out into the arrival hall, where a black sedan was already waiting at the door. The license plate belonged to the Handong provincial office in Beijing, and the driver was a middle-aged man who quickly approached Lin Chuan upon seeing him. Governor Lin, you've worked hard on the way. The driver opened the car door for him. Lin Chuan nodded, got into the back seat, and Chen Rue followed, sitting in the front passenger seat. The car drove out of the airport and onto the highway. Outside, Kyoto appeared gray, but as Lin Chuan looked at the familiar buildings, he felt an inexplicable sense of calm. Let's go home first. The driver responded, and the car headed towards the city center. By the time they arrived home, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Lin Chuan asked Chen Rui to return to the Beijing office to stand by and took his bag upstairs. He took out his keys and opened the door. The living room was quiet. After changing his shoes and stepping inside, he saw Xia Xian sitting on the sofa looking at her phone. "You're back." She looked up, glanced at him, and then lowered her head to continue looking at her phone, her tone indifferent. Lin Chuan walked over, sat down beside her, and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "Are you okay?" Hearing this, Xia Xian hummed, pushing his hand away. "How would you know if I'm okay or not?" Seeing this, Lin Chuan smiled and didn't lean closer. Xia Xian stood up, looked at him, and still in an indifferent tone, said, "Go take a shower. You smell of sweat." After saying this, she turned and went into the bedroom. The door didn't close, and Lin Chuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. He stood up and went to wash up in the bathroom. When he came out, the bedroom light was already dimmed. An hour later, Lin Chuan was half reclined against the headboard, his arm around Xia Xian, whose hair was spread across his chest, breathing evenly. He looked down at her and gently brushed aside the strands of hair on her forehead. After a while, "Let's go to Handong." Lin Chuan's voice was soft. "Find a leisurely job to rest. It's too tiring." Hearing this, Xia Xian did not raise her head, merely replying with an aho. After a moment, she said, "Our daughter is coming back tonight. I'll prepare something delicious." Lin Chuan shook his head. "I need to visit the old leader tonight. Do you and our daughter want to come along? Let's go eat something substantial together." The old leader has no children. His son and daughter-in-law have both found glory, leaving only a granddaughter studying. It's just right to take Xia Xian and their daughter along to liven up the old leader and Aunt Qin. Xia Xian fell silent for a moment and said, "I want go. My daughter and I will eat at home. You go ahead." Seeing this, Lin Chuan nodded, said nothing more, and got up to put on his clothes, moving a bit slower than usual. As he reached the door, he supported his waist, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Xia Xian saw this from behind, the corners of her mouth curling slightly, but she said nothing. "All right, stop putting on a show of hardship. The next pocket money will be doubled. Just keep the money safe, don't let your daughter scam you again." "That little girl, do you think I wouldn't know her tricks?" Lin Chuan's face showed some embarrassment, but he still held his ground. "It's not that I'm yielding to her, I just think she's pitiful." Upon hearing this, Xia Xian smiled and said, "All right, hurry up and go." Lin Chuan stepped out, went down the stairs, and the car was already waiting in the garage. Chen Rui stood by the car holding a bag and approached as Lin Chuan came out. "Director Lin, the marinated beef you wanted from that place you mentioned." Lin Chuan took the bag, sniffed it, and smiled. "This is the right flavor. The old leader likes this kind of thing." He got into the car, and Chen Rui sat in the passenger seat. The car drove out of the neighborhood as Lin Chuan took out his phone and dialed Secretary Wang's number. After a few rings, the call connected. "Old leader, where are you? Have you finished work?" Lin Chuan's voice carried a hint of flattery. Secretary Wang's voice came from the other end, playfully scolding, "You rascal, get to the point." With a chuckle, Lin Chuan continued, "I've returned to Kyoto and am planning to drop by your place for dinner. I brought your favorite marinated beef. How about some drinks tonight?" Upon hearing this, Secretary Wang paused and scolded again. "You rascal, are you coming to mooch off me? I was just about to head home. You go ahead. Call me when you arrive." "All right," Lin Chuan replied. The call ended and Lin Chuan told the driver the address. The driver acknowledged and turned the car around, heading in the opposite direction. Chen Rui, sitting in the passenger seat, felt a jolt when he heard the term old leader. There aren't many people who can earn such respect from Director Lin in all of Kyoto. He secretly glanced at Lin Chuan in the rearview mirror, his expression becoming even more respectful. Secretary Wang, after hanging up the phone, called home, and his wife picked up. "Old lady, that brat Lin Chuan is coming over for dinner. Prepare a couple more dishes." Qin Yes' voice came from the other end, filled with a bit of surprise. "Xiao Chuan is coming." All right. He'll go prepare right now. He loves sweet and sour ribs, and also that braised fish." Secretary Wang couldn't help but grunt. "You only know how to pamper him." "What's wrong with pampering him? He's better than you. Hurry back, don't keep him waiting." Hearing this, Secretary Wang shook his head, hung up the phone, and packed up to go home. The vehicle from the Beijing office drove through several streets, turning into a tree-lined avenue where tall sycamores shaded the sky. The road was quiet, with only a few cars passing by occasionally. After a few more minutes, a checkpoint appeared ahead with the road blocked by a barrier. The driver slowed the car and stopped in front of the checkpoint. Lin Chuan looked outside and said to the driver, "Just stop here." The driver acknowledged and parked on the roadside. Lin Chuan opened the door and got out holding the bag of marinated beef. Chen Rui wanted to follow, but Lin Chuan waved his hand and said, "You can go back." He carried the bag and walked toward the main gate. Before he had taken a few steps, several people by the road noticed him. They were dressed in dark jackets, standing upright with vigilant expressions. Upon seeing Lin Chuan carrying something, two of them exchanged glances and walked straight over. "Comrade, what business do you have?" One person stopped him, scanning his face and the bag in his hand. Lin Chuan stood still, unfazed, and said, I am Lin Chuan, the Executive Vice Governor of Handong Province, here to visit Secretary Wang. The person's gaze softened a bit, but he still didn't step aside. Please wait a moment while I confirm. Just then a black car drove up from outside, stopping in front of the checkpoint. The window rolled down, revealing the face of Secretary Wang's secretary. He saw Lin Chuan and paused for a moment before turning to look at the back seat. Secretary Wang, it's Director Lin. The window in the back seat also rolled down. Secretary Wang leaned out and saw Lin Chuan standing at the gate holding the bag with 2 guards beside him, unable to help but laugh. You rascal, get in here. Upon seeing the old leader's car, Lin Chuan immediately smiled and jogged over, circling to the other side, opening the door and squeezing in. Old leader, isn't this a bit awkward? I feel bad about this. He grinned, lifting the bag in his hand. I brought you marinated beef from an old brand. Seeing this, Secretary Wang shot him a glare. What are you pretending for? If you're embarrassed, get out and go run. Lin Chuan placed the bag on his lap, leaning back against the seat, smiling even more happily. Forget it, I can't run anymore. Secretary Wang snorted and said to the driver, go. The car passed the checkpoint, driving further along the tree-lined road where the trees became denser and the houses more sparse. Neither of them mentioned what had happened today. After a few more minutes, they stopped in front of a small building, not tall, with red bricks and gray tiles and a few osmanthus trees at the entrance. The two got out of the car, with Secretary Wang walking in front and Lin Chuan following behind, still holding the bag. The door opened and Aunt Qin stood at the entrance wearing an apron and with her hands still wet. Xiao Chuan. Upon seeing Lin Chuan, her face immediately blossomed with a smile as she hurried over. It's been a long time since I last saw you. You've lost weight. Lin Chuan quickly stepped forward and cheerfully called Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin grabbed his hand, looked him over, and said with concern, are you not eating well in Handong? Look at you, your complexion isn't as good as before. She bent down and took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet, placing them by Lin Chuan's feet. Come on, change into these. Auntie made sweet and sour ribs for you, and also your favorite braised fish. Lin Chuan changed into the slippers, being pulled by Aunt Qin into the house, while Secretary Wang stood at the door, shaking his head helplessly at the scene. After waiting for a while, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he couldn't help but cough. Aunt Qin turned back to glance at him, her smile fading a bit. What are you standing there for? Are you waiting for me to get you slippers? Hurry up and come in to help me. Secretary Wang opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing Aunt Qin already pulling Lin Chuan into the living room, he could only bend down to get slippers for himself. Lin Chuan turned back to glance at him, unable to resist smiling. He walked over, took a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet, and placed them by Secretary Wang's feet. Old leader, please. Secretary Wang shot him a glare. You rascal, what are you showing off for? But he still put on the slippers and followed him into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Aunt Qin was busy with soup simmering on the stove, fish frying in the pan, and vegetables being chopped on the cutting board. Secretary Wang walked over, rolling up his sleeves. What do you want me to do? Without looking back, Aunt Qin replied, peel that garlic. Secretary Wang responded and picked up the garlic to start peeling, while Lin Chuan stood at the kitchen door, watching the scene with warmth in his heart. He walked and rolled up his sleeves. Aunt Qin, it'll help too. At that moment, Aunt Qin hurriedly stopped him. No need, just sit down. There's fruit in the living room, eat some first to tide you over. Seeing this, Lin Chuan smiled and said, Aunt Qin, I've been eating in the cafeteria every day in Handong. It's been a long time since I've had home-cooked food. Just let me help out, even if it's just to smell the aroma. Aunt Qin was amused by him and pointed to the vegetables beside her, then go wash the vegetables. Sure. Lin Chuan rolled up his sleeves, turned on the faucet, and began washing the vegetables. Secretary Wang handed the peeled garlic to Aunt Qin, who took it, chopped it, and added it to the pan. The oil sizzled, and the fragrance instantly filled the entire kitchen. The three of them busied themselves in the kitchen without speaking, but the atmosphere was very comfortable. After washing the vegetables, Lin Chuan handed them to Aunt Qin, who took them and began to stir-fry. Secretary Wang stood aside, unsure of what to do, following Aunt Qin's instructions to pass salt and soy sauce. The table was filled with dishes: sweet and sour ribs, braised fish, garlic greens, old hen soup, and Aunt Qin's special braised pork, which Lin Chuan loved the most. Secretary Wang sat at the head of the table, Lin Chuan beside him, and Aunt Qin across from them. A bottle of Maotai was opened on the table, the aroma of the wine blending with the fragrance of the dishes, filling the room with warmth. Lin Chuan poured wine for both of them, and Aunt Qin cautioned, drink less, you both should drink less. Especially you. She looked at Secretary Wang, her tone leaving no room for argument. You're getting older, have high blood pressure, don't drink too much. Secretary Wang raised his wine glass at the dining table, glanced at Aunt Qin, and mumbled, I know, just 2 cups. Lin Chuan also raised his glass, smiling. Aunt Qin, don't worry, you'll keep an eye on the old leader and won't let him drink too much. Hearing this, Aunt Qin snorted, you're watching him. It's good enough if you don't pour him more. Lin Chuan chuckled, not replying, and the two clinked their glasses, each taking a sip. The wine was good, smooth on the palate with a long aftertaste. Lin Chuan picked up a piece of braised pork and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, his eyes lit up. "Aunt Chen, your cooking is still so amazing." He gave a thumbs up. "I think about this taste every day in Handong." Aunt Chen, pleased by his compliment, added another piece for him. "If you like it, eat more." Looking on, Secretary Wang remarked, "You've really lost weight." Lin Chuan laughed and poured another glass for Secretary Wang. They chatted while eating, discussing matters in Handong, the situation in Kyoto, not speaking much, but enjoying themselves. Aunt Chen listened from the side, occasionally interjecting, asking Lin Chuan if it was cold in Handong, if he was eating well, and if he was going to bed on time. Lin Chuan answered one by one, making Aunt Chen laugh. After several rounds of drinks and various dishes, Secretary Wang put down his chopsticks and glanced at Lin Chuan. "Are you full? Let's go to the study." Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan also put down his chopsticks and nodded. Aunt Chen told both of them, "Go ahead, you don't need to help here." Lin Chuan followed Secretary Wang into the study. The study was small, with one wall lined with bookshelves filled with books. There was a large desk with writing utensils and a pot of orchids well taken care of on the windowsill. Lin Chuan walked to the cabinet with ease, opened the door, and took out a jar of tea leaves. Seeing the jar of tea leaves, Secretary Wang smiled and scolded, "You brat, you always pick the good stuff." Lin Chuan shook the jar of tea leaves with a smile. "Old leader, how long has this Han Chao been kept? If we don't drink it soon, it will expire." "Even if it expires, it's still good." Secretary Wang sat down on the sofa and pointed to the tea set. "Brew it up." Lin Chuan placed the jar of tea on the table, opened the lid, and a fragrant aroma wafted out. He skillfully heated the pot, added tea, poured water, rinsed the tea, and poured water again. His movements were fluid and graceful. Once done, he poured a cup for Secretary Wang, presenting it with both hands. Secretary Wang took it, sipped, and nodded, "Not bad." Lin Chuan also poured himself a cup. After sipping a few times, Secretary Wang set down his cup, leaning back against the sofa while looking at Lin Chuan. "So what did Zhong Jinghua say?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan set down his cup and reported everything Zhong Jinghua had said over the phone, clearly and thoroughly. He talked about the trillion-level project, the hundreds of billions of foreign investment projects, Cheng Su going to Luzhu to become mayor, and Ho Liangping's promotion from deputy director to deputy division chief. He didn't embellish or conceal anything, speaking clearly. Secretary Wang listened, somewhat surprised. He picked up his teacup, took another sip, fell silent for a few seconds, and slowly nodded. Zhong Jinghua has bled a lot this time. His sincerity is quite sufficient. He set down his cup, a slight smile on his lips. He has gained a good son-in-law. He's fortunate. Lin Chuan could detect the sarcasm in his words, chuckling. Indeed, Zhong Jinghua is quite lucky. He found a golden son-in-law. He truly is blessed. Secretary Wang looked at him and asked, "What are your thoughts on those two projects?" After thinking for a moment, Lin Chuan replied, "I can still handle things in Handong. Old leader, if you need it, I can place it elsewhere as well." Secretary Wang waved his hand, interrupting him, "Let Handong go. You just transferred here and need an economic boost. The items sent by the Zhong family should not be refused." Seeing this, Lin Chuan nodded, no longer declining. Secretary Wang continued, "Cheng Su is a good person suitable for Luozhou. He is adept at economics, but he has progressed a bit too quickly, which may hinder future developments." Lin Chuan understood his meaning and nodded, saying, "Yes, once in Luozhou, it's best to spend a few years honing my skills in a department-level position without rushing upward." Secretary Wang nodded in satisfaction at this scene, leaning back against the sofa, his gaze drifting to the ceiling, as if lost in thought. "You too," he said slowly. "Once old Lu from Handong retires, I intend to push you up. By then, serving a full term will lead to natural advancements afterward." Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's back instinctively straightened. Governor Lu was approaching retirement, and many were eyeing that position. The political path emphasizes quick progress. A swift step forward leads to quick advancement, while a slow step leads to a prolonged stagnation. Taking that crucial step forward would represent a qualitative leap, which is also one of the meanings of his arrival in Handong. As long as he could withstand the test when the position became vacant, he could naturally ascend to it. However, if he could not withstand the test, he would need to continue practicing. Lin Chuan remained silent, waiting for Secretary Wang to continue. But the most important thing is still the results. Secretary Wang looked at him, his expression turning serious. "We must not only focus on the economy, we must also ensure that people's livelihoods are well managed. We cannot let the economy improve only to be criticized by the populace. If GDP rises but the people are dissatisfied, that is a failure." Listening to the admonition, Lin Chuan nodded solemnly. "I understand." Secretary Wang lifted his teacup and took another sip, his tone softening. "I know all about your confrontations with Sha Ruiqin and Handong." Lin Chuan was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "Old leader, of course you know everything. You should check who your leader is. Secretary Wang snorted upon hearing this, setting down his cup. There's no problem with competition. We pragmatists cannot solely focus on the economy. Those who cannot compete are destined to fail in managing the economy. Lin Chuan listened earnestly, not speaking, just nodding. Secretary Wang continued. Sha Ruiqin is preparing to combat corruption in Handong, but who is he targeting? That point is not important. What's important is that you must ensure the economy rises steadily and does not descend into chaos. The Zhong family is currently fully focused on dealing with Zhao Lichuan, but progress is slow, which has already raised dissatisfaction within the organization. In the end, it seems there will be no winners in the conflict between the two families. Hearing this, Lin Chuan nodded, recalling how in the original work Sha Ruiqin brought chaos to Handong, causing the economy to stagnate, and the political and legal systems to fall into disarray, resulting in mutual destruction. Ultimately, it allowed Tian Guofu, this old schemer, to reap the benefits. In this life, this fruit should not be picked by that third secretary. Secretary Wang looked at him, his gaze carrying a hint of expectation. My position is about to change. Lin Chuan's heart jolted. He did not ask, but he had already formed a guess. You can rest assured. Secretary Wang's voice was not loud, but each word was heavy. As long as you achieve results, no one can take away your fruits. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan nodded solemnly. Old leader, I understand. The two continued to chat for a while about the economic situation in Handong, the progress of the subway project, and matters concerning Tizai. Secretary Wang asked about Qi Tongwei and Gao Yuliang, and Lin Chuan answered truthfully. Secretary Wang nodded, offering no further comment. The night outside deepened, and Secretary Wang glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 9 o'clock. All right, it's time to go back. He stood up. There are still matters to attend to tomorrow. Lin Chuan also stood up, responding affirmatively. He glanced at the teapot on the table, reached out to grab it, and naturally tucked it into his pocket. At that moment, Secretary Wang stared at his actions, momentarily stunned, then laughed in anger. What are you doing? Lin Chuan chuckled, patting his pocket. Hee, it's obvious, isn't it? Old leader, you can't finish all this tea. Let me help you take care of it. Secretary Wang shook his head in exasperation. You rascal. I still have good cigarettes here. Do you want some? Lin Chuan's eyes lit up instantly. He knew the old leader was being sarcastic, but he had a thick skin and took it seriously. He turned around, walked to the cupboard, opened the door, and began to rummage. Old leader, where are the goods? Let me help you find them, he asked sincerely while rummaging. Secretary Wang stood by, watching him search through the cupboard, speechless with anger. He walked over, pulled Lin Chuan out, and took out 2 packs of cigarettes from the back of the cupboard, stuffing them into his arms. Take them. Hurry up and get out. His voice was loud, but his eyes were filled with amusement. You rascal, stir up some trouble for me in Handong, understand? Take the goods and scram. Holding the cigarettes, Lin Chuan grinned from ear to ear. Old leader, I'm just looking out for you. Smoking less is good for your health. I'm young and I'm fine. Seeing Lin Chuan take advantage and then pretend to be innocent, Secretary Wang raised his hand to hit him. Lin Chuan, clutching the cigarettes, turned and ran away, moving as swiftly as a rabbit. Secretary Wang watched his figure disappear at the door, unable to help but exclaim, what a bandit, even more of a bandit than I was back in the day. Running out of the study, Lin Chuan nearly collided with Aunt Qin in the living room. Aunt Qin was carrying out fruit, and paused for a moment upon seeing him holding cigarettes and with a bulging pocket. Xiao Chuan, what's this? Lin Chuan chuckled, about to explain, when Secretary Wang walked out of the study and shot him a glare. Aunt Qin looked at Lin Chuan, then at Secretary Wang, understanding everything. She shook her head with a smile, not scolding Lin Chuan, but glaring at Secretary Wang. You too, if you're giving something, just give it a what kind of look is that? Secretary Wang, caught off guard, opened his mouth to say something, but swallowed it back. Aunt Qin held Lin Chuan back, not letting him leave. It's so late. You should stay here. I've already prepared the guest room. Seeing this, Lin Chuan smiled and said, Aunt Qin, my wife and kids are waiting at home. Next time I promise I will stay. Hearing him say this, Aunt Qin did not press further. She took out 2 bottles of wine from the cupboard and stuffed them into Lin Chuan's hands. Take these and drink when you get back. Lin Chuan hugged the cigarettes in one hand and held the wine in the other, saying how it was too much and how could he accept it, but his hands were steady as he received them. Aunt Qin was amused by him and patted his hand, saying, be careful on the road. He took the items from Lin Chuan's hands and smiled. Governor Lin, Secretary Wang arranged for me to Lin Chuan nodded, got into the car, and as it slowly drove out of the small courtyard, he glanced back. The villa's lights were still on, and Aunt Qin stood at the door waving at him. He lowered the car window and waved back. The car turned around the corner and disappeared from view. Lin Chuan leaned back in his seat, letting out a long sigh. He had tea leaves tucked away and a cigarette in hand with 2 bottles of wine in the trunk. This trip had yielded considerable rewards. Outside the car window, the nightscape of Kyoto was beautiful, with neon lights flickering and traffic flowing like a river. Lin Chuan closed his eyes, already calculating his work after returning. Luzhou is a good place. The pollution problem in the food city, in his view, shouldn't be dealt with in a one-size-fits-all manner. As long as pollution treatment is done well, it can still be a landmark building. It can not only attract tourists, but also provide a place for locals to enjoy on weekends, helping to develop the economy. Moreover, isn't all the pollution in Moonlight Lake solely the fault of Luzhou's food city? It's not just Luzhou City that borders Moonlight Lake, and pollution isn't caused by just one food city. People's livelihoods matter, the pollution in Moonlight Lake must be resolved quickly, and the subway project must be advanced without fail. That naive youth Yizhen only knows how to demolish the food city. He is stubborn and lacks flexibility. Such a person is only suited for jobs that offend others. He is not fit to govern. Is he a good official? In some respects, Yizhen is unworthy. Is he a clean official? For someone whose main profession is selling tea and who serves as an official part-time, he is also unworthy. The organization has not failed to give him opportunities. He was entrusted with important responsibilities, but what was the outcome? He proved to be of little use. The secretary of Luzhou City, Gao Yuliang, was someone he promoted himself, and the mayor is Cheng Su. With these two around, Yizhen cannot stir up any trouble. I only hope that when the inspection team comes to Handong, he doesn't create any public incidents for me. In the deep night, only a desk lamp illuminated the study. Zhao Lichuan sat in a mahogany chair, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, smoke rising slowly in the light. He had been sitting like this for a long time, and the ashtray was filled with cigarette butts. The Zhong family has stumbled this time, provoking the faction of Secretary Wang. He never expected that Zhong Zhengguo's son-in-law, that naive youth, would be foolish enough to track Lin Chuan's wife, nor did he foresee the steep price Zhong Zhengguo would pay. A project worth hundreds of billions plus the position of mayor of Luzhou City. The Zhong family has suffered a severe blow this time. Zhao Lichuan took a deep drag on his cigarette and slowly exhaled. Now all he needed to do was stabilize the fundamentals of Handong and avoid any issues. Dealing with the Zhong family from Kyoto wouldn't be so challenging. As long as he can hold on for another 6 months, by then, even if the Zhong family wants to do something, they will have no way to affect him. He has already noticed that the organization is somewhat dissatisfied with the conflicts between the two families. Neither the Zhong family nor the Zhao family will emerge as winners. However, who suffers more severely is still a matter of debate. As long as Handong remains stable, he can simply retire, forcibly replacing Zhong Zhenghua. Zhao Lichuan had been kind all his life, but unexpectedly encountered a group of lawless individuals. He extinguished the cigarette butt and lit another one. Suddenly, there was a commotion downstairs. Zhao Lichuan frowned, stood up, and walked out of the study. At the staircase, Zhao Ruolong was wobbling up, reeking of alcohol, his tie askew, humming an unknown tune. Zhao Liken's anger flared immediately. Unfilial son, kneel down. Zhao Ruolong was startled by the shout, sobering up significantly. He looked up to see his father standing at the study door, his face pale with anger. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Dad, all the things you've done in Handong, you need to rein them in. Zhao Lichuan walked up to him, looking down from a high position. His voice was not loud, but every word fell like a stone. Whatever Gao Yuliang and Li Dakong want to do, you must cooperate unconditionally. Don't worry about that little bit of money. Zhao Ruolong knelt on the ground with his head bowed, the corner of his mouth slightly curling in disdain. Zhao Lichuan saw this and trembled with anger. He raised his hand as if to strike, but lowered it again. This son, a stubborn pig, is impervious to persuasion. It's pointless to say anything. Moreover, he owes this unfilial son. He turned around and walked a few steps, suddenly stopping as a thought flashed through his mind. Zhong family's good son-in-law, Ho Yangping. That fool who is probably still sitting in the Public Security Bureau now. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Zhao Ruolong. The more he looked, the more pleasing he appeared. Though he is of no use, at least he hasn't been foolish enough to track the wife of a deputy minister. Get up, Zhao Lichuan said. Go take a shower, then come to my study. Zhao Ruolong got up and walked away with his head down. Zhao Lichuan stood in the corridor, watching his son's back, shaking his head before turning back to the study. In the study, the smoke had not yet dissipated. He sat back in his chair and lit another cigarette. In the interrogation room of the Kyoto Municipal Public Security Bureau, Ho Yangping sat on an iron chair, his face grim. His hands were cuffed to the armrests, and he had been sitting for half a day, feeling sore, hungry, and thirsty. I want to eat. I want to drink. He suddenly shouted, his voice echoing in the small interrogation room. You are violating the regulations. I am from the Anti-Corruption Bureau. You have no right to do this. No one paid attention to Ho Yangping. After calling out a few times, he gasped for breath, leaned back against the chair, and stared at the tightly closed door. He had already cursed everyone he could think of in his heart, but after that no one came. In the monitoring room, Ma Guodong leaned back in his chair, watching the twisted face of Ho Yangping on the screen, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. This time he had to handle this matter beautifully. Oh, as for whether it violated regulations or not, that was What mattered was that when the sky fell, someone would hold it up, and once certain actions were taken, progress would not be far behind. He was simply too eager for advancement. Ma Guodong glanced at the clock on the wall, 9:40 in the evening. It was about time. He said to his trusted aide, "Turn off the surveillance." The aide replied, and after a few operations the screen darkened. Ma Guodong stood up, took an electric batten off the wall, and pressed the switch, the blue arc crackling. He took a glance, nodded in satisfaction, and said to his aide, "Let's go." The aide also took an electric batten from the wall, and followed behind. The two walked out of the monitoring room, their footsteps echoing in the corridor. The corridor was bright, illuminating the floor to a pale white. Ma Guodong walked ahead, his pace neither fast nor slow, as if he were going to a date of intimate contact with Ho Liangping. The door to the interrogation room opened. Ho Liangping looked up and saw two people walking in. He recognized that the one in front was Ma Guodong, followed by a young police officer holding something. His gaze fell on those items, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Electric batons. "Captain Ma, what do you—" His voice was somewhat tense, but he still tried to maintain his composure. "I warn you, I am from the Anti-Corruption Bureau. What you are doing is illegal." Ma Guodong ignored him, walked to the opposite side, leaned against the wall, and toyed with the electric batten in his hand. The blue arc flickered under the light, emitting a sizzling sound. Ho Liangping's face gradually turned pale. "Captain Ma, my father-in-law is Zhong Zhenghua." His voice trembled a little. "You can't treat me like this." Ma Guodong raised his head, looking at him with a puzzled expression. He turned to his aide beside him and asked seriously, "What did he say?" The aide was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. "He didn't say anything." Just as he finished speaking, he slapped Ho Liangping across the mouth. The sound was crisp, echoing in the interrogation room. Ho Liangping was hit, his head tilted, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He widened his eyes in shock and anger, but before he could react, Ma Guodong had already straightened up and walked towards him. Director Ho. Ma Guodong's voice was soft, like coaxing a child. "What did you just say your father-in-law's name was?" "I didn't hear clearly. Could you say it again?" Ho Liangping opened his mouth, seeing the electric batten in Ma Guodong's hand, and swallowed the words he was about to say. His lips trembled, blood flowing down from the corner of his mouth. "That's right, the less you say, the less I hear. This is better for everyone." Ma Guodong smiled, patted his face lightly, as if comforting him. Then he pressed the switch of the electric batten, the blue arc jumping close to Ho Liangping's thigh. "Ah!" A short, sharp scream echoed in the interrogation room, quickly muffled. In the corridor, the on-duty police officers heard the sound, exchanged glances, then lowered their heads to continue looking at their phones. No one spoke, and no one walked over. In the monitoring room, the screen was dark. The red indicator light flashed. When Lin Chuan got home, the living room light was still on, and he pushed the door open, startling the person on the sofa. Xia Xian was leaning there, a blanket over her legs, remote control in hand, watching TV, while their daughter Lin Xinyao sat beside her, hugging a pillow, her eyes glued to the screen, watching a romance drama. "Dad is back." Lin Xinyao turned her head upon hearing the noise, tilting her head and smiling at it. She put down the pillow, jumped off the sofa, and ran over, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the items in Lin Chuan's hands. "Dad, what do you have?" Lin Xinyao reached out to grab it. Lin Chuan handed her the wine and tea leaves, but hid the cigarettes behind his back. She took the wine and tea leaves, but her keen eyes quickly spotted the items hidden behind him. "Cigarettes." She pouted, huffed, put down the wine and tea leaves on the table, and reached behind him to take the cigarettes, holding them seriously. "Dad, smoke less, it's bad for your health. This is confiscated." Lin Chuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing his daughter's small, adult-like demeanor, he swallowed his words. Lin Xinyao, holding the cigarettes, skipped into the kitchen, saying, as she ran, "I'll make you a cup of honey water." Lin Chuan stood at the door, sighing helplessly. It was hard to get these from his old leader, and now it was all gone. At this moment, Xia Xian was watching him from the sofa, a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, but she said nothing. Lin Chuan walked over, sat beside her, and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Xia Xian pushed his hand away, her tone indifferent. "Go take a shower, you smell of alcohol." Seeing this, Lin Chuan smiled, stood up, and walked towards the bathroom. In the kitchen, Lin Zinyo's voice came, "Dad, the honey water is on the table, remember to drink it." "Got it," Lin Chuan replied, feeling warm inside. The next noon, Lin Chuan arranged to meet Zhao Yongli for a meal, the place being their usual spot, an unassuming private kitchen without a sign, but the dishes were authentic. Zhao Yongli arrived before him, sitting in the private room drinking tea. When he saw Lin Chuan come in, he stood up and jokingly scolded, "Governor Lin, your airs are getting bigger." Hearing this, Lin Chuan walked over with a smile, shook hands with him, and patted his shoulder. "Old Zhao, thanks for this matter." Zhao Yongli waved his hand and pulled him to sit at the table. "What thanks? Your business is my business. Come, let's have a drink first." They had a few drinks and chatted about matters between Jingdu and Handong. Zhao Yongli asked about Ho Liangping, and Lin Chuan briefly mentioned it. Zhao Yongli smiled, shook his head, and did not ask further. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lin Chuan raised his glass looking at Zhao Yongli, and said seriously, "Old Zhao, was the hit too hard?" Zhao Yongli picked up a piece of food chewed, and said, "It's fine, let him remember a bit. Just skin-deep injuries, no impact. Probably just some mental trauma." Hearing this, Lin Chuan nodded, and clinked glasses with him, saying thank you. After finishing his drink, Zhao Yongli put down his cup, looked at Lin Chuan, and spoke seriously, "If you need anything, just call me." Lin Chuan nodded again, not saying anything more. The two continued to drink for a while before parting ways. Back home in the afternoon, Lin Chuan accompanied Xia Xian and Lin Xinyao to stroll around the mall. Lin Xinyao held his hand, constantly wanting to see this, and by that chattering nonstop. Xia Xian walked beside them, occasionally chiming in, her lips always curved into a smile. Lin Chuan watched them, and thought to himself, such days are truly wonderful. In the evening, after Lin Xinyao fell asleep, Lin Chuan and Xia Xian sat on the balcony sipping tea. Xia Xian leaned on his shoulder, and softly said, "When you go to Handong, take care of yourself." Lin Chuan held her hand, and nodded. The next morning, as Lin Chuan prepared to return, Chen Rui was already waiting downstairs. The car was ready. Lin Chuan bid farewell to Xia Xian and Lin Xinyao, hugging his daughter. Lin Xinyao wrapped her arms around his neck, and said, "Dad, come back early. Also, you must take good care of your living expenses." Hearing this, Lin Chuan responded with a smile, and turned to leave. At the same time, outside the Kyoto City Public Security Bureau, Ho Liangping was escorted out by 2 police officers. He had been inside for 2 days and nights without sleep, not a single wink of rest. Bright lights shone down on him, and every now and then someone would splash cold water on him. He couldn't remember when he had last slept, or if he had slept at all. Ho Liangping's eyes were bloodshot, his face pale, his lips cracked, and a scabbed wound was visible at the corner of his mouth. His clothes were wrinkled, stained with water, and bore several inconspicuous marks. He stood there, his legs trembling, the sunlight hitting him as he squinted, resembling a rat dragged out of its hole. There was no hatred in his gaze, no anger, no spark, only fear. A black sedan stopped at the entrance, and Zhong Xiaoai got out of the car. She wore a dark coat, her hair tied back, and her complexion was not good, with red rims around her eyes. She looked at Ho Liangping, opened her mouth to say something, but upon seeing his condition, she swallowed her words. At that moment, tears sprang to Ho Liangping's eyes. He stood there trembling all over, tears streaming down his cheeks, his lips quivering, unable to speak. Then he let out a cry, bursting into tears. His cries echoed at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau, drawing the attention of passers-by. Some stopped to take a look, then hurriedly walked away. Zhong Xiaoai watched him, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She wanted to scold him, to ask him why he was so foolish, but seeing his state, she found herself unable to say anything. She sighed softly, walked over, and supported his arm. "Let's go," she said in a gentle voice tinged with fatigue and helplessness. With her support, Ho Liangping walked step by step towards the car, his legs still trembling, each step a struggle. Zhong Xiaoai felt his weight pressing down on her shoulder. She bit her lip, holding back her tears. This was the man she had chosen. No matter what, he was still her choice. She could only hope that when he went to Handong, he would be more sensible. The car started, and Ho Liangping leaned back in the seat, eyes closed, tears still flowing. Zhong Xiaoai sat beside him, staring out the window in silence. As the car drove out of the Public Security Bureau compound and into the flow of traffic, Ho Liangping's hands trembled, his fists clenched tightly before loosening again. He remembered the interrogation room, the harsh lights, and the electric baton, causing his body to tremble once more. Zhong Xiaoai sensed his trembling and reached out to hold his hand. Her hand was cold, but to Ho Liangping it was the only warmth he felt in those 2 days and nights. At Handong Airport, the plane slowly descended. Lin Chuan looked out the window at the city below. The sky in Handong was overcast. "Director Lin, the car is outside." Lin Chuan nodded and followed him outside. When they reached the garage, he glanced at his official car, a faint smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Han A00006, the car that had been in 2 accidents and gained fame online, had now become a celebrity vehicle. Every time it passed by, people would take photos. He opened the car door and sat inside. Li Guoqiang glanced at him through the rearview mirror and asked, "Director Lin, are we going back to the provincial government?" "Yes, let's go." Lin Chuan leaned back in the seat, closed his eyes, and Li Guoqiang started the car, driving out of the garage. As they passed the garage entrance, someone recognized the license plate and raised their phone to take a picture. Lin Chuan kept his eyes closed, but Chen Rui saw it and couldn't help but laugh. In the week that followed, everything was as calm as water. Lin Chuan handled daily work at the provincial government, preparing materials for the inspection team of the subway project that would arrive next week. Li Dakong had visited twice to report on the security rectification in Jingzhou. Zhang Ziyuan had come once to discuss publicity matters. Gao Yuliang had made a phone call, chatting briefly without any urgent matters. There was no word from Sha Ruijin's side, nor from Tian Guofu's side. In Luzhou City, Yizhen had taken office as the executive vice mayor while the mayor was recovering in the hospital after leaving early due to illness, and Chengsu was still going through the procedures. The leadership team of the municipal government was now under the control of Yizhen. Logically speaking, as a newly promoted deputy mayor, he shouldn't have this kind of backing. But he had Xia Ruijin, the provincial secretary, standing behind him, and that was enough. At 9 in the morning in the municipal government conference room, Yizhen sat in the main seat, flanked by the other deputy mayors. He wore a dark suit, his hair meticulously styled, his expression serious, and his gaze steady. In front of him lay a document with the cover reading Moon Lake Food City Demolition Plan. Once everyone had arrived, Yizhen glanced over the attendees and began to speak. Comrades, today's meeting revolves around one matter: the Moon Lake Food City. He opened the materials, his voice low, yet each word was clear. Moon Lake is a landmark of Luzhou. It is our city's calling card. With mountains and waters complementing each other, the scenery is picturesque. This is the wealth left to us by our ancestors, a source of pride for the people of Luzhou. However, some projects were built in inappropriate locations. He closed the materials, scanning each person in the room. When the food city was built years ago, it was said to promote economic development and invigorate tourism. Yet in recent years, this has caused severe pollution to the lake. The citizens of Luzhou have voiced significant discontent. The meeting room fell silent for a few seconds. A deputy mayor cleared his throat, wanted to say something, but swallowed his words instead. Yizhen looked at them, his tone becoming firmer. Lucid waters and lush mountains are invaluable assets. We cannot destroy the environment for immediate gains. The pollution problem of Moon Lake must be resolved. The food city must be demolished. The meeting room erupted in commotion. Some exchanged glances, others stared at their water, while a few pretended to write something in their notebooks. A slightly older deputy mayor cleared his throat carefully and spoke. Mayor, the food city was built during Secretary Gao's tenure in Luzhou. If we demolish it, will there be? He did not finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Secretary Gao Yuliang, the deputy secretary of the provincial committee and the secretary of the political and legal affairs commission. His achievement project, and you, a newly appointed deputy mayor, want to just demolish it. Yizhen looked at him, his gaze calm. Secretary Gao built the food city to foster economic growth. Now demolishing the food city is to protect the environment. Times have changed, and so have our priorities. I believe Secretary Gao will understand this. The deputy mayor opened his mouth, but remained silent after that, feeling that Yizhen was still a naive young man, not very competent. Another deputy mayor chimed in. Mayor, demolition requires funding. You know the city's financial situation. We might not be able to come up with that much. His intention behind these words was to dissuade Yizhen. Luzhou might not lack anything, but it certainly cannot waste money. Yizhen opened the materials and calmly said, the issue of funds will be supported by the province. I have already reported to Secretary Ruijin. This matter must be handled well. If there is a funding gap, I will find a way to report it and seek support from the province. Moreover, is the city really short on funds? As far as I know, it is evidently not short. The meeting room fell silent again. Secretary Ruijin, the provincial secretary Xia Ruijin. Once these words were spoken, who would dare to oppose? A few deputy mayors exchanged glances, and they saw the same understanding in each other's eyes. Yizhen was not acting alone. He had Xia Ruijin backing him. Before the new mayor took office, they would remain silent. Yizhen looked at them, his tone softening a bit. I know this matter won't be easy. It involves many people's interests, and there will be resistance. However, we are officials. We are here to serve the people. The citizens yearn for Moon Lake to become clear and for Luzhou's environment to improve. We cannot let them down. He stood up, placing his hands on the table, leaning slightly forward. This matter, I take responsibility for. If anyone has objections, speak now. If there are no objections, we will proceed with this plan. The meeting room was silent for a moment. No one spoke. Yizhen nodded and sat back down. Good. Then it's settled. Each department will advance according to the plan, and we will start household surveys next week. The meeting is adjourned. I will resolve the issues with the standing committee. The deputy mayors left one after another. Some walked quickly, others slowly, and some whispered a few words after exiting, but seeing Yizhen's secretary come out, they fell silent. Yizhen sat in the meeting room looking out the window. He knew this matter would not go smoothly. The interests tied to the food city were too substantial. Gao Yuliang, the Zhao family, and those who invested money back, then would not give up easily. But he was not afraid. He had Xia Ruijin behind him, and that was enough. In the provincial committee, Xia Ruijin was reviewing the materials, going through them one by one. Maps of Handong province, economic data of various cities, cadre rosters, and key project lists. Every time Secretary Bai entered to deliver documents, he saw Xia Ruijin sitting at the table, his brow furrowed. When Tian Guofu knocked and entered, Xia Ruijin was reviewing the report materials from Luzhou City. He looked up and pointed to the chair opposite. Sit. Tian Guofu sat down, placed the folder he was holding on the table, and waited for Sha Ruijin to speak. Sha Ruijin closed the materials, leaned back in his chair, and looked at him. Comrade Guofu, you have been in Handong for over half a year now. What are your thoughts on the comrades and the team? Hearing this, Tian Guofu was momentarily taken aback. He understood Sha Ruijin was not making casual conversation, he was probing for insights. Secretary Sha, what aspects do you want to inquire about? He asked tentatively. Sha Ruijin waved his hand. Just speak freely. For example, what do you think of Comrade Gao Yuliang? Tian Guofu, who fell silent for 2 seconds, carefully considered his wording. Comrade Gao Yuliang is a professor from Handong University with high theoretical standards and strong workability. But to be honest, I don't particularly like this person. Sha Ruijin smiled slightly. Whether you like him or not isn't the standard. Let's talk about the facts. Tian Guofu nodded, his expression becoming serious. Then let's discuss the facts. Comrade Gao Yuliang has been deeply rooted in Handong for many years. The influence of the Handong University faction is spread throughout the province. In the political and legal system, organizational system, and propaganda system, he has people everywhere. As the deputy secretary of the provincial committee, his actual influence is greater than that of Governor Liu. Sha Ruijin did not respond, waiting for him to continue. Tian Guofu opened the folder and pulled out a document. There's another matter. Comrade Gao Yuliang's prized protege, Qi Tongwei, the director of the Public Security Department. This person has significant issues. Sha Ruijin took the materials and flipped through them. Tian Guofu continued. Qi Tongwei often visits the Shanshui Manor and has close ties with the owner of Shanshui Group, Gao Shaoqin. The Shanshui Manor is an enterprise of Zhao Ruilong, and you know who Zhao Ruilong is. Is it appropriate for a public security director to frequently reside there? Sha Ruijin placed the materials down, remaining silent. Tian Guofu continued. Qi Tongwei wants to become a deputy provincial level official, but given his situation, he can't even pass the disciplinary inspection. This isn't a matter of ability, it's a matter of character. Sha Ruijin took a sip of tea, his tone flat. We will discuss Qi Tongwei's situation later. What about Gao Yuliang? Besides the Handong University faction, what else is there? In the office of the provincial party secretary, Sha Ruijin sat on the sofa, holding a cup of tea. Comrade Guofu, besides the Han family gang, what else does Gao Yuliang have? Sha Ruijin put down his teacup, his tone casual, but the question was heavy. Tian Guofu closed his notebook, adjusted his glasses, and said slowly, Secretary Ruijin, Gao Yuliang has been in Handong for many years. His foundations run deep. For instance, in Lu province, he served as secretary there, and many of his old subordinates are still in position now. The current city party secretary was promoted by Gao Yuliang himself. Sha Ruijin nodded, waiting for him to continue. Tian Guofu paused and continued. However, there is one situation worth noting. Many years ago, Gao Yuliang and Li Dakong worked together in Lu province. At that time, Li Dakong was the mayor and Gao Yuliang was the secretary. Zhao Ruilong wanted to launch a food city project in Lu province and initially approached Li Dakong, who disagreed. Later, Zhao Ruilong approached Gao Yuliang again, who approved it, and not long after Li Dakong was transferred. Sha Ruijin's eyes narrowed slightly, his fingers gently tapping the armrest of the sofa. Are you saying that because of the food city there was a conflict between the two? Tian Guofu nodded. It's more than just a conflict. Li Dakong's transfer, although a normal work adjustment, was very timely. Gao Yuliang approved Zhao Ruilong's project, Li Dakong opposed it, and then Li Dakong left. I can't say for sure if there are any factors from the Zhao family involved, but their relationship changed from that point onward. Sha Ruijin remained silent, lifted his teacup, and took another sip, the corners of his mouth curling into a barely noticeable arc. Pulling some and striking some down, opening the situation from the Lu province food city, forcing Gao Yuliang to lean towards him or directly taking him down. On Li Dakong's side, he had already sided with Lin Chuan. He set down the teacup and glanced at Tian Guofu. Comrade Guofu, keep a close watch on Lu province. Yishueshi is pushing for the demolition of the food city, which is a good thing. But relying solely on him is not enough. Someone from the provincial government needs to support him. Hearing this, Tian Guofu nodded in understanding. Secretary Shao, rest assured, I will make arrangements. In the provincial government office building, Lin Chuan was reviewing documents when his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Cheng Su. He answered the call, and a spirited voice came through. Old leader, it's Cheng Su. Seeing this, Lin Chuan leaned back in his chair, speaking casually. Cheng Su, are you ready? When do you take office? On the other end, Cheng Zu's voice was filled with excitement. Old leader, I'm still going through the process. The organization has already sent someone to inquire. It should be soon. Lin Chuan nodded, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. Soon. Such procedural matters can take a week, at best a month at worst. He couldn't afford to wait. After hanging up, he picked up his phone, scrolled to the old leader's number and dialed. The phone rang a few times before connecting, and Wang's secretary's voice came through, tinged with a hint of laughter. Lin Chuan, what's the matter? Old leader, I have a matter to discuss with you. Cheng Su has been assessed by the organization and the procedures are under. Could you do me a favor and expedite the process? We urgently need personnel in Handong. The position of Lu Province Mayor can't remain vacant for long. Wang's secretary fell silent for a moment, then replied seriously, all right, I'll make a call to expedite it. Lin Chuan quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, old leader. Hearing this, Wang's secretary snorted, stop flattering. Just do your job well in Handong. That's what matters most. After hanging up, Lin Chuan dialed Cheng Su's number. Cheng Su, the process is speeding up. Prepare yourself to come to Handong in the next few days. Cheng Su responded on the other end, his voice suppressing excitement. Lin Chuan reminded him a few more times before hanging up. In Lu Province, vendors at the Moonlight Lake Food City gathered at the city government gate, holding banners and shouting slogans. The banners read, oppose forced demolition, protect legal businesses, and return my shop. Dozens of people stood together, their voices loud, drawing the attention of many passers-by. These vendors had spent huge sums to purchase these shops, which generated significant profits for them each year. Now you're telling me that the food city is polluting Moonlight Lake. Is there only one food city in all of Handong? Is there only one industry causing pollution in all of Handong? Why does Yizhen cling to this food city so tightly? They had clearly agreed to install waste disposal equipment, so why were they still being targeted? Ignoring those chemical plants and bullying these ordinary citizens. Yizhen stood in front of the office window, looking down at the scene below, his expression darkening. The secretary knocked and entered cautiously, saying, Mayor, the vendors are very agitated and request to speak with you. Upon hearing this, Yizhen turned around, his tone firm. Dialogue is possible. However, the demolition will not change. The environmental pollution at Moonlight Lake is already severe. If we don't address it, the citizens will be furious. The secretary opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. Yizhen picked up the plan on the desk, flipped through it, then set it down, his voice growing heavier. Tell them the compensation plan can be negotiated, but the demolition is a must. This is set by the city government. It's the will of the people. It's not just my decision alone. The secretary nodded and retreated. Yizhen stood by the window, watching the crowd below, his brow furrowed. He wasn't afraid of protests, so what he feared was that it would escalate to an uncontrollable situation. However, he had Yizhen backing him, so he couldn't back down. In the office of the Lu Province City Party Secretary Zhang Wenqing sat behind his desk. The demolition plan from Yizhen spread out before him, his brow furrowed. The secretary stood by, waiting for his instructions. Is Yizhen still insisting? Zhang Wenqing asked. The secretary nodded. Yes, the vendors are causing a scene at the city government, and Mayor Yi's stance is very firm. He insists on demolition. Zhang Wenqing was silent for a moment, picked up the plan on the desk, flipped through it, and then set it down. Leaning back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapped on the armrest. Yizhen had Yizhen backing him. He couldn't confront him directly. However, the interests entangled with the food city were too significant. Gao secretary, the Zhao family, and those who had invested money back then would not easily back down. He had to wait for the new mayor to take office. He heard the new mayor was the former secretary of Governor Lin. We would see how he would respond. If he disagreed, then he would oppose it. Yizhen he understood well. Lu Province was known for its iron-head boy, lacking in ability but stubbornly defiant. Notify Mayor, Zhang Wenqing slowly said, to hold off on the demolition for now. Once the new mayor arrives, we will hold a meeting to discuss it. In the meantime, ensure stability and prevent the situation from escalating. The secretary replied affirmatively and turned to leave. Zhang Wenqing leaned back in his chair, letting out a long sigh. He glanced at the desk calendar where a date was circled, the day the new mayor would take office. At the Provincial Disciplinary Committee, Ho Liangping stood at the entrance, looking up at the sign, feeling a mix of emotions. There was still a bandage on his mouth, his face somewhat pale, but his spirit was much better than when he had just come out of the police. Chen Hai stood beside him, dressed in a dark jacket, his expression calm, but there was a hint of barely noticeable joy in his eyes. He was back in office. This time he had to achieve results. Let's go. Ho Liangping spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. They entered the building and stepped into the elevator. Tian Guofu's office was at the end of the corridor, its door open. After being ushered in by the secretary, they were invited directly inside. Tian Guofu was reviewing documents. Upon seeing them enter, he looked up and gestured toward the chairs opposite him. Please sit. Ho Liangping and Chen Hai took their seats. Tian Guofu observed them quietly. His gaze paused briefly on the adhesive bandage at Ho Liangping's lip, though he asked nothing. He opened the file before him and spoke with formal detachment. Comrade Ho Liangping, you have been transferred from the capital to serve in the Supervision and Inspection Division as Deputy Section Director. Comrade Chen Hai will serve as Deputy Director of the Review and Investigation Division at the Deputy Departmental level. A faint shift crossed Ho Liangping's expression, but it vanished almost instantly. Deputy Section Director. He knew this rank had been set by Lin Chuan. Though Zhong family had spent a fortune to secure his position, swallowing that humiliation left a bitter aftertaste. Yet there was an advantage: he held a major fish, the wife of Li Dakong, and all witnesses were now firmly in his hands. If she dared spend money from those illicit accounts, irrefutable evidence would be secured. Then he would earn extraordinary merit and reclaim his position as Deputy Departmental Director. Chen Hai's expression remained unchanged. He simply nodded. Tian Guofu continued. You are both seasoned cadres. I have no concerns about your professional competence. But conditions in Handong are complex. Certain matters demand strict adherence to rules and procedures. Do not act where action is unwarranted. Do not investigate those who must remain untouched. Understood. You two are the dragon and phoenix of Handong University. Work diligently and excel. Ho Liangping nodded. Chen Hai nodded as well. Ho Liangping added calmly, Rest assured, Secretary Tian, we will deliver results. Tian Guofu glanced at them, closed the file folder, and said, You may go. They rose and turned to leave. Just as they reached the doorway, Tian Guofu suddenly asked, Comrade Liangping, how did you injure your lip? Ho Liangping paused mid-step, silent for a beat, then replied, I slipped while walking. Tian Guofu studied him without pressing further, only smiling gently. Take care of yourself. Ho Liangping acknowledged with a quiet hum and strode out. In the corridor, Chen Hai glanced at him. Haizi, let's have a drink tonight. Sure, Hozi. They parted ways at the elevator bank and departed separately. Several days later, at the provincial government office building, Cheng Su stood before Lin Chuan's office door, drew a deep breath and knocked. Come in. He pushed the door open to find Lin Chuan seated behind his desk reviewing documents. Lin Chuan looked up, recognized him, and smiled. You're here. Please sit. Cheng Su approached and sat upright on the chair before the desk, rigid yet relaxed. His eyes held excitement, nervousness, and deep familiarity as he gazed at Lin Chuan. Senior leader, I've reported for duty. The organization department has completed all formalities. Lin Chuan leaned back in his chair, his gaze warm and steady. Cheng Su, you've served under me for many years. I know your capabilities well. In Luzhou, economic development must thrive. That's your strength. But even more vital is people's lives. He paused, his tone growing firmer. All sources of instability must be firmly contained. You've surely heard about the food city issue in Luzhou. Merchants are protesting. Yi Shueshi intends to demolish it. Once you arrive, speak first with Secretary Zhang Wenqing. He'll support you wholeheartedly. Cheng Su nodded earnestly. Lin Chuan watched him, a subtle curve lifting the corner of his mouth as his voice softened. In Luzhou, never worry about who stands behind you. Every problem has my backing. Cheng Su's heart settled instantly. He understood the weight of Lin Chuan's words. With Provincial Governor Lin standing behind him, he feared nothing in Luzhou. He needed only to focus on the economy and deliver tangible achievements. Lin Chuan continued, regarding the food city matter, you already know how to handle it. Demolition isn't the sole solution. Install a proper sewage system to resolve the pollution, then the issue vanishes. I'll arrange for the Zhao family to donate the food city. You'll transform it into a landmark attraction, drawing tourists from across the province, thus preserving economic vitality, solving environmental concerns, and creating a new tourism asset, all in one move. Cheng Su's eyes lit up. He nodded vigorously. Lin Chuan lifted his teacup, took a sip, and spoke more lightly. Go to Luzhou and work hard. Deliver results, and I'll recommend you for provincial commendation. Cheng Su rose and declared solemnly, Senior leader, rest assured. I will not disappoint your trust and expectations. Lin Chuan waved a hand, gesturing for him to sit, but Cheng Su remained standing. He chuckled softly, his eyes flicking toward the cigarettes and tea canister on Lin Chuan's desk. Governor Lin, these cigarettes. Lin Chuan caught his glance immediately and laughed, exasperated. You little rascal. You've barely arrived and already covet my things. Cheng Su grinned, reached over and pocketed the cigarette pack, then glanced again at the tea canister. Lin Chuan shot him a mock stern look and slid the canister forward. Take it. Take it all. You're worse than a bandit. Seeing his senior leader relent, Cheng Su tucked the tea away, too, grinning broadly. Governor Lin, I'm just easing your burden. You'll smoke less and your health will improve. I'm young. I'm perfectly fine. Lin Chuan burst into laughter, waving dismissively out. Get out of here. Go to Luzhou at once. Don't linger and clutter my sight. And make sure you stir up plenty of trouble in Luzhou. Cheng Su bowed with a smile, turned to leave, and paused at the door to add, Governor Lin, rest assured, I will handle Luzhou's affairs impeccably. The door closed behind him. Lin Chuan shook his head, a faint smile lingering on his lips. This young man, Just like himself back then, thick-skinned, capable, politically astute. Placed in Luzhou, he would surely rise and carry the weight. At the organization department, Wu Chunlin sat in his office reviewing the appointment document before him. Cheng Su, mayor of Luzhou, full departmental level. He flipped through Cheng Su's dossier. Former secretary to Lin Chuan, pre-cleared by higher authorities. This appointment demanded personal escort. He picked up the phone and dialed Cheng Su. Comrade Cheng Su. Tomorrow morning, I'll personally accompany you to Luzhou for your inauguration. Please prepare accordingly. On the other end, Cheng Su sounded pleasantly surprised. Minister Wu, how could I possibly impose? Wu Chunlin chuckled. When the party appoints talent, it is my duty to see them off properly. It's settled. He hung up, leaned back in his chair, and gazed out the window at the city beyond. The political landscape of Handong was growing increasingly turbulent. Even Xia Ruijin's arrival had failed to restore order. Control had slipped entirely. He needed to choose his alignment wisely and decisively. The next morning, Cheng Su boarded Wu Chunlin's official vehicle bound for Luzhou. Inside the car, Wu Chunlin exchanged courteous remarks with Cheng Su, discussing Luzhou's economic prospects, the food city issue, polite, measured, professional. Cheng Su responded with poise, neither deferential nor arrogant. Outside the window, Luzhou's skyline drew nearer. Cheng Su gazed at the city, silently vowing to revitalize it, to honor Provincial Governor Lin's unwavering faith. At the municipal government compound, merchants and their workers gathered once more before the main gate, holding banners, staging protest. Wu Chunlin and Cheng Su's official vehicle had just exited the expressway en route to the municipal party committee, passing directly by the municipal government along the way. In front of the entrance of the Luzhou municipal government, a dense crowd had gathered. The raised banners fluttered slightly in the morning breeze, displaying phrases like oppose forced demolition, return my shop, and save the food city. Dozens of merchants and workers stood at the entrance, silently holding up the banners, blocking the passage without shouting slogans or hurling insults. Officers from the Municipal Public Security Bureau stood on either side of the crowd, attempting to maintain order. However, the sheer number of people made them hesitant to take action, allowing only a narrow passage. The atmosphere was tense, like a string pulled to its limit. All the police officers were acutely aware that if a stampede were to occur, the consequences would be dire. Yizhen stood by the office window, watching the scene below with a grim expression. He gripped a pen tightly in his hand, his knuckles white. As the crowd below grew larger and vehicles slowed down to gawk, traffic began to congest. Mayor Yi, the secretary, entered, her voice somewhat tense. Should we go down and take a look? Yizhen did not turn around, his voice firm. What is there to see? I know their demands, and the compensation plan is under discussion. Blocking the entrance won't solve the problem. The secretary opened her mouth to say something, but swallowed her words. Yizhen's gaze was resolute, but deep within his eyes lay a hint of fatigue. He knew that there were instigators behind these people, but he could not back down. The food city had polluted Moon Lake, and it had to be demolished. To him, these business owners and workers simply did not understand. Once he had restored Moon Lake, they would naturally come to comprehend. On Luzhou Avenue, Wu Chunlin's official vehicle was slowly making its way. The license plate Han A00005 stood out prominently in the flow of traffic. The driver slowed down, but the road ahead was blocked with the red lights of the car's tail, forming a continuous line. Wu Chunlin leaned back in his seat, gazing out the window with a furrowed brow. Why is it so congested at this time? The secretary turned her head, glancing at the traffic ahead, puzzled. Minister Wu, there might have been an accident up ahead. The vehicle moved sporadically, crawling just a few hundred meters after half an hour. Cheng Su sat in the back seat, watching the scenery outside in silence. His hands rested on his knees, fingers lightly tapping. Encountering such an unusual traffic jam on his first day in office made him feel that something was off. Could it be that something strange was occurring? Finally, the car turned a corner, revealing the entrance of the municipal government in view. The secretary recognized the situation ahead, her expression changing. She turned her head, lowering her voice. Minister Wu, Mayor Cheng, there are protests at the municipal government entrance. Wu Chunlin and Cheng Su simultaneously looked out the window at the dense crowd, banners raised high, completely blocking the entrance of the municipal government. Seeing this scene, Wu Chunlin's expression instantly darkened. Get closer to take a look, he said in a low voice, clearly in a bad mood. The driver acknowledged and slowly moved forward, the car approaching the crowd, the words on the banners becoming increasingly clear. Oppose forced demolition, return my shop. Upon witnessing this, Wu Chunlin's eyes narrowed. Someone was clearly stirring up trouble. Cheng Su's expression also turned cold. Having worked as a secretary and spent time in Kyoto, he had seen many scenes. However, this was the first time his own entrance had been blocked on his first day in office. He glanced at Wu Chunlin, who also wore an unsightly expression. Wu Chunlin took out his phone and dialed the number of Luzhou City Party Secretary Zhang Wenqing. After a couple of rings, the call connected. Old Zhang, things are a bit unstable in Luzhou. Wu Chunlin's voice was steady, yet each word carried weight. Comrade Cheng Su and I are blocked at the municipal government entrance, surrounded by protesting citizens, and traffic is in utter chaos. On the other end of the line, Zhang Wenqing's voice was urgent. Old Wu, I'll handle it immediately. Stay in the car and don't get out. Wu Chunlin acknowledged, hung up the phone, and told the driver go. The driver glanced at the road conditions ahead and carefully attempted to maneuver out. Cheng Su looked at the crowd outside, hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something, but upon seeing Wu Chunlin's expression, he swallowed his words. At the city party committee, Zhang Wenqing hung up the phone, his face grim. He pressed the intercom. Get me Yishueshi. The call quickly connected. Zhang Wenqing wasted no time speaking loudly. Yishueshi, what is going on at the entrance of your municipal government? Minister Wu and Mayor Cheng's vehicle is blocked on the road. How are you managing as the deputy mayor? Go down and resolve this immediately. I'm telling you, if anyone gets hurt today, you'll regret it. At this moment, Zhang Wenqing no longer cared about whose side Yishueshi was on. The current event was not merely a city government issue. He was not like Secretary Xia, who could sleep soundly while trouble occurred in his territory. Yishueshi held the phone tightly, his expression slightly changing. He opened his mouth to explain, but Zhang Wenqing had already hung up. He placed the receiver down, standing in front of the window, watching the crowd below, taking a deep breath. What needed to come was unavoidable. He picked up the prepared megaphone on the desk, turned to walk outside, and his secretary followed, wanting to say something, but he raised a hand to silence her. Outside the municipal government entrance, the crowd continued to gather. Not far from the roadside, a black SUV was parked. Zhao Ruilong sat in the back seat, binoculars in hand, observing the scene at the municipal government entrance, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He dialed a number. Did you see the license plate? Han A00005. Someone from the province is here. Send a few people over to check it out. His voice was soft, filled with amusement. The person on the other end acknowledged. Understood, Zhao Zong. Among the crowd, a few middle-aged men exchanged glances, and one suddenly raised his voice. That vehicle. Han A00005. It's a leader from the province. Instantly, the crowd stirred with some shouting. The provincial leader has arrived. Let's go. Let the leader hear our voices. The volume was loud, drawing everyone's attention. As the crowd stirred, some looked towards the vehicle, while others pushed forward a few steps. The police grew tense, linking arms, hesitant to loosen their grip. Wu Chunlin's expression changed completely. He had not expected these people to recognize his license plate, let alone directly call out his identity. This was forcing him to get out of the car, igniting the fire directly at him. Damn it, did they really think Wu Chunlin was an easy target to bully? People did not resort to violence, nor did they bang on the windows. They simply stood in front of the car, holding up banners, quietly watching the people inside. Yet that silent pressure was more suffocating than shouting. Wu Chunlin in the car looked even more sullen as he gazed out at the densely packed faces outside, his fingers tapping a few times on his knee. He didn't want to go down. Once involved in such matters, it would be difficult to clarify. Moreover, he glanced at Cheng Su, who was staring out the window with a furrowed brow. Minister Wu, I'll go take a look. Cheng Su set his hand already on the door handle. Wu Chunlin quickly pressed down on his hand, shaking his head. Don't go down, it's dangerous. Zhang Wenqing will handle it. Cheng Su looked at him, his gaze resolute. Minister Wu, I am the mayor of Luzhu City. They are blocking not only the city government's entrance, but also the face and credibility of the city government. After a brief silence, Wu Chunlin released his hand, and Cheng Su pushed open the car door and stepped out. As a leader emerged from the car, the crowd quieted for a moment. Cheng Su stood beside the car, scanning the surrounding crowd. He grabbed a megaphone from a nearby traffic police officer, switched it on, and his voice echoed down the street. I am Cheng Su, the newly appointed mayor of Luzhu City. The crowd stirred slightly, with some pushing forward, only to be stopped by police. The leaders from the Public Security Bureau felt a chill, quickly redirecting police forces to the street. If something happened to the new mayor, no one would be able to escape. Cheng Su looked at them, his voice steady. If you have demands, you can send 10 representatives to the city government tomorrow to find me. I will listen to your concerns. What can be resolved will be resolved, and what cannot will be explained clearly. Someone in the crowd shouted, can't you say it now? Cheng Su looked in that direction, his tone neither soft nor harsh. There are too many people now, with you speaking one after another. I cannot hear clearly, nor can I explain clearly. Tomorrow, with 10 representatives, I will sit in my office and listen to each one. That is the attitude needed to solve the problem. The crowd fell silent, with some murmuring, some looking at those beside them, and some hesitating. Seeing this, Cheng Su continued, you blocking here is of no use. It's unsafe, it affects traffic, and it does not solve the problem. Disperse and go back. Come back tomorrow with representatives. Zhao Ruilong listened to the reports over the phone from the car, narrowing his eyes. Cheng Su was Lin Chuan's former secretary. He recalled his father's admonition, do not provoke Lin Chuan, and in his view Lin Chuan might not necessarily dismantle the food city. After all, this person is not like the foolish Yizhen. He remained silent for a few seconds and said into the phone, "Let the brothers withdraw. Give him some face." In the crowd, someone shouted, "Mayor Chung makes sense. We trust Mayor Chung. We'll select representatives tomorrow. Disperse, disperse." The crowd began to loosen, with some putting away banners and others turning to leave as the flow of cars slowly resumed. Chen Su stood beside the car watching the crowd disperse. Instead of feeling relieved, he sensed that something was off. These people were too organized. Just as he was about to turn back to the car, a figure emerged from the city government gate. Yizhen, holding a megaphone, strode confidently up the steps. "I am Yizhen, the vice mayor of Luzhu City." His voice was loud, cutting through the noise of the crowd. "If you have demands, come talk to me. Regarding the relocation, the province has policies and the city has plans. Compensation will not be shortchanged. But blocking the door is illegal. Disperse quickly." As the crowd had just begun to disperse upon hearing his voice, they halted again. Some turned back, others murmured, and some changed expressions. Yizhen, the newly appointed vice mayor, seems like he's the one who wants to demolish the food city. Zhao Ruilong in the car, upon hearing his subordinate's report, brightened up and immediately dialed a phone number. "Yizhen has come out. Good, proceed as planned. Send a few people to scold him." In the crowd, several voices rose simultaneously. "It's him. He wants to demolish the food city." "Yizhen, on what basis are you demolishing our store? We operate legally. You and new vice mayor, the food city built by Secretary Gao back, then you say to demolish it, and it's demolished." Exactly, this was Secretary Gao's contribution to Luzhu. "What are you to just say it shall be demolished?" The voices grew louder and more chaotic, igniting the crowd's emotions. Some pressed forward while others rushed the steps holding banners. The police hurriedly tried to block them, but could not stop the pushing of so many people. Suddenly a gap opened in the crowd, and two middle-aged women helped an elderly man with white hair, who staggered up to the steps. Tears streamed down their faces, their lips trembling. With a thud, all three knelt before Yizhen. "Official," one woman cried hoarsely, "please don't demolish the food city. Our entire family depends on that store for a living. My husband has been ill for 3 years. The store is our only income. What will we do if it's demolished?" The old man knelt on the ground, trembling, tears streaming down the deep wrinkles of his face. "Leader, I am over 70. I have worked at the food city for 10 years. That store isn't mine. It belongs to my son. He passed away, leaving 2 children. If the store is gone, how will they? Leader, we just want to live. Just to live." Yizhen's expression changed instantly. His hand, holding the megaphone, trembled, his lips quivering, unable to speak. He looked at the 3 people kneeling before him, then at the surrounding crowd, all eyes on him. Yizhen's mind went blank, and he stopped thinking. Many people recorded the scene unfolding in front of them and posted it online. Wu Chunlin in the car saw this and turned pale. The sky had fallen. The people knelt before the leaders of Handong. He quickly told his secretary, "Call Zhang Wenxing and have him come immediately and notify the provincial committee. This matter cannot be delayed." Chen Su stood beside the car watching the people kneeling before Yizhen, his brows tightly knitted. He glanced at the crowd, his mindset exploded. What on earth was happening? Chen Su looked at Yizhen, realizing something was wrong. How could this person be in the city government? This must not be allowed. The Luzhu city government cannot allow such talent to exist. Zhao Ruilong in the car watched the kneeling individuals, a hint of smugness curling his lips. He picked up his phone and dialed another number. "Tell the brothers it's about time. Withdraw." In the crowd, someone began to shout, "Vice Mayor, say something. Give us an explanation." Yizhen stood there, mouth agape, unable to utter a word, his hands trembling, almost dropping the megaphone. A secretary ran up from behind, supporting his arm, whispering, "Vice Mayor, let's go back first." Yizhen shook off his hand, took a deep breath, and finally spoke. His voice was somewhat hoarse, but every word was clear. "You all stand up. The relocation matter can be discussed. The compensation plan can be adjusted and employment issues can be resolved. However, this way is not the solution to the problem." He bent down, reaching out to help the old man, but the old man's hand was cold, holding his hand and refusing to get up. In the car, Wu Chunlin and Chen Su saw how Yizhen was handling the situation and instantly erupted in exclamations. "Fool! How can there be such foolish people in this world?" Wu Chunlin immediately called Xiaoruijin. At the entrance of the city government, 2 middle-aged women and an elderly lady knelt before Yizhen, their cries heart-wrenching. The elderly lady's hair was completely white, trembling on the ground as she muttered, "It can't be demolished, it can't be demolished," her voice so hoarse it was barely audible. The 2 women supported the elderly lady on either side, their faces covered in tears. How could Yizhen alone manage to lift 3 people? He reached out to help the elderly lady, but she wouldn't get up. He then tried to pull the woman on the left, but she shook her head in tears. He squatted down, wanting to say something, but his lips trembled and he couldn't utter a word. Yizhen's face turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot. After so many years as an official, he had never witnessed such a scene. The secretary beside him felt as if the sky had fallen. He rushed forward, bent down to assist the elderly lady, his voice trembling. "Auntie, please get up, please speak." The elderly lady wouldn't rise, and the secretary's hands were also shaking. He then tried to pull the middle-aged woman, but she swatted his hand away, crying even more fiercely. The crowd around them fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into greater chaos. Some raised their phones to take pictures, others began to shout, and there were cries of officials bullying the common people. The police formed a human wall which was pushed around haphazardly. Some were knocked to the ground while others were stepped on, screams and curses mingling together. The secretary could only continue to assist the woman beside him, but she swatted his hand away and cried, even louder, "I won't get up. If you don't promise not to demolish, I won't get up. I won't get up. I'm over 70, I won't live much longer, just let me die here." "Well, let me die here, I can't live any longer anyway." The secretary's hands trembled, sweat beading on his forehead. He couldn't lift 3 people by himself. He turned to shout at the police, "Come here. Help us." The police finally reacted, several rushing over 2 by 2, lifting the elderly lady and the 2 women. The elderly lady was being supported, her legs still trembling, muttering to herself, while the 2 women cried and struggled, but the police held them firmly, preventing them from kneeling again. Seeing this, the crowd paused in their commotion. Then camera flashes went off. More people took pictures and recorded videos, while whispers filled the air. Wu Chunlin watched this scene from the car, his face ashen. He gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles white. The sounds from outside the car filtered through the glass, each word pricking his ears like needles. Cheng Su, pulled into the car by Wu Chunlin, was also fuming at the scene before him. Wu Chunlin took a deep breath and said to the driver, "Drive." The car slowly moved away from the crowd, which neither blocked nor pursued them. They just stood there watching the black sedan disappear at the end of the street. Wu Chunlin leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, his chest heaving violently. He picked up his phone and dialed Sha Ruijin's number again. After several rings, the call connected. "Secretary Sha, something happened in Lofsu." Wu Chunlin's voice was low, but each word was clear. "At the entrance of the city government, hundreds of people are blocking the way, protesting against the demolition of the food market. I saw it with my own eyes, banners, slogans, and..." He paused, his voice dropping even lower. "Some people knelt before Ishueshi." "Who knelt before whom?" Sha Ruijin's voice suddenly rose. "The common people. 2 middle-aged women and an elderly lady knelt before Ishueshi, begging him to keep the food market, crying uncontrollably. Secretary Sha, Ishueshi is too stubborn. Can't we delay the demolition? Why the rush?" Sha Ruijin had come to Handong, turning things into a mess with organizational appointments frozen, and he had promoted an idiot. How could he explain this to his superiors? The other end fell silent again. Sha Ruijin's voice deepened, "I understand." After hanging up, Sha Ruijin sat behind his desk, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface. How could the people kneel before their leaders? Such a thing could not be allowed. The Communist Party's officials are meant to serve the people, not to be tyrants. What kind of message would it send if the people knelt before officials? His brow furrowed tightly, his mind racing. No, this wasn't an ordinary collective incident. There were deeper machinations at play. Even Ishueshi, no matter how foolish, wouldn't be stupid enough to put himself in such a position. How did those 2 women and the elderly lady manage to reach him? How was the crowd incited? Every move was perfectly timed, every step precisely executed. Who was behind this? Several names flashed through Sha Ruijin's mind. Lin Chuan. Unlikely. Although he and Lin Chuan didn't get along, Lin Chuan had principles and wouldn't resort to such tactics. Gao Yuliang. Also unlikely. Gao Yuliang was a man of letters, possessing the pride of a scholar. Even if he wanted to protect the food market, he wouldn't use such despicable means. Then who could it be? Sha Ruijin's finger paused momentarily. Zhao family. Only the Zhao family would resort to such methods. Zhao Liken's son Zhao Ruilong is a person capable of anything. Inside the provincial government office, Lin Chuan was reading documents. His phone rang, and he glanced at the caller ID, Cheng Su. He answered casually, "Are you there?" "Governor Lin, something happened in Luzhou." Cheng Zu's voice was clear but tinged with urgency. "At the city government gate, hundreds of people are blocking it, protesting the demolition of the food city. Someone has knelt down to Ishueshi." 2 middle-aged women and an elderly lady were kneeling in front of him, pleading for him not to demolish it. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's fingers paused momentarily, his expression turning serious as he set down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and fell silent. Particularly after hearing Izux's handling of the situation, he felt somewhat agitated. How could there be such absurd people in this world? On the other end of the phone, Cheng Su continued, "Minister Wu is also here, and it's already spreading online. Governor Lin, this matter." Lin Chuan sighed, his voice weary. "This Handong is truly toxic. Incidents occur every few days. He paused, his tone turning serious. Cheng Su, listen to me, this matter is definitely not as simple as it appears. Someone is pulling strings behind the scenes and the means are very underhanded. Public opinion cannot be suppressed, we can only respond directly. Remember, the economic environment in Luzhou must not be chaotic. Even if we don't demolish the food city, we must provide a legitimate reason. We need to let society know that we are not compromising due to the incident. Cheng Su said seriously. Governor Lin, don't worry, I will handle it properly. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chuan leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. He thought of Ho Liangping, Chen Yanshi, and the Dafeng factory. The issues in Handong came one after another endlessly. He rubbed his temples and picked up the phone, dialing Zhang Ziyuan's number. Ziyuan, are you aware of the situation in Luzhou? Zhang Ziyuan's voice came through the phone, carrying some gravity. I just saw the news. It's already spreading online, trending on social media. Immediately arrange for someone to report on it directly. The situation in Luzhou needs to be addressed. We cannot let others dictate the narrative. Zhang Ziyuan replied, I'll make arrangements right away. At the Luzhou Municipal Party Committee compound, in the standing committee meeting room, Wu Chunlin walked in quickly. The committee members had already gathered, and Zhang Wenqing sat at the position with a serious expression. The other committee members bowed their heads. No one spoke. Wu Chunlin sat down at the podium and glanced at those below. Where is Comrade Yizhen? His voice was very flat, but everyone could sense the underlying dissatisfaction. Wu Chunlin knew Yizhen was at the city government, but it was necessary to mention him. Municipal Party Secretary Zhang Wenqing said he is at the city government handling matters and cannot come. Wu Chunlin did not ask further, opened the appointment documents, and began to follow the procedures. He read out the appointments, introduced Cheng Zu's resume, and Cheng Su made a statement. Each step was according to procedure, and each step was very brief. No one asked questions and no one discussed. The atmosphere in the meeting room was as oppressive as the sky before a storm devoid of smiles. At that moment, Cheng Su stood up and walked to the podium, looking at the unfamiliar faces below, taking a deep breath. Comrades, I am Cheng Su. From today onward, I will serve as the mayor of Luzhou. He paused, scanning each person. His voice was not loud, but very clear. I come to Luzhou not for promotion, nor for wealth. I am here to develop Luzhou, to ensure that the people of Luzhou live good lives. The economy must develop and people's livelihoods must improve. This is my original intention for coming here. The meeting room was very quiet, and Cheng Su continued. However, what happened at the city government gate today shocked people, kneeling before officials, calling them lord officials. This is something I have never seen nor heard of before. At these words, the emotions of the committee members varied, but they were all filled with shock. Everyone knew about the recent events. They knew the city government's gate was blocked. Several deputy mayors hadn't even been able to enter their offices, yet they were unaware that people had knelt down. The disparity between these two situations was immense. This is targeting Yizhen, but Deputy Mayor Yi has the backing of Provincial Party Secretary Yizhen, especially since the leaders of the city government are all contemplating how to position themselves. Cheng Zu's voice grew heavier. Bureaucratism is unacceptable and leadership elitism is unacceptable. The people's opinions must be heard and their demands must be addressed. One cannot act solely according to one's own ideas. That is foolish. It is absolutely not allowed. Some in the audience bowed their heads, some drank water, and some wore blank expressions. Everyone knew who Cheng Su was criticizing. Although Yizhen was not present, his shadow lingered in the meeting room. Cheng Su concluded, colleagues at the city government, we must reflect and examine ourselves. Even now there are still people blocking the city government gate. This is our dereliction of duty. It is our shame. Do we, the Luzhou city government, only know how to develop GDP? I will personally handle this matter and provide an explanation to the people of Luzhou. Cheng Su bowed and returned to his seat. The meeting room fell silent for a few seconds, then someone began to applaud, and the clapping grew fervent. Wu Chunlin closed the document and stood up. Today's meeting ends here. Cheng Su, please pay more attention to the matters in Luzhou. Cheng Su nodded and Wu Chunlin glanced at Zhang Wenqing before turning and leaving the meeting room. His car was already waiting at the entrance. After getting in, he leaned back against the seat and let out a long breath. This trip to Luzhou had been too troublesome. Cheng Su and Zhang Wenqing escorted Wu Chunlin out, and the two turned back to the office. The secretary brewed tea and exited, closing the door behind him. Zhang Wenqing sat on the sofa and pointed to the chair across from him. Have a seat. Cheng Su sat down. His posture was casual, but his attitude respectful. Zhang Wenqing was a member of the provincial committee, a rank above him, and deserved the proper respect. On the sofa, Zhang Wenqing picked up his teacup and took a sip before slowly putting it down. Comrade Cheng Su, both Governor Lin and Secretary Gao have already informed me. I support your work in the economy and people's livelihoods. You can handle the matters in Luzhou as you see fit. Cheng Su felt warmth in his heart at these words and nodded, saying, Thank you, Secretary Zhang. Zhang Wenqing looked at him and shifted the topic. You've also seen the situation with Yi Shueshi. This person was pushed forward by Secretary Xia and approved by the provincial committee. I have no way to interfere. It's up to your city government to decide how to handle it. Just keep me informed when the time. Cheng Su was momentarily stunned, but soon understood. Zhang Wenqing was making a statement and handing him a knife. The city committee would not intervene in Yi Zuex's affairs, leaving it to the city government to handle. He nodded. I understand. Thank you, Secretary Zhang. After chatting a bit more, Cheng Su stood up to take his leave. Upon exiting the city committee building, he took a deep breath and gazed at the gray sky, feeling heavy-hearted. Governor Lin's words still echoed in his ears. Handle this seriously and give the public an explanation. If that was the case, even if Yi Shueshi had Secretary Xia backing him, he was not afraid at all. He would not allow such fools in the city government. People like that should go check the reservoirs. At that moment, the online outrage had exploded with videos, photos, and text flooding in. Two women, an elderly lady, were kneeling before Yi Shueshi with headlines reading, Luzhou's deputy mayor pleaded with by citizens, and official, please do not demolish our shop. Trending topics kept appearing, and the comments section was filled with scorn. Is this still a party cadre? The common people are kneeling. Official, this title is truly jarring. Who is Yi Shueshi? Let's investigate his background. Why does Luzhou's food city need to be demolished? Can someone explain? What level is Yi Shueshi that he dares to make the people kneel? Garlic bird, since ancient times the people have never won against officials. Major media outlets were reprinting the news and reporters had already started heading to Luzhou. The provincial propaganda department's phone was ringing off the hook while Zhang Ziyuan sat in his office with a grim expression. He was already arranging personnel for positive coverage, but the momentum had already started and it was impossible to suppress it. In the provincial office building, Gao Yuliang sat in his office watching videos on his phone, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He put down his phone and picked up his teacup, sipping leisurely. Yi Shueshi, the one brought up by Xia Ruijin, he thought he had some abilities, but this was the result. He still wanted to touch Luzhou's food city, still wanted to touch his base. Gao Yuliang chuckled softly, his laughter light. In this round, he didn't even need to intervene. Yi Shueshi had already dug his own grave. Secretary Xia's method of freezing officials and promoting his own people was quite cunning, but ultimately useless. He set down his teacup and picked up the phone, dialing a number. After a few rings, it was answered. Have you seen the situation in Luzhou? A voice on the other end acknowledged, and the two began to converse, but what was said remained unknown to anyone. In Kyoto, at the Zhao family villa, Zhao Lichuan sat in his study, his phone on the table lit up with news from Luzhou. After watching for a long time, he picked up his phone and dialed Zhao Rulong's number. The phone rang twice before it connected. Did you handle the matter in Luzhou? Zhao Lichuan's voice was calm, revealing no hint of emotion. Zhao Ruilong was silent for a second on the other end, and said, Dad, it was me. Zhao Lichuan did not scold him. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly said, you did well this time. Take care of the aftermath. Don't let anyone catch you on anything. Since they refuse to act according to the rules, then don't blame us. He hung up the phone, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and thought about how the chess game in Handong was becoming more chaotic. But chaos has its benefits. It's easier to fish in troubled waters. He opened his eyes to look at the night outside the window, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Zhao Lichuan naturally knew who had pushed Yi Shueshi forward. Gao Yuliang and Li Dakong were both his political continuations in Handong. The Zhong family could only make a move against him from outside Handong, starting from the secretaries or perhaps from Gao Yuliang. Moreover, the Food City project was approved by Gao Yuliang for Ruilong. Although there was some pollution, which economic development in the past few decades did not come with pollution. Xia Ruijin, this son-in-law is also a fool, making a mess of Handong. Indeed, as long as it's a son-in-law, they never rise to prominence. It's truly a fool followed by another fool. When did my Zhao Lichuan's opponents become such people? The discussions online were still fermenting, and in some respects this collective incident surpassed the Great Wind Factory incident. Zhang Ziyuan was swamped at the propaganda department when suddenly the phone rang. He picked it up and said, This is Zhang Ziyuan. A serious voice came from the other end. Zhang Ziyuan, what is happening in Handong? You keep causing collective incidents every few days. Is this the fame you mentioned in your report? Is this the publicity plan from your report? The leader's tone was serious, devoid of pleasantries, and went straight to the point. The situation in Luzhou has escalated online. The report you showed me earlier did not reflect this. Didn't you say we should steadily advance our influence? Is this your idea of steady progress? Zhang Ziyuan felt sweat bead on his forehead as he held the phone. He carefully considered his words, striving to make his voice sound steady. Leader, the developments have indeed exceeded expectations. We are currently investigating. Investigation is your concern, but what do the common people see? The leader interrupted him. What the common people see is the image of citizens kneeling before officials calling them lord officials. How damaging is this image to the organization? Have you considered that? You and Handong certainly have a powerful presence. Zhang Ziyuan opened his mouth, but could not find his voice. The leader continued, this matter cannot be swept under the rug or handled coldly. We must provide the people with an explanation. What's the real situation with the gourmet city? Why is it being demolished? How severe is the pollution? What happens to the businesses after the demolition? All these questions must be made public. We need to show the common people that we are solving problems, not creating them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyuan nodded repeatedly. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. The call ended and Zhang Ziyan leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. He picked up the cup of water on the table and took a sip, for it had already gone cold, just like his heart felt. In the provincial government office building, Lin Chuan leaned back in his chair, staring at the computer screen, which was flooded with news about the Luzhou incident, with trending topics appearing one after another. He rubbed his temples, and suddenly his phone vibrated. Glancing at the caller ID, his body instinctively straightened. Old leader. The voice of Secretary Wang came from the other end of the line, devoid of warmth, only seriousness. Lin Chuan, have you seen the situation in Luzhou? I have seen it. Lin Chuan's voice was heavy. I am handling it. On the other end, Secretary Wang paused for a second before saying, this matter cannot be swept under the rug or handled coldly. We must provide an explanation. The common people kneeling to officials is a significant matter, a political event. If not handled well, it will affect the image of the entire organization. You will also be affected. Remember, as officials, we bear the responsibility of ensuring the people's well-being, their happiness and development. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan nodded. I understand. Cheng Su is in Luzhou and is already addressing the situation. The propaganda department is also following up. Secretary Wang acknowledged with an but remained serious. There's one more thing. We just received news that Sha Ruijin may be required to go to Beijing for a work report. Lin Chuan's fingers tightened slightly, a look of surprise on his face. A work report to Beijing. The timing was too sensitive. Secretary Wang's voice was grave. The situation in Handong is becoming increasingly complex. You must remain steady. The economy of Handong cannot be disturbed. It must not stop developing. Handong is a major economic province affecting the entire triangular region. Seeing this, Lin Chuan took a deep breath. I understand. Secretary Wang reiterated a few more points before hanging up. Lin Chuan set down his phone and stood by the window, looking out at the city, his fingers gently tapping on the window frame. He understood what Sha Ruijin's trip to Beijing for an official report meant. The last provincial secretary who went for an official report had been dismissed. If Sha Ruijin were dismissed this time for stability's sake, it was likely that Gao Yuliang would take his place. The organization could not possibly parachute another provincial secretary into Handong again. However, in his view, this time Sha Ruijin's trip to Beijing would likely not lead to his dismissal, but if there were another time, it would be hard to say. This was not only a denial of Sha Ruijin's work in Handong during this period, but also a strong discontent with him. Who became the provincial secretary had nothing to do with him. He only cared about one thing: economic development and the people's livelihood. Online, a storm was brewing. The incident at Luzhou Gourmet City exploded like a bomb, spreading across. On the Sloan platform, the video views surpassed 100 million, with comments reaching into the millions, and 6 of the top 10 trending topics on various platforms were related to this incident. Keywords surged from Luzhou kneeling in plea, to lord officials, to Yizhen, to Gourmet City demolition, flooding the screens. Is this our official? The common people are kneeling before him. Lord official? That title is too jarring. Who is Yizhen? Investigate his background. He seems to do whatever he wants. Why can't it be demolished? Can't we tear it down because of pollution? Demolition is possible, but we need to provide the common people with a way out. The Gourmet City has clearly stated it is willing to install a wastewater treatment facility. Why does Handong always have problems? Last time it was the big wind factory, this time it's Luzhou. Handong is a mess. Wait, I'm still waiting for the Handong 3 stars to begin addressing this. Garlic bird, the Handong 3 stars are probably scared too. The comment section was polarized. Some cursed Yizhen, some scolded the government, some sympathized with the businesses, and others supported environmental protection. But everyone was focused on one question: how would Handong province respond? Strangely, unlike previous incidents which would be quickly deleted and suppressed, this time nothing happened. The video remained, the comments persisted, the trending topics stayed, and even major official media began reporting. The Central News released a Weibo post. The Luzhou Gourmet City incident has drawn attention, and the local government has stated it will handle it transparently. The People's Daily also published a message. The Handong Provincial Propaganda Department stated it will report the incident's progress transparently. Netizens sensed an unusual atmosphere. Brothers, listen to me this time. It's different. This time it really is different. It seems they are serious. We support full transparency in the process. I'm waiting for Handong's answer. Let's see how the Handong 3 stars exert their strength. On the short video platform, videos from various angles went viral, some edited clips of the kneeling pleas set to sorrowful music, while others provided explanations about the pollution situation of Moon Lake. Soon someone dug up the names of Gao Yuliang and Zhao Ruilong from when the gourmet city approval was granted. Among them, the shadow of the Zhong family was pushing things behind the scenes. The Zhong family stated that no matter who was stirring up trouble in Handong, as long as it concerned Handong, they would have to lend a helping hand. Handong province was being roasted over a fire. The secretary Bai was organizing documents when the red telephone on the desk suddenly rang. He glanced at it, and his heart sank. It was the direct line from the organization office. He took a deep breath and answered, "This is the Handong provincial office." The voice on the other end was very formal and devoid of emotion. The organization office notifies that Comrade Xia Ruijin, secretary of the Handong province, is urgently requested to travel to Beijing today to report on his duties. The specific arrangements have been sent to the provincial office. Bei's hand trembled slightly upon hearing this, but his voice remained steady. Received. I will inform Secretary Xia immediately. After hanging up, he stood for a few seconds before quickly exiting the office, heading towards Xia Ruijin's office, knocking on the door and entering. Xia Ruijin was reading documents when he looked up. Upon seeing Bei's expression, his brows furrowed slightly. Secretary Xia, the organization office has notified that you are urgently requested to travel to Beijing today to report on your duties. Xia Ruijin's expression instantly darkened. He placed down the documents and leaned back in his chair, falling silent for a few seconds. Urgently traveling to Beijing. Reporting on duties. At this point, with this wording, it was certainly not good news. He stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to Bai, and speaking in a calm voice, "Arrange a car, and we will leave immediately." Bai responded affirmatively, turning to leave. Xia Ruijin stood by the window looking at the city outside, his face expressionless, but the fingers behind his back were tense. At this moment, he felt extremely uneasy. This trip to Beijing would not be easy to handle. Just then his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and immediately answered. "Dad." On the other end of the line, the old man's voice was flat, revealing no emotion. "Don't call me Dad. What exactly are you doing in Handong? In less than a month, Handong has experienced 2 public incidents. I see you've lost your mind." Promoting Xia Ruijin was taken aback by his father's voice and for a moment didn't know how to respond. "The last incident was at the doffing factory. You were asleep, but fortunately it didn't directly involve you. This time the incident has had such a severe impact. Tell me what measures you have taken." Xia Ruijin wanted to explain, but the old man never gave him the chance. "You are the provincial secretary. How many times have I told you that as the head of a large group, your job is to maintain stability, to balance, not simply to engage in political struggles? What do you think the organization is for? I don't know if it's that I couldn't teach you, or if you're just not cut out for this." Upon hearing this, Xia Ruijin fell silent, his expression darkening as he gripped the phone tightly, filled with indignation. On the other end of the line, the old man, having exhausted his anger, let his voice soften. "Sai, what's so good about the Zhong family that you have to be the one to take the lead? It seems my initial choice was correct. I'll let your brother take the pressure." As soon as he finished speaking, the call was abruptly ended. Xia Ruijin sat dumbfounded on the sofa, unable to regain his senses for a long time. Day after day, brother. Whenever there's a problem, they bring that person up. Where am I lacking compared to him? Given the same resources, I can do it too. After getting his emotions under control, Bai knocked and entered, informing Xia Ruijin that all preparations were complete. 15 minutes later, Xia Ruijin boarded the special vehicle with Bai sitting in the passenger seat. The driver started the engine and drove out of the provincial party compound. The car was very quiet, with only the low hum of the engine. Bai glanced at Xia Ruijin through the rearview mirror. He had his eyes closed, leaning back in his seat, his facial features very stern. "Secretary Xia, it will take about 50 minutes to reach the airport. You can rest a bit," Bai said softly. Xia Ruijin did not open his eyes, asking, "What time is the flight?" Bai looked at his watch and replied, "At 12 o'clock. The plane will land in Kyoto at a little past 1. The office in Beijing will send a car to pick you up, and you can rest there for a few hours. The reception time for the leaders is set for 7 in the evening." Xia Ruijin responded with a grunt, not speaking again, as the car sped along the highway. The scenery outside the window rushed past. Xia Ruijin kept his eyes closed, but his mind was racing. He understood all too well what the urgent request to travel to Beijing meant. In less than a month, Handong had 2 public incidents. The incident at the doffing factory had casualties. This time in Luzhu, the impact was even worse. The common people were kneeling before the officials, calling them Lord Official. The first incident had little to do with him, but the second time, Ishueshi was someone he had promoted, one of his own. He couldn't shake off this blame. The vehicle drove into the military airport, the gate opened, and the guard saluted. Once the car came to a stop, Xiao Ruijin got out. The political commissar of the military district was already waiting on the tarmac, dressed in military attire, standing straight. Upon seeing Xiao Ruijin, he quickly walked over and extended his hand. Secretary Xiao. Xiao Ruijin shook his hand firmly and replied, "Thank you for your hard work, Commissar Wang." Commissar Wang shook his head, saying little. The two walked side by side towards the plane, a military transport aircraft parked on the runway with the boarding stairs already lowered. Xiao Ruijin climbed the boarding stairs, turning back to glance at Wang Jianjun, standing below, who nodded at him. Xiao Ruijin nodded in return and turned to enter the cabin. The cabin door closed and the pilot began to communicate with the control tower, Tower Handong Military District Flight 01, requesting takeoff. The tower quickly responded, "Handong Military District Flight 01, you are cleared for takeoff. Wishing you a safe journey." The engines roared to life, the plane slowly taxied onto the runway, accelerated, lifted off, and ascended. Xiao Ruijin looked down through the window at the city, growing smaller and more distant, leaning back in his seat and closing his eyes. The plane disappeared into the sky. The news spread through the provincial party compound as if it had grown. The news spread throughout the provincial party compound as if it had grown wings. Secretary Xia has been summoned to Beijing for a work report. Urgently summoned to Beijing. This is not a good omen. Last time a provincial secretary was called to report and was dismissed upon return. This time in Handong, it seems a storm is brewing. In Gao Yuliang's office, he sat on the sofa, holding a teacup which had gone cold without him drinking. The secretary entered and whispered, "Secretary Gao, Secretary Xia's plane has already taken off." Gao Yuliang nodded without speaking. The secretary exited and Gao Yuliang set down the teacup, leaning against the sofa back, a faint curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Being urgently summoned to Beijing is generally not a good sign. Xiao Ruijin had been in Handong for less than a month, and there had been 2 mass incidents. The first could be blamed on Li Dakong or Lin Chuan, but the second time Yi Shueshi was his person. Bringing up Yi Shueshi was due to Xiao Ruijin's unilateral decision. After freezing promotions for provincial cadres, he forcefully promoted him. The kneeling incident involving Yi Shueshi was also a result of Xiao Ruijin's poor judgment in personnel. He supported the demolition of the food city, and now that issues had arisen, he could not distance himself from the situation. He had to bear this burden. If Xiao Ruijin were to be dismissed, Gao Yuliang's eyes narrowed. To maintain stability, the vacancy of the provincial party secretary would certainly be filled by the deputy secretary himself, Gao Yuliang. He picked up his phone, scrolled to Zhao Liken's number, and dialed. The phone rang a few times before connecting. "Old secretary," his tone was very respectful. On the other end of the line, Zhao Liken's voice came through, measured and unhurried. "Yuliang, what's the matter?" Gao Yuliang lowered his voice. "Xiao Ruijin has been called to Kyoto for a work report. What do you think?" Zhao Lichuan paused for a moment, his tone flat. "I know. Just do what you need to do, don't rush." Gao Yuliang felt reassured, responded, and hung up the phone. He stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the city with a particularly pleasant mood. In the office of Provincial Secretary Zhou Jiangwo, he sat behind his desk, a thick stack of documents spread before him, unable to absorb a single word. He lit one cigarette after another. The ashtray on the desk was already piled high, and he had no mood to call someone to clean it up. His phone lay on the desk, its screen dark, as he stared at the black screen, seemingly waiting for something. Xiao Ruijin had been summoned for a work report. He was Xiao Ruijin's person. If something happened to Secretary Xiao, what would he do? The position of Secretary General was coveted by many. He stood up, pacing back and forth in the office, then sat down, then stood up again. Vice Governor Zhang Guoqing was not in a much better position. He sat in his office with the door tightly shut. Xiao Ruijin was someone he had aligned with. Had he finally built a connection, only to have it severed now? If Xiao Ruijin fell, he would have no backing in Handong. He had offended Lin Chuan, and he was not close to Gao Yuliang. At that point, he would be utterly alone. In the office of the Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary Tian Guofu, he sat behind his desk with a phone pressed to his ear, speaking in a low voice. "Leader Xiao Ruijin has been called to Kyoto." On the other end, Zhong Xingwo's voice was heavy. "I know. Don't panic. Just do your job. The discipline inspection work in Handong must not be disrupted." Tian Guofu replied, and hung up the phone, leaning back in his chair with a long sigh. Xiao Ruijin was his connection. He could not afford to fall, but this was beyond his control, and he could only wait. At just past 1 in the afternoon, the plane slowly descended at the Kyoto military airport. Xiao Ruijin stepped out of the aircraft. The sunlight on his face felt neither warm nor welcoming, but rather somewhat blinding. Squinting his eyes, he walked down the stairs where a black sedan was already waiting on the tarmac with license plates from Handong Province's Beijing office. A middle-aged man quickly approached, respectfully saying, "Secretary Xia, it's been a long journey, and let me take you to the Beijing office for some rest." Sha Ruijin nodded and got into the car, which drove out of the airport onto the expressway. Leaning back against the seat, he looked out at Kyoto. He had visited this city countless times, but this time his mood was completely different. At 7 in the evening, he was to meet with the leaders. What would he say? How should he say it? He closed his eyes, his mind racing. The Beijing office had a room prepared quiet and tidy. Sha Ruijin entered not resting, but sat down on the sofa and lit a cigarette. Secretary Bai brought a cup of tea, placing it on the coffee table softly, saying, "Secretary Sha, why don't you take a break? You still have to meet the leaders this evening." At 2 p.m. in the Luzhu city government, Cheng Su sat in his office, a thick pile of materials laid out before him. He spent the entire morning reviewing the events surrounding the food city. From project approval to construction operations, from pollution assessments to demolition plans, he had gone through every step. Fool. After going through all this, he increasingly felt that Yizhen was simply a fool, a complete idiot. Damn it. So many good plans laid out there. From any perspective, the food city did not have to be demolished. What on earth was Yizhen thinking, or was he carrying out some sort of political task? Only this thought made Cheng Su feel somewhat rational. Otherwise, how could there be such a fool in a position of power? But regardless of whether he was on a political mission, this vice mayor could forget about keeping his job. He rubbed his eyes, closed the materials, and picked up the phone. Notify all departments a city government meeting will be held at 3 p.m. with only one agenda item: the mass incident at the food city. All vice mayors must attend, not one less. At 3 p.m. in the city government meeting room, the vice mayors gradually arrived. Yizhen sat in his place, his expression not looking good. There were bloodshot veins in his eyes, clearly indicating he hadn't slept well last night. The other vice mayors kept their heads down, flipping through materials, no one speaking. The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy, like the calm before a storm. Cheng Su was the last to enter, taking his seat at the head of the table. He glanced around the room, his gaze pausing briefly on Yizhen, saying nothing further. Let's begin the meeting. His voice was not loud but clear. Today there is only one agenda item: the mass incident at the food city. Cheng Su opened the materials in front of him, his voice steady. I spent the entire morning reviewing the situation regarding the gourmet city from start to finish. From project approval to construction and operation, from pollution assessment to demolition plans, I will now explain the situation to everyone. He then detailed the situation of the gourmet city, including the pollution at Moonlight Lake, the impact of the gourmet city on the lake's water, the environmental assessment report, and the current test data. Each point was backed by evidence, and every number was crystal clear. After finishing, Cheng Su closed the materials and scanned the room. Based on the assessment, the pollution issue of the gourmet city is not insurmountable. As long as funds are allocated to install sewage treatment facilities, pollution can be controlled. In that case, not only will the gourmet city not be a source of pollution, but it can also become a landmark building in Luzhu, attracting tourists and boosting the economy. It will also provide the people of Luzhu with a place to enjoy leisure activities. The conference room fell silent for a moment. Some people looked up while others exchanged glances with subtle expressions. At this moment, everyone in the conference room turned their gaze toward Yizhen, their eyes harboring a sense of schadenfreude. Cheng Zu's voice then grew serious. This means that there is no need to resort to demolition. Installing sewage treatment facilities won't cost much or require much effort. In fact, this cost doesn't even need to come from us. The gourmet city is willing to cover it themselves. But why have we arrived at this point? Why are the common people kneeling at the city government's door? As he spoke, Cheng Zu's finger heavily struck the table, the sound emanating an implicit pressure. He directed his gaze towards Yizhen, his voice low yet grave. Comrade, Yizhen, please, why has this situation arisen? Yizhen's expression changed. He looked up at Cheng Su, his lips moving, his voice tense. Mayor Cheng, the pollution issue of the gourmet city is severe, and the environmental assessment report indicates. The environmental assessment report indicates a pollution problem, not that demolition is necessary. Cheng Su interrupted him, his tone serious. I have been involved in the economy for many years and have dealt with numerous environmental projects. Installing sewage treatment facilities is the most conventional solution. As a deputy mayor who has held leadership for so many years, do you really lack this basic knowledge? How did you even get to your current position? Yizhen opened his mouth, speechless, his face turning red. Cheng Su stood up, placing his hands on the table, leaning slightly forward to stare at Yizhen. Do you know what the common people call you? Lord Official. You certainly have an imposing presence. You've made Luzhu infamous nationwide. What kind of reputation? A notorious one. All the reputation accumulated over the years in Luzhu has been ruined by you. Do you know what those two words mean? They mean that in the eyes of the common people, you are not an official of the organization, you are an old official of the old society. Yizhen's face turned bright red, wanting to refute, but unsure how. At that moment, Cheng Zu's voice grew heavier. Have you ever engaged with the public regarding the demolitions in Luzhu? Have you ever listened to the opinions of the businesses? Have you ever considered their livelihoods? As a deputy mayor having been in leadership for decades, you have not engaged with the public or cared about people's livelihoods at all. This is a classic case of bureaucratism. The conference room fell completely silent, everyone lowering their heads, no one daring to speak. It was terrifying. The combat power of this new mayor was quite extraordinary. If their combat power was 100, this new mayor's combat power was at least over 10,000. Yizhen stood up, his face pale and lips trembling. Mayor Cheng, I disagree with your statement. Everything I do is for the development of Luzhu and for the benefit of the people. The pollution in the gourmet city is very serious. For the benefit of the people. Cheng Su interrupted him again. The common people are kneeling in front of you, begging you not to demolish. Did you hear them? Have you ever knelt down and spoken to them? Do you know how they feed their families? You know nothing. All you know is demolition. Who are you really working for? Are you actually working for the people? Speak. Answer me. Yizhen's body swayed, his hands pressing on the table to steady himself. His face turned from red to white, and then from white to green. He opened his mouth wanting to defend himself, but could say nothing. Having been obstinate all his life, he still refused to accept this outcome, yet he could not argue back. That shocking meal shattered all his defenses. Cheng Su looked at him with a serious tone, still heavy. Yizhen, your current state is not suitable for continuing your work. I suggest you be suspended for inspection, awaiting further action. Tomorrow I will formally propose this in the standing committee meeting. Now the city government will vote on the handling plan for the gourmet city. Who is against it? Who is in favor? Cheng Su glanced at the comrades present. The vice mayors and leading officials quickly nodded their heads, raising their hands in agreement. This was not only due to the intimidation from the strong demeanor of the newly appointed mayor, but also because Yizhen was indeed too foolish. This incident would affect not just Yizhen alone. Rather, it involved the entire leadership team of Luzhu City. One could say that each of them would have to reckon with this matter during their next promotion discussions, impacting their advancement. At the same time, they were curious about the identity of the new mayor. It was known that Yizhen was personally promoted by Secretary Xia. Even the demolition of the food city was implicitly approved by Secretary Xia. Could it be that this was a bit too bold? Or perhaps the people behind the new mayor were not any less formidable than Secretary Xia. All the vice mayors were contemplating which side to align with. After all, the sooner one aligned, the sooner one would reap benefits. Since ancient times, those who aligned early were the core faction, while those who aligned later were the peripheral faction, and there was a reason for that. With Yizhen stepping down, the position of executive vice mayor would be vacated, and then one of the vice mayors, Tang Yin, immediately spoke up. Mayor Cheng, your words are profound. When the demolition of the food city was proposed, I raised my objections, stating it was unnecessary, truly unnecessary. But Mayor, he wouldn't listen, insisting on his course. Secretary Zhang even suggested discussing it again after your appointment. Seeing Tang Yin speak, another vice mayor's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking, wow, old Tang is really quick to align. This old fellow must know something. The background of this new mayor must be extraordinary. No, I must align quickly too. Mayor Cheng, indeed, issues of public livelihood cannot be ignored. Your words are profound, and we must reflect and learn from you. As the words fell, Tang Yin and the vice mayor exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a hint of amusement, as if saying, damn it, old fellow, you're aligning so fast. Whatever I do, you do too. If I tell you to eat shit, will you eat it? Hey, little Tang, what I'm doing is called strategy. You're the one stirring up trouble, and you'll be fine with me. Yizhen stood there looking as if he had been drained of all energy. He slowly sat down, lowering his head and remaining silent. Cheng Su glanced at the others, his voice returning to a steady tone. From today on, I will personally oversee the matter of the food city. The pollution assessment and plan for the food city will be redone. We will add wastewater treatment facilities to resolve the pollution issues while making the handling of this matter public, especially regarding why the city government did not demolish the food city and what solutions were proposed. We need the people to know that we are not changing due to collective incidents. The Luzhu city government does not yield to threats from collective incidents, but is willing to listen to valuable suggestions from the public. After saying this, he paused, scanning each person. There must be no more mishaps in Luzhu. Each department must fulfill its duties and handle its own affairs well. The meeting is dismissed. The vice mayors gradually stood up and left. Yizhen remained seated, not moving. Cheng Su glanced at him, picked up the materials, and walked out of the conference room. In the corridor, sunlight streamed through the windows as Cheng Su walked ahead, his steps brisk. By the time Cheng Su returned to the office, several people were already standing in the corridor. The director of the Development and Reform Commission, the finance director, the housing and urban construction director, and two vice mayors all held documents in their hands, clearly here to report on their work. Seeing Cheng Su, they forced smiles onto their faces and were about to speak when the Secretary-General stepped. Everyone. The Secretary-General spread his arms, blocking the office door like a hen protecting her chicks. Mayor Cheng has just taken office today, and many matters have yet to be sorted out. Tomorrow afternoon, Mayor Cheng will arrange a unified time to hear reports. Everyone should go back and prepare materials. We'll talk tomorrow. The director of the Development and Reform Commission opened his mouth, wanting to say something urgent, but seeing the Secretary-General's expression, he swallowed his words. The finance director was even more straightforward, turning and leaving quickly. He needed to prepare materials and work reports. The two vice mayors exchanged glances and also dispersed. The corridor quickly emptied. After Cheng Su entered the office, the Secretary-General followed him in and closed the door. Mayor Cheng, should we inform Secretary Zhang about today's matters? The Secretary-General lowered his voice, offering a reminder. Hearing this, Cheng Su nodded, seated himself behind his desk, picked up the internal phone on the table, and dialed Zhang Wenqing's number. The phone rang twice before being connected. Secretary Zhang, this is Cheng Su. His voice was very respectful. Zhang Wenqing on the other end responded with a hum, his tone amiable. Comrade, Cheng Su, has the meeting concluded? Yes, it has. Cheng Su briefly recounted the meeting's situation, the handling of Yizhen, the plan for the food city, and the statements from various departments. He spoke objectively without embellishments or omissions. Secretary Zhang from the Municipal Party Committee remained silent for 2 seconds after listening, then said the matter of Yizhen being suspended will be discussed in tomorrow morning's executive meeting. I agree in principle with the handling plan for the food city. You can proceed with full confidence. The Municipal Party Committee supports you. Cheng Su felt relieved and spoke even more respectfully. Thank you, Secretary Zhang. Secretary Zhang then gave a few more reminders regarding stability before hanging up the phone. Seeing this, Cheng Su placed the receiver down, exhaling deeply. Secretary Zhang's attitude was better than he had anticipated. It seems having connections in the court makes things easier. In the office of the Luzhu City Party, Secretary Zhang Wenqing leaned back in his chair after hanging up the phone and took a sip from his teacup. After pondering, he picked up his phone, found Gao Yuliang's number, and dialed it. Secretary Gao, I apologize for disturbing you. Zhang Wenqing's voice carried a tone of deference. He owed his current position entirely to Secretary Gao's patronage. Secretary Gao's voice came through the phone, measured and unhurried. Wenqing, what is it? Zhang Wenqing reported the suspension of Yizhen, explaining that Cheng Su had proposed the measure during the municipal government meeting and planned to formalize it at tomorrow morning's standing committee session. After listening, Secretary Gao paused for a second before remarking, Comrade, Yizhen is passionate about his work, but his methods are indeed problematic. Suspending him for inspection serves both his personal growth and the greater good of our work. Wenqing, handle it as you see fit. Zhang Wenqing acknowledged the instruction, exchanged a few pleasantries, and ended the call. On the other end, Secretary Gao set down his phone, a faint knowing smile curling at the corner of his lips. How would Sha Ruijin's save face now that Yizhen had been suspended? A provincial-level official, recently appointed, suddenly stripped of duties. Such an act dealt a severe blow to the provincial party secretary's authority. Even if he returned from Beijing, he would have no choice but to swallow this bitter pill in silence. Cheng Su sat in his office a while longer, then picked up his phone and dialed Lin Chuan's number. The line connected after 2 rings. Senior leader, this is Cheng Su. Lin Chuan's voice came through, tired yet composed. Speak. Cheng Su recounted the entire Luzhou affair, Yizhen's suspension proposal, the revised plan for the Food City project, Secretary Zhang's stance, and the standing committee's scheduled deliberation. He spoke with meticulous detail, covering every step. After a brief silence, Lin Chuan replied, Your handling has been sound. Proceed with Yizhen's suspension according to due process. Implement the Food City plan without delay. Then compile a formal report. I'll instruct the propaganda department to disseminate the resolution nationwide. Cheng Su affirmed the order. Lin Chuan added, Stabilize Luzhou as soon as possible. No further turbulence can be tolerated. Livelihood initiatives must keep pace. People's welfare cannot be sustained by slogans alone. Given your background in economic development, devote special attention to this domain. Cheng Su responded solemnly, Understood, senior leader. Rest assured, I will ensure Luzhou remains firmly stable. Lin Chuan gave a quiet hum of acknowledgement, offered a few more parting instructions, and ended the call. Cheng Su set down his phone and leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. The senior leader's stance was unequivocal. Stability outweighed all else. In the office of Jingzhou's party secretary, Li Dakong, documents lay spread across his desk. His secretary entered, knocking lightly and smiling. Secretary Li, news from Luzhou. Li Dakong looked up. What news? The secretary summarized the developments, Yizhen's suspension following Cheng Su's appointment, and the revised Food City plan. Li Dakong listened, then slowly broke into a broad grin, laughing heartily for several moments. Yizhen's fate was entirely foreseeable. Setting down his pen and leaning back, he spoke with palpable satisfaction. Back when we formed the leadership team in Luzhou, he never hesitated to point fingers at me, and even filed complaints against me upstream. A man so visibly inept belongs not in governance, but in a museum as its director. His laughter subsided, replaced by a sigh and a slow shake of his head. What a pity. Why did Provincial Director Lin assign Cheng Su to Luzhou? How much better it would have been had he come to Jingzhou as mayor, to help me boost our economy. I'm desperately short on capable personnel right now. Hearing this, the secretary smiled along, politely, careful not to respond. After all, Jingzhou already had a mayor, albeit one known for his detached low-key approach. Li Dakong picked up his pen again and resumed reviewing documents, still faintly smiling. Yet beneath his eyes lingered a quiet regret. Provincial Government Office Building, 500 p.m. Lin Chuan finished organizing the files on his desk, preparing to leave for the day, when his phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the display, an unfamiliar number from Beijing. He studied the screen for 2 seconds, then answered. Is this Comrade Lin Chuan? The voice on the other end was steady, courteous, and beneath its civility unmistakably authoritative. Lin Chuan's pulse quickened slightly. His reply remained poised. I am Lin Chuan. Zhao Lichuan. Lin Chuan's fingers tightened imperceptibly. Zhao Lichuan, the former party secretary of Handong Province, now vice chair of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Patriarch of the Zhao family. Lin Chuan drew a slow breath, voice unwavering. Chairman Zhao, greetings. Zhao Lichuan chuckled softly, lightly, casually. Comrade Lin Chuan, my apologies for the intrusion. I'm currently in Beijing. Hearing recent developments in Handong, I thought I'd give you a call, just to chat. Lin Chuan remained silent, waiting patiently for him to continue. Zhao Lichuan exchanged light pleasantries, asking after Handong's economic conditions, inquiring about the metro project's progress. His tone relaxed, almost paternal. Lin Chuan answered each question with composure, neither overly eager nor dismissive. After several minutes, Zhao Lichuan shifted tone, voice turning grave. Comrade Lin Chuan, I've heard about the Food City incident in Luzhou. That project belongs to my son. It has brought adverse repercussions to Handong, and as a father, I feel deeply ashamed. Lin Chuan's heartbeat stirred, yet his voice stayed calm. Chairman Zhao, the Food City matter is under active resolution. Comrade Cheng Su has formulated a concrete plan, installing advanced wastewater treatment systems to fully resolve the pollution issue, ensuring no hindrance to Luzhou's development. Comrade Lin Chuan, I have a proposal on behalf of my son. I wish to donate the Food City project to the Handong provincial government. Let the provincial government determine its use, whether for public welfare or tourism development, thereby offering a sincere account to the people of Handong. Lin Chuan paused, momentarily stunned. The Food City was a high-value asset, yet Zhao Lichuan spoke of donating it, as if discarding a trivial trinket. Before he could formulate a response, Zhao Lichuan added another sentence. And the Shanshui Group, let us donate it to the Handong provincial government, as well, in support of Handong's development. At these words, Lin Chuan held the phone in silence, still deliberate and profoundly thoughtful. Shanshui Group, that is the core asset of the Zhao family in Handong, involved in multiple fields such as real estate, hotels, and tourism. With the addition of the Food City, the total assets amount to over 10 billion. This is not just a landing investment project, it is a substantial corporate donation. Even Lin Chuan could not help but admire Zhao Lichuan's grand gesture. What is Zhao Lichuan trying to do? Is he spending money to buy peace? Or is he preparing for a counterattack? To be honest, he truly admires the old secretary's methods and courage. Lin Chuan's mind was racing. He knew Zhao Lichuan was cleaning up after himself. Both the Food City and Shanshui Group were Zhao family businesses, which now had become hot potatoes. By donating, he could not only gain a good reputation, but also shed his burdens. But more importantly, this was a signal to the organization. I, Zhao Lichuan, am not someone who disregards rules. Comrade Lin Chuan. Zhao Lichuan's voice came through, tinged with amusement. Do you think I am being too abrupt? Lin Chuan snapped back to reality, his voice steady. Chairman Zhao, your decision is quite sudden. I need to consider it. Zhao Lichuan in Kyoto laughed, his tone gentle. No rush, no rush. Take your time to think it over, I'll wait for your response. Lin Chuan acknowledged, exchanged a few pleasantries, then hung up the phone. Sitting behind his desk, he stared silently at the phone screen for a long time. He knew that when Zhao Lichuan said he was waiting for a response, he was not referring to Lin Chuan's reply, but to Secretary Wang's response. This person calculated every move meticulously. Lin Chuan picked up his phone, found Secretary Wang's number, and dialed. The phone rang a few times before connecting, but it was not Secretary Wang who answered, it was his secretary. Governor Lin's Secretary Wang is in a meeting and is unavailable to take calls. Is there something I can convey? Seeing this, Lin Chuan said, please ask Secretary Wang to call me back after the meeting. The secretary acknowledged and hung up the phone. Lin Chuan leaned back in his chair, gazing at the sky outside, his fingers gently tapping on the armrest. Half an hour later, his phone rang. Lin Chuan glanced at the caller ID and answered immediately. Old leader. Secretary Wang's voice came through, slightly weary, yet still steady. What is it now? Go ahead. I really owe you one every day. Lin Chuan recounted Zhao Liken's call in detail. The donation from the Food City and Shanshui Group, totaling over 10 billion in assets, was unconditional to the provincial government. He stated it objectively without adding his own judgments, merely stating the facts. Secretary Wang remained silent for a long time after hearing this. The only sound on the line was his breathing. Lin Chuan did not rush him, waiting patiently. Zhao Lichuan is not an ordinary person. Secretary Wang finally spoke, a hint of emotion in his voice. To be honest, I have no objections to this hero of Handong's reform and development, truly. His son runs a group for profit, doing real business, unlike some others' descendants who only engage in finance using empty tactics to deceive. Zhao Lichuan is indeed a decent man. Lin Chuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Zhao Lichuan was a decent man. Chen Yanshi and Yi Shueshi, these two types have not been dealt with by him in Handong. His own son makes money through real enterprises, providing jobs for society. But he remained silent, knowing Secretary Wang had more to say. Secretary Wang paused, his tone growing serious. You understand what it means for him to donate these things? I understand too. He is spending money to buy peace and preparing for a counterattack. The situation in Handong is becoming increasingly complex. Old leader, how should I respond? Secretary Wang was silent for a few seconds, then said, Accept, take it all in. For the Food City and Shanshui Group, whatever he gives you take, without hesitation or reservation. After all, it is a contribution to the organization, and there is no major issue. Lin Chuan's heart stirred, waiting for him to continue. Secretary Wang's voice grew more serious. After accepting, continue to maintain neutrality, avoid conflicts, and focus on your economy and people's livelihood. No matter how the situation in Handong changes, the economy must remain stable. As long as the economy is stable, no one can touch you. This struggle will not be easy for the Zhong family. Even if they win in the end, what good will it do? Lin Chuan nodded solemnly, saying, I understand. Secretary Wang reminded him a few more times before hanging up. Lin Chuan sighed, leaning back in his chair, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing. Accepting Zhao Liken's offerings, but remaining neutral, was the most prudent strategy. Lin Chuan picked up his phone, dialed Zhao Liken's number, and the call connected after just 2 rings, clearly indicating that the other party had been waiting. Chairman Zhao, this is Lin Chuan. His tone was very respectful. Hearing this, Zhao Lichuan laughed. Comrade Lin Chuan, have you made your decision? Lin Chuan leaned back on the sofa and said slowly, I have made my decision. Thank you, Chairman Zhao, for your support of Handong. I will arrange for someone to handle the matters regarding the Food City and Shanshui Group. Rest assured, Chairman Zhao, these resources will definitely be used effectively and will not betray your goodwill. Zhao Liken's laughter became even more cheerful. Good. Comrade Lin Chuan, I trust you to handle things. Handong needs comrades like you who get things done. Having you is a blessing for Handong. He paused, lowering his voice slightly. Comrade Lin Chuan, work hard in Handong. At critical moments, someone will lend you a hand at the standing committee meeting. Lin Chuan's heart trembled at this, but his voice remained steady. Thank you, Chairman Zhao. Zhao Lichuan continued, the development of Handong relies on you young people. I am getting old and losing my effectiveness. If you have any matters in the future, feel free to call me at any time. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they hung up. Lin Chuan held his phone, standing by the window, gazing at the city outside. Zhao Liken's last words carried significant weight. At critical moments, someone would help him at the standing committee meeting. Who? Other committee members. Zhao Lichuan had been managing affairs in Handong for so many years, his foundations were unfathomable. When he said someone would help, there would definitely be someone. Lin Chuan took a deep breath and placed his phone on the table. Zhao Liken's move was both a means of drawing him in and a strategic layout. Sha Ruijin, going to Kyoto for his duties, would likely return. Zhao Lichuan seized the opportunity to donate over 10 billion in assets, trading it for Lin Chuan's neutrality, even earning the organization's leniency. In this game, Zhao Lichuan gains without loss, perhaps even profiting immensely. This move was clever and stable. A masterful play, a skillful hand, a common move. This maneuver could also be considered a backhanded tactic. The sky had darkened, the city lights flickering on one by one. He turned around, packed his things, and left the office. In Kyoto, at the Zhao family villa, Zhao Lichuan put down his phone, his smile gradually fading. He leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and lightly tapped on the armrest with his fingers. Lin Chuan agreed, and Secretary Wang also agreed, which meant that his foundational power in Handong was temporarily stabilized. Relying solely on that incompetent Sha Ruijin would likely pose little threat to Gao Yuliang, especially since he hadn't even played his cards yet, but had already stabbed himself. What use would that have? He opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing with thoughts of the next moves. Sha Ruijin was a piece played by Zhong Xinghua, but now this piece had become problematic. The impact of the Luzhua incident was too great. Sha Ruijin was required to go to Beijing for his duties, but should not be dismissed. As long as Handong could suppress Sha Ruijin, Zhao Lichuan would be in an invulnerable position in Kyoto. Even if he ultimately lost, it would merely mean retirement, and retirement could still protect his family. By then perhaps Zhong Zhenghua would also retire and go fishing with him. Zhao Lichuan picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip. The tea was already cold, but he did not call for a change, slowly swallowing it down. Cold tea can sometimes be more refreshing than hot tea. 6:30 p.m. Beijing, the office of the Handong province in the capital. Sha Ruijin sat in the room, having changed his outfit 3 times, first in a dark suit deemed too formal, then in a jacket considered too casual, and finally back to the dark suit complemented by a dark tie. He stood in front of the mirror, adjusting his tie, gazing at his serious face reflected back at him, taking a deep breath. Secretary Bai stood beside him, cautiously saying, "Secretary Sha, the car is ready." Sha Ruijin nodded, picked up the document bag from the table, and walked out of the room. The corridor was quiet, with only the sound of his footsteps. After descending the stairs, the special car was already waiting at the door. He got into the back seat, while Secretary Bai sat in the passenger seat. The car drove out of the office, heading towards its destination. Inside the car, it was silent, no one spoke, and Sha Ruijin leaned back against the seat, eyes closed. His fingers gently tapped on his knee, mentally rehearsing every word he was to say later. The matters of the Dafeng factory, the situation in Luzhu, the economic conditions of Handong, and the status of the cadre team. Every matter had to be clearly articulated, supported by data, and presented with an attitude. Secretary Bai glanced at him through the rearview mirror, wanting to ask something, but held back. The car moved through the night, the flashing neon lights outside reflecting on Sha Ruijin's face, flickering in and out. In the security room by the sea, the on-duty leader sat in front of the monitoring station screens, displaying images from various entrances. The phone rang. He picked it up and nodded after listening for a few seconds. Understood. License plate, Jing A00042, entering in 10 minutes. He hung up the phone and picked up the walkie-talkie. Attention, a vehicle will be entering in 10 minutes, plate number Jing A00042. Allow normal passage. A reply came through the walkie-talkie, received. The black Audi Jing A00042 moved slowly through the night. Sha Ruijin sat in the back seat, slightly leaning forward, hands resting on his knees, fingers unconsciously rubbing the seam of his trousers. He was dressed in a dark suit, the tie pulled tight, and the collar of his shirt buttoned securely. The streetlights outside flickered past, their light illuminating the car and casting a tense and serious expression on his face. He reached up to adjust his tie, then touched the collar of his shirt, feeling it was too tight. He loosened it, then felt it was too loose, tightening it again. Secretary Bai, sitting in the passenger seat, noticed his movements through the rearview mirror, but remained silent, turning his gaze to the window. How much longer? Sha Ruijin asked, his voice slightly tense. Secretary Bai glanced at his watch. 5 more minutes. Sha Ruijin acknowledged with a sound, adjusting his tie again. His fingers trembled slightly, but quickly steadied. He took a deep breath, leaned back against the seat, and closed his eyes, mentally reviewing every word he was to say later, each number, each key point. The matters of the Dafeng factory, the situation in Luzhu, the economic conditions of Handong, and the status of the cadre team. To express everything clearly, to explain thoroughly with sincerity, without excuses or evasion. The car slowed down as Sha Ruijin opened his eyes and saw a large gate ahead. The gate was open and the guard stood to the side, not stopping the vehicle, but merely saluting as the car passed through smoothly without pausing. Sha Ruijin looked out of the car window. The courtyard was quiet, trees casting shadows in the night, and a few small buildings were lit. The car stopped in front of a building. Secretary Bai got out first, opened the back door, and Sha Ruijin stepped out, standing beside the car, adjusting his tie and checking his cuffs. A staff member in a dark jacket walked out of the building, his pace neither fast nor slow, with a warm yet polite expression. He approached Sha Ruijin, extending his hand. "Secretary Sha, welcome. Please wait a moment. The leader is still handling some matters." Upon hearing this, Sha Ruijin shook his hand and nodded, saying, "All right, no rush." The staff member led him into the building and seated him in a lounge, while Secretary Bai remained outside. The lounge was small, furnished with a sofa, coffee table, and a few potted plants with a landscape painting hanging on the wall. Sha Ruijin sat on the sofa, sitting up straight, hands resting on his knees. He glanced at the cup of water on the coffee table, but did not take it. The staff member poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of him before retreating. The door closed, and the lounge fell silent, only the clock on the wall ticking steadily. Sha Ruijin took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, reaching to adjust his tie, pausing for a moment on the knot before letting his hand fall. He glanced at the clock on the wall. Now it was time to wait. He closed his eyes, going over those numbers in his mind again. The data was data, but how to present it, how to explain it, and how to convince the leaders he could stabilize Handong was the key. Yizhen opened his eyes again, looking at the clock on the wall. The time was passing quickly. Handong. The office building of the Handong Province Discipline Inspection Commission and Supervisory Commission. The lights in the corridor were still on, but most offices were already empty. Chen Hai sat in his office, a document spread out before him, not taking in a single word. He leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. The door swung open, and Ho Liangping walked in, holding a stack of materials, excitement shining on his face. Chen Hai, take a look at this. He placed the materials on the desk, his voice lowered, but unable to contain his excitement. Chen Hai glanced at him. Why didn't you knock? Ho Liangping chuckled. Who are we to each other? Why knock? He leaned closer, lowering his voice. Chen Hai, I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Chen Hai looked at him, remaining silent. Ho Liangping opened the file bag and pulled out several sheets of paper, spreading them on the desk. Li Dakang's wife, Ouyang Jing, you know her, right? Chen Hai frowned. I know her. What's going on? Ho Liangping pointed to the papers, his voice serious. Ouyang Jing received money from Kai Qinggong, 4 times 50,000 each time. A total of 200,000. At this statement, Chen Hai's expression changed, staring at Ho Liangping, his voice tense. You investigated this. Is there evidence? Ho Liangping shook his head. No recordings, no transaction records, but Kai Qinggong remembers the card number. He gave Ouyang Jing a bank card. As long as we check the statements for that card, we can find out. Seeing the lack of clear evidence, Chen Hai fell silent for a few seconds, leaning back in his chair, fingers lightly tapping on the table. Li Dakang, a member of the Provincial Standing Committee and Secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee, a vice-ministerial level cadre, investigating his wife is no trivial matter. Without procedures, without upper-level approval, to investigate the family of a vice-ministerial cadre on one's own initiative is too serious. Can we act solely on Kai Qinggong's words and a few bank statements? Liangping, this matter. Chen Hai weighed his words. Procedurally, it's not quite appropriate. Ho Liangping gazed at him, his eyes bright. Chen Hai, don't hesitate. Both of us are people who have committed offenses and have penalties on us. If we don't tackle a couple of hard battles, how can we turn things around? How can we make progress? This is just Kai Qinggong's account. There are other cases of corruption yet to be investigated. Ouyang Jing is the vice president of the Jingzhou City Bank. How could a vice president have such power? Does Li Dakang not know? I believe he does. Otherwise, how could it be? Upon hearing this, Chen Hai fell silent. Ho Liangping continued, Secretary Tian and Li Dakang are at odds. You know this very well. During the standing committee meeting, Li Dakang pointed his finger at Secretary Tian and scolded him. Can Secretary Tian swallow this humiliation? We have Secretary Sha backing us, and besides, we are only investigating Ouyang Jing, not Li Dakang. There should be no problem. Chen Hai paused, his fingers recalling the day he was dismissed, the afternoon when his father was stripped of his party membership, and Lin Chuan's eternally calm face. He needed to turn his fortunes around to prove that he was not worthless. Liangping, about this matter. Chen Hai pondered his words. Shouldn't we go through the proper procedures first? Report to Secretary Tian, first get approval from above before proceeding with the investigation. Seeing the intention to report, Ho Liangping leaned forward anxiously, raising his voice slightly. Go through procedures. By the time the procedure is completed, it will be too late. Chen Hai, how do you not understand? Once Li Dakang catches wind of this and cleans up all the evidence, what will there be left to investigate? Chen Hai hesitated upon hearing this. He was not a stable person by nature, otherwise he wouldn't have listened to Ho Liangping the last time and monitored Ding Yizhen without proper authorization. He looked up at Ho Liangping. There was a light in Ho Liangping's eyes, one he was familiar with, the kind gamblers have when they see their chips. This world lacks many things, but it certainly does not lack gamblers. Let's do it, Chen Hai said. But before that, I need to see Kai Qinggong and hear what he has to say. Ho Liangping smiled, stood up, and patted his shoulder. Come on, I'll take you there. The two of them left the office, and the corridor was very quiet. Taking the elevator down to the first floor, they exited the building and got into the car. Ho Liangping drove with Chen Hai in the passenger seat. The car turned off the main road and into a winding small path, driving into an old neighborhood. Ho Liangping stopped the car in front of a residential building and turned off the lights. He glanced outside to confirm no one was following before getting out of the car. Chen Hai followed closely behind as they ascended to the third floor. Ho Liangping knocked on the door in a specific pattern. The door opened, revealing Kai Qinggong standing at the entrance, wearing an old sweater, looking scruffy with bloodshot eyes. Upon seeing Ho Liangping and then Chen Hai, he froze for a moment. Monkey this is. Ho Liangping pushed him inside, saying, let's talk inside. The door closed, and the interior was quite simple: a bed, a table, and a few chairs. The curtains were drawn tightly, and several takeout boxes were laid out on the table. Kai Qinggong rubbed his hands looking at Chun Hai with some nervousness. They sat down on the sofa, and Kai Qinggong pointed to the chair opposite him. Baozi, sit. This is Chun Hai from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Tell him about Ouyang Jing's case. Kai Qinggong sat down, rubbed his hands, and looked at Chun Hai with a tense voice. Director Chun, that woman, Ouyang Jing, took my money 4 times 50,000 each time. I gave her a bank card. Oh, I still remember the card number. Chun Hai looked at him sharply. Do you have any evidence? Recording? Photos? Kai Qinggong shook his head saying, no recording, but I remember the card number. As long as we check the transaction history of that card, we can find out. Chun Hai fell silent upon learning there was no evidence. Are you sure it was Ouyang Jing herself who received it? I am sure, Kai Qinggong replied assertively. I handed it to her in person. The first time was in her office, the later times were all outside. She took the money but didn't do anything for me. This woman is very cold-hearted. Chun Hai glanced at Ho Liangping, who nodded slightly. Chun Hai then stood up, paced the room for a few moments, and turned to Kai Qinggong. Kai Qinggong, do you know who reported you? Without evidence, you would be making false accusations. Accusing his wife of a crime is not a light charge. Kai Qinggong's face changed at the threat, his voice turning urgent. Director Chen, I am not making false accusations. What I said is true. I swear to heaven. Upon seeing this, Ho Liangping stood up, patted Kai Qinggong on the shoulder, and said to Chen Hai, Baozi wouldn't lie to me. If he says it exists, it definitely exists. Chen Hai remained silent for a long time, looking at Kai Qinggong's haggard face, and then at Ho Liangping's expectant eyes, before finally nodding. Let's do it. After receiving the notification, Sha Ruijin stood there waiting a few seconds before walking and even hearing his own heartbeat. Behind an old-fashioned desk, an elderly man was taking off his reading glasses and gestured to the chair without saying a word. Sha Ruijin hurried over, sitting only a third of the way down, his back straight as a ruler. The words on the wall were clear, seeking truth from facts. The 4 characters had been hanging for some years with the edges of the paper slightly yellowed. Go ahead and speak. The old man took off his glasses and began to wipe them slowly, not looking up at him. His tone was flat, revealing no inclination. Sha Ruijin's throat tightened. He had rehearsed his speech 3 times before coming, but now he had forgotten everything and could only start reporting from the Ding Yizhen case. The Dafa factory, the freezing of cadre promotions, the appointment of Yi Shueshi, the disagreements with Lin Chuan, the clashes during the standing committee meeting. Every single detail, not daring to miss anything. The old man did not interrupt at all, occasionally picking up his teacup, the porcelain, making a faint sound as it clinked. After a while the report concluded, and Sha Ruijin could feel sweat forming on his forehead. That's it. That's it. Chief, I reflect on my actions. Ministers, the chapters sent out today have been reviewed many times and revised many times. There may be some places that are not quite right, but the meaning is all similar. Upon hearing this, the old man waved his hand, fell silent for a few seconds, and the sound of the wall clock suddenly became very clear. Comrade Ruijin, you have finished your work. Now tell me your thoughts. On your views about Handong, your thoughts on Comrade Lin Chuan, and your opinions on anti-corruption. Hearing this, Sha Ruijin's throat moved slightly. Comrade Lin Chuan is quite adept at managing the economy. What I asked for is your opinion, not to praise others. The latter part of Sha Ruijin's sentence got stuck in his throat, and he said nothing more as the old man stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to him. In the past month, news from Handong has been more than in the last 3 years. The windmill factory caught fire, and the food city was in chaos. Pausing for a moment, the old man continued, anti-corruption is a good thing, but for what purpose? It is to allow the common people to live better lives. It is not anti-corruption for the sake of anti-corruption. Criticized Sha Ruijin wanted to speak, but his lips moved, and he said nothing. The old man turned around to look at him. How long have you been gone? The subway project, Lin Chuan has been continually implementing it this past month. As for the food city, his secretary has been bringing proposals every day. And you? The old man's gaze was calm, yet it seemed capable of penetrating everything. You and that Tian Guofu, who has a nickname of the Whispering Secretary, I do not like. Sha Ruijin's shirt back was already wet, clinging coldly to his skin. You are an old comrade, some things do not need me to clarify. You should understand the principle of advancing work under the premise of stability. Do not complicate matters in an attempt to prove yourself. Continue with your report, and tell me about your upcoming work plans. While Sha Ruijin spoke, the old man listened, occasionally responding with a few remarks. In front of this old man, a high-ranking official felt as awkward as a primary school student. Their conversation lasted exactly 10 minutes. All right, go back and think carefully. I hope you can produce a good report in Handong. Sha Ruijin stood up, his legs feeling a bit weak, and when he walked out of the office, the corridor's breeze chilled his back, causing him to shiver. He did not look back, and quickly passed through the door, stepping outside. The white secretary approached him. Secretary Xia, are you going back to the Beijing office? Xia Ruijin was silent for a few seconds. Not going to the Beijing office, but heading to the mountains. The white secretary was momentarily taken aback. That place was not somewhere just anyone could reside, and he nodded, asking no further questions. The car drove away from the ocean, passing through Chang'an Street, heading west. Xia Ruijin leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed, the words, "whispering secretary," hammered into his mind like nails. This was clearly the foolish work of Tian Guofu. I haven't even started to whisper. At this moment, he felt more than ever that Tian Guofu was indeed a fool, as his notoriety had reached Kyoto while he remained oblivious. The car stopped at the entrance of a heavily guarded courtyard. After a sentry verified their identity, they were allowed to enter, and the gray building was lit up. Xia Ruijin got out of the car, stood in front for a few seconds to adjust his collar, then walked inside. In the living room, his father-in-law leaned on a cane while sitting on the sofa, and his wife sat beside him, lifting a cup of tea to glance at him before looking down again, as if viewing an unfamiliar guest. "Dad." Bang. The cane hit the ground sharply. "Back already? How did your report go?" The old man's voice was not loud, but it was like thunder. Before Xia Ruijin could respond, he was interrupted by another roar. Having devoted half his life to the military, his father-in-law had a fiery temper. "How dare you come back?" His father-in-law suddenly stood up, pointing his cane at him. "What did I tell you back then? Go to Handong and prioritize stability. And you? In less than a month you have stirred up chaos in Handong." Standing there, Xia Ruijin remained motionless, his fists slowly clenching at his sides. "The windmill factory incident was resolved by Lin Chuan in 2 days, and you were hiding behind sleeping. Are you the sleeping secretary, and still calling yourself the whispering secretary? The food city issue Chengsu submitted a proposal in a day, and your appointee, Yi Shueshi, forced the common people to kneel. Is this the team you lead? Is this the person you promoted?" The sound of a teacup being gently set down was crisp and abrupt, as his wife did not look at anyone, merely gazing down at the tea in her cup. "And you are here for anti-corruption, not to engage in constant strife. Why are you always fixated on the provincial government officials? Do you think Lin Chuan is just anyone? He was directly promoted by Secretary Wang. What are you fighting against him for? Do you not know to support his work? The results he produces will naturally include you." The voice of his father-in-law became lower, yet heavier. "Every action you take in Handong is being watched by Kyoto. You are not just losing your own face." The words left unsaid, however, weighed heavier than those spoken. Xia Ruijin lowered his head, his face turning pale. He was unconvinced. Everything he did was for anti-corruption, for the cause of the organization. Why is it that Lin Chuan can do everything right while he is wrong no matter what he does? Yet he could not speak a word, not even one. The living room fell silent for a full half-minute. Xia Ruijin looked down at his toes while the old man was so angry he was gasping for breath in a mid-break. Beside him, Xia Ruijin's wife gently sighed. "Dad, stop talking." These 3 words, neither heavy nor light, landed perfectly in the silence where everyone else had nothing to say. His father-in-law glanced at his daughter, then at Xia Ruijin, paused the cane on the floor, and turned to leave. Only the 2 of them remained, and his wife took a sip from her teacup, not looking at him. This time it sharply provoked Xia Ruijin's pride. How can a provincial secretary be scolded like a dog? What was even less permissible was that as soon as his wife spoke, she could end this reprimand. "Would you like some tea?" "No, thank you." She did not press the matter. The phone rang, cutting the silence. Secretary Bei's voice came through. "Secretary Xia, your flight is booked for tomorrow at 9 in the morning. After Xia Ruijin hung up, she had already risen. "Returning to Handong tomorrow. Then rest early." Having said that, Xia Ruijin's wife turned and walked upstairs, her steps light and steady, never uttering a needless word. Xia Ruijin remained in the living room, watching her silhouette vanish at the stairwell. The room felt colder than the sea, a chill that could not be named, and with it an indelible humiliation. Son-in-law, Olivian's son-in-law. He kept thinking. He would prove himself, he told himself. By his own skill, he would take a step upward. He would hold his head high in that house and speak with the dignity he deserved. At the same time, in Jingzhou, at Jingzhou International Mall, Ho Yangping sat in the car with a cup of iced coffee cooling in his hand, eyes fixed on entrance 3 of the mall. Chen Hai occupied the passenger seat. The glow of his phone lit his face as he thumbed through the photographs Ho had taken earlier that day. "She's out." Ho suddenly sat upright. Ouyang Jing emerged carrying shopping bags, climbed into a black Audi, and the car left the lot, not toward the municipal compound, but turning right onto the main road. Seeing this, Ho started the Santana and followed 2 cars behind. The Audi crossed half the city, the route growing more remote as streetlights thinned and greenery thickened. "This direction?" Chen frowned. Ho said nothing, eyes fixed ahead. 10 more minutes passed. The Audi turned onto a road lined with plane trees at whose end lay a cluster of villas. The gatehouse was lit, and a guard stood at attention. When Ouyang Jing reached the entrance, her car did not stop. The barrier rose automatically, and she drove straight in. Ho pressed the accelerator and closed the gap. At the guardhouse, the barrier remained down. A security man approached and knocked on the window. "What are you doing here?" Ho rolled the window down and forced a smile. "We're with the car ahead." The guard sized him up from head to toe and cast a look at the battered Santana. "The car ahead. Do you know what? We're friends. We arranged to meet. If you arranged to meet, why not use the visitor lane?" The guard picked up his radio. "Wait here, I'll ask." House expression shifted. This was bad. If the guard asked around, their tailing of Ouyang Jing might be It was too late to stop him. The guard stepped aside, spoke briefly into the radio, then came back. "The homeowner says he doesn't know you. Please leave." Ho breathed a sigh of relief. The guard had been perfunctory. He drew his credential from his pocket, flipped it open, and held it up before the guard. "We are from Shengjiwei and are conducting an investigation. Please cooperate." The guard leaned in to glance at the credential, then looked again at Hao's face. "Shengjiwei." "Yes." The guard lifted his radio and spoke at greater length. Fragments floated back to them. Two people, a beat-up car, claiming to be Shengjiwei. 2 minutes later, the guard returned with a cold manner. "The leadership says without official papers no one may enter." At those words, Hao's face darkened. "Papers again, always papers. Do you know the consequences of obstructing an investigation?" Ho warned. The guard said nothing, but the barrier did not budge. The guard was utterly unmoved. If heaven were to fall, someone taller would bear it, he seemed to think. After all, he said with quiet pride, an uneducated man like him earned 10,000 a month as a security guard with full benefits. "Don't talk about stopping some stranger who turned up out of nowhere," he went on. "Even if you really are from the disciplined body, without approval from above, you won't be getting in." Ho pressed the badge nearly into the guard's face. "Look clearly, Shengjiwei. I formally request your cooperation in this investigation." The guard stared at the badge for a solid 5 seconds, then raised his head with an earnest grin. "Heh." Ho was stunned. Chen high in the passenger seat almost choked on his own sputter. "What did you say?" "I said I'm illiterate, a total illiterate." The guard said it with the righteousness of a man proud of his ignorance. "Showing me this won't do any good. The leadership wants papers. Papers, and you go in, and no papers, and you go back." Ho half laughed in fury and demanded, "If you can't read, how did you know that was a work ID?" The guard glanced up at him and chuckled. "I guessed. You illiterate fool. What business do you have being a security guard?" Ho spat. The guard returned the look with a hint of scorn. "If I were educated, would I be a guard?" Hao's expression curdled, as if he had swallowed a fly. He looked to Chen Hai. Chen turned his face to the window, his shoulders trembling. "You." Ho pointed, his fingers shaking. "Just you wait." "Fine, I'll wait," the guard said, returning to the booth, closing the door, and taking a sip from his thermos. "When the time comes, brother, we'll wait for you to come on shift. Kid, you've got a bright future." The barrier did not budge. The villa streetlights cast a warm yellow glow over the battered Santana and the two ashen faces within. Ho gripped the wheel until his knuckles whitened. He felt mocked. Chen could no longer contain himself and emitted a tiny deflating sound. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm not." Chen turned his face out the window. In the rearview mirror, the guard sat at ease, sipping his tea and watching them through the glass with the look reserved for fools. Ho started the car, spun the wheel, and the tires screamed. The Santana swung around, belched a plume of black smoke, and disappeared down the Plaintree Road. After they left, the duty captain in the guardroom prepared to go to Ouyang Jing's villa to inform her of the incident. There was a reason their property management charged a premium. Inside the villa, Ouyang Jing was watching television in the living room when suddenly the doorbell rang. Upon seeing the security guard through the surveillance, she went to open the door. "What is it?" The security captain smiled as he recounted the recent events, advising Ms. Ouyang to be. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Jing's expression darkened. After closing the door, she found herself puzzled. Why was the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission monitoring her? Could it be that Li Dakong had gotten himself into trouble? Did he want to use her as a breakthrough point? Ouyang Jing did not ponder her own involvement. As for the money she received, most of it was from loan rebates, and that was the usual practice. Even if someone wanted to achieve merit, it was unlikely they would investigate someone with her substantial background. The outcome would only lead to one conclusion. Li Dakong might be in trouble. Thinking of this, Ouyang Jing hurriedly picked up her phone to call Li Dakong. The phone rang several times, but went unanswered. She tried calling again, but Li Dakong still did not pick up. With a cold snort, she tossed the phone onto the... "If he wants to answer, he can know I'm not here to serve him. He's probably too exhausted at the municipal committee to sleep. Otherwise, he would answer even at midnight. Forget it, he'll wait for him to call back when he wakes up." At that moment, Li Dakong was lying on the sofa at the municipal committee in Jingzhou, his phone volume turned low. After all, for important matters, if he couldn't be reached, his secretary would relay the message. The hard-working man could well describe him. For the subway project, Li Dakong was giving it his all, almost living at the municipal committee. Outside the villa, Ho Liangping parked his car at the roadside, not far away, turning off the lights as he and Chunhai sat in the darkness staring at the big door. What should we do? Chunhai asked. Ho Liangping remained silent for a moment before saying, wait. She has to come out eventually. Hearing this, Chunhai glanced at him, but said nothing more. For some reason, he felt a sense of unreliability. In Lzu at Izuex's home, the living room was dimly lit, with only a floor lamp on. Ishueshi sat on the sofa, a development plan of Lzu City spread out on the coffee table before him. The map was densely marked with various colors. Red indicated built-up areas, green indicated ecological zones, and yellow indicated areas awaiting development. Moonlight Lake was circled in red at the upper left corner of the map, distinctly marked as a pollution zone. He had been staring at the red circle for a long time, but his mind was not on Moonlight Lake. It was occupied with the matters discussed at today's municipal government meeting. The words spoken by Chung Su, the expressions of the people in the conference room, and the term official were all battering his beliefs. The door opened, and Maoya walked in carrying a cup of hot tea, which she placed on the coffee table before sitting next to him. Still looking at it, Ishueshi did not respond. Maoya glanced at him and sighed, don't think too much about it. This situation isn't your fault. Hearing the consolation, Ishueshi shook his head, his voice slightly hoarse. It is my fault. Mayor Chung was right. I didn't engage with the people or listen to their opinions. I thought I was doing good, but the common folks don't see it that way. Maoya held his hand softly. You're not that kind of person. You just want to get things done and improve Lzu. Hearing this, Ishueshi forced a bitter smile, leaning back against the sofa and staring at the ceiling. Secretary Sha trusted me by sending me to Lzu, but I messed it up. Maoya paused for a moment, saying, Secretary Sha will help you. Don't give up. After hearing this, Ishueshi nodded, but the worry in his eyes did not dissipate. He picked up the planning map, looked at it again, and slowly rolled it up, placing it back on the table. Get some sleep, he said. Maoya stood up, took a couple of steps, then looked back at him. Aren't you going to sleep? I'll sit. Maoya did not say anything further and went into the bedroom. Ishueshi remained on the sofa, the light still on, staring at the pitch-black night sky outside, feeling lost. The next morning in Kyoto, Sha Ruijin skipped breakfast and got straight into the car, heading for the airport with Secretary by following behind carrying a briefcase. After pondering for a moment, Sha Ruijin slowly said, let the news out and say I'm returning to Handong today. Secretary Bai was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood. It was a signal to those in Handong. I, Sha Ruijin, am still the provincial party secretary and have not been dismissed. The boss of Handong is still Sha Ruijin. There's no need to worry about his every move for now. He is temporarily safe. Secretary Bai acknowledged and began making phone calls. As the plane took off, the sky over Kyoto was gray. Sha Ruijin looked down at the shrinking city through the window until it finally disappeared into the clouds. Leaning back in his seat, Sha Ruijin closed his eyes. Last night's father-in-law's words still echoed in his ears along with the words of the leaders. He had thought about it all night, considering many things. He summarized why these issues had arisen. It was due to insufficient control over the standing committee. Currently, Handong was divided into 3 factions. The Handong gang, the provincial government, and himself, the provincial party secretary. More importantly, he as the provincial party secretary had no achievements. The subway project had nothing to do with him, nor did it attract investors, and he hadn't even managed to maintain balance. This was the most complex situation he had encountered since entering politics, yet he still had confidence in turning the situation around. He held the imperial sword of authority and the disciplinary inspection commission as his weapon. How could he not be able to change the situation? What a joke. It seems he had been too lenient. He believed that as long as he combated corruption while promoting the economy, he could certainly deliver a perfect answer. As for how to promote the economy, the provincial government already has a ready solution. With Governor Liu approaching retirement, it would be easy to paint a grand vision for Lin Chuan. I believe no one would resist such a tempting prospect, especially with the provincial secretary personally recommending the new governor. The news of Sha Ruijin's return quickly spread throughout Handong. Tian Guofu was in his office reviewing documents when his phone rang. He answered it, and after hearing a few words, a smile appeared on his face. Sha Ruijin was back in Handong and had not been dismissed. He put down his phone, leaned back in his chair, let out a sigh of relief, and picked up the telephone to dial his secretary's number. Make arrangements. I will report to Secretary Sha this afternoon. Zhou Jiangwo was pacing back and forth in his office, feeling quite restless. When he heard his phone ring, he immediately picked it up. A few seconds later, he stopped in his tracks, and the anxiety on his face turned to a smile. Good, I understand. He hung up the phone, sat back down, and picked up his teacup to take a sip. Although the tea had cooled down, he found it particularly delightful sweet. It seems that the tea from Lzu is indeed quite good. Zhang Guoqing at the provincial government also received the news in his office. While reviewing documents, his phone vibrated. He picked it up, glanced at it, and was momentarily stunned before breaking into a smile. With Secretary Sha safe and sound his backing still intact, he put down his phone and dialed Zhou Zhengwo's number. Secretary Zhou, Secretary Sha is back today. Shall we report together? Good, let's go together. Li Dakong from the Jingzhou Municipal Committee was already awake. He hadn't returned home last night and had started reviewing projects early in the morning. When he woke up, he saw Ouyang's call. He had intended to return it, but thought Ouyang might not have woken up yet, so he decided to wait. He didn't want to risk calling and waking Ouyang up only to receive a scolding. He felt a sense of guilt toward his. As a result, he ended up forgetting about it in the rush of work. In Luzhu Municipal Committee at 9:30 in the morning, Cheng Su arrived early at Zhang Wenqing's office. The secretary brewed tea, excused himself, and closed the door. He sat on the sofa while Zhang Wenqing sat opposite him, both of them looking at a planning map of Luzhu City spread out before them. Secretary Zhang, I have a preliminary idea regarding the Food City project. Cheng Su pointed to the position of Moonlight Lake. Do not demolish it, instead renovate it, and add sewage treatment facilities to address the pollution issues. Then we can repackage the Food City into a tourist landmark that integrates ancient-style leisure and entertainment, attracting visitors and boosting the economy. This will attract tourists from surrounding cities, including those from outside the province. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenqing looked at the map, tracing a circle around Moonlight Lake with his finger. This idea is quite good. Luzhu lacks a decent tourist attraction. Moonlight Lake itself has beautiful scenery, and with the Food City, if we can renovate it well, it can indeed become a highlight. Cheng Su, feeling validated, nodded. I think so too. He'll have the planning bureau draft a preliminary proposal. Zhang Wenqing looked at him with appreciation in his eyes. Comrade Cheng Su, you are skilled in economic matters. I am confident leaving this work in your hands. Cheng Su humbly replied, Secretary Zhang, you flatter me. I still have much to learn from you. The two engaged in a few more exchanges, glancing at the time. It was almost 10. Zhang Wenqing stood up. Let's go, the meeting is starting. Cheng Su stood up as well, and the two left the office together, heading toward the meeting room. In the meeting room, the standing committee members had already gathered. Yizhen was seated at his spot, a cup of water in front of him untouched. His complexion was not good. His eye bags were deep, clearly indicating he hadn't slept well last night. Others were either reading materials, drinking water, or quietly conversing, but everyone's gaze occasionally drifted toward Yizhen. The news of Mayor Cheng wanting to suspend Yizhen's position had already spread. Some expressed sympathy, thinking that this unfortunate soul had just been promoted when such a situation arose. Others were watching with interest, some delighting in his misfortune. Each person's expression seemed to carry a hint of contemplation and curiosity. The door opened, and Zhang Wenqing and Cheng Su entered one after the other. The meeting room fell silent for a moment, and everyone straightened their expressions, sitting up straight. Zhang Wenqing took his seat at the head, while Cheng Su sat beside him. Zhang Wenqing glanced over those present, his voice low, yet clear. The meeting today has only one agenda, dealing with the incident at the Food City. He cast a glance at Cheng Su, who opened the materials in front of him, speaking steadily. Comrades, we have all seen the impact of the Food City incident. The common people blocked the entrance of the municipal government, kneeling before the officials, calling them masters. This is a disgrace for Luzhu and also for Handong. Cheng Su paused, scanning each person before finally landing his gaze on Yizhen. This matter primarily falls under the responsibility of the municipal government, and Comrade Yizhen, as the responsible deputy mayor, bears direct responsibility for the occurrence of this incident. After all, you are the main character in this. Upon hearing this, Yizhen's face turned even paler. Cheng Su continued, Comrade Yizhen, in handling the Food City issue, failed to adequately listen to the opinions of the masses, did not conduct thorough research, and forcibly pushed forward the demolition plan, exacerbating the conflict. This is a typical bureaucratic style. I suggest that Comrade Yizhen's work be suspended pending further investigation. The meeting room fell silent for a few seconds as everyone turned to look at Zhang Wenqing. He said nothing, his expression calm, making it hard to discern his stance. Deputy Mayor Tang was the first to speak. He was one of the deputy mayors in the city government, older than Cheng Su by quite a bit, and had worked in Luzhu for over a decade. He was nearing retirement after one more term and did not want to miss this opportunity for advancement. Deputy Mayor Tang cleared his throat, his voice steady. Mayor Cheng's words make sense. This collective incident is of a serious nature and has a detrimental impact. Especially the term official, which severely damages the image of our organization. I understand that Deputy Mayor, he has not been in Lu Province for long, and his eagerness to act is comprehensible, but action cannot be reckless. The title official is a slap in the face to all Lu Province officials. The merchants are not kneeling to just Deputy Mayor E, but to the Lu Provincial Party Committee and the municipal government. Comrade Yizhen's working methods indeed present problems. I agree to suspend his work. As he spoke, Deputy Mayor Tang looked at Cheng Su with a sincere attitude. Secretary Zhang, Mayor Cheng, I am here to reflect, and seriously reconsider this matter. Chen Su nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Following him, the Minister of Publicity also expressed his stance. I agree. The public opinion has fermented to this extent. We must provide a clear handling attitude. Suspending Comrade Yizhen's work is necessary. The organization minister glanced at Zhang Wenqing, seeing that he had no objection, and nodded, I agree. The military-clad standing committee member, who had been relatively quiet, suddenly spoke up. I also agree. If officials do not engage with the masses, it is bureaucratism. What should be stopped must be stopped, or what should be investigated must be investigated. After speaking, he picked up his teacup and took a sip, falling silent. Everyone turned their attention to the military-clad standing committee member, somewhat surprised. Even this abstaining member agreed this time. Seeing this, the other standing committee members also expressed their agreement, with no one opposing or abstaining. Zhang Wenqing nodded, his voice still very steady. Then let's vote. Those in favor of suspending Comrade Yizhen's work, please raise your hands. After this, Chen Su raised his hand, followed by Deputy Mayor Tang and the Minister of Publicity. The organization minister raised his hand. The military-clad standing committee member raised his hand, one after another. Finally, Zhang Wenqing raised his hand. It was unanimously passed. Seeing this scene, Zhang Wenqing lowered his hand and looked at Yizhen. Comrade Yizhen, do you comply with the standing committee's decision? Yizhen sat there, his face as pale as paper, his lips trembling, wanting to say something, but unable to utter a word. His hands rested on the table, slightly shaking. He had just assumed office not long ago and was already suspended. Secretary Xia had promoted him. He hadn't even achieved any results before being held back. If Xia Ruijin knew of this thought of his while on the plane, he would surely give him a thumbs up. You haven't achieved any results yet. I've already been pushed to the capital by you. Where are you planning to push me next? I comply. Yizhen's voice was very soft, almost inaudible. Zhang Wenqing nodded, his tone softening a bit. You should go back and rest. The organization will arrange the subsequent matters. Upon hearing this, Yizhen stood up the chair, making a harsh sound. He glanced at Chen Su, then at Zhang Wenqing, and turned to leave the conference room. The door closed behind him, and footsteps echoed in the corridor, growing fainter. The meeting room was momentarily quiet. Zhang Wenqing cleared his throat, his tone returning to normal. The next agenda item is the renovation plan for the food city. Comrade Chen Su, please proceed. Chen Su opened another set of materials and began his report, his voice crisp and clear. However, some in the meeting room were still pondering the earlier matter, while others had already begun to calculate their next alliances. Yizhen's departing figure lingered in the minds of some. They all pondered one question: this new mayor is not simple. He just took office and has already taken down someone promoted by the provincial secretary. Showing no mercy at all, it seems his background is extremely formidable. 10 minutes later, Chen Su closed the folder, his voice calm and clear. Regarding the food city renovation plan, I have had a preliminary discussion with Secretary Zhang. The next step is for the Cultural and Tourism Bureau to lead the detailed planning. By the end of the month, I want to see the first draft. Deputy Mayor Tang immediately nodded. I will arrange it right after the meeting. At this moment, Secretary Zhang Wenqing initiated a vote, and unsurprisingly, it passed unanimously. Seeing that the matter was settled, Zhang Wenqing looked at the others. Is there anything else? There was no response in the meeting room. Meeting adjourned. The sounds of chairs moving filled the room. Chen Su stood still, waiting for everyone to leave before slowly gathering his notebook. There was another plan document with the title Lu Province Food City Renovation and Demolition Work Plan written on the cover. He glanced at it, closed the notebook, and turned to leave the conference room. Meanwhile, at Handong International Airport, Xia Ruijin had just disembarked and instructed Secretary Bai to notify all standing committee members. A standing committee meeting would be held at 2 p.m. At the same time, Li Dakong, who was at the Jingzhou Municipal Party Committee, lit a cigarette and took a break. Remembering Ouyang's call, he dialed back. The phone rang twice before it was answered. Hello, Ouyang, what was the matter you called me about yesterday? On the other end, Ouyang was resting today and did not want to go to work. He coldly replied. Li Dakong, you've gotten ahead of yourself. You called me yesterday, and you're only now calling me back. What do you mean? Li Dakong, feeling a bit helpless in the face of the cold mockery, asked. Just tell me directly, what is it? Ouyang immediately flared up. What is it? What else could it be? Li Dakong, have you been embezzling or corrupting? The Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Commission has already started following me. What else could it be? Yeah. Upon hearing this, Li Dakong on the other end of the phone was somewhat incredulous, his eyes widening. Who did you? Li Dakong's hand came to a halt. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, leaning back in his chair, and his voice turned grave. What did you say? Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Following you? Yes. They began following me as soon as I left the mall yesterday, all the way to the entrance of the community. 2 men in a black sedan. The security guard stopped them, and they even tried to force their way in. Ouyang Jing's voice was quick and urgent. Li Dakong, who have you offended outside? They can't find you, so they're coming after me. Li Dakong fell silent for a few seconds, his mind racing. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission Tianggufa's people following Ouyang Jing, it wasn't aimed at her, it was directed at him, Li Dakong. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice steady. Where are you now? Where else could I be? Ouyang Jing replied, exasperated. Head home immediately. I'm going back too. Li Dakong stood up, already starting to gather the documents on his desk. We'll talk more when we get home. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Jing paused, did not argue, and replied, hanging up the phone. Li Dakong pressed the intercom. Xiao Jin, arrange a car. I need to go home. Secretary Xiao Jin sensed something was off in his tone and dared not ask further, immediately calling the driver. Li Dakong put on his coat and strode out of the office. In the hallway, several staff members saw him and hurriedly stepped aside. He moved quickly, the sound of his leather shoes echoing sharply on the floor. When he reached the first floor lobby, the car was already waiting at the door. Without waiting for Xiao Jin to open the door, he pulled it open and got in, Xiao Jin hurriedly following and sitting in the passenger seat. Back to the municipal party compound, Li Dakong said. The driver started the car, pulling out of the municipal building, while Li Dakong leaned back in his seat, his expression grim. He stared out the window, his fingers lightly tapping on his knee. Tianggufu, do you want to mess with me? He gritted his teeth, a fire building up inside him. Damn it, are there still any rules left? Last time we argued, I challenged you to a onion, and you didn't accept. Instead, you played dirty behind the scenes. Ouyang Jing hung up the phone and drove towards the municipal party compound, unaware that the black sedan was following closely behind. Ho Liangping sat in the driver's seat, noticing Ouyang Jing's car, and quickly pressed the accelerator to catch up. Chen Hai sat in the passenger seat, holding his phone ready to take pictures at any moment. Is she on her way to the municipal party compound? Chen Hai asked. Ho Liangping fixed his gaze on the white sedan ahead, his voice tense. I don't know, it shouldn't be right. The two cars followed each other through the city, heading towards the municipal party compound, and Ho Liangping's expression grew increasingly grim. The municipal party compound is Li Dakong's territory. If they follow her there, not only will they not be able to enter, what if Li Dakong's people discover them? Has she noticed us? Chen Hai asked again. Ho Liangping gritted his teeth. She shouldn't have a let's act like we don't know, and just wait at the entrance. She'll have to come out sooner or later. Ouyang's car drove into the municipal party compound, and the security guard saluted, allowing her to pass. Li Dakong arrived home before Ouyang Jing. He changed his shoes and walked into the living room, telling the housekeeper, you can leave for now, come back in the afternoon. The housekeeper complied, removed her apron, and left. Li Dakong sat on the sofa waiting. A few minutes later, the door opened, and Ouyang Jing entered with her bag, changed her shoes, tossed her bag onto the sofa, and sat down opposite him. The two exchanged glances. Ouyang Jing had intended to speak calmly, but upon seeing Li Dakong's face, stern, expressionless, with eyes as vacant as a dead fish, her anger flared up instantly. Li Dakong, who are you glaring at with those dead fish eyes? This isn't the municipal party, don't put on airs around me. Li Dakong was momentarily taken aback by her reprimand. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, trying to keep his voice steady. What on earth is going on? When did the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission start following you? Seeing this, Ouyang Jing leaned back on the sofa, crossing her legs, her tone still sharp. Yesterday. They started following me as soon as I left them all. They followed me to the entrance of the villa area, and the security guard stopped them. They even took out their credentials, but the security guard didn't let them in. Li Dakong fell silent for a few seconds, his fingers lightly tapping on his knee. They were following Ouyang Jing, but it was aimed at him. Tianggufu, the one who had been scolded mercilessly at the standing committee meeting, was now resorting to such despicable tactics. He snickered a few times, his tone laced with disdain. What are you laughing at? Ouyang Jing glared at him. Do you think him funny? Li Dakong didn't respond, his mind racing. Who in Handong didn't know that Li Dakong was Lin's man? The subway project was at a critical juncture, and Lin needed his cooperation here in Jingzhou. Would Tianggufu dare to act against him at such a crucial moment? He had Sha Ruijin standing behind him, but Sha Ruijin had just returned from reporting in Kyoto. It shouldn't be him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this matter wasn't that simple. Moreover, it was just right, as Sha Ruijin had just returned to Handong, and a standing committee meeting was to be held in the afternoon. Could it be aimed at him? Ouyang Jing, seeing him in silence, said coldly, "What's the matter, gone mute?" Li Dakong regained his focus, staring at her, his gaze suddenly sharp. Ouyang Jing, tell me the truth. Have you taken any money recently? Ouyang Jing's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to normal. What do you mean? Don't tell me. Li Dakong's voice turned grave. I have some knowledge about the banking system. As a vice president, where would you get so much money to live in a villa? Do you think I'm a fool, eh? Ouyang Jing looked at him in silence for a few seconds before suddenly laughing, a hint of disdain and indifference in her smile. It's settled. Kai Chingong, the one from Dafa Factory, gave 4 bank cards. A total of 2 million. What's wrong? That's not a loan rebate. Oh, everyone does it this way. If we were to investigate, the entire system would probably collapse. Hearing this, Li Dakang's eyes widened even more, the veins on his forehead bulging. He suddenly stood up, his voice raised. Don't you have a salary? Don't you get a commission? How can you still go collect money? 2 million. Do you even know what this means? Ouyang Jing also stood up, staring at him defiantly, her voice louder than his. Li Dakang. Don't you dare act tough here. Does Jia Jia need money to study abroad? Do I need to spend money? How much have you contributed to our daughter's tuition? Li Dakang was choked by her words, opening his mouth, but speaking more softly. My salary and bonuses have all gone to you. I haven't even seen the money. Your salary? Ouyang Jing sneered. Is that enough for our daughter studying abroad? Do you know how much the tuition and living expenses are for a year? Do you think it's any of your business? Li Dakang instinctively replied, Isn't there still your salary? Ouyang Jing looked at him earnestly, her voice cold as ice. What does my salary have to do with you? Li Dakang was completely at a loss for words, standing there with trembling lips like a fish washed ashore. Ouyang Jing, seeing his state, grew even angrier and turned to grab her bag and head to the bedroom. Where are you going? Li Dakang asked. I don't want to see you. The bedroom door slammed shut. Li Dakang stood in the living room, his face alternating between pale and flushed, slowly sitting back down on the sofa, his hands resting on his knees, head bowed. The living room was very quiet, only the clock on the wall ticking away. He wanted to smoke, but found his pockets empty. Damn. He wanted to curse, opening his mouth, but failing to find the words. Li Dakang leaned back on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, his mind a tangled mess. Tian Guofu's men were stalking her, and Tian Guofu was Shirajan's man, without his consent. A few minutes later, the bedroom door opened. Ouyang Jing came out, having changed her clothes and fixed her hair, but her eyes were still red. She sat down across from Li Dakang, remaining silent for a moment before softening her tone. Li Dakang, you are a member of the Provincial Standing Committee and the secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee. Can't you still protect me? Li Dakang looked at her, not speaking, his face revealing an unusual expression of uncertainty. Protect? How can I protect? 2 million is not a small sum. She is my wife, not my subordinate. Divorce and sever ties. It's too late. Should I advise her to surrender? That would be handing a knife to the enemy. No matter what he did, he knew one fact. His career was at an end. To aspire for another promotion was essentially impossible. Every advancement at the provincial level came with severe scrutiny from the organization. All he could do now was to try and minimize Ouyang's charges, hoping for no sentence, a lighter sentence, or a suspended sentence. After all, with so many years of affection between Ouyang and him and their daughter studying abroad, he didn't want her to have to visit her mother in prison. More importantly, he wanted Tian Guofu and those who provoked him to pay the price. Li Dakang stood up and walked to the balcony, suddenly noticing a pack of cigarettes in the flower bed. He lit one and took a deep drag. The smoke slowly dispersed in the afternoon sunlight, his face flickering in and out of the haze, uncertain and changeable. He pulled out his phone, flipped to Lin Chuan's number, and dialed. This was his only hope. In the provincial government, Lin Chuan was correcting documents, preparing to pass a project in the afternoon's standing committee. Suddenly his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was Li Dakang. Meanwhile, Li Dakang in the municipal party compound was anxiously staring at his phone as it rang twice before connecting. Lin Chuan's voice came through the receiver, calm as usual. Secretary Dakang, what's the matter? Li Dakang took a deep breath, his voice low. Governor Lin, there's something I need to report to you. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission has violated regulations by stalking my wife, Ouyang Jing. Governor Lin from the provincial government fell silent. He naturally knew that Ouyang Jing had taken money from Kai Chingong, yet his tone remained calm. Stalking. What's going on? Li Dakang gritted his teeth and spoke. Governor Lin, I'll be honest with you. Ouyang Jing took money from someone else. 2 million given by Kai Chingong from Dafa Factory. She just told me today. Oh, I only just found out. Li Dakang paused, his voice even lower. She knows she was wrong and is willing to surrender and return the embezzled money. Governor Lin, she was just confused for a moment. He didn't continue. Lin Chuan on the other end fell silent for a few seconds before speaking in a steady but soft voice. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Since Ouyang Jing has realized her mistake, the organization will handle it leniently. Li Dakang felt a sense of relief, his hand holding the phone trembling slightly. Lin Chuan in the office pondered for a moment. This matter could be big or small. As someone who leaned towards him, he couldn't just stand by. He also guessed who was investigating this matter in the shadows, knowing that these two probably didn't have proper procedures, which was a violation of regulations.